Shrouding the Heavens chapter 1402 to chapter 1441. The Xianxia originates from the southern sea and flies to the northern sea. It will not stop unless it is a parasol tree. The Xianxia was a type of phoenix recorded in the ancient books. It was born in the southern sea and wanted to fly to the northern sea. In this world, only the parasol tree was its true home. The true phoenix building was a giant parasol tree. It had grown for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Its branches were as thick as a mountain. It did not have a tree crown and had long been destroyed by lightning. Now, only half of the tree trunk remained. It had taken root in the city and was built into a phoenix building. It was the tallest building in the golden ancient city. It was hard to imagine that such a thick ancient tree had yet to become a spirit. Of course, there were also people who said that this tree had transformed into the quasi-emperor. During the tribulation, its cultivation was destroyed by the heavens and its essence was shaved away, turning it into an ordinary tree. Even now, one could still see the scorched marks left behind by the lightning. It had left behind an entire life of sorrow that was mottled with time and could no longer be healed. Today, the true phoenix building was bustling with activity. Cultivators and experts came and went. Ancient beasts transformed into human forms and emitted a powerful bloody aura as they hurried over to this building. One could see experts from all different races here. There was a 10-zhang tall golden giant, a black dragon from the underworld sea, a drought demon from the folklore, from the descendants of the archaic demonic gods to the true divine race, and then to the most powerful ancient bloodline experts. There were countless cultivators with great backgrounds. Yi Fan's group had also arrived. They ascended the stairs and arrived at this building. The parasol tree let out a clear metallic sound. It did not seem like it was made of wood and instead seemed to be made of jade. Apart from the scorched top, the rest of the building was dark green and fresh. The parasol tree trunk was originally like this, jade green all year round. Their arrival attracted many people's attention. The human race's sacred body was a powerful constitution, and now, it was favored by the divine race. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many races. Many gazes were like blades. Even though Yi Fan's back was facing some people, he could still feel the sharpness of these gazes as if there were streaks of lightning striking down. Pangbo walked shoulder to shoulder with him. He did not regard himself as an outsider at all and greeted the experts from various races. Those who didn't know would think that they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Here, people were all afraid of each other, hostile, and guarded against each other. It was rare to see someone as carefree as him. The very top of the true phoenix building was incomparably spacious. Not only was it because the tree trunk was thick, comparable to a mountain, there were even spatial laws engraved here, so accommodating as many people as possible wasn't an issue. Longma, the golden lion, the Scorpio, and the 9 crocodragons were nothing in terms of size. There were all kinds of tyrannical creatures on the buildings that were as tall as mountains. Some of them had halos behind their heads, while others had immortal phoenix wings on their backs. It was as if they had arrived at an ancient kingdom of gods and devils. That's the human race's holy body, known as one of the most ancient and powerful bloodlines? Someone muttered. However, it was clear that he didn't plan on hiding it, because quite a few people heard it. What holy body? Who gave it to him? It can only seal itself within the human race. What does it count for among the races of the universe? Perhaps it can only be reduced to food. A chilly voice sounded, extremely impolite. However, it was hard to tell who it was that spoke, hiding in the darkness, using a strange heavenly art to send out divine will. Quite a few people revealed strange expressions. These words were very targeted, clearly full of hostility towards the human race's holy body. Could it be that there was going to be a battle? Since you are so dissatisfied, why don't you come out and fight? This seat specializes in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Longma spoke in a very high-profile manner. The crowd's eyes all cast over. Indifference, kindness, and gloominess interweaved together, like heavenly swords, emitting sonorous echoes. You are just an animal, yet you dare to borrow the tiger's might? The voice from just now sounded again. The words were unpleasant to listen to, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. It was still divine will. Hong. Yi Fan suddenly moved. His entire body flickered with golden multicolored light, like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. His blood energy overflowed into the heavens, and he was exceptionally brave. As he moved, it was as if a mountain was trembling. The entire True Phoenix building was shaking heaven and earth, and the vast skies became unstable. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning, appearing in front of a Sphinx expert. He reached out a hand and pressed forward. Wind and thunder raged, and battle intent surged. There was nothing more to say. After finding the hidden provoker, Yi Fan directly dealt a heavy blow. That palm turned into a golden heavenly steel. Symbols circulated on its surface, and it was more than 100,000 caddies heavy. The Sphinx expert was shocked. He mainly cultivated the primordial spirit, and his spiritual energy was extremely powerful. He grasped ancient techniques, and even a normal great sage would find it difficult to detect him. He never thought that he would be seen through by Yi Fan in an instant. He reached out a lion claw, and it collided with that golden heavenly steel. Like a vast ocean crashing against the shore, bloody divine power surged wildly. However, when the two palms collided, a pu sound rang out. The lion claw turned into a bloody mist, and white bones flew everywhere, dripping with blood. A loud roar rang out. This was the true lion roar. The Sphinx expert roared, and innate Tao laws rushed out from his mouth. At such a close distance, it attacked Yi Fan with exceptional fierceness. Yi Fan lightly shouted, and it contained the Buddhist swastika heavenly sound. It immediately shattered the lion roar, and the expert's body was torn into pieces before exploding on the spot. The scene was extremely bloody, but everyone's expressions were cold, unmoved. Which of those who could appear here didn't crawl out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Kill. From the exploded blood, a small silver lion rushed out. This was the expert's primordial spirit. It rapidly arrived before Yi Fan's frontal bone, wanting to destroy his primordial spirit. This person mainly cultivated the divine sense, and his spiritual energy was extremely powerful. This was his sure kill attack. However, Yi Fan remained unmoved. A fist-sized golden little person stepped out from his frontal bone, and he used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to kill. A brilliant light erupted there. The golden little person's fist smashed the small silver lion into pieces. Like a burst of fireworks, the lion's body and soul were destroyed. At this point, the experts of all clans were shocked. From the moment Yi Fan attacked until now, he had an overwhelming advantage. Almost every attack could kill instantly. The human race's saint physique is truly impressive, but this true Phoenix Tower is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Today, the heroes of all clans are gathering. Do you want to disturb the venue? A gloomy voice rang out. Not far away, a stone man appeared. He was a saint king, and one of his eyes was actually a green gold immortal tear, exuding a brilliant brilliance that was extremely terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air upon seeing this. The saint spirit itself was a heaven-defying existence, and anyone who saw it would have a headache. They were peerlessly powerful. In a star field, there were many stars, and having a few of them was already not bad. And now, this. Saint Spirit's left eye was actually a green gold immortal tear, exuding a divine brilliance. It definitely had a heaven-defying divine ability, and it was definitely a supreme master of this realm. Yi Fan and the Saint Spirit had formed a great enmity, and now, he still carried the curse of the Saint Spirit. Although he had concealed it with a secret technique, once the real Saint Spirit approached, he would still be able to sense it. There was no need for any reason between the two sides. There was a natural hostility between them, and if they were to meet alone, they would definitely fight to the death. The two sides were at daggers drawn. If they were to fight, it would definitely be a world-shaking battle. Both of them could be called supreme masters of this realm, and ordinary masters couldn't compare. You're really ugly. You're not even as heroic as the stone man I casually carved. At this critical moment, Longma said this indifferently. Many people were dumbfounded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Do you want to die? The stone man's green gold immortal tear shot out a beam of divine light that tore through the void. It actually released the sonorous voice of the great Tao. It was incomparably brilliant as it shot towards Longma. Hung Long, Yi Fan made his move. He brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. His golden blood energy was like a domain of stars as it pressed down, colliding with that beam of divine light. Many people were sent flying backwards. Under the shockwaves of the 2 great experts, they let out miserable groans. They were caught in the crossfire and suffered serious injuries. You too, we came for the sake of exchanging for 10 types of ancient blood. Why must we both take a step back? At this time, a grand voice echoed through the air. Following his footsteps, the entire True Phoenix building began to tremble. This was a giant that was over 10 zhang tall. Moreover, he possessed the race's most powerful bloodline, the Golden Giant. His divine strength was matchless, and he was a young supreme being. At this time, the goddess of the god race, Xianxia, also arrived. Her eyes moved about, and divine splendor shot out in all directions. The arrival of these 2 young supreme beings finally averted a fierce battle. We'll meet again on the ancient path of legends. The stone man turned around and left, not bothering them any longer. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth. You're not good enough. Enjoy your final moments. The crowd dispersed. Yifan, Pangbo, Longma, and the others once again advanced, ascending to the highest floor of the True Phoenix building. On the way there, they saw a few corpses that died tragically. Rumor has it that Tian, the great demonic god, and the others had all encountered challenges as soon as they arrived. They took action in a domineering manner, causing a massacre. Naturally, the one with the heaviest evil aura was still the Golden Snake Bloodline's 4th Lang Jun. He took the initiative to attack, killing over 10 experts in the process of ascending the building. It was a bloody and cruel scene. There were many experts who came to the human race's ancient Golden Road, and they were all the supreme experts of the younger generation. However, only a dozen or so people had the qualifications to be called supreme young beings. Only through comparison could one distinguish who was superior and who was inferior. Even if one was the supreme being of a race or a king of a region, it was still useless. Only when many races met together would the weak and the strong be revealed. Even though many people were unconvinced, they had no choice but to lower their heads helplessly after experiencing the slaughter just now. Currently, only a dozen or so people had the qualifications to be called supreme young beings. Yifan and the others walked very slowly. They observed the crowd from below, earnestly understanding the various races so that they could have an idea of what was going on. Perhaps there would be a terrifying bloody battle in the future. Only after an hour did they ascend to the next floor. Although the news of the ancient tree of life has spread, only the experts of the nearby ancient roads have rushed over. Compared to the Grand Star Road, this is only a small portion. There were many experts who came to the Golden Ancient Road, but compared to the 10,000 heavens and 10,000 regions, the difference was too great. They were only a small portion. The universe was boundless, and it was impossible for all the powerful races to know about it and rush over. This is truly an awe-inspiring killing. Pangbo sighed. Yifan wasn't the only one who encountered challenges. Tian, the human king, the goddess of the god race, Xianxia, and the Golden Giant were all covered in blood. Comparatively speaking, Yifan and the others were the last to ascend. They had experienced fewer battles, but those people were covered in blood. One could see how intense the battle was. There was a high platform on the last floor. It was like an arena, but also like a supreme divine altar. Currently, only a dozen or so people had the qualifications to sit on it. 4th Lang Jun of the Golden Snake race, Xianxia of the God race, the Golden Giant, the Golden Devouring Beast, the descendant of the gods and devils, Sanggu, the Copper Ant Saint King, the Dragon Sparrow, the Heaven-Devouring Ancient Beast, the Earth Corpse, the Blood Beast, the Stone Man Saint Spirit, the Great Demonic God, Tian. These people sat upright, each and every one of them dominating the world and swallowing the stars. Every one of them possessed a different kind of awe-inspiring might. There were more than 1,000 people below with complicated expressions. They were all the supreme young experts of the various races, but compared to the dozen or so people, they were obviously a level lower. Many people had challenged them just now, and all of them had paid the price in blood. More than 100 people had lost their lives. Now, no one dared to challenge them, and all of them had settled down. From a certain perspective, they had all been defeated on the Imperial Road. On the divine altar, the dozen or so people were high up, making the heroes feel that they were too high to reach. It was difficult to shake their position. Everyone longed for it, but they couldn't ascend. Yi Fan arrived. Immediately, many people looked over to see if he was going to ascend the divine altar that was emitting blazing multicolored light. "I think it's more comfortable to sit up there," Pang Bo said. Yi Fan nodded and went up shoulder to shoulder with him. Immediately, many experts were dissatisfied. The first to attack was the person on the platform. The second Langjun of the Golden Snake snorted coldly. It was as if a heavenly sword had slashed down with a threatening cold air. Boom! Yi Fan stepped forward. His entire body shone with golden light like a golden sea, dissolving the cold murderous intent. Then, his eyes shot out two beams of divine light as he looked at the second Langjun of the Golden Snake. He and Pang Bo calmly ascended the platform. The second Langjun of the Golden Snake glanced at them coldly, but he didn't say anything further. Like his three brothers, he sat there cross-legged and didn't move. However, there was a cruel sneer on his face, indicating that he didn't want to make a move right now, and not because he was afraid of anything. Back then, he was the one who killed his way into another star region alone and destroyed the entire tribe of the most powerful divine apes. He washed the sky with blood and shocked many ancient regions. He was a living legend with an illustrious reputation. Every clan feared him. Ever since he began his cultivation, not a single enemy could escape alive from his hands. Without a doubt, if it was in terms of strength, then the four of them were definitely the strongest on this altar. Because every single one of them was a young supreme being. When the four supreme beings of the Golden Snake clan worked together, who dared to provoke them? I once heard that the humankind saint physique can be considered a type of extraordinary physique. The blood inside one's body can be considered a type of ancient blood that meets the requirements, the blood beast suddenly said. Sitting on top of the divine altar, its tone was icy cold. That's right. We need 10 types of ancient blood. The Saint Physique's blood can be considered one of them. The Earth Corpse nodded. These two powerhouses were sitting on top of the divine altar, overlooking the crowd below. Now that they mentioned the Saint blood, it was clear that they were targeting Yi Fan. Not only did Yi Fan's expression darken, even Pang Bo was enraged. They came here to exchange for the ancient blood and had the blood of the demonic spider in their hands. They didn't think that someone would treat them as prey. Are you sure that you want to treat me as prey for my blood? Yi Fan glared at them. The light in his eyes exploded like torches. So what if I am? I have long heard that the humankind Saint Physique's blood is extraordinary. Today, offer it up and we will thank you for your kindness. The blood beast was a type of ancient vicious beast that loved blood as much as its own life. It was the cruelest of them all. Its original body was thousands of meters long, and right now, it had transformed into a red-haired Taoist that sat on top of the divine altar. His eyes were cold and hazy. That is what we propose. We want to treat you as prey. So what? The Earth Corpse was even more direct. He was an ancient corpse that was rumored to have an indestructible body. It seems like you two are tired of living. Yi Fan immediately attacked. His golden fist exploded the void. At this point, no matter where he went, there was no need for him to retreat. In the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's path, one must advance courageously. Like a divine sun in the sky, when Yi Fan flew onto the divine altar, golden multicolored light radiated in all directions, as if a sun was releasing undying radiance. There was a type of supreme power surging outwards. His left hand formed an imprint, and the stars of the heavens appeared. His right hand formed a fist, controlling life and death reincarnation. He was like an immortal king overlooking the 9 heavens, supreme and holy, dazzling and dazzling. The blood beast roared. An endless sea of blood appeared behind him, as if it controlled the Azure world, becoming the ruler of this world. It towered above the sea of blood, its aura devouring heaven and earth. At this time, he didn't reveal his original body, but rather a scarlet-haired Taoist. His hair was messy, and his eyes were like those of a wild beast. His palm transformed into heaven and earth, containing mountains and rivers, suppressing towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan's golden fist controlled life and death reincarnation, destroying everything in its path. Not even the world in the palm could do anything, and it was immediately blasted through. A shattering sound rang out. A world was destroyed. It had to be said that the blood beast was extremely terrifying. The world in the palm collapsed, causing the void there to cave in and distort. However, he himself didn't move in the slightest, using his blood-colored hand to face Yifan's golden fist head-on. With a honglong sound, dazzling light erupted between the two. It was as if many stars exploded, and fireworks flickered about, dazzling eternally as they rushed in all directions. This place was the true Phoenix House, rumored to be the original body left behind by the Quasi-Emperor after failing to cross tribulation. It had remained undying since ancient times, or else even the stars in the sky would have been shaken down. The blood beast was extremely powerful, a supreme species among archaic vicious beasts. Its flesh could fight against gods and devils, and only this kind of bloodline could endure Yifan's fist without exploding. This also proved that the young supreme beings of the starry sky ancient path weren't undeserved. Otherwise, how could they distinguish themselves from the saints? There were thousands of people below the divine altar. They weren't ordinary trial takers, but rather the most powerful experts of this generation. They were all heavenly geniuses that competed against millions and millions of creatures to reach this level, yet right now, they could only look up at the dozen or so people on the platform. Only a single young supreme being could be born from many races. This was enough to explain the problem. Yifan's golden fist collided with the blood beast's palm. The red-haired Taoist's body trembled, and bolts of blazing lightning appeared in the void. Yifan rushed past and attacked another enemy. He quickly changed his opponent and attacked the earth zombie. Yin energy overflowed into the heavens and underworld mist surged. It was as if the underworld king had opened the gates of hell and descended into the mortal world. Walala, between the earth corpse's palms and fingers, several thick iron chains appeared. They were black and shiny, cold and eye-catching. They were like shackles used to bind fierce beasts in the depths of hell, and now they had become his weapons. He was an ancient corpse that was born after attaining the Tao. He was buried in a place with extreme Yin energy. After accumulating for a long time, he absorbed the Yin energy and gradually developed spiritual wisdom, achieving his current fortune. Clang, Yifan slashed with his bare hands, breaking one of the iron chains. His golden palm was unstoppable. Even a Saint King-level weapon would be useless against it and would be destroyed. However, the earth corpse's body and physique were sturdy beyond imagination. It was truly an unbreakable Vajra. Yifan's hand seals only left white marks on its surface and did not collapse. To be able to become a supreme being of the younger generation, there was indeed a reason. Not a single one of them was ordinary, and they all had their own unique areas of cultivation. Dang, dang, as if he was forging iron, Yifan's left hand formed seals and the stars in the sky flickered. His right hand formed a fist that emitted tens of thousands of rays of golden divine light as it fiercely collided with the earth corpse. This kind of power, this kind of aggressiveness, this kind of intensity, shocked every young supreme being. Unbreakable Vajra versus undying golden body. Boom, in the end, Yifan's left palm and right fist alternately attacked, breaking all the iron chains on the earth corpse's body. It was as if he had entered hell and destroyed his divine weapon. However, the earth corpse was really too powerful. Its body was not damaged at all, and it spat out Yin Qi from its mouth. Black mist overflowed into the sky, extremely firm and powerful. Everyone below the divine altar was shocked. They were all far superior to ordinary challengers and were the strongest of the younger generation. They were the most powerful group of people, but at this moment, they felt deeply that they were weak. If it was them who went up, they would most likely be smashed to pieces by a single punch and turned into a bloody pulp. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled and they kept quiet out of fear. Now it seemed that their choice not to attack Yifan was correct. Only the people on the divine altar could compete with him. On that high platform, the gold-eating beast, the demonic god descendant Sangu, the heaven-swallowing ancient beast, the copper ant king, and the others were all covered in blood. They had all experienced such a fierce battle just now. Every young supreme being had relied on their own strength to ascend the altar. Apart from Golden Snake Selangjan, even the divine race's angel Shenlan, Di Tian, and the stone man's holy spirit had been bathed in blood. There were many experts on the true Phoenix Tower. They came from different ancient regions and belonged to different races. They were all unrivaled in their own world, and here, no one was willing to submit to anyone. From a certain perspective, everyone was the enemy of the entire world. They needed to defeat everyone in order to ascend to the top of the Emperor's Road. Yi Fan was the last to arrive. The people below did not dare to test him, but this did not include the people on the divine altar. They had all fought their way up, bathed in blood and risked their lives to become supreme beings above. Naturally, they could not sit and watch someone easily ascend. Yi Fan's fame in the human race was useless. He had to pass this trial and rely on his strength to gain the recognition of the other races. Some people on the divine altar naturally hoped that he would fall and have one less competitor. Dang, Yi Fan's golden fist collided with the Earth Corpse's black fist. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. It was as if two pieces of divine gold were violently colliding, so much so that some people's eardrums almost cracked. Just what was this guy's previous life? How could his physical body be so powerful? It is actually able to contend against Ye's physical body. This doesn't make sense. Pang Bo revealed a serious expression. The Earth Corpse was too powerful. It made Di Tian, the goddess of the divine race, and the Golden Snake Fourth Gentleman all change their expressions. Such an unrivaled physical body could be said to be rarely seen in this realm since ancient times. There was no need to mention Yi Fan. The blood beasts could also be understood. After all, they were the most ancient bloodline. During the archaic era, this race could contend against the gods and devils. The Earth Corpse was too strange. Many people speculated that the ancient corpse must have had an extraordinary identity in its previous life. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He fully displayed the true meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation. One fist could split the heavens and split the earth, controlling life and death, controlling the cycle of reincarnation. Several ancient universes rotated. The Earth Corpse was sent flying, but it did not explode. Its entire body unexpectedly emitted a boundless Buddhist light, and there were waves of chanting coming from within its body. His dignified appearance was like an enlightened monk. The incessant chanting resounded throughout the heaven and earth. It was as if there were bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas supporting and protecting him. Seeing this frightening scene, everyone was stunned. Then, their hair stood on end as they felt a chill down their spines. Could it be that he was a supreme Buddha in his previous life? It was obvious that Yi Fan's fist was too tyrannical. It almost injured the Earth Corpse's origin. It stimulated the ancient divine power that was dormant within its body and rushed out. Ba. The ancient chanting rose and fell like the sound of the heavens. It was deafening and caused everyone's soul to tremble. It was difficult for them to endure. His origin is too great. Everyone was shocked. Ancient diagrams appeared behind the Earth Corpse. During the ancient times, it was worshipping an ancient Buddha. The Emperor's aura flowed and shook the heavens. The ancient corpse had served the Ba Buddha in its previous life. If it wasn't an enlightened monk, then it was the Ba Buddha's disciple. This was simply horrifying, everyone was petrified, and they were all stunned. An immeasurable Buddhist light emitted from the Earth Corpse's body, illuminating it with an immortal radiance. However, a strange change occurred right after. The divine light suddenly turned black and turned into corpse energy. The chanting of the bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas all changed. The Earth Corpse turned into a deathly aura and his entire body became cold. The divine radiance in the sky turned into a black light that drowned him. He was like a monk. All of his hair had fallen off, revealing the ring marks on his head. However, his entire body was black and no longer had the auspicious aura of a Buddha. He had completely turned into a great devil. What is the past? What is the past? Life is one life, death is empty. Ba, one last chant. I am me, it is difficult to seek reincarnation. His body that was cracked by Yi Fan completely healed under the pouring of the black light. Moreover, the diamond indestructible physique was improved to the next level. His entire body was black and translucent. The Earth Corpse retreated and bowed to Yi Fan. Then he said, even if there are 2 identical flowers blooming in this world, they only have the same form. When you look at this flower, it is the most brilliant. Many thanks. Everyone felt their blood run cold. This really was an ancient monk from the Amiba era. His corpse had been preserved in the earth vein for a long time, and now he had gained enlightenment. The battle with Yi Fan had activated the past Buddhist light in his body. He had completely transformed, turning from Buddha to devil, becoming even more powerful. The earth corpse retreated and returned to the divine altar. With a rumbling sound, Yi Fan and the blood beast fought. This ancient beast was forced to reveal its true body. Its entire body was blood red as if it was cast from pure gold. Its scales were enormous and rang out with sonorous sounds. It was like a winged dragon, but upon closer inspection, it also looked like a giant bat covered in scales. Its true body was several thousand zhang in length, but now it had shrunk to 1 zhang. Its magical power overflowed into the heavens as it attacked. In the end, he also retreated, turning back into the scarlet-haired Taoist and appearing on the divine altar. It was just to make things difficult for Yi Fan, not wanting him to smoothly ascend the stage. It would be best if they could kill him in one strike, but if it was a life-and-death battle, no one was willing to fight to the end. After all, there were still more than 10 young supreme beings eyeing them covetously. Yi Fan, did you use 80% of your power? Pang Bo secretly asked, using this to estimate these people's strength. Yi Fan replied, they also held back a bit and won't fight with their lives on the line here. They will fight a bloody battle on the starry sky ancient path, separating life and death reincarnation. On the divine altar, the archaic demonic god's descendant Sangu stood up. His black hair was thick like a waterfall, reaching his waist. His eyes were brilliant like the stars. There were traces of blood on his body, and it was clear that he had slaughtered his way up. At this moment, he stood up and said, if you want my recognition, you only need to receive a palm from me. He was just standing there, yet he made the stars in the heavens tremble. He was extremely powerful. Up until now, he was the pure-blooded descendant of an archaic demonic god that had only appeared in tens of thousands of years. Everyone's hearts jumped. This was a true descendant of an archaic demonic god. His body was as sturdy as divine steel, and his magical power was as vast as the sea. He was the most terrifying. There's no need, right? I've fought against him before. The god race's heavenly daughter Shenlong said. Her entire body shone, and the divine blood within her rumbled, releasing an undying power. It was as if she was standing high up in the 9 heavens. In terms of bloodline alone, the descendants of the archaic demonic god and deities were close relatives. It was just that it was unknown when they separated, but they were both the most powerful races. The archaic demonic god's descendant Sangu was incomparably dignified. When he heard this, he nodded and said, fine. In the end, he didn't take action. We all slaughtered our way up here. If you want my recognition, then you only need to display an astonishing display of power. The Copper Ant King spoke. His true body appeared. He was as tall as a person, and his entire body was bronze in color. He was a divine ant. His race possessed innate divine strength, and all those who understood him would feel fear. Meanwhile, he was known as the supreme being of a region's younger generation on the star region's ancient path. His exceptional divine strength could no longer be described as astonishing. With a honglong sound, his body that didn't seem all that tall walked forward, almost causing the true Phoenix Pavilion to crack apart. One has to understand that even the most terrifying heavenly tribulation couldn't destroy this ancient parasol tree. Yi Fan's large golden hand reached out. Heaven and earth rumbled, stopping the bronze palm that he produced. At this moment, even the stars in the heavens were trembling. Both of them possessed the most powerful divine force. They could seize the sun and moon with a raise of their hands, making everyone's expressions change. Not even Golden Snake Fourth Lane June was an exception. You passed. The Copper Ant King backed up. Golden Snake Fourth Lane June and the others were all calm and cold. They were well-known figures. When the 4 great supreme beings worked together, who could contend against them? At this time, they didn't say anything. This was also a type of attitude. It could be considered that they acknowledged Yi Fan's supreme divine force. No one probed further. Yi Fan and several young supreme beings were competing against each other in the domain they were proficient in. With such power, there was no need to doubt his strength. Yi Fan ascended the divine altar and looked down below, announcing the rise of another supreme being. His status was acknowledged by the most powerful dozen or so individuals, and he was on par with them. He was revered by everyone below. It had to be said that not a single one of them had an undeserved reputation. They were all truly powerful. Divine race, holy blood, which one of them didn't make one tremble? If one wanted to kill any one of them, one had to pay a painful price in blood. If they weren't gods and devils, then they were holy spirits. It made one tremble in fear. At this moment, no one dared to challenge them. Pangbo walked up and also ascended the high and lofty divine altar, standing side by side with Yi Fan. Several cold snorts were immediately heard. The people below watched silently, not daring to provoke them. However, the people above didn't have any misgivings. Someone laughed coldly, killing intent surging. Aren't there a bit too many people on this platform? Not everyone can stand firm, and not everyone can enter the ancient mythological path. When Yi Fan heard this, he stared at him and coldly said, "That's right, there are a bit too many. How about I kill one and let Pangbo fill in?" Then, his eyes swept over a few people's bodies, staring at the blood beast. It was precisely the archaic vicious beast that challenged him first. "I'll do it myself." Pangbo spoke. He carelessly pointed forward, wanting to take the initiative to attack and challenge. "Forget it, there isn't much time left. Let's exchange earlier and gather 10 types of the most powerful ancient blood. I can't wait for the ancient tree of life." The extremely powerful god and devil descendant Xianxia spoke, stopping people from fighting again. Clearly, his words carried a lot of weight. Comparatively speaking, I'm more interested in the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era. I heard that there are a few creatures sitting cross-legged on it, entering the ancient path together with the coffin. Golden Snake San Langjun spoke. This caused Yi Fan's heart to tremble. There were creatures sitting cross-legged on that great emperor's coffin? This caused great waves to surge up in his heart. Is there anyone who wants to compete with us for the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era? Golden Snake San Langjun revealed a cruel smile as he swept his gaze over everyone. He was powerful and arrogant. He had massacred a region, causing everyone to feel apprehensive. Even the 10 or so young supreme beings felt restraining fear towards him. I'm also very interested in the ancient tree of life. Golden Snake San Langjun suddenly spoke. Before this, he had always kept his eyes closed. At this moment, 2 exceptionally sharp beams of golden light shot out, causing everyone to tremble involuntarily. The 10 or so young supreme beings were all extremely conceited. They naturally wouldn't shrink back, and they all snorted coldly one after another. "We'll meet on the ancient mythological path," Yi Fan coldly spoke. "That's right, there will definitely be a battle at that time." Everyone spoke one after another. On top of the towering altar, more than a dozen young supreme beings stood, each of them outstanding and outstanding. They were either capable of devouring the stars or suppressing the world, each of them extraordinary. Among them, there were divine spirits, descendants of ancient gods, bloodlines of gods, and even saint bloodlines. They came from different ancient realms, and they were all the strongest experts of their respective ancient paths. These people were all arrogant, conceited, and had the will of a great emperor. No one would lower their head to another. As fellow supreme beings of the younger generation, who would fear who? Xianxia, Shenlan, Yi Fan, Copper Ant King, Earth Corpse, Heaven-devouring ancient beast, all of them looked disdainfully at the crowd, none of them willing to retreat. "Let's exchange for the strongest ancient blood," said Gold-devouring beast. His entire body was cyan, and he was a metal ancient beast. He had a ferocious appearance and extremely powerful strength. Strands of multicolored light appeared on top of the altar. Everyone spread out their palms, revealing their respective collections. Immediately, a soaring blood aura surged out. There were more than 10 types of the strongest ancient blood, each of them represented a type of glory. In the past, they were peerless and powerful, causing the heavens and myriad realms to tremble. At this moment, the ancient blood aura surged out like smoke signals, shaking the starry sky. In Yi Fan's palm, there was a fist-sized mass of blood. It flickered with black light, accompanied by thunder and lightning. It was a majestic scene and overflowing blood aura. This was the blood refined from the 10,000 feet demon spider. Such a large ancient spider was at the Saint King realm, yet it could only refine a fist-sized mass of ancestral blood. One could imagine how terrifying its ancestor was. In Sangu's hand, there was a mass of blue blood. It was like a giant gem, blue like a dream, intoxicating the mind. This was a terrifying ancient blood that exuded an immortal power. And in gold-devouring beast's hand was a mass of silver blood. It was like a heavenly river, dripping down from the gaps of his fingers. It was extremely sacred and auspicious. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Forget about everything else, just the blood in their palms was enough to shock the world. They were all supreme ancient blood. In the ancient past, these ancient ancestors had once dominated the heavens and earth, able to fight against the gods. The 10,000 feet demon spider is a true ancient demon god. Unfortunately, only its descendants are left. There are no more pure-blooded ancient spiders. That blue blood belongs to an ancient phoenix. It's actually silver blood. Could it be extracted from a devil? Everyone knew that the blood in their hands was the result of purification. Nowadays, it was almost impossible to find pure-blooded creatures from those races. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for others to obtain it so easily. The most powerful ancient blood wasn't just an undeserved reputation. A few ancient ancestors had established an incomparably dazzling and glorious era. If this kind of race's blood was pure, they wouldn't have become prey. Only they had to hunt others. The second Langjun of the golden snake revealed a cruel smile and took out a white skull. It looked like a human skull, but upon closer inspection, it did not look like one. This skull was very rough. Its brow ridges, cheekbones, and mouth were all protruding. It was more like an ape than a real human. Pa! The golden snake's second Langjun patted the top of his skull, and bright blood immediately flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was pure white with a hint of gold, as if it was formed by the convergence of starlight. It was very dazzling. He opened his mouth and sucked some of the ancient blood into his mouth. He had an intoxicated expression on his face. The blood at the corner of his mouth and on his snow-white teeth was exceptionally frightening and somewhat frightening. This is the supreme ancestral blood of the Tongbi divine ape race. Legend has it that their ancestor was the most powerful divine monkey apart from the sacred battle ape and 6-eared macaque. It is not one of the 5 elements. Unfortunately, the sacred battle ape and 6-eared macaque have long gone extinct. The Tongbi divine ape's bloodline has long since become impure. The second Langjun sucked another mouthful of ape blood as if he was tasting the world's most delicious food. His cold eyes and expression of enjoyment made people shiver all over. The heaven-devouring ancient beast opened his palm, and a lump of green blood appeared. It was like a green ghost fire throbbing, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Some people recognized it and were overwhelmed with shock. This was the blood of a divine ghost. The earth corpse produced a piece of crystal with a streak of Buddha blood sealed within. It was golden and dazzling. This was left behind by his previous incarnation. Now, the blood within his body had long become black, becoming completely different. At the end of Shenlan's finger was a resplendent stellar river. There was a type of heaven-splitting aura. Strand after strand of primal chaos mist spread outwards, terrifying to the heavens. What? Everyone cried out in alarm, their faces full of shock. There was a crystal ball at the end of her finger. Within the blood sealed within, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, splitting heaven and earth. It was as if a world was evolving. Primal chaos mist curled about, vast and boundless. Could it be that this is primal chaos blood? Does this type of person exist in this world? Everyone was shocked, greatly moved. I've long heard that someone with primal chaos blood flowing through his body had previously appeared in the depths of the human ancient path. No wonder the god race's heavenly daughter wanted to walk the human ancient path. She was searching for that human. Could it be that he was killed by her? The primal chaos blood's appearance stirred up a huge commotion. Everyone sighed with emotion. This was a great golden age after all. Even the legendary primal chaos blood appeared. It truly made everyone feel shocked. I saw a creature that wasn't from the human race, nor was it from the god race. Its body only flowed with a thin amount of primal chaos blood. I've let you all down, Shenlan said. She killed a powerful humanoid creature, but it wasn't a true primal chaos bloodline. She refined its entire body's blood, but in the end, she only obtained an impure streak of primal chaos ancestral blood. The dozen or so young supreme beings displayed the most powerful ancient blood they hunted one after another. There was one similarity, and that was that they all extracted ancestral blood. No one had killed a creature with pure ancestral blood before, or else it would be hard to say who would kill who. There were some pure-blooded supreme beings among them, but not a single one of them offered their blood out of fear of others studying it and discovering their own secrets and weaknesses. Everyone exchanged blood. Every single drop was extremely precious, related to whether or not they could enter the mythological ancient path. The dozen or so young supreme beings on the divine altar all had serious expressions. In the end, only a portion of the fist-sized 10,000-legged spider's blood remained in Yifan's hand. He exchanged it for more than 10 types of similarly terrifying blood that flickered with all sorts of radiance. This kind of thing is a supreme treasure. If we bring it to the everlasting star region, we would definitely be able to research some great Tao law fragments and even extract some inheritances hidden within the blood. Yifan sighed. It was now too late to turn back. Their group left the True Phoenix building and began to make preparations for entering the mythological ancient path. Even more experts weren't willing to leave. The various experts didn't have the 10 strongest ancient blood, but they also wanted to enter the mythological ancient path. Right now, they could only rely on the dozen or so young supreme beings. The city was in a state of chaos. The various races were restless, and there were even bloody battles that broke out from time to time. The city wasn't peaceful at all. It isn't just the dozen or so young supreme beings that can enter the mythological ancient path. The Tyrant King, Fairy Xianxia, and Human King are all ranked on the divine altar, yet none of them appeared. It seems like they all have their own plans. Yifan spoke. With the appearance of 10 types of ancient blood, they could already advance. However, the various experts didn't act blindly without thinking and were still making preparations. Yifan and the others were naturally preparing for war as well. They did their best to investigate and seek confirmation, understanding the 9-layered coffin and the ancient tree of life from the mythological era. It was because these 2 items were of great importance. It was unknown how many pairs of eyes were watching them. If the news was false and this was a trap, the consequences would be unimaginable. It wasn't as if such things hadn't happened before. Back then, Imperial Prince Dao even killed the great sage Yan Qilin in the Everlasting Star region, causing the ancient prince of the Fire Qilin cavern to go crazy from agony. He was defeated and fled to eternity. Even now, his whereabouts were unknown. This matter, could it be related to Daoyi? Yifan mumbled to himself. The ancient tree of life was an undying medicine that Daoyi's father once possessed. It had a special meaning to him. Yifan seriously thought about it and felt that it had nothing to do with Daoyi. That person's personality wasn't one to brag about. Back then, it was only because he wanted to protect eternity that Daoyi acted viciously. Now, there was no need for him to offend so many young supreme beings. It can't be fake. There really is an ancient tree of life in this star region. In the legends, there was a native who grabbed a branch of the ancient tree of life and rushed out. His entire body was drenched in blood as he arrived on the golden ancient path. It has been confirmed that it was a newly broken branch from the mother tree. Pangbo reported. Yifan nodded and analyzed the situation together with Pangbo. They were sure that this wasn't a trap, and even if it was, they had enough trump cards to protect themselves and retreat. 10 types of ancient blood are needed to open the mythological ancient path. Is this true? Pangbo was doubtful. He thought of the light-shaking realm and felt a bit uneasy. Could it be that this person wanted to make a heaven-shocking move and devour 10 types of ancient blood? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. Longma quickly brought back news. He obtained confirmation from the human Tao protectors that the mythological ancient path really needed to be opened like this. Only by pouring various types of ancient blood on the sacrificial altar would one be able to step onto the path. Oh, it seems like there are no problems. Yifan's gaze was deep as he stared at the starry sky. He seriously pondered for a long time. As for the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era, they had long since verified it in the sea of consciousness of the 10,000 feet demonic spider. The demonic spider had personally seen the divine coffin from the 9 heavens enter this star region and had chased after it. The other young supreme beings also seriously sought confirmation and spent a great deal of effort. Even the most arrogant ones personally went to verify it. Such matters couldn't be careless. There couldn't be the slightest mistake. Gold-eating beast, Sangu, god race, heaven-devouring ancient beast, copper ant king, Holy Spirit, and the others all set off one after another. They had a large number of followers. These were all heroes who wanted to rely on them and follow them. The golden ancient city immediately became cold and cheerless. More than 80% of the people had already set off, entering the mythological ancient path and stepping into the most mysterious ancient region. Let's go, we should also move out. Yi Fan and the others confirmed that there was no mistake and walked towards the mythological altar. Only on the golden ancient road could there be this type of ancient altar. Currently, the number was extremely few and only a few were located in different golden ancient cities. The mythological altar seemed to be forged from the corpses of gods and devils. Its appearance was strange and there was actually a diagram of a fallen corpse engraved on it. Gods collapsed, blood flowed everywhere, the sun fell, the moon was destroyed, and the stars in the sky were shattered. On the ancient altar, this kind of diagram was horrifying and shocking. This was the first time Yi Fan and the others saw it. Time was like a blade. After such a long period of time, countless mottled traces were left behind on the ancient altar. When the 10 types of ancient blood scattered down, the ancient diagram engraved seemed to have life. The fallen corpses seemed to have revived, the gods howled, the sun was destroyed, and the stars sank. This was a type of terrifying scene that was boundless and boundless. With a rumbling sound, Yi Fan and the others didn't have time to look carefully. All of them disappeared from their original location and were teleported to the mythological ancient path by the ancient altar. They stepped into the most mysterious ancient region. It was too ancient. The mythological altar was already eroded by the wind. Cracks and broken patterns piled on top of each other, leaving behind mottled traces of great changes. It was about to be destroyed under the passage of time. Yi Fan left, but more than 10 types of ancient blood were still flowing. The most terrifying fluctuations were released from the hidden corpse diagram. Divine radiance poured down like a sea, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. All types of irregular scenes appeared in this place. Inside the hidden corpse diagram were gods and devils that constructed an altar. At this moment, radiance flourished, a rain of blood poured down, and chilly winds howled angrily. All types of ghostly wails and divine hell sounded. The hidden corpse diagram rotated, as if a true country of gods and devils had descended. The ancient altar took the initiative to absorb more than 10 types of the most powerful ancient blood. Meanwhile, the mythological ancients engraved on it corresponded with the ancient blood, becoming extremely resplendent. They rumbled and swayed, as if they were going to revive and walk out from the stone walls. This was a type of irregular scene that truly left one shaken. After who knew how much time had passed, this place calmed down, recovering the peace it had experienced for endless years. It was cold and cheerless, without a trace of sound. The cosmos was vast and boundless, dark and ice-cold. Yi Fan and the others entered an ancient region. This place was deathly still, without the slightest fluctuation of life. It was as if they had entered an ancient restricted region that had long been desolate for endless years. It was too quiet, unimaginably quiet. They could clearly hear the sounds of blood pounding against the walls of their blood vessels, as well as the movements of all types of internal organs. It was like the beating of drums. Yi Fan and the others were all on guard in the darkness. It was too dark, not even starlight could be seen. It was pitch black, so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. At this time only inspiration remained. Their eyes lost their use. Strand after strand of golden divine radiance extended out from Yi Fan's body in all directions. Dong, dong. An enormous heartbeat sounded, as if a giant that opened the sky had fallen here and was currently sleeping. Pang Bo, Longma, and the others stood side by side, feeling that this was outrageous. There was actually this type of rhythm in this endless darkness. It was truly strange. Yi Fan's body overflowed with strand after strand of golden threads, reaching into the depths of the endless darkness. This was the embodiment of his spiritual perception, able to see without limit. This was especially the case when a vertical eye appeared between his brows. This was the most powerful heavenly eye that appeared after his body's treasury was opened. It shot out a streak of blazing light, gazing into the cosmos. That is, Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. There was a huge corpse in front of him that was tens of thousands of meters long. That rumbling fluctuation was coming from that corpse. This is too scary. Could it be his heartbeat? After Peng Bo and the others got used to it, their spiritual senses almost scattered as they searched every direction. They found this huge ancient corpse. He was this tall, truly shocking everyone. One had to understand that this wasn't some magical projection world, nor was it an irregular phenomenon, but rather a true body. This was left behind from who knew how many years ago. The entire body was icy cold as it floated in the lonely universe, still emitting an aura that made people tremble. That's impossible. Judging from his clothes, he's at least a creature from the primordial times. How could he have the sound of a heartbeat? Even Longma felt unnatural and his heart palpitated. Crash! Suddenly, a heaven-rending and earth-rending fluctuation swept over, making this place extremely dangerous. It was like a raging wave beating against the shore, pulling the huge corpse to the darkest place. Yi Fan and the others also lost control of their bodies as they rushed forward. It was as if there was a sea eye there that could swallow the heaven and earth, sucking in all matter. They finally saw clearly that they were at the edge of a huge black hole and were about to be sucked in. There was a wave of scorching heat that wanted to break them down and smelt them. Retreat quickly. Yi Fan took the lead and rushed into the distance. This huge black hole could swallow all things and destroy everything. Moreover, it was emitting a type of ancient demonic power. That 10,000-meter-long corpse silently entered the black hole. Its posture had never changed since ancient times, as if it was sleeping. Thump, thump, a terrifying heartbeat sounded, making people feel that it was unimaginable. Could it be that there was still life? Rise! Yi Fan and the others rushed out of the black hole at the last moment and arrived at a safe enough area. He circulated the army's secret art and restrained that huge corpse, wanting to bring it out together with him. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Most of the corpse had already fallen into the cosmic sea. The darkness was boundless and couldn't be seen. Only an arm flew out. The giant corpse had actually been split into pieces a long time ago. Before his death in the distant past, he forcefully pieced the various parts of his body together. Thump, thump, perhaps it isn't his heart. I vaguely saw a divine drum ringing within his body. Yi Fan explained. Longma, the golden lion, the nine-tailed crocodragon, the heavenly scorpion, the black bear saint and the others swarmed over, surrounding that several thousand-meter-long arm. Back then, this ancient body was dismembered by someone. This arm was hacked off with a single sword strike, and the ends were flat. Now, there were actually strands of sword chi shooting out. This was shocking. At the very least, it was a battle before the archaic era. Now, the order of the Tao laws still hadn't completely dispersed. This was a great sage. It was unknown what race he was from, but he was exceptionally powerful. Back then, he might have caught a glimpse of Quasi-Emperor's doorstep. Otherwise, his corpse wouldn't have existed until now. After such an endless amount of time had passed, the spiritual essence within his body actually hadn't scattered. It was clear that this was a formidable individual. He cultivated a type of secret technique that allowed his body to be torn apart and sealed his body's essence blood. At the very least, over 1,000,000 years had passed. Even though some of his essence had leaked out, his blood essence was still stronger than all the saints and was comparable to a peak stage Saint King. We've struck it rich. This arm's blood is incomparably tyrannical, and its essence energy is at the peak of the Saint King realm. It's enough for us to refine ancient blood. Longma, the Black Bear Saint and the others cried out loudly. All of them were incomparably excited. The 12 saints walked the same path and refined their own essence blood. They were either evolving into true dragons or their respective ancient ancestors. To them, this was a great fortune. In the following months, the lightning tribulation raged unceasingly. A huge arm that was several thousand meters long contained too much essence blood. It was speculated that it might be a mutant god or devil. The 12 saints had obtained great benefits, this was just an interlude. They officially entered the ancient mythological path and explored this desolate cosmos. They searched for the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era and the ancient tree of life. However, the cosmos was too vast. Their search was like a few specks of dust drifting in the vast ocean. It was simply impossible to search the entire ancient region. Unless the ancient emperors came back to life, an individual was simply too insignificant in comparison to a star region. This was a desolate world. Let alone the ancient tree of life, even Sangu, the earth corpses, the holy spirits, the gold-eating beasts, the god race, and the others had disappeared without a trace. A large number of cultivators sought refuge with them, but they were also nowhere to be seen. Yifan was somewhat restless. He was afraid that something might happen. They had already been in the ancient mythological region for a few months, but they hadn't even seen a single living creature. A huge monument towering into the cosmos. It's actually so huge. On this day, they finally discovered something astonishing. There was a huge stone monument in the starry sky ahead. It simply couldn't be described with the word majestic. It wasn't 10 meters, 300 meters, or 3,000 meters, but several tens of thousands of miles tall. It was comparable to an ancient star and was even larger than many planets. It towered there like a boundary monument, majestic and simple. There were a few ancient characters on it. Even after endless years had passed, there was still a type of great Tao ancient charm that resonated with people. This was a boundary monument, and there was a serious warning on it. Up ahead was the mythological ancient hunting region. There were many terrifying creatures roaming about, and once one crossed this boundary, there might be a fatal disaster. What archaic divine text? I understand now. To be more precise, it should be the ancient text of the mythological era, abbreviated as divine text. Yifan stared at the ancient characters on the boundary monument and said to himself. They stepped into this ancient region and immediately sensed a strange atmosphere. It was no longer so desolate, and there were actually strands of life fluctuations. No way, could it be that there is an ancient star with life? Pangbo was excited. However, after advancing a certain distance, their expressions suddenly changed. There were indeed life fluctuations, but how was this some ancient star? There were only some broken arms and limbs, as well as large amounts of bloodstains. A massacre had happened here, and a large number of cultivators were wiped out. Moreover, it shouldn't have happened too long ago. It should have happened in the recent half a month. So many years have passed, yet there are still creatures in the mythological hunting region. What are they? Could it be that they roam the starry skies normally? The golden lion was puzzled. Be careful, this ancient hunting region is really strange. There are powerful creatures residing here, and they might have sensed our arrival. Yifan reminded. It's here. These things have smelled our blood energy. The black bear saint shouted and reminded everyone. A silver light rushed over from his direction. It was like a python, but also like a great white shark. It tore apart the cosmos, leaving behind a blazing white light as it rushed over. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Each of them was as sharp as a sword, and they were over a meter long. It was so cold that it was terrifying. This was actually a creature that resembled both a fish and a python. Its entire body was covered in silvery white scales that flickered with splendor. It was over 30 meters long, and the stench of blood overflowed the skies. Bang! Pangbo took action and smashed this creature with a single slap, turning it into a bloody mess. But his expression soon changed. There was a dense group of flickering silver light in the distance as a group of terrifying fish pythons rushed over. How strange. This is a starry sky without any grass or trees. How can there be such a group of powerful creatures roaming about? As expected of a mythological ancient hunting region. Yifan frowned and felt somewhat uneasy. This was like a group of piranhas. One wasn't much, but with so many of them, they could definitely pose a certain threat after a long time. Let's go. They left this place and turned into several beams of light as they rushed into the distance. Behind them, there was an overwhelming number of silvery scales that drowned out the starry skies as they chased after them. Half a month later, Pang Bo, the black bear saint, the scorpion, and the others were cursing repeatedly. These silver creatures were truly the most docile. They had encountered even more terrifying creatures in the depths of the ancient hunting region and had to fight them every day. In just half a month, their group had fought against at least dozens of tyrannical ancient creatures. Comparatively speaking, the silver fish from before weren't considered much. Careful, several crocodile sharks have appeared. Yi Fan reminded. These behemoths all had ferocious appearances. Their bodies were covered in golden blue scales and their blood chi was monstrous. They had the bodies of crocodiles and the heads of sharks. Their bodies were covered in scales that flickered with cold light. These behemoths were particularly powerful. They had all reached the Saint King realm and were several minor realms higher than Yi Fan's group. Yi Fan and the others were unafraid, but they didn't dare to be careless. This place couldn't bear to see blood. As long as they killed a creature, the smell of blood would inevitably attract many ancient beasts. Something's wrong. This is a barren star field with no ancient life. How do the creatures here survive? Where did they come from? Pang Bo was puzzled. Let's leave this place first, Yi Fan said. Yi Fan said. In the mythological ancient hunting zone, the best choice was to avoid killing. If not, the ancient creatures that appeared would be even more terrifying. Once, they all felt the aura of the great sage. He was the king of this ancient domain. If they really ran into him, there would definitely be great trouble. Hong Long, in the distance, several black creatures appeared, every single one of them 2,000 zhang in length. They looked like killer whales, but they were covered in scales that flickered with dark light. Their killing intent became even stronger. Motherfucker, did we enter an ocean region or did we enter outer space? Pang Bo cursed. Kill, 8 or 9 days later, they went even further. From time to time, they saw ancient creatures and fought great battles. Moreover, right at this time, they heard shouts of war shaking the heavens. They discovered a large group of cultivators that were currently fighting intensely against all types of beasts. No. Pooh. Blood splashed out, miserable cries sounded continuously. This was a great chaotic battle. All types of ancient beasts moved about. An ancient holy king with a dragon's body and tiger sharks had released dark light. It carried out a bloodbath, killing many experts. The ones who died were all cultivators that entered the ancient domain from Golden City. Blood beast, this fella encountered something vicious. He's being chased by a heavenly king realm fish python. Pang Bo laughed loudly. In the distance, the young supreme being blood beast encountered great trouble. There was a peak stage holy king realm silver fish python that was about to become a large success. It was 50,000 zhang in length and continuously chased after him. The earth corpse is also there, but it was stopped by a black tortoise. It can't escape. Yi Fan's eyes were sharp. A black tortoise was like a small mountain. There were grooves on its black hard shell that looked like 8 trigrams. Strands of divine radiance shone from it. Its cultivation was deep and immeasurable, almost freezing the earth corpse in place. The two fought intensely. Even the powerful earth corpse was only evenly matched. It couldn't kill the black tortoise at all. The god race has also arrived. Longma said. He stared in another direction. There, Shunlan's entire body shone. She fought a bloody battle against many ancient beasts. There were corpses everywhere beneath her feet. The beautiful blood made her seem even more extraordinary. She was like a deity that descended into this world. Hong Long, Yi Fan and the others also suffered attacks. They were close to this battlefield, so they couldn't avoid becoming targets of attacks. A great python that was as thick as a mountain flicked out its tongue. It coiled around a giant meteorite and looked down on them. Its aura was terrifying. It was definitely a well-known figure among holy kings. Something's not right. Even if this is the ancient mythological hunting region, there shouldn't be so many creatures here. After all these years, what did they rely on to survive? Humans, do you people also wish to head to the other side of the legends? This giant python asked in a dignified voice. I don't understand what you are saying. We are just passing by. We don't want to fight with you. Pangbo roared. He didn't want to get caught up in a bloody battle. There really is a big one coming. It's the great sage. He's definitely the king of this ancient hunting region. Lama cried out. He sensed a terrifying aura. Before this, they had almost collided, but they just avoided it. At this time, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Countless ancient beasts retreated and opened up a path. An ancient flood dragon appeared. It was only 1 zhang in length, but it possessed a terrifying might. It stood on the head of an ancient beast that was several thousand zhang in length and emitted heaven-overflowing might. Golden Snake 4th Langjun is in big trouble. Pangbo said. The 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race were too powerful. They slaughtered until a sea of blood overflowed the heavens and corpses piled up like mountains. In the end, they were targeted by the king of the ancient hunting region. This was a 3,000 zhang tall black tiger, its entire body as if it was dyed in ink, black to a terrifying degree. It was so huge that it was like a black mountain towering there. This was in existence at the peak of the Holy King Peak, and it was very likely that he would take the crucial step and transform into a true great sage. A black gale blew past, and it was as if a heaven-overflowing mist had submerged it. Its power was astonishing, yet it was only a mount. On its gigantic head, there was a wyrm that was around 10 feet long. Its body was gray in color and didn't have much luster. However, it had a sense of majesty that looked down upon the ancient hunting area. This was a flood dragon. It didn't have a thick body, and it was like an ancient tree trunk. It was bold and simple, and it emitted a type of great might. Its eyes were very frightening as it stared at Xianxia. It was like an aloof ancient god looking down on its own people, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Although it was only 10 feet long, it was a great sage. Its body was erect, and its tail was touching the ground. It stood on the mountain like Black Tiger's head, making people feel intimidated. The clouds follow the dragon, the wind follows the tiger. The combination of the flood dragon and the tiger possessed an aura that caused the experts of the entire star field to tremble. Clouds and mist surged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, shaking the entire ancient starry sky. One couldn't help but say that the Golden Snake 4th Gentleman was truly very powerful. As he advanced, it was unknown how many creatures he had killed in the mythological ancient hunting zone. Corpses and bones were everywhere as he advanced while bathed in blood. Right now, their expressions were grave. When faced with the great sage, even the most powerful young supreme beings had to back off. There was a great secret realm between them, a difference that was extremely difficult to overcome. The Golden Snake bloodline actually still exists in this world, the descendants of the ancient divine flying serpent. Their ancestral blood can stand side by side with the true dragon, said the gray flood dragon. Its eyes lacked luster, but they were extremely deep, making one tremble. Everyone was shocked. The Golden Snake bloodline's origins were astonishing after all. They were the descendants of the divine flying serpent, so no wonder they were so powerful. The Golden Snake 4th Langjun looked indifferent. At this moment, he had transformed into his true form, which was only about 3 meters long. His entire body seemed to be made of gold, and his tail was on the ground as he stood up. The 4 of you have committed too many crimes. You massacred the ancient hunting ground and killed my people. You must be severely punished. The gray flood dragon wasn't very old and was in the prime of his life. He was much younger than the Tao protectors on the ancient road of the human race. When he spoke, there was a terrifying majesty to him. Rumble, the 3,000 feet tall black tiger roared like a mountain crashing down. The sound was deafening, and the starry sky shattered as it charged towards the 4 young Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan. Above its head, the 1 zhang long gray flood dragon also released waves of ancient ripples, suppressing forward. This was the great sage's aura and killing intent, intimidating everyone. However, the Golden Snake 4th Langjun was truly heaven-defying. The 4 golden snakes all shot out like lightning, transforming into golden bolts of lightning that left their original spots and appeared in the distant sky. Even the great sage's peerlessly terrifying aura couldn't suppress them. They landed on the ground with their snake tails. Their bucket-thick golden bodies were filled with a powerful feeling of power. They were like 4 golden divine spears standing upright as they stared at the gray flood dragon with cold eyes. San Longjuan's expression was cold as he said, "The snake and the flood dragon are relatives. Are you really going to make things difficult for us? Killing my people in the ancient domain under my rule, you must be severely punished," the gray flood dragon said. This time, he personally took action, reaching out a large gray claw. It immediately enveloped heaven and earth, covering the universe. The entire starry sky was trembling, as if a true dragon had descended into the world. With a flip of its body, it could destroy the ancient universe. The 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan were used to being domineering. Even when they encountered the great sage, they didn't want to lower their heads. They wanted to face him head-on and fight with all their might. It could be seen how terrifying they were. The 4 golden snake bodies shone brilliantly, and a formation diagram appeared above their heads. The simple and unadorned formation diagram carried a dangerous aura. Then, strands of chaotic aura fell from all of them. The formation diagram rotated and shook in all 4 directions. The chaotic aura that fell down protected them below. Even the great sage's flood dragon claw couldn't break through. This result made everyone's hair stand on end. Regardless of whether it was the ancient beasts in the mythical hunting area or the various challengers, they were all terrified. The 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan were domineering and ruthless. As expected, they had the capital to be arrogant. They dared to challenge the great sage. If it was someone else who would dare to do so, the gray flood dragon was in the prime of his life. It hadn't been many years since he entered the great sage's domain. He wasn't someone that a saint king could compare to. He had absolute dominance, but at this moment, he couldn't kill the 4 golden snakes. The entire starry sky trembled, and many ancient beasts revealed expressions of disbelief. Roar, the 3,000-meter-long black tiger roared. It bore the wrath of its master and pounced forward. The sky shook and the earth trembled. Black mist filled the sky. The light in the gray flood dragon's eyes was like silk. It turned into fine lines and burst forth. They were exceptionally sharp, and like rays of sword radiance, they crossed the sky and left the tiger's head. His true body descended to suppress the 4 golden snakes. Boom! On the head of the golden snake 4th Langjun, the 4-corner formation diagram trembled. Its aura flourished even more, and at this moment, it emitted a blazing light. 10,000 murderous auras burst forth, and the shadows of ancient gods shot out. They were flying snakes. They launched a counterattack against the robust great sage, fighting to the end. This was a type of terrifying arrogance. They didn't shrink back even after encountering this type of ancient beast king, daring to fight against it. The 4-corner formation diagram merged into one. It was like a flying snake, its radiance endless as it tore apart the starry sky. Many ancient beasts and challengers suffered disaster, immediately turning into a bloody paste. The gray flood dragon actually couldn't break through, and instead encountered great trouble. The merged flying snake diagram continuously swept out with immortal light, threatening even him. Xing sounds rang through the air. Everyone understood that this formation diagram was no small matter. It was definitely an unmatched secret treasure that possessed great power. It could contend against the great sage, forcing him to back off. The golden snake 4th Langjun was too powerful. The 4 golden snakes merged with the formation diagram, swirling with chaotic energy. The great sage couldn't take it down in a short amount of time, and the bloody battle continued without end. These 4 snakes are truly powerful. Together with that formation diagram, even the gray flood dragon that had just entered the great sage realm is struggling. The outcome is hard to predict. Pangbo revealed a serious expression. At this time, the other battlefields also underwent shocking changes. The battle between the Earth Corpse and the Black Tortoise became more and more intense. Several streaks of black blood splashed out from its body, and the wounds were extremely deep. The Black Tortoise was extremely powerful, and its cultivation realm was higher than his. Moreover, it possessed innate divine abilities. The 8 trigrams diagram on the tortoise shell was the result of its entire life's efforts. It was sparkling and translucent, and the radiance it emitted could stabilize the universe and destroy all living things. Dang, the Earth Corpse opened its mouth and spat out a small black bell. It rang out in a drawn-out manner, and its entire body was pitch black. There was a horrifying aura being emitted from it, as if it was an underworld artifact dug out from a mass grave. This kind of sound was too terrifying. It directly shook people until their souls left their bodies, and their divine consciousness flames were extinguished. Their flesh became rootless duckweed. This was simply a death knell. The black tortoise trembled. It was caught unprepared, and its primordial spirit left its body on the spot. This was forcefully shaken out, and the 8 trigrams divine light immediately dimmed. Dang, the black bell enlarged, reaching over 10,000 zhang in height. It surrounded the cosmos and released strand after strand of terrifying divine waves, directly opening the gates of hell. The black tortoise released a miserable cry. Its primordial spirit was shattered by the bell waves, and only its flesh was left behind. It was collected by the earth corpse and refined into an ancient artifact. The situation reversed, and victory and defeat were immediately decided. Everyone was stupefied, and then they all revealed chills. What kind of magical artifact was this? The earth corpse had an unbreakable body, and it even grasped an ancient bell that specialized in killing primordial spirits. It made even young supreme beings feel restraining fear. A sudden attack, anyone would be horrified. This bell is extremely unordinary. It descends upon one's soul, and is known as the Great Death Knell since ancient times. Yi Fan said with a sunken voice. He felt that this was the result of a Buddhist magical artifact becoming demonized. If the earth corpse was the disciple of the Amitabha Buddha, then this magical artifact might have received the nourishment of the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor's energy back then. Now that it had completely transformed into a demon, it was hard to say just how terrifying it was. In the distance, miserable cries rose and fell. The god race woman, Shenlan, also slaughtered out a bloody path. Her body erupted with endless light as she broke out of the encirclement, sweeping through everything in her path. However, even more ancient beasts rushed over, and there was no lack of heavenly king-level experts among them, which were existences at the peak of Saint King level. This place was in chaos. Blood splashed everywhere, and the chaotic battle was bitter. A total of 11 or 12 young supreme beings were trapped here, all of them fighting while bathed in blood. Only now did everyone clearly see their true strength. All of them were incomparably terrifying, and they all had powerful trump cards. Hiss hiss, that giant snake that was as thick as a mountain finally took action against Pang Bo, and it even dragged Longma and the others into it. Shouts of war shook the heavens. Yi Fan was also surrounded and attacked. Even more ancient beasts appeared, 4 dragon sharks, 6 great pythons, and 8 ancient flood dragons. All of them could intimidate a region, and they led an army of ancient beasts that covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged over. Moreover, there were even more archaic species that appeared from time to time, wishing to massacre this place. Where did they come from? What did they rely on to survive in this desolate cosmos? This was the question in everyone's mind. This place was known as the Legend Ancient Hunting Region. Who was the one that named it? Was it the venerable Emperor of Ancient Heaven, or was it the deities? Could it be that this really was the hunting ground of the most powerful individuals of the legendary era? Suddenly, a strand of heavenly sound rang out. Golden ripples spread out one after another, continuously spreading. When the ancient beasts saw this, they quickly retreated like a tide. Legend Permitha. Everyone heard the roars of ancient beasts. The starry sky calmed down. The heavenly sound continued. There was a Dao platform up ahead that had many mottled traces left behind. This was an ancient platform from the legendary era, and it was the heavenly sound it released. This is a divine altar used to transmit information. After the god race's heavenly daughter Shenlan carefully examined it, she recognized its origins and explained its use. There was nothing to delay. Everyone chased after it. The ancient beast army didn't enter the realm gate and began to move. They were moving in an incredibly hurried manner, and there were quite a few strange beasts that were left behind. Unfortunately, their levels weren't high enough. They only knew that the mythical Permitha needed to be worshipped, that it was a place close to deities. They couldn't accurately describe it, and they didn't understand its past. Only those with great divine abilities could approach. Normal ancient beasts could only watch from the distance. The young supreme beings chased after it, all of them moving through the void one after another. They appeared in another starry sky, quickly approaching an ancient land. There was an expanse of reefs there that were arranged in the void. Many ancient beasts surged forward, but in the end, they all stopped. Only the most powerful commanders and monarchs could approach. At this moment, Golden Snake Fourth Gentleman, Heaven-Swallowing Beast, Earth Corpse, God Race, and Holy Spirit all arrived. They were shaken up at the same time, because they sensed a type of exceptionally terrifying aura. This was like an island reef in the gods' forbidden sea. When one stood here, they could hear the great Tao sound. It was incomparably mysterious, all types of immortal splendor scattering down. Divine Python, Dragon Shark, Ancient Flood Dragon, and other commanders appeared. They looked towards the reef, staring at the mythical shore, their eyes full of desire and expectation. Suddenly, a dim figure appeared, taking form on the island reef. It could be said to be the embodiment of the great Tao, suppressing the wrist-bone clear sky. He was too indistinct, impossible to see clearly at all. Following his appearance, heaven and earth rumbled, all Tao resonating. A few ancient medicines appeared in the void, descending towards the many ancient beasts. Where did they come from? No one saw them clearly, feeling like they appeared out of thin air. Meanwhile, right at this moment, sparkling leaves fluttered down one after another, full of the most astonishing life aura. It was as if there was a sea of divine force. These are the leaves of the ancient life tree. Yi Fan's pupils rapidly contracted. Who was that indistinct figure on the island reef? It was actually this terrifying. Following his appearance, leaves from the ancient life tree would fall? That was but an undying divine medicine. The young supreme beings were all stupefied. No wonder there were so many ancient beasts. For this type of heaven-defying immortal medicine to fall from the mythical shore, it was naturally worth protecting, drawing over large amounts of powerful ancient beasts. What is going on? All of the ancient beasts were raised here by someone? This was a mythical ancient hunting ground, ancient beasts gathered here, so there was naturally a need to feed them. Could it be that it had always been like this since the ancient times? Every so often, there would be ancient divine medicines that would fall. The mythical shore, a land close to deities, was mysterious after all, truly shocking. In the dusky cosmos, an expanse of islands floated indistinctly. They had existed since ancient times, difficult to approach. Was this the other shore of the ancient legend domain? Only the faint light of the stars scattered down, unable to illuminate its entirety. The figure on the island was indistinct, almost indistinct. Who was he? Why was he here? When facing him, everyone felt reverence, as if they were facing an undying ancient deity. Even their bones were trembling, wishing to kneel down. On the island, the indistinct figure's surroundings resonated, heavenly sounds deafening. It was as if a Tao ancestor was explaining the Tao of heaven and earth, explaining the undying secrets of the monk. This person's level was immeasurable, making one's soul tremble. Even someone as powerful as the Golden Snake Fourth Lang Jun didn't say a word, quietly watching from the distance. The God Race, Heaven-Swallowing Beast, Holy Spirit, Gold-Eating Beast, Earth Corpses, and others were all silent, calmly watching from the side. Who exactly was this person? He was too mysterious, a medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. The skies were sparkling and brilliant, ancient medicines falling from time to time. Yi Fan unfolded his palm, and a stalk of purple cloud vine that was 20,000 years old flew over. Purple mist rose from it as it appeared in his palm. This is a bit inconceivable, too strange. Where did this medicinal herb come from? Why would it continuously fall from the sky? Where did it originate from? Pangbo searched with his powerful spiritual senses, but he couldn't find anything. The most brilliant medicinal herb was naturally the ancient tree of life's leaves. They were sparkling and surging with spiritual essence, making the dark cosmos gradually brighten. They turned into a rain of light, landing in the void, triggering a huge commotion. The ancient beast overlords, commanders, and monarchs all fought over them, fighting with their lives on the line. Blood splashed everywhere. Forget about them, even Longma joined in. There were several dozen ancient Tree of Life leaves in total, every single one a treasure. The radiance they released was extremely shocking. Pangbo took action, blasting aside an ancient beast overlord that rushed at him. He was about to obtain a resplendent leaf. Suddenly, a large blood-red hand slapped over. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, and a sea of blood surged. "You dare?" Pangbo released a light shout. He was attacked by a young supreme being blood beast, fighting over this immortal leaf. Pung, the two clashed palms, erupting with brilliant radiance. This place was immediately torn apart, completely shattered. The blood fiend did not linger because he knew that apart from Pang Bo, Yi Fan might be even more terrifying. He charged past him. Pang Bo reached out to grab the leaf, wanting to take it for himself. Even though the blood beast flew out, its body was like a bottomless pit, absorbing essence energy from all directions, wishing to seize all types of ancient medicines and immortal leaves. In the palm of the blood beast was a very small ancient basin. Although it was only 3 inches tall, it could swallow anything. It was extremely terrifying. It was deliberately ancient, and there were 2 words engraved on it in primordial divine script: treasure gathering. This was a treasure-gathering ancient basin. Even though it wasn't an emperor artifact, it was still extremely mysterious. It could loot all enemies' weapons, magical treasures, and other things, making it impossible for one to defend against it. Damn it! Pang Bo shouted angrily. The leaf was just about to fall into his hands, but it flew away again, rushing towards the treasure basin. It wasn't that he wasn't a match for it, but that this treasure made him feel helpless. A light shout sounded from Yi Fan's mouth. He quickly took action, circulating the army formula. His entire body released strands of divine splendor, as if there was an invisible hand pulling the treasure basin. The immortal leaf flew backwards, retreating from the edge of the treasure basin. Moreover, a light cry sounded from within the basin. 2 extremely powerful divine artifacts trembled and were forcefully seized. The blood beast roared, his eyes flourishing with vicious light. This was truly trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. This was the first time someone seized his treasures instead. Chang, even the treasure-gathering ancient basin began to tremble, almost seized by Yi Fan. However, the blood beast was ultimately extraordinary and extremely powerful. His palm flickered with radiance, forcefully putting away the ancient basin. Hong Long, suddenly, the island emitted an ancient aura that shook the entire starry sky. Except for a few divine leaves of the ancient tree of life, most of them turned into a rain of light and circled around that blurry figure. None of the heroes dared to move recklessly. Dao sounds rang out continuously. That indistinct figure chanted sutras, rumbling through heaven and earth, expounding on the wondrous principles of the heavens. It moved everyone, gradually becoming intoxicated. He understands the Azure Emperor's ancient scriptures? Pang Bo's heart jumped violently. He was incomparably shocked. He heard the Azure Emperor's wondrous method, the Demon Emperor's ancient scriptures' true meaning. He listened attentively. At the same time, the god race's Shenlan, the golden snake race's 4 Langjuns, the archaic demonic god's descendants Sanggu and the others all revealed expressions of shock. They also heard the essence of the scriptures they cultivated and carefully comprehended it. In reality, it wasn't only them. Everyone was like this, including many ancient beast overlords. Even the densely packed ancient creatures that didn't have the qualifications to come closer were listening to the Tao sounds from the distance, comprehending their own methods. He is chanting my scriptures? Yi Fan revealed an astonished expression. This didn't make sense and shouldn't be possible. His scriptures were self-created and hadn't been circulated in the world yet, so how could this person know of it? He immediately understood from Pang Bo, Longma, and the others' expressions that this person was chanting a general true meaning of the Great Tao, allowing everyone to comprehend their own methods. This was truly an incredible method. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it heaven-defying. This was definitely the embodiment of one's cultivation reaching the pinnacle. Otherwise, how could it be like this? At this time, even the robust great sage grey flood dragon appeared. He stood not far away and listened attentively. His entire body shone as he comprehended his own Tao. Sanggu, Earth Corpse, Copper Ant King, Heaven-swallowing ancient beast and the others awakened one after another. Just like Yi Fan, they understood this profound mystery and were all shaken. It wasn't without reason that so many ancient beasts gathered under this starry sky. Not only would ancient medicines fall from time to time, there would also be people explaining the great Tao for them to comprehend. The other shore of the gods, once reached, can see the gods. After endless years, immortal medicines have begun to fall from time to time. Is this proof that the gods are about to awaken and want to see us? The ancient beast overlords muttered to themselves. They stared at the indistinct figure on the island and carefully comprehended the great Tao comprehension. This place is mysterious after all. It has existed since ancient times and has many mysteries. Pang Bo had long woken up as well. He was still comprehending the Tao, but he wasn't as shocked as before. He was chatting with Yi Fan. The dozen or so young supreme beings were all suspicious. They felt like this place was shrouded in layers of mist. Everyone released their divine senses, yet they couldn't find anything. Where exactly did the ancient medicines and other things fall from? After who knew how much time had passed, the figure on the island disappeared. The scripture sound stopped, and peace was restored between heaven and earth. Several dozen immortal leaves flew in all directions, triggering a bloody battle. This was an intense great battle. Regardless of whether it was the overlords, the great sage grey flood dragon, or the unmatched heavenly geniuses like Fourth Gentleman Golden Snake, they were all fighting over it. Pang Bo, Longma, and the others seized a few medicinal herbs. They already withdrew, not wishing to participate too much. Fighting a bloody battle wasn't their true goal for coming here. Yi Fan held a leaf between his fingers. He carefully sensed it, confirming that it was undoubtedly a leaf from the ancient life tree. It was because he had obtained it before an eternal ancient star domain. Of course, that was a leaf that had been broken off from the mother plant for many years, while this was a new leaf that had just fallen from the tree. He could clearly feel the difference between the two. Yi Fan muttered to himself, "We're close to our goal. The so-called ancient tree should be on the other shore." Blood rained down, corpses piled up into mountains, and ancient beasts went berserk. Many overlords descended to participate in this great battle. Apart from the grey flood dragon, there were still a few other terrifying beasts of this level in the ancient hunting area. Fourth Gentleman Golden Snake, Sangu, Earth Corpses, and Shenlong of the God Race had no choice but to retreat. This was a divine land that had existed since ancient times. It was a place where the endless ancient beast army obtained great benefits. How could they tolerate outsiders encroaching on it? They united against the outsiders and chased after them. Along the way, the young supreme beings were forced to join hands from time to time. They killed a few overlords and finally understood many secrets. The beasts were protecting the mythical shore according to the ancient teachings. They would obtain great benefits after a certain period of time. The ancient hunting area, the livestock, the divine shore, these were all interdependent and not independent. This was an important Taoist land. The existence of the mythical shore attracted many ancient beast monarchs to pay their respects. The island was a bridge to communicate with the dwelling of the gods. According to legend, there was a divine sea here. Once crossed, it meant that one had obtained the recognition of the heaven and earth and could see the gods and great emperors. The other shore of the sea was a place that all living beings yearned for. Why don't I see the sea? Pang Bo was puzzled. This was because the memories found in the head of the overlord showed that all the ancient medicines and immortal leaves floated over from the other shore of the sea. They were things bestowed by the gods. The sea of bitterness does not appear. Only those who are recognized by the gods can see it. To cross the sea and successfully reach the other shore requires even greater fortune. The grey flood dragon, the great sage, and the ancient beast overlords are all waiting for such an opportunity, said Yi Fan. After understanding more, he revealed a look of contemplation. In reality, not to mention the grey flood dragon, even their ancestors and the many beast monarchs that appeared in the ancient hunting area over the years had never reached the other shore of the sea. In addition, Yi Fan obtained a shocking piece of news from the sea of consciousness of this overlord. Many ancient beasts in the ancient hunting area saw a divine coffin that crossed the sea of bitterness and arrived at the other shore. The ancient tree of life is on the other shore, and the ancient coffin has also crossed. It seems that we have to cross the sea. But how can we see the sea? Yi Fan pondered. This was clearly the starry sky of the universe. How could there be a vast divine sea? This was illogical. How could they see it? How could they cross it? Not long ago, a crazy creature rushed out from the other shore where the gods live. It was holding a branch of the ancient tree of life in its hand. Unfortunately, it couldn't stop it and disappeared. Yi Fan and the others obtained this piece of news, which once again confirmed the rumors in the City of Gold. Now, the Grey Flood Dragon and the other beast monarchs were using this as an excuse to cross the sea to the other shore. A bloody battle lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. At this point, the ancient medicines and immortal leaves were divided and the curtains were drawn. Yi Fan and the others waited for the storm to pass before returning to the reef island. They carefully studied everything here, understood the other shore, searched for the Sea of Bitterness, and speculated what exactly that blurry figure was. It looks like an incarnation of an ancient emperor. That kind of power isn't something ordinary people can compare to, said Pangbo. You're right. That is a celestial being from the era of legends. The reef here is his Tao platform, a place for him to comprehend the Tao. He left behind indelible Tao marks. The goddess of the god race, Shenlan, appeared. She had also returned. The god race had many records regarding the gods. Naturally, there was no lack of the celestial being from the era of legends. She used everything here to guess the identity of that blurry figure. If my suspicions aren't wrong, there really is a Sea of Bitterness here, one set up for the deities. It is extremely difficult to cross, and on the other side of the sea, there should be an ancient star with life. Shenlan gave this type of inference. According to what she said, that ancient star belonged to the era of legends and was isolated from the outside world. It might contain an enormous secret that had never been discovered by the outside world since ancient times. That place was most likely extremely important. Otherwise, the reef where celestial being comprehended the Tao wouldn't be used as a bridge and as a shore. The fog in Yi Fan and the others' hearts was blown away a little. However, they also had more questions. Could it be that there really were gods residing on the other shore and they were still alive in this world? Based on this, they deduced many things. The mythical hunting area was set up by the gods of the other shore to protect this place. And the ancient medicines and divine leaves that fell from the sky were used to feed these ancient beasts so that they wouldn't leave. With such a great investment, we might be able to meet the gods. Pangbo was astonished. The other shore was a place that truly existed. It wasn't something fabricated or imagined. It was rumored that deities resided here, and there were records of some ancient races. In the following 2 months, this starry sky wasn't peaceful. Great battles broke out from time to time, and the withering of life and splattering of blood became the cheapest performances. Under the stimulation of this type of law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak and the cultivators of this world working hard to achieve the Tao, as well as the shocking news that they might be able to see deities, all types of creatures fought bloody battles and schemes to cross the sea. This was an era that made people go crazy and sad. Revelry and sad songs played out at the same time, like moths flying into a flame. Were they on the path to immortality, or were they listening to their own funeral songs? They couldn't extricate themselves and were close to going mad. Perhaps the meaning of life was precisely because of this persistence and beauty. There had never been an era like this before, where so many heavenly geniuses rose up. If it was in the past, they would all become the rulers of their clans, prospering greatly and heading towards the peak of glory. They were born in this era, destined to be the arrival of a golden age. It also foretold the desolation after the great era. It was just like the autumn wind blowing, the fragrance of 10,000 fruits wafting through the air. However, in the end, yellow leaves filled the sky and the wind was like a cold blade. Throughout the past and present, it was rare for so many young supreme beings to appear. This made one feel like it wasn't real. They were all heaven-warping divine talents, but from another perspective, they might all die. The Great Era was a sad song. When the final war song sounded, they would all fall, falling on the Emperor's path. Only one person would reach the peak, able to experience the loneliness and sorrow of the endless ages, watching as the heroes of his generation turn to ashes. There can only be one supreme being. This has been the case since the ancient times. There are too many in this era, but they are all false reputations. They are all tragic scenes of the future. The Green Phoenix Daoist also came, and the Tao protectors of other clans naturally couldn't be lacking. The ancient tree of life had appeared, and this type of divine medicine couldn't miss the great sage who didn't have much lifespan left. The Bull Demon King, Stone Man, Evil God, and the others all came. Even experts of their statuses couldn't help but be careful when entering the ancient region for the first time to avoid suffering a disaster. Experts from all walks of life appeared. There was even an endless ancient beast army that crossed the sky, all of them searching for the Sea of Bitterness. However, they didn't find any clues even after flipping through the entire ancient region. It was even to the extent that some people started to attack that island in order to draw out a phenomenon. In the end, besides the Tao marks left behind by the heavenly venerables of the Age of Legends that emitted blazing radiance and shook them to death, there were no other clues or clues. Where was the vast Sea of Bitterness? Why were so many people searching for it in vain? It really gave everyone a headache and made them feel helpless. Perhaps it was really as the legend said. Only those who were favored by the gods could suddenly see an ocean of gods one day and step onto a special boat to head to the other side. In the depths, a great battle, the world, won that many. Won it, won it. One to say. A to the war. That the time, it, to that out, to that, it to be to. To stood was to. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. When they saw this scene, they all felt a chill from head to toe. This was the Golden Imperial family with the purest blood in the giant race. Its fighting prowess was hard to find, yet in the end, it became a pile of bones on the Emperor's path. The Golden Giant with innate divine strength was extremely powerful, just like the ancestor that split the heavens and earth apart. It possessed an unmatched might that could break through the 6 Tao and 9 heavens, but after more than 100 exchanges, it was still defeated in the end. This path has always been cruel and bloody. Once it is defeated, this kind of ending is unavoidable. There are finally young supreme beings that have fallen. Someone sighed softly. The Golden Snake Second Master was currently in his snake form, only a zhang or so in length. His entire body was golden and brilliant, and his eyes were ice cold. When he spat out his tongue, hissing sounds could be heard that made one's scalp go numb. He shot out like lightning, his golden snake body piercing through the void, leaving behind a group of people who were in awe. They looked at his afterimage, and even after a long time had passed, no one said anything. The Golden Giant has been killed. It was only because he couldn't stand the coldness and tyranny of the Golden Snake race's 4 Langjuns that he contradicted them. Then, the Golden Snake Second Master caught up and killed him. Pangbo clenched his fists when he received the news. That Golden Giant had a good relationship with him recently, and they had traveled together in the starry skies for a few days. Who would have thought that he would be killed as soon as they became friends? Yifan also frowned. Back then, when the true Phoenix House was about to fight with the Stone Man, it was also this Golden Giant that stopped the battle from happening. Such a simple and honest giant actually died a violent death. Rest in peace. Even though we didn't have a deep relationship, your personality is quite to my liking. I will take revenge for you. Pangbo said. I went to the scene and saw the aftermath of the battle. The Golden Giant was extremely powerful, but he was still killed by the Golden Snake Second Master after 100 moves. This is enough to explain a few things. We have to be careful. It was rare for Lanma to say such cautious words. The Golden Snake race's 4 Langjuns were heaven-defying, and they were well-known figures among the young supreme beings. Moreover, provoking one of them was equivalent to making an enemy out of 4 supreme beings. I have already seen the blood-soaked starry skies, the ancient path littered with corpses, the bloodied shore, and the mournful song of countless heroic spirits. The Green Phoenix Taoist said softly. He should have passed away in meditation 500 years ago, but he only stimulated the last of his body's potential. Now, he didn't have much life left, but he possessed the rare late years of spirituality. He survived through an ancient secret technique, squeezing out the last of his life's brilliance. Now, no matter what kind of medicine he ate, it was useless. He witnessed a broken corner of the future. He felt endless sorrow. After entering the other shore, all young supreme beings will die. Not many will survive. Unfortunately, he still couldn't see through it. He couldn't see through whether there was a true immortal path, and he didn't know the final direction of the Great Golden Era. I found clues to the Bitter Sea. There is an endless sea in another part of the void. Unfortunately, there is only a small boat, and only a few people can reach the other shore. That day, a piece of news shook the starry skies. It was unknown just how many creatures slaughtered their way there, all wishing to forge a future and seize a natural luck. This was a pitch-black expanse that lacked stars, a dim starry domain that was close to desolation. When many experts slaughtered their way in, all types of Tao patterns suddenly appeared. Dragons and snakes coiled about, stars moving about, the heavens releasing killing intent. In that instant, a rain of blood and foul winds filled the air. Broken limbs and ruined limbs, primordial spirits rushing into the heavens, the starry domain in chaos. In this place, chilly winds roared angrily, a rain of blood scattering down. Large amounts of life were harvested like wheat. It was unknown just how many cultivators fell. This is a killing trap set up. It is too vicious. Are they trying to trap and kill all of us? The experts were unwilling to accept this. They roared out angrily, slaughtering their way outwards. However, in the 4 layers of the Great Sage's killing formation, forget about them, even if the true Great Sage came, he might still die with a grievance. There were young supreme beings who fell in this calamity. The dragon sparrow flapped its wings and took to the skies. Unfortunately, it still couldn't grow to the Great Sage realm, breaking apart into pieces, full of unwillingness. Many people died in this battle. The remaining fled, unwilling to approach that starry sky. Wu, after harvesting so much life energy, in the future, if we really have to cross the sea of bitterness, rush to the other shore, this is all life, a guarantee of survival. A hoarse voice said. In the darkness, 4 great sage ones appeared, one of them shockingly a gray flood dragon, the other 3 were respectively the golden toad, heavenly dog, and great poon, their ages far above the gray flood dragons, all of them rare creatures since ancient times. What a pity, how many of those young supreme beings came, only one of them entering. They really do have quite a few good things on them. I suspect that the formation diagrams on those 4 flying serpents' bodies are related to their ancient ancestors. What young supreme beings? Back then, we similarly suppressed our peers with power, yet now, aren't we still trapped in the Great Sage realm? Let's just wait until they become Great Sage ones before being arrogant. This starry sky calmed down, leaving behind large amounts of broken limbs, blood dripping everywhere, the scene extremely horrifying. The 4 figures left after harvesting the life energy. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. This ancient region had never been peaceful. More and more people entered the ancient region of legends, all of them searching for the residence of deities, all of them wishing to cross the sea and head to the other shore. However, there were no clues in the end. It was just like how there were so many beast sovereigns in the ancient era who did everything they could, yet in the end didn't find anything. No matter how many people came, they still couldn't find the sea of bitterness. I don't have much life left. Who would have thought that I would pass away in meditation here? In the starry sky, the green phoenix Taoist sat there without joy or worry, his expression extremely calm. Hung Long, he began to transform into the Tao, unable to hold on any longer. Being able to live until now could already be considered a type of miracle. A great sage living for over 8,000 years, this was rarely seen since ancient times. All of the cultivators below the starry sky were alarmed, feeling a type of tremendous fluctuation. The great Tao was rumbling, as if a magnificent army was charging, as if endless creatures were crying. Yi Fan was naturally alarmed as well, quickly rushing over. He had a premonition that something was wrong, because during these 5 years, he had seen the green phoenix Taoist several times, listening to him talk about the Tao and his cultivation experiences. He knew that the green phoenix Taoist didn't have long to live. It really is Senior Green Phoenix. When he arrived in this starry sky, Yi Fan felt a kind of sorrow. This was the first time he saw an elder transform into the Tao. He could only watch helplessly, unable to stop it, unable to change the ending. Senior Green Phoenix has finally left. Pangbo also sighed softly. Such a benevolent elder's life was coming to an end, transforming into the Tao just like that. It made people feel sad. It wasn't just them, many people had rushed to the scene, but they didn't dare to approach, keeping an endless distance. Otherwise, they would be implicated and follow the path of assimilation. The heaven-devouring beast, Golden Snake Fourth Gentleman, Shenlong of the divine race, Sanggu, blood beasts, earth corpses, and others had all come, and there was even a large number of ancient beasts watching from the starry sky. The Bull Demon King, 100 Tribulations Taoist, Stone Man, Grey Flood Dragon, Golden Toad, and others had also arrived. They were all silent, regardless of whether they were enemies or old friends. Seeing that the Green Phoenix Taoist was about to leave this world, as fellow great sage, their hearts were filled with sorrow. It wasn't easy to cultivate to this step. The great sage was extraordinary, but in the end, it was all for naught. He was no different from an ordinary person, and after he passed away, he would become a pile of yellow earth and ashes. There isn't much life left. I just want to see if there are immortals, and if there are immortals. What will happen when this golden era ends? In that Tao transformation tribulation, the Green Phoenix Taoist's entire body was shining, and a rain of light flew up, scattering in all directions. He couldn't be said to be happy, nor was he excessively sad. There was only a kind of stubbornness of an old man who didn't have much time left. Perhaps the younger ones couldn't understand, but the great sage felt extremely sad. At this time, there were no enemies, only people of the same kind. In the future, they would also reach this step. In the end, they didn't even know whether the things they pursued all their lives existed or not. For them, this was truly the greatest sorrow. The Green Phoenix Taoist appeared very calm, but those of the same kind were deeply aware of how helpless he was. Even sorrow was useless. May I ask if there are immortals in the heavens? The Green Phoenix Taoist persistently asked. While transforming into the Tao, his eyes stared into the heavens, wishing for a result. When he asked this question, the great sage felt sorrow from the bottom of his heart. He reached this step with great difficulty, yet it ended just like this. Even if he used his entire life to seek proof, there was no result. All of the cultivators became silent. They watched as the great sage of a generation withered away, turning into a brilliant rain of light, flying in all directions, continuously breaking apart. I only want to see the end of this path, see if there are immortals or not. The Green Phoenix Taoist said quietly. His eyes grew dim, melting in the fiery light. He couldn't help but release a great roar towards the heavens. Suddenly, his body was torn to pieces, turning into a streak of blazing light. That was a giant green phoenix. It struggled free from its shattered flesh, burning fiercely. It smashed into the depths of the boundless heavens, delivering the final attack of its life. Hong, the heavens collapsed and the earth split, the heavens collapsing. The giant green phoenix that turned into light shattered, no longer existing. I only want to know, under the boundless starry skies, only a remnant voice was left behind, still asking, just that persistent. Tao friend, have a safe journey. The great sage, even though they were life and death enemies, great enemies, at this time, they were still sad, sending him off. Hung Long Long, suddenly, heaven and earth seemed to have sensed something. A strange scene descended, drawing many people's cries of alarm. Could it be that after the Green Phoenix Taoist left this world, the heavens gave him a response, giving him an answer? Everyone nervously watched. A path, are there immortals? You all, what did you see? That is, the sea of bitterness, the other shore. A clue appeared at this time, in that scene. That was a desolate and lonely road. It was unknown where it led to, as if no one had ever walked it before. Was this the answer the heavens gave to the Green Phoenix Taoist? The starting point was unknown, and the destination was unknown. It was bleak and desolate with no footsteps. What did this count as? It was a type of premonition, and it was just a fragment of a scene that flashed by. Unfortunately, the Green Phoenix Taoist couldn't be seen anymore. He had turned to ashes in this golden age, and a rain of light and ashes scattered into the cosmos, turning into dust. It wasn't an answer, and it didn't give anything. The fragment of the scene disappeared, but the sea of bitterness above it became increasingly clear. One could even hear the sound of surging tides. Hurry up and record all of the Tao marks. This is a clue. Someone shouted loudly. This was related to whether or not they could reach the residence of the deities. It was a matter of success or failure. It's both real and illusory. It's as if we can charge in. Someone cried out in surprise. When they approached the sea of bitterness, they almost fell in. The great sage revealed a strange expression. He quickly approached and discovered that this was a void heavenly domain that was forcefully opened by the power of the Tao transformation. It was connected to an ancient domain. We can't really enter, but we can deduce the coordinates of this place. The heroes worked together to record all of the bits and pieces. They calculated in their hearts to determine where the Sea of Bitterness was. Rumble, light flashed one last time, and the vast Sea of Bitterness disappeared. The cosmos recovered, and the thunderous sound of the waves returned to nothingness. Hurry and ask the Divine Master of Heavenly Secrets to deduce. The Sea of Bitterness should be found. This divine sea that had been hidden for thousands of years might no longer be a secret. The group of people left. The starry sky was noisy. Many experts rushed into the heavens one after another, flying into the distance. Some went to ask experts to deduce, while others searched according to the clues they currently had. The other shore, the residence of the deities, had the ancient tree of life, and the 9 coffin from the legendary era. All of this was like a fatal temptation that made people unable to free themselves from it. Soon, a large group of people disappeared. Most of the heroes had left. Senior, have a safe journey. Yi Fan and Pang Bo went forward, scattering pure white flowers in this dark cosmos to send off the green phoenix Taoist. The old Taoist was a very kind person who took care of them. He met his end just like that. They watched him transform into the Tao, yet they were powerless to save him. This made them feel sad and bitter. The great sage's ending was plain and simple. In the end, it's just the ashes of the calamity. For 3-meter-long golden serpents had their tails on the ground and their bodies were upright. Golden scales flickered on their bodies as they flicked their tongues and hissed, causing people to tremble in fear. When the 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan passed by, their expressions were cold. Each of them held their heads high as they passed through the flying ash. They had a kind of majesty that made many cultivators tremble. Everyone moved out of the way for the 4 golden snakes. This was the power of killing. Even a young supreme being like the Golden Giant was killed by the Golden Snake's second Langjun within 100 moves. Who dared to compete against him? What are you talking about? Pang Bo was furious. He had long since found these 4 golden snakes to be an eyesore. He wanted to determine who was superior and who was inferior to them. Now that the green phoenix Taoist had passed away, the 4th gentleman of the Golden Snake had passed away. His words were neither salty nor mild, and there was not a trace of respect. How could Pang Bo not be filled with righteous indignation? Are you talking to me? The 2nd gentleman of the Golden Snake clan stopped. The hissing of the snake's tongue made people's hair stand on end. His eyes were very frightening. Wisps of light flashed, and the coldness was oppressive. Long Worm, don't think too highly of yourself. Grandpa Pang is talking about you. You can be bossy in front of others, but in front of me, you'd better behave. Pang Bo shouted. The Golden Giant was his acquaintance, and he was killed in the starry sky. He respected the highly respected green phoenix Taoist, but he was looked down upon and not respected. How could he remain calm? Hiss, hiss, the snake's tongue flicked out, and a golden light shot out. It was like a waterfall as it chopped towards Pang Bo's head. The 2nd gentleman of the Golden Snake wanted to kill someone without saying a word, even if he was a supreme being of the younger generation. Whoosh, the divine light in Pang Bo's eyes shone brightly. 2 dragon-shaped beams of light shot out and chopped straight at the waterfall. They collided in the void and emitted a dazzling brilliance. Long Worm, how dare you attack me? Today, I will break your bones and peel off your skin. Pang Bo rushed forward and took the initiative to attack. The 2nd gentleman of the Golden Snake's body was in the shape of a snake. With a slight movement, he cut through the void. This was true teleportation. In an instant, he was hundreds of thousands of meters away. This was the flying snake technique. Their ancestor was the flying snake, and flying was one of their most primitive secret techniques. It could be said to be an extreme speed, and few people could match it since ancient times. The 2nd gentleman of the Golden Snake said coldly, "You can't do it. I even massacred the entire Divine Ape clan on the ancient road. I can see that your talent is extraordinary. Are you willing to follow the Golden Snake clan? I will give you a great fortune in the future." "You're dreaming." Pang Bo roared. He formed seals with both hands and rushed forward. His left hand captured the dragon, and his right hand attracted the phoenix. He looked like a demon god descending to the world. An azure dragon coiled around his left hand, and a bright red phoenix flapped its wings on his right. Both of them revealed an unparalleled murderous aura. The two seals combined with unparalleled power and pressed towards the second gentleman of the golden snake. The second gentleman of the golden snake swung his tail. A golden snake body pressed down like a golden celestial sword, cutting through the void. It was only 3 meters long, but it was more terrifying than a falling star. This was a sound that could pierce through gold and shatter rocks. The golden snake tail was indestructible, and it collided with the azure dragon and phoenix that Pang Bo had attracted. This place was falling apart. The golden snake tail destroyed everything. The two celestial phantoms were shattered, and they could not withstand this unparalleled attack. Roar! The second gentleman of the golden snake roared even louder than the dragon's roar. The penetrating power was extremely strong, and the golden snake body directly swept over. Pang Bo was moved. He struck out with the 9 slashes of the demon monarch, facing the unparalleled divine snake head-on. As for the other 3 golden snakes, other than the first gentleman, the third gentleman and the fourth gentleman also moved. These 2 snakes alone wanted to surround Yifan, Longma, and the other 12 saints. It could be said that they were extremely arrogant. How dare you fight with me? Brothers, let's fight them one-on-one. Go! Longma shouted. Everyone was stunned. Was this a one-on-one fight? Of course, Longma could not be blamed. The 12 saints were a few levels lower than the fourth gentleman of the golden snake. If they fought one-on-one, they would definitely die. The enemy was too strong, and it was not realistic to fight someone of a higher level. Boom! Yifan made his move. Golden light shone from his body, as if 100,000 volcanoes had been resurrected at the same time. Waves of fire essence rushed into the sky, drowning the earth and the sky. He was like a heavenly furnace that could split the heavens and the earth, shining with eternal light. The golden fist power shook the sky. First, he clashed with the third gentleman of the golden snake, then his right leg swept across the fourth gentleman of the golden snake. Finally, he pounced towards the battle of Pang Bo Boom. This was a terrible collision. Yifan's golden fist and the golden tail of the second gentleman of the golden snake clashed. The sound of the collision was like the clanging of immortal iron, and it shook the universe. At this moment, Yifan and the 3 gentlemen of the golden snake clan had each taken a blow. The whole world was shaking, and a terrifying crack appeared in the dark universe. The violent divine power was like a raging sea. Yifan's expression changed. These golden snakes really had the potential to be invincible. Perhaps they would be the most terrifying among the young supreme venerables. They were really too powerful. Not to mention anything else, just the bodies of these 4 golden snakes were beyond common sense. They could cut through the weapons of the Saint King realm with their bodies and collide with him head-on. The second gentleman of the golden snake gave up on Pang Bo and stared at Yifan. There was a trace of divine light in his eyes as he said, "I like to defeat others in the field that they are best at. It is said that the human race's sacred physique is very strong. Today, I will tear you apart." He shot over like lightning. He was really arrogant and domineering. As soon as he arrived, he wanted to sweep away thousands of enemies. The body of the snake was like a golden chain that wrapped around Yifan, trying to twist him apart. Yifan opened his hands like a pair of golden scissors that cut through the sky and met the second gentleman of the golden snake. Rays of blazing light were emitted. It was as if iron was being forged in heaven and earth. The clanging sound was so loud that the bones of the onlookers were about to crack. This was a peerless battle. The collision between the golden fist and the body of the golden snake was like the sound of the divine drums of the celestial court. It was so shocking that one's soul was about to shatter. On the other side, Pang Bo also walked towards the third gentleman of the golden snake race. As for the fourth gentleman of the golden snake race, he was extremely arrogant. He had a cold smile on his face as he took the initiative to force his way towards Longma and the others. The ones that truly carried out this peerless battle were only Yifan and the second gentleman of the golden snake race. The other 2 groups hadn't even fought yet when a terrifying fluctuation transmitted over. Go! The golden great gentleman shouted towards his 3 younger brothers. He activated a corner of the flying serpent formation diagram. The golden snake body tore apart the cosmos and left first. Hong Long, the great sage's fluctuations were boundless. They attacked from two different directions, killing the young supreme beings here and surrounding them all. The first to appear was a gray flood dragon. It wasn't that thick and long, but it released the divine might of the great sage. It was in its prime, blood energy surging, terrifying to the heavens. It was precisely the beast sovereign that had previously fought against the four Langjuns of the Golden Snake race. Right now, it took action again, targeting the Golden Snake race supreme beings. At the same time, golden light overflowed from another direction. It was as if a heavenly river descended from the heavens, sweeping towards Yifan and the others. It was incomparably majestic as it descended from the 9 heavens. Yifan's reaction was also lightning fast. The element secret shone brilliantly, turning into an expanse of golden light as it rushed out, carrying Peng Bo and the others with it. They immediately shifted positions, avoiding this fatal strike. That heavenly river was actually just a tongue. It was several tens of thousands of zhang in length. It descended from the heavens, vast and boundless. Chaotic energy and golden light surged together. This was an ancient demonic species golden toad. It stood high up in the sky, its body like an enormous demonic mountain. Its entire body released precious splendor. This type of scene was incomparably terrifying. Unfortunately, its attack failed. The golden toad's heavenly tongue didn't wrap around Yifan, who possessed the element secret. They rushed out of the battlefield. Yifan, Peng Bo, and Longma turned into several streaks of light, entering a golden formation and disappearing from this place. They left in an unhurried manner. As for the Langjuns of the Golden Snake race, they relied on a mysterious Dao artifact, the flying snake formation diagram, to safely escape. They left one after another without being harmed at all. Boom, the attacks of the Grey Dragon and Golden Toad missed and smashed into the cosmos, destroying a large area of the starry sky. Many unrelated cultivators suffered a bloody calamity and died tragically here. Blood splattered everywhere. We turned around and came back in a hurry. We actually didn't catch even one. The Grey Dragon's eyes were cold and somewhat unwilling. In another part of the starry sky, the 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race met up. They were all unharmed. If one looked closely, only the tail of the second Langjun of the Golden Snake race was slightly trembling. "Second brother, what's wrong?" the Golden Snake 4th Langjun asked. The human race's sacred physique is indeed worthy of its reputation. The golden body is truly terrifying. I can't be so arrogant next time. I have to use the magic power, cultivation, and speed that I'm best at to kill him. I won't give him a single chance. "Second brother, you're injured?" The Golden 4th Langjun was shocked. Ever since they started cultivating, no one in the same generation could hurt them. They could only be killed. Even the young supreme beings of the various races couldn't do it. "I'm not injured. It's just a sharp pain. My physical body is my weakness. I shouldn't have fought him head-on like this. Next time, I'll directly use the ancient technique to kill him," the second Langjun of the Golden Snake race said coldly. Great battles broke out every day, and well-known experts often fell. And today, a great sage was killed in battle, shaking the entire ancient region. The mythological ancient path became more and more cruel. Recently, a large number of people arrived. Experts from various races entered this place from many ancient regions, all of them wishing to reach the other shore and meet the deities. As for those with wild ambitions, they were all aiming for the ancient tree of life. The ancient mythological region became more and more chaotic. Life withering and blood blossoming occurred every day, making people numb. They had seen too many corpses. There are clues to the Sea of Bitterness. Today, a piece of news swept through the star region like a hurricane, stirring up many cultivators. An endless army of ancient beasts surged over, causing the entire dark cosmos to tremble. After repeated deductions, the heavenly secret divine expert calculated the location of the Sea of Bitterness. He marked out the approximate coordinates, causing everyone to be overwhelmed with emotions. This was definitely toppling. From the ancient times until now, it was unknown how great the price paid by the ancient beasts were, but they still couldn't find the Sea of Bitterness. Only a few people in history relied on special opportunities to enter the other shore. "I've calculated it, it's at the other shore of the starry sky. Everyone went crazy. They all moved out, hurrying towards another ancient land. Of course, it was still within the range of the ancient mythological region. The exact location wasn't revealed, but everyone knew the approximate location. They followed those who understood the details. Along the way, rivers of blood flowed like rivers. Too many battles happened. The Grey Flood Dragon, Golden Toad, Heavenly Dog, and Great Pung, the four beast kings worked together to collect life energy in preparation for crossing the Sea of Bitterness. Apart from them, there were also other ancient region overlords. They all moved on their own and didn't work together, stirring up a rain of blood and foul winds. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King, Holy Spirit, Human Tao Protector, and other transcending existences who entered from the human ancient path were also preparing for battle. Along the way, they would clash with the Beast Kings from time to time. These were all great sage-level characters. The battles between them could easily cause stars to fall and the moon to sink. They were all world-destroying existences, making people feel reverence and fear. They could only avoid them from afar. This was a desolate star region without any clues. There wasn't even a planet suitable for landing. The vast starry sky was bleak and desolate. When the heroes arrived at this place, they didn't even see a drop of water, let alone the endless sea of bitterness. There was nothing at all. I've come to this ancient region before. There has never been any ocean here, so how could it be here? Could it be that I miscalculated? An ancient beast overlord questioned. This place was too overgrown, stars few and far between. It was the coldest and most desolate region of death, too far from the Sea of Bitterness in everyone's hearts. The Prometha and the Sea of Bitterness are both hidden in the dark heavenly realm that we can't reach. We can only sense them after we open them. Otherwise, if we could see them at a glance, they wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. An old man in green walked forward. He was protected by the great sage. Even though he was from a different camp, no one attacked him. They were all protecting him. It should be in this ancient region. It should be about right. He was a divine master of heavenly secrets. He was old beyond recognition. His hair and beard were white, and he was as thin as a match. His face was covered in wrinkles, and there was not a single trace of luster. Since it is here, Divine Master, please make another deduction and calculate the exact location of the heaven region. We might be able to open it together. A beast sovereign spoke. The Grey Flood Dragon, Golden Toad, Bull Demon King, Stone Man, and the others all nodded in agreement. They waited for the old man to make the final deduction, and then they would forcefully open the Sea of Bitterness. The old man was emaciated, and his face was sallow. One could tell with a single look that he didn't have much lifespan left. After a light sigh, he began to silently calculate. Divine Master of Heavenly Secrets was a type of transcendental existence. They could calculate good and bad fortune, as well as foresee a portion of the future. However, this would severely harm their own life force, so they definitely wouldn't do anything that defied the heavens under normal circumstances. The Prometha was too important. The great sage invited the old divine master to come out of seclusion, promising that he would bestow great fortune upon his descendants. This was why he, who didn't have much lifespan left, was willing to make a deduction. All of this was based on the clues that appeared when the green phoenix Taoist transformed into the Tao. Otherwise, forget about a divine master, even a true deity wouldn't be able to do anything. For 9 days in a row, the old divine master sat cross-legged in the dark cosmos. His entire person was motionless as if he was about to transform into the Tao. From time to time, essence and great Tao fragments would fly out from his body. This was a terrifying phenomenon. The great Tao fragments directly broke out from the immortal platform, and his entire person became increasingly withered. His blood and chi were withering, and his body was drying up. After the green phoenix Taoist passed away, the various phenomena and marks of the Sea of Bitterness appeared indistinctly at this moment, revolving around him. The old divine master's deduction had reached a critical moment. I see it. A vast sea of bitterness is right there. He suddenly opened his eyes, shooting out 2 beams of the most resplendent light, staring at a distant starry sky. At the same time, the resplendent eyes exploded on the spot, turning into a bloody pulp that splattered everywhere. This terrifying scene made one's scalp numb. This was the wrath of heaven. This kind of person could live in this world and witness miracles and heavenly secrets, but he definitely couldn't speak of them. The old divine master let out a muffled groan. His eye sockets were sunken, and there were no eyeballs there. He used his hand to carve words in the void, writing the heavenly coordinates. Pooh! His fingers broke off and crumbled, turning into a bloody pulp. His arms were also shattered, no longer existing. It was a tragic sight to behold. You all should know that my life is about to end. The old divine master spoke with a trembling voice. He divined the location of the sea of bitterness, but he also exhausted all of his lifespan and could no longer exist in this world. You can go on your way in peace. Your descendant will have great fortune from now on. As long as we don't die, he will become a genius of this ancient region. The great sage expressed his stance one after another, making this promise. Kacha. The old divine master's immortal platform crumbled as some great Tao fragments flew out. After that, his entire person exploded, starting to transform into the Tao. A vast expanse of lightning tribulation descended from the sky, all of them blasting towards him. This was heaven's punishment, suffering the wrath of heaven. Everyone felt horrified in their hearts. This was truly strange. Cultivators did things in defiance of the heavens, not believing that there was a ruler in the underworld. They were all searching for the path of immortality, but what they saw before their eyes made them shiver in fear. This might be a type of law. Ancient curses, Tao laws, order, all of these can resonate with each other. If one comes into contact with them, it might trigger some kind of change in heaven and earth. It seems to be a type of heaven's wrath. Yi Fan spoke to himself. Using his own understanding and insights, he tried to explain the intrinsic nature of this strange scene. However, there was no direct proof. This could only be considered a type of fantasy. Hong, the dark cosmos collapsed, starlight erupted. The great sages all acted together, tearing a hole in the starry sky that the old divine master finally determined. Rumble, almost instantly, everyone heard the sound of sea waves sweeping through the sky, as if they were facing a boundless ocean. This came from that opening, and there were waves of majestic fluctuations coming from it. Kacha, an immortal ruler, flew up. The stone man used the heaven measuring ruler, releasing a resplendent radiance. This ruler was forged from immortal tears green gold, able to strike the 9 heavens above and shake the 9 hells below, terrifying to the extreme. That hole widened, already able to see a portion of the ocean. It left everyone shaken. This was a heaven domain hidden in the void, a true space, a part of the cosmos. Right now, it was appearing. The other great sages also took action again, especially when the shining diamond band in the bull demon king's hands flew out, immediately blasting that place apart. A boundless heaven domain's entrance appeared. It's appeared, it really is a sea of bitterness. We can use this to enter the other shore. A vast divine sent sea. The legend is indeed true. Is the other side of it the dwelling place of the gods? This place erupted with commotion, the crowd stirred up. Everyone rushed forward, wishing to see this sea from a closer distance. The great sages naturally took the lead, the first batch rushing in. They saw a magnificent, boundless sea, as if they arrived at the limits of the cosmos. This was the most fundamental sea of heaven and earth. Individuals were too insignificant compared to it, not even comparable to a speck of dust. The crowd entered one after another, discovering with horror that this place was just too big. Was this still an ocean? It was comparable to the size of a star domain. There were stars rising and falling within the sea. This kind of scene had never been seen before. There were many great stars moving about in the sky, some falling into the sea, producing great waves that were hundreds of thousands of li tall, terrifying to the extreme. This is a legend. How could there be this kind of scene? This sea can swallow stars, it isn't smaller than the ancient domain of legends. This was a continuation of the cosmos, a vast space that had never been discovered by others. It could even be called a star domain sea, it was just too vast and boundless. After arriving here, everyone scattered, no longer having to worry about competing with the great sage. Since it was so huge, why couldn't they cross the sea from there? No one rashly crossed the sea, including the great sage. They all carefully observed. Towards strange and mysterious things, people were always full of reverence. The seawater was dark, there was a mysterious power inside, making the hearts of the great sages pound. There was actually a portion of great essence, contained within the sea of bitterness. This really wasn't simple, there might even be a true great spiritual domain in the depths of the sea. Just how great of a power was this? There were no creatures in the seawater, at the very least, not even a stalk of watergrass could be seen. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals couldn't be seen at all, not even a single fish could be seen. There's something wrong with this water. When an ancient beast fell into the water, it struggled intensely, actually quickly sinking. Even if it had profound cultivation, it was useless, directly swallowed by the sea of bitterness. This water is too terrifying, able to turn powerful cultivators into mortals. Once one enters, all of their cultivation and magical force will disappear. Even the great sage's expression changed, becoming full of vigilance towards the sea of bitterness. 2 days later, people began to cross the sea, entering the depths of the great ocean, not to reach the other shore, but rather to scout ahead. After flying out 100,000 li, these people all turned around and returned. There are natural laws above the sea of bitterness, the divine force of humans will quickly dry up. This was extremely bad news, making everyone feel deeply worried. They stared at the sea of bitterness in a daze. Some people began to seriously carve formation patterns, preparing to open the realm gate, carry out long-distance teleportation, test the coordinates of the other shore, and head there directly. However, they failed in the end, the powerful formation masters all frowned. There was no way to cross the void here, the Tao patterns were dim, all of them ineffective. They could only cross the sea, and not through the void. What is that? There's an ancient ship. Someone found an ancient ship in the sea region, it was very grand and tall, like a small mountain. I understand, only this kind of ancient ship can transport people to the other shore. People thought of a few rumors, the ancient people who entered the dwelling of the gods all crossed the sea on ships. It was rumored that these were left behind by the gods, and it was also the only tool to cross the sea. In an instant, a few great sage landed on the ancient ship, activating their magical force. The ancient ship broke through the waves like a true dragon, turning into a ray of light, rushing into the pitch-black sea. Not long after, a few ancient ships were discovered, and in the end, they all fell into the hands of the great sage. They rushed into the sea of bitterness, the speed of that kind of ship was too fast, in the end directly passing through space, disappearing from the sea. Several days later, everyone on the shore of the bitter sea was anxious. All the great sages had gone far away, and not a single one was left. Even 1 or 2 young supreme martial artists had crossed the sea, but it was difficult for the remaining people to find the ancient ship. Search, such a vast sea of bitterness, I don't believe there are only a few ships passing through, the gods should have left behind in each region. As expected, people found the ancient ship one after another, naturally triggering a bloody battle, people fought over it. Half a month later, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Long Ma stood on the bloody deck, killing a group of looters that rushed over, marching into the sea of bitterness. When the speed of the ship reached the limit, the void passage appeared, the ancient ship entered, and when it appeared again, it was already hundreds of thousands of miles away. This was a short pause, and then it began to speed up again, entering the void passage. After traveling for who knew how many tens of thousands of miles, the ancient ship began to sail in the sea, no longer passing through the void passage. There's a ship up ahead that's broken, only the deck is left floating, where are the people on it? Pang Bo was endlessly bewildered. After Yi Fan carefully looked, he sucked in a breath of cold air. They had seen this ancient ship before, it was taken over by the 2 great sage, set out half a month ago, but it was actually destroyed here. There were quite a bit of bloodstains on the broken ship, powerful fluctuations spreading out, that was the blood of the great sage, those 2 people actually didn't have much luck. Who took action? Could it be that there was a battle between the great sage? Long Ma pondered, continuously staring at that broken ship. It doesn't seem like there was a bloody battle between the great sage, the threat might come from the sea, everyone be careful, said Yi Fan. What is that? Suddenly, Pang Bo pointed forward, in the black seawater, there was a purple light flickering in the depths, gradually rising to the surface. It was a corpse, this was a corpse that had died for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. The purple light was emitted from the blood in its body, it was extremely terrifying, floating horizontally on the surface of the sea, Yi Fan's heart trembled, an indescribable feeling born in his heart. This corpse was too extraordinary, it should be an overlord physique, that kind of blood gave him a reaction. Of course, this definitely wasn't the overlord physique of the present age, it had died at least tens of thousands of years ago, and it was probably extremely powerful when it was alive. He could still feel that kind of awe. He quietly floated away, getting further and further away, but Pang Bo's expression was ugly. He muttered, I clearly saw his eyes open a slit, there was a purple light shooting out. Why did it close again? Is it a corpse? I saw it too, but he is definitely a corpse, maybe something happened to his body, said Yi Fan solemnly. Pang Bo nodded, be careful, there is actually an overlord physique corpse in this sea of bitterness, it's too terrifying. Boom. Suddenly, a great sense of danger descended, several enormous holy arrows tore through the sky, shooting toward the ancient ship, one of them almost nailing the golden lion's body. Someone is ambushing us, wanting to destroy the ancient ship, making us sink in the sea of bitterness, dying miserably after being reduced to mortals. In the distance, a large ship appeared, on it stood three terrifying figures, they were respectively, Blood Beast, Gold Devouring Beast, and Heaven Devouring Beast, all of them emitting blood energy that overflowed the heavens. These three ancient beasts were all immemorial species, supreme beings of the younger generation, they were extremely powerful, and now that they had joined forces, they encountered Yi Fan and the others in the sea, they began to attack. Blood Beast, it's you again, new debts and old debts will be settled together, shouted Pang Bo. The three ancient beasts all transformed into human forms, standing on the ancient ship, each drawing their bow and firing an arrow, every arrow emitting the sound of wind and thunder. It was definitely enough to turn a large area of mountains and rivers into flying ashes, let alone an ancient ship, even though it was very special. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others made their moves, punching and shattering the arrows. Then, Yi Fan's eyes turned cold, a giant bow appeared in his hand, this was refined after he reached the Saint King realm, the arrow was a Saint Bone arrow, it flew out in an instant, the heavens and the earth split, launching a counterattack. Woo, a strange whistle came, and another ancient ship approached, it was actually the four Langjuns of the Golden Snake race, they flew over. And behind the Sea of Bitterness, the goddess of the god race Shenlan, the descendants of the immemorial gods and devils Sangu, and the Copper Ant King also arrived, they stood on the same ship. So many people came, don't tell me they are planning to surround and kill us? The Black Bear Saint's expression changed. He stood up, a pair of dustpan-like bear claws splitting the sky, his roar shaking up the great waves in the sea. Yeezy, let's all break out of the encirclement. If they all came for us, the consequences will be unimaginable. Pang Bo's expression also changed. No matter how confident he was, no matter how good Yi Fan was at fighting, it would still be difficult for him to deal with 10 young supreme beings. Chong, the great bow in Yi Fan's hand trembled slightly, releasing a wave of desolate beast aura, intimidating the entire sea of bitterness, making the young supreme beings in the distance tremble inwardly. The bow core was refined from the bone of a Saint King-ranked silverback azure fled dragon, while the bowstring was a divine string extracted from the dragon's tendon, refined countless times in the all-life source cauldron. At this time, forget about shooting the holy arrow, just holding it in one's hand produced all types of irregular scenes. Immortal light surged, ferocious beasts leapt, dragon cries shook the world. Yi Fan's killing intent was stirred. An arrow shot out, wind and thunder raged, as if a heavenly tribulation descended. That holy bone arrow had an azure dragon coiled around it, and there was even a group of black tigers opening the way, domineering to the heavens, directly shattering the void. This was an extremely powerful arrow, one that could destroy the world. It was accompanied by the roars of gods and devils, the sound so great that it could collapse mountains, let alone a true arrow. On the other side, the expressions of the heaven-devouring beast, blood beast, and gold-devouring beast changed. They never expected the power of Yi Fan's arrow to be so great, simply about to overturn the world. Hong, they activated their divine force, all types of brilliance surging, the ancient ship seemed to be burning. They controlled the ship to quickly evade. In this vast and boundless sea of bitterness, the ship that crossed the sea was the most precious thing. Once it was lost, their true bodies would fall into the sea, turning them into mortals. Woo-woo, a strange sound rang out. The white bone arrow was the essence of holy bone, bestowed with Yi Fan's spiritual will, unstoppable, chasing after them, attaching itself to the bone. Open! The young supreme blood beast took action. Right now, he was a scarlet-haired Taoist. He shouted loudly, releasing boundless Tao waves. A blood-colored sea appeared in front of him, forming a great bow that shot towards Yifan. However, the Saint Bone arrow was too sharp. It immediately pierced through his blood arrow and closed the distance between them by a large margin. It was now on the ancient ship. Boom! The scarlet ocean exploded in front of the blood fiend. The sacred bone arrow shattered the light barrier around the blood fiend's body, and the giant bow in its hand broke with a loud crack. With a pu sound, blood splashed outwards. The blood beast's expression changed greatly. His hands displayed an exceptional ancient technique, but this arrow immediately flew out. There was a type of spiraling divine force that borrowed his power, the same as being supported by him, injuring his palm. The Saint Bone arrow seized this opportunity to seize a type of spiritual will, as if it had a life of its own. It quickly changed directions and shot downwards, piercing through the ancient ship. Not good. The heaven-swallowing beast and gold-devouring beast's expressions changed. This arrow developed intelligence, and the spiritual will within was extremely resolute. If it wanted to destroy this ship, then it would be a great disaster. No one expected Yifan's arrow to be so sharp. The blood fiend actually couldn't stop it, and it was instead his own hands that were dripping with blood. Drops of blood landed on the arrow shaft, making its radiance flourish even more brilliantly. With a honglong sound, it smashed into the ship's body, releasing endless radiance and directly exploding. The ancient ship left behind by deities was naturally not an ordinary object. Normal saints might not necessarily be able to destroy it, but the arrow Yifan fired was too tyrannical, carrying tremendous divine force. Honglong, the ancient ship broke apart. The heaven-swallowing beast, blood beast, and gold-devouring beast each stepped on an enormous piece of wood and flew into the distance, avoiding this whirlpool. Otherwise, even they would be affected. This level of power, they weren't the only ones. Even the pupils of the golden snake race's 4 Langjuns rapidly contracted, shooting out wisps of sharp cold light. At the same time the white bone arrow exploded, a golden world appeared. There were Tao bells, celestial swords, heavenly pagodas, gourds, and divine truncheons all flying about. They were all forged from gold, and it was as if the heaven realm's treasure trove of weapons had been opened. Yifan's arrow was full of transformations. There was actually an ancient technique, the golden divine treasure within. It appeared in an instant, attacking the 3 great supreme beings at the same time as it destroyed the ancient ship. Shenlong of the god race, Sangu, and the Copper Ant King all revealed solemn expressions. The power of this arrow was incomparably strange. If they weren't careful, they might be pierced through by this arrow. The golden divine treasure appeared, and all kinds of Tao weapons flew about. Without any suspense, the ancient ship left behind by the deities was completely torn into pieces, almost injuring the blood fiends and the others. Before Yifan could fire a second arrow, the golden snake 4th Longjuan's ancient ship arrived. It was only several hundred meters away, and 4 golden snakes stood side by side at the bow of the ship. Their 3-meter-long golden bodies made people tremble. "Saint Physique, come and die!" The golden snake 2nd Langjun shouted. His body shot out like a golden divine arrow that had left the bowstring, heading straight for Yifan. He wanted to determine a winner and a loser, a life and death battle. This kind of speed was too fast. It was like a ray of primordial light cutting through the dark universe, illuminating it in an instant. As the descendants of the flying serpent, the extreme realm flying technique was one of their primal instincts. The golden snake 2nd Langjun was too powerful. Everywhere he passed, the void collapsed, the sea roared, the waves hit the sky, and the clouds scattered. It was like a golden god had come for the kill. Yifan dropped the giant bow and leaped into the air. His speed was unbelievably fast, as if he could reverse time. In an instant, he arrived in front of the golden snake 2nd Langjun and raised his fist to attack. The golden snake 2nd Longjuan's heart jumped. Last time, half of his snake body was in incomparable pain. Today, he used the ancient technique to fight. He didn't expect Yifan to be so strong and arrive in front of him so quickly. Boom! The golden fist shattered the vacuum and directly hit in front of him. This was a pure physical attack. The golden snake 2nd Langjun didn't want to see this kind of situation, but his opponent wanted to fight him like this. It was originally a confrontation of ancient techniques, but in the end, Yi Fan's speed was too fast. He directly closed the distance, and it was as if he was forging iron in the sky. The sound of metal clanging was deafening. Roar, the golden snake second Lang Jun roared like a god had come back to life. He opened his mouth and roared, and a river of stars came out. It seemed to split the heaven and earth, transforming into the primal chaos of the nebula and suppressing Yi Fan. This was like a real world. The stars rotated, and the primal chaos surged. It swallowed Yi Fan, wanting to turn him into a part of the origin of the world and refine him into essence Qi. Boom! Yi Fan fought strength with strength. He didn't defend himself and only relied on his fists to split the universe. This part of the chaotic star sea was shaken until it became dark and collapsed. Who was stronger than who? The two of them opposed each other with equal harshness. They both wanted to use their absolute power to suppress and intimidate the other. It was like two gods and demons colliding. I didn't expect the Golden Snake bloodline to be so powerful. They can really be said to be a peerless enemy. The second Lang Jun is already so difficult to deal with. If the four of them come out together, unless the God Race and Sangha join forces, no power can be their opponent, Longma said with a serious expression. Suddenly, a powerful wave came. The blood Qi was like the sea, and it was dozens of times more violent than the waves of the bitter sea. It scattered the clouds on the horizon and arrived with a roar. The blood beast finally made its move again. The heaven and earth split, and it used ancient techniques to attack Yi Fan. It controlled the azure blood sea and turned into 100,000 murderous divine swords. It shattered the vast ancient domain and chopped down. Yi Fan was like a human-shaped dragon. He soared into the sky and fiercely fought with the golden snake second Lang Jun. He stuck close to his body and bombarded it, suppressing the golden snake body until it began to spasm. Then, with a rumble, the two separated. Yi Fan's right fist went up, intercepting the heavens and hitting the 100,000 celestial swords. This was a powerful essence, Qi, and spirit, condensed with a will. It was the true meaning of a weapon to break all techniques, and it was contained in the fist. No matter how many 100,000 murderous azure swords came, Yi Fan would break them with a punch. With a rumble, the sea of blood surged, and the blood swords exploded one after another. The entire place was scarlet red, as if the blood of countless creatures had dyed the land red. The golden snake second Lang Jun took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. He was furious and didn't want to compete with Yi Fan in terms of physical strength. Just now, he was closed in and attacked. If it wasn't for his exceptional strength and bravery, he would have definitely bled. Boom, Yi Fan attacked the blood beast. The power of his fist was enough to break the sky, wanting to make it stay. At the same time, the golden divine treasures and the five-colored divine light came out to kill the golden snake second Lang Jun, blocking him outside and preventing him from entering the circle of battle. The blood beast was furious. Yi Fan was looking down on him. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to get rid of him first and then fight with the golden snake second Lang Jun, viewing him as a weakling. When had a dignified supreme being of the younger generation ever been looked down upon like this? There seemed to be a fire burning in his heart. The ancient technique reached the heavens, and the sea of blood condensed into a blood sun, pressing towards Yi Fan. The endless azure blood sea condensed into a blood sun the size of a face. One could imagine the murderous power it contained. If it crashed into Yi Fan, it would be a great disaster. Yi Fan's hands moved, using the battle saint technique to activate the black sea of bitterness below. It also condensed into a black sun, which collided with the blood sun. Both of them contained special magical power. Like Mars colliding with Earth, this was a huge collision like a battle between gods and demons. When the two met, heaven and earth were overturned, the star field shook, and everything was drowned out. When peace returned, Yi Fan stood there like a god. A giant bow appeared in his hand, and he continuously shot out Saint Bone arrows with monstrous murderous intent, even if he was surrounded by great enemies, such as the golden snake second Lang Jun, Sangu, the copper ant king, and the heaven-swallowing beast. He was fearless and wanted to end the life of the blood beast. Clanging sounds came from the back of the blood beast, and 9 divine swords appeared. They were all supreme secret treasures, the supreme treasures of the Saint King that grew in the blood sea of his hometown. Kill, however, Yi Fan's murderous intent was too strong. Even if the blood sea was boundless, it was still slightly weaker. Yi Fan's martial will was surging, and his murderous intent could split the sky. No one could stop him, everyone felt his murderous intent, and their hearts trembled. Even the heart of the golden snake second Lang Jun jumped, and he temporarily stopped attacking to watch the battle. Boom, the sky shattered, and ghosts cried and gods howled. The arrows shot out by Yi Fan were accompanied by all kinds of visions. There was the vermilion bird sweeping across the 3,000 worlds, the Kuan-Pung spreading its wings and splitting the 9 heavens, the primal chaos deity roaring, and even the blood sacrifice of ancient people to the firmament. These were all engravings on the myriad chi cauldron's wall, and now, they appeared along with the arrows. Boom, the murderous intent continued to rise, and Yi Fan's entire body was enveloped by a terrifying clear radiance. He continuously drew his bow and shot arrows, attacking the blood beast in front of him. This was a long-range battle, but it was even more intense than a close-range battle. This was because all kinds of secret techniques and ancient techniques were appearing and exploding one after another. Yi Fan continuously shot arrows, drawing the bow a total of 100 times. It was equivalent to carrying out the most terrifying battle of 100 moves. It was extremely terrifying. Every Saint Bone arrow contained the true meaning of the Tao rule, and it was the embodiment of his techniques and techniques. The magnetic celestial light, primitive emperor's Tao sword, and so on were stored in different arrows. The divine light of order was different, but their power was unparalleled. Even though it was a long-range battle, it was even more intense. This was a direct confrontation, a confrontation of the most powerful. Victory and defeat would be decided within 100 moves, deciding life and death. From a certain perspective, this was a bloody battle at the peak. One person was bound to fall. Both sides' killing intent overflowed into the heavens, shaking up the sea of suffering. Kacha, the blood beast's 9 divine swords exploded one after another. The 100 Saint Bone arrows contained Yi Fan's exceptional martial Tao essence energy. They weren't ordinary attacks, but rather the same as many ancient techniques being activated at the same time. They were incomparably powerful. Ho! The blood beast roared loudly. Another ancient treasure appeared on its body, the treasure-gathering ancient basin devouring all directions, blocking the attacks of the most powerful ancient techniques. However, the ancient basin was also blasted apart. Pooh! The most powerful 100 arrows contained Yi Fan's spirit, the embodiment of his unmatched will. They were unstoppable, evolving into 100 techniques. With a honglong sound, they shot down on the blood beast's body. Pooh! The young Supreme Being's body exploded, turning into a blast of bloody mist. White bones that were sticky with wisps of blood flew out. Yi Fan fired 100 arrows in unison, the arrows containing powerful ancient methods, tearing apart the world, blasting apart the blood beast. Blood dyed heaven and earth red. Yi Fan stood there with his bow in hand, staring at the bloody mist and shattered bones. His expression was cold, and then he looked towards the other ancient ships. Ho! The blood beast released a roar, its primordial spirit surging, wishing to condense its flesh and shattered bones, reconstruct itself. Unfortunately, it didn't have the chance. Yi Fan released the final arrow. Wind and lightning surged, fast as lightning, directly nailing the blood-colored primordial spirit, shattering it. In despair, it released a final roar of unwillingness. The blood beast's body and spirit were erased. Everyone shivered inwardly. Yi Fan's methods were obvious to all, killing the blood beast with 100 arrows. Everyone couldn't help but be on high alert, classifying him as a dangerous individual. Previously, there was Golden Snake Second Lang Jun who killed the Golden Giant in 100 moves, and now, there was Yi Fan who killed the blood beast with 100 arrows. These were both extremely glorious and astonishing battle accomplishments, making other supreme beings feel restraining fear. The heaven-swallowing beast and gold-eating beast's expressions were cold. They were also ancient beasts, yet in the end, they could only watch as the blood beast was killed, unable to stop it in time. Their expressions were downcast. The two of them were far stronger than the blood beast, because they were legendary rare beasts. One was known to be able to devour the heavens, rarely seen since ancient times. The other devoured all types of divine materials, even immortal gold, endlessly strengthening itself. The eyes of the two great ancient beasts were cold, staring at Yi Fan. Even though they felt restraining fear towards this person, they still wanted to take action and kill him. They possessed the most powerful ancient beast bloodlines. Once they reached the great success stage, they would definitely become the most powerful beast supreme beings, able to kill archaic gods and devils. They were exceptionally terrifying. You do have some methods. Let's continue our battle. Golden Snake Second Lang Jun moved first, his snake tongue hissing, his eyes vicious, radiating strand after strand of radiance. His golden snake body slithered forward. He naturally wasn't willing to accept this. The battle hadn't even ended, yet a blood beast joined in midway, interrupting their battle. There was always a thorn in his heart. His flesh was inferior to Yi Fan's, so he wanted to use ancient methods to suppress and kill him. The way Yi Fan killed the blood beasts was indeed a powerful deterrent. However, it was clearly not enough to suppress these supreme beings. It was because every single one of them was full of confidence. They came from different ancient regions, and were the most powerful on their respective ancient paths. Without a true battle, they wouldn't give up on their emperor paths. The god race's holy daughter Xianxia spoke, saying, "Everyone, why must you do this? There are many dangers ahead. We should join hands and cross the sea together instead of fighting to the death here. I think it's time to get rid of some people. I can't tolerate them being an eyesore on the road." Golden Snake Second Lang Jun said coldly as his golden snake body coiled around him. "That's right, it's time to settle things." The heaven-devouring beast and gold-devouring beast, these two supreme experts, also expressed their stance, pressing forward. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He raised his bow and released a monstrous killing intent. Pang Bo's blood chi surged and his battle prowess soared. His long hair danced in the wind and his eyes were like cold lightning. He was ready for a bloody battle. "Everyone, please calm down. Now is not the time for internal strife. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Holy daughter of the celestial race, Xianxia said coldly. She spoke the truth in a manner that was neither fast nor slow. Up ahead, the gray flood dragon, Gold Toad, and the other great sage might be waiting for them. They wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop and seize their natural luck. Xianxia's abilities were great. She understood a portion of the truth. The old divine expert had previously deduced that some of the young supreme beings might have great natural luck, drawing the Gold Toad, Heavenly Dog, and the other great sage's attention. They might take action to kill them and seize their good fortune. "You think we're scared of those old things? We'll wipe them all out in the future." Golden Snake Second Lang Jun sneered. A formation diagram appeared above his head. It was like a flying snake, golden multicolored light resplendent and releasing great divine might. "Killing the human race's holy body first won't affect our cooperation later on." The gold-devouring beast spoke coldly. Its entire body was cold, because its true body was a metal body. There would be young supreme beings falling step by step. The competitors on the Emperor path would be hostile towards each other. They didn't wish for others to stand in their way, so killing their enemies was the best choice. Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation was transmitted from the bitter sea. An exceptional great battle took place up ahead. Purple energy overflowed into the heavens, divine might matchless. It was as if an ancient deity was awakening. The young supreme beings that were originally going to fight a bloody battle were all shaken. They stopped and gazed into the distance. Pung cries filled the skies. There was an enormous golden-winged heavenly pung there. It tore through the 9 heavens, its wings like clouds that covered heaven and earth, rising 90,000 li into the sky. This was a terrifying scene. This golden pang's strength was extremely powerful, ranked in the great sage realm. It was precisely the beast sovereign that walked together with the gray flood dragon, Gold Toad, and Heavenly Dog. He encountered tremendous trouble. In the sky overflowing purple mist, a pair of ice-cold eyes stared at him. An ancient corpse-like figure appeared, bone-chilling cold. The golden pung released a long cry. Its enormous divine wings tore apart the heavens, making the vast sea rise and fall. Tsunamis angrily struck the skies, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. However, purple mist overflowed into the heavens, drowning out the golden light. That indistinct figure rushed up to the golden pung, fighting a great battle with it. The battle was incredibly bitter. In just a short period of time, golden pung blood scattered down, pouring down like a torrential rain on the black sea of bitterness, triggering all types of irregular scenes. Who is that? He injured an exceptional great sage within 10 moves, and he might very well kill him. What kind of background did he have? The young supreme beings were all horrified. Even though they possessed endless potential, as well as terrifying inheritances, as well as secret treasures rarely seen since ancient times, their hearts were still beating like drums. That was but a golden-winged great pung, a powerful great sage, yet right now, it was being suppressed, placed in an absolutely passive position. It might very well die here. It's him. Pangbo's expression became ugly. He saw a pair of purple eyes in the mist, as well as waves of resplendent purple light. He recalled the ancient corpse that was rising and falling in the sea not long ago. Correct, it is him. Yi Fan possessed the unrivaled heavenly origin eyes that could see through all fabrications. He saw the terrifying figure in the purple mist. That purple multicolored light was released from his eyes, and the purple mist was the blood energy within his body. It was extremely powerful, like a heavenly deity, terrifying into the heavens. This was the ancient great sage with the tyrant ether blood flowing through his body. Its might overflowed into the heavens, terrifying beyond compare. The Great Pung was originally the most powerful expert within the same realm, and their race's bloodline determined that they were blessed by the heavens. However, at this moment, it was completely insufficient. It was like an ordinary great bird that was being hunted down. Its entire body was dripping with blood, and one of its golden divine wings was almost torn off. This was an extremely powerful tyrant body rarely seen since ancient times. It had already died for several tens of thousands of years, and for some unknown reason, it revived. Even though it didn't have any techniques or ancient techniques, that type of powerful physique made even gods and devils tremble. It slaughtered until the golden-winged great pung cried out in grief. It wasn't its opponent at all. Is this a successful tyrant body? Yi Fan muttered to himself. His eyes flickered. Once this type of bloodline matured, it would truly be able to command gods and devils. It was extremely powerful and invincible. The golden-winged great pung flapped its wings and flew straight up into the sky. It wanted to enter the cosmos and escape from this sea of bitterness. However, it didn't have this opportunity. The tyrant ether blood's supreme potential shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. It was difficult to find an opponent in this world, or else it wouldn't be called the Saint Physique's archenemy. This was the corpse of the great sage. At this moment, the purple tyrant ether blood surged like thunder, releasing an immortal power. He rushed into the sky and grabbed the great pung. With a pu sound, blood splashed everywhere like a downpour. The ancient tyrant corpse tore off one of the heavenly pang's golden wings. It was extremely bloody and cruel. Ah, Gu Tianpeng screamed miserably, full of despair. The ancient corpse grabbed him, and he could no longer struggle free. It was like the most terrifying god and devil was fighting against his physical body. The tyrant body's eyes were ice cold. Purple light flickered, and with a forceful pull, Gu Tianpeng was hacked apart. His primordial spirit had just rushed out when it was grabbed and shattered, turning into ashes. The sea of bitterness was absolutely silent. Only the golden pung blood was sprinkling down. The two halves of the corpse fell into the black sea with a dong sound, stirring up heaven overflowing waves. He is a corpse, but he revived and gradually obtained the matchless strength he had when he was alive. What is going on? The goddess of the god race, Shenlan, said to herself. Her expression was grave. The dozen or so young supreme beings were all horrified. Not long ago, they had hurriedly glanced over and saw an ancient corpse floating in the sea. They never expected it to revive now. He drifted in the sea of bitterness, soaked in seawater like a law enforcer. When he is needed, he will revive and possess the strength he had when he was alive, said the archaic demonic god's descendant, Sangu. After who knew how much time had passed, that pair of ice-cold and terrifying purple eyes disappeared. The mist scattered, and the powerful tyrant ether body entered the sea of bitterness, thus disappearing. After experiencing this calamity, the dozen or so young supreme beings all became silent. No one took action again. The golden snake race's 4 Langjuns, Sanggu, the heaven-swallowing beast, and the others all went on their way, heading forward. It's a bit strange, Yi Fan said to himself. This sea of bitterness is too mysterious, and it is a bit too vast. Look, there are stars falling from time to time in the distance. It is even more vast than a stellar domain, Pang Bo said. They had never seen such a boundless sea before. It was comparable to a vast stellar domain, able to swallow the stars of the heavens. It was as if an ancient cosmos was evolving. The dozen or so individuals advanced side by side. They didn't fight and carefully headed towards where the golden-winged Pung fell. They wanted to see what was going on from the distance. That is, everyone was shocked. At the center of that vast sea, there was a wave of supreme divine essence energy. It was as if immortal splendor was rising, surging in the sea. It made everyone's pores relax even from far away. At the center of the sea was an enormous spring. Compared to the boundless sea of bitterness, it was a spring, but for everyone, it was even larger than a true lake. It surged up from the depths of the sea. It was sacred and auspicious, full of pure white radiance. It was simply the true power of immortals. It made people feel as if they were about to sprout wings and ascend. It was too gorgeous, abnormally auspicious, divine, and holy. It was as if the divine dew of the celestial domain was surging. It was incomparably resplendent and full of vitality. This is a celestial spring. It can regrow flesh and bones from the dead. They finally knew why the golden-winged Pung appeared here. It must have been attracted by this celestial spring. It wanted to enter the spring, but in the end, it was killed. Not only were Yi Fan and Pang Bo moved, but even Shenlan, Sanggu, and the heaven-swallowing beast in another direction were shocked. The golden light in the eyes of the 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan flourished. There is a divine spring in the lifeless sea of bitterness. This is really strange and mysterious, Pang Bo muttered to himself. What did you say? Yi Fan was shocked after hearing this. There was a kind of sudden realization, but also a kind of shock, almost to the point of being horrified. I'm talking about the divine spring in the sea of bitterness. Pang Bo himself was stunned when he said this. Then, he revealed a shocked expression. Sea of bitterness, divine spring. Could this be a person's sea of reincarnation? The two of them looked at each other and thought of the same thing at the same time. It was too similar. Even the name of this place was the Sea of Bitterness. This might not be a random name, but a fact. Obviously, Sanggu, the heaven-swallowing beast, and the golden snake 4th Langjun also felt it. They revealed a shocked expression and carefully examined the huge divine spring. This? Could it be formed from the sea of reincarnation of a celestial being from the mythological era? Their voices were trembling. This was simply like a fantasy story. Such a vast sea of sufferings was even vaster than the vastest star field. It was like a universe. The celestial being was a supreme existence at the level of the great ancient emperor. However, at that time, there was no such thing as the great emperor or the ancient emperor. He was revered as heaven or Tao. The later generations called him the celestial being and the Tao venerable. It was earth-shattering. This speculation made the hearts of more than a dozen young supreme experts tremble. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. How heaven-defying was this? It challenged the limits of people's imagination. In the sea of bitterness that was as huge as the universe, stars fell from time to time like dust. If this was a fact, it would be enough to shock both ancient and modern times. There is most likely an ancient weapon at the level of the celestial being here, nourished in the eye of the divine spring. Yi Fan said in a low voice. Giant black waves rose and fell, striking the skies. Waves of black mist rose, creating a terrifying scene. Yi Fan and Pang Bo wanted to find the celestial being ancient weapon. This place most likely had such an immortal weapon. Not only them, but Sanggu, the heaven-devouring beast, golden snake, and the others were also moving. They didn't want to miss out on such a heaven-defying opportunity. At the center of the sea, the life spring's immortal light rushed into the heavens. It was resplendent and dazzling, with strands of immortal energy. Unfortunately, there was no way to get close to that place. They saw that corpse again. When its purple eyes opened and closed, astonishing radiance shot out. This wasn't an ordinary ancient corpse. Not long ago, it single-handedly tore apart the golden-winged ancient skypone. The golden rain of blood filled this heaven and earth with an austere aura. No one dared to use force. They couldn't enter that immortal spring. This was truly regretful. That place was sparkling and dazzling. Every drop of liquid was a precious medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones. It was unparalleled in this world. What a pity! Pangbo sighed. Every drop of this immortal liquid was priceless. It was a rare great medicine, and this much was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. There will always be a way to get some divine liquid. Longma was the most unwilling to give up. This was the life spring of an ancient emperor, comparable to an immortal treasure. The group of people weren't willing to leave. They wanted to find a way to seize some immortal liquid and great medicine. They couldn't just watch helplessly like this. They were truly somewhat unwilling. The most powerful bloodline gold-devouring beast, heaven-devouring beast, and the others didn't leave. They were ancient beasts and desired this kind of thing the most. If they could devour it, they might be able to break through immediately. The Sea of Bitterness was even more vast than an ancient star field. It was like the vast cosmos. Stars flickered as they fell into the Black Sea. The waves reached hundreds of thousands of li. Everyone was cautious. Stars would fall from time to time like flying sand and stones, causing the waves of the Sea of Bitterness to rush into the heavens. This kind of scene made people suspicious and horrified. These are all stars. But compared to the Sea of Bitterness, they are like dust. The Sea of Bitterness was boundless. It wouldn't be full even if the heavenly rivers were filled up. However, this was only the sea of reincarnation of a celestial being. It was like a legend, even more fantastical than the Arabian Nights. Yifan opened his heavenly gaze, but it was difficult for him to see through this life spring. There was a tremendous pressure, and even after countless years had passed, this place was still a mysterious forbidden ground. The others were also exploring. Everyone's heavenly eyes were different. There were martial Tao heavenly eyes, blood will demonic eyes, supreme God heavenly eyes, and others, and the effects were also different. An hour later, Yifan was sweating profusely. He did his best to explore with all his might. Finally, he saw through some of the fog and saw the bottom of the sea. There were no weapons in the depths of the crystalline divine liquid, only chaotic mist and bolts of lightning. It was as if the world was being split apart. There's no celestial being ancient soldier. Yifan said softly. This was very disappointing. Pangbo said, we'd better be on our way. Although the immortal liquid is good, with the protection of the Azure Overlord body, we might die if we're not careful. Without a sovereign weapon, it's not worth the risk. Yifan's group was not the first to leave. The 4 Langjans of the Golden Snake race were very decisive. They had already gone ahead, and if they couldn't do it, then they wouldn't. Several ancient ships set out one after another. People thought that they would no longer have any contact with this life spring, but after traveling for hundreds of thousands of li, they were shocked. Smoke surged ahead, reaching the 9 heavens. That was an endless amount of essence energy gushing out, shaking down a few stars. This was unimaginable. Another life spring was like an enlarged version of the Baotu spring. It surged and surged with endless life force. It was extremely astonishing as it wreaked havoc on the heaven and earth. Something's wrong. Why did another spring appear? The people were puzzled. It was clear that a great battle had taken place here. There were remnants of the great sage's fluctuations, and it seemed like he had escaped. This kind of aura was extremely similar to the 2 Tao protectors of the human race. It can't be, right? Just how powerful of a character would it be to want to kill the 2 great sage? Pangbo was horrified. In the depths of the bitter sea, a corpse floated horizontally. Its clothes were ancient, and its blood-colored hair covered its face. It was as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was another ancient corpse. What was going on? Why were there always such powerful corpses in the bitter sea? Were they protecting this life spring? Whose orders were they under? The ancient corpse floated past. It seemed as if as long as the life spring was not touched, it would not cause trouble. That terrifying body and ancient clothing were extremely similar to the archaic demonic gods from millions of years ago. I have a bad premonition. Could this ancient celestial being still be alive? The life spring is still surging. This is a bit inconceivable. Are these ancient corpses protecting the celestial being? Impossible. The celestial being from the legendary era was too desolate. He had already died for countless years, so long that it was impossible to trace back. No one could live for that long. In the following days, Yi Fan and the others saw a total of 4 life springs. They all had flourishing essence energy, causing the nearby sea region to become divine and auspicious. All the great sage were thinking about it. To them, the life springs of the ancient emperors were definitely worth risking their lives for. This kind of divine liquid could be used to prolong one's life. Why is there more than one life spring? Could it be that a few celestial beings were buried together? Could it be a super-ocean tomb? Nine-tailed crocodile muttered. During the legendary era, there were 9 celestial beings and Tao venerables. All of them were extremely mysterious and their final whereabouts were unknown. Yi Fan frowned and shook his head. This bitter sea is so vast and boundless. It is comparable to an ancient star field. Although the life springs are big, they are still too small. Yi Fan speculated that the truly boundless life springs were about to dry up. These life springs were only a few strands of immortal essence. If they were at their peak, they would be countless times more vast than this. Boom. 2 days later, Yi Fan and the others saw the 7th life spring. An intense battle was taking place here. 4th Gentleman Golden Snake, Sangu, and the heaven-swallowing beast were secretly watching. It's the old chief of the demonic ox race. He's about to lose. The opponent was a powerful figure dressed in battle clothes. There were totems of deities engraved on them. His entire body was shining, and there was a supreme aura of supremacy about him. He was a corpse, but when he opened his eyes, the brilliance in his eyes caused others to tremble. He was suppressing the old chief of the demonic ox race with matchless divine might. Later on, his body kept on recovering. His bloodline was astonishing and the sonorous voice of the great Tao was endless. His entire being was like a real ancient deity. Even his hair was glowing like a golden sun. God race, he was a real ancient corpse of the God race. Shenlan was excited and said with a trembling voice, "This is a real divine king." The endless bloodline of the God race can only give birth to one person after dozens of generations. Everyone was astonished. A divine king that could only appear after dozens of generations was no small matter. He was not the fake divine king of the other races. A real divine king could be said to be invincible under the heavens. The old chief of the demonic ox race was in existence at the peak of the great sage. He was currently the most powerful figure, yet he couldn't hold on and was beaten until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the diamond chakram in his hand was useless. In the end, he was defeated. His black mountain-like body smashed through the void, and an enormous horn was hacked off by the divine king's bare hands. With a large amount of blood blossoming, he fell into the bitter sea with a putong sound. Moo, the old bull released a loud roar that shattered heaven and earth. The diamond chakram in his hand opened up a black hole, and he jumped inside to escape without a trace. Even though the real divine king had turned into a corpse, he was still able to beat the demonic ox race's supreme great sage until he fled. One could see just how powerful he was when he was alive, and it left everyone speechless. The bloodline of deities was the most powerful race in the cosmos. This was a well-deserved reputation. Tyrannical ether blood, divine king. Which one of them wasn't a supreme bloodline? Yet his corpse became the protector of several life springs. This made people bewildered and horrified. What kind of cause and effect was there? A day later, someone discovered the 8th life spring. The divine liquid was brilliant, and immortal energy surged. It was full of powerful life force. The stone man fought a great battle here. With the heaven measuring ruler in hand, the green and golden immortal tears flickered, and divine splendor scattered across the bitter sea. However, the most powerful Holy Spirit was still defeated, and it almost died under the mysterious ancient corpse's hands. It wasn't that far from the realm of Quasi-Emperor, but half of its body was blasted apart by that person's bare hands. It was only fortunate enough to escape this disaster. Divine blood scattered out, and it fled into the void. This was undoubtedly a type of storm. The great sage who crossed the bitter sea had almost all been defeated. There was actually no one who could defeat those corpses. Could it be a corpse disaster? Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. Why was every spring protected by ancient corpses, and they were all matchless ancient existences? Tyrannical ether blood, divine king, and others, which one of them were ordinary? Even he was a bit doubtful. Could it be that the sea of reincarnation could recover its life force, and that the ancient celestial being could come back to life? Otherwise, why would there be these divine masters guarding it? In the end, the 9th life spring was discovered, and it was also the last life spring. It was located at the very center, and it was surrounded by the other 8 life springs. The area it covered was also the most vast and boundless. Divine light was resplendent, and even the sun and moon were eclipsed. The other 8 were springs, and this one could be called the Sea of Life. It was vast and resplendent, and strand after strand of immortal energy rose from it. Those who crossed the bitter sea and didn't fall all arrived here. It was because there was a great emperor weapon in the life sea of this supreme god. The great sage sensed it, and their minds were all shaken. They stopped here in an attempt to fish it out. Even the great demonic god, Di Tian, and the earth corpse who hadn't been seen for many days came, appearing in this sea of bitterness. Yi Fan sat on the ancient ship, and he gazed at the bitter sea from far away. His forehead bone shone, and his entire body was dripping with sweat. The life springs of the great ancient emperors weren't something ordinary people could see through. Even though he was at the Saint King realm and had golden blood flowing through his body, Yi Fan still found it extremely strenuous. His eyes were in intense pain, and tears of blood flowed out. He circulated the swordsman formula to recover his injured body, or else even the heavenly eye might collapse. The chaotic energy and lightning interweaved together in his sea of life, creating an extremely terrifying scene. I saw 4 immortal swords. Their killing intent is exceptional, and I can't get close. That kind of peerless aura can destroy everything. Yi Fan's eyes were dripping with blood. Terrifying cracks appeared in his eyes, caused by the murderous intent at the bottom of the sea. His body trembled, and he quickly closed his eyes. He couldn't continue. It really is 4 killing swords. During these 2 days, 3 great sage have already fallen, and 5 others are seriously injured. All of them were caused by the killing swords. Pangbo revealed a serious expression. Hong. Suddenly, the extreme divine might wreaked havoc, and the bitter sea surged. Even the stars in the sky were shaken, and the tremendous pressure made even the great sage feel like he was suffocating. A golden pot emitting a simple and unadorned aura was currently reviving. It swallowed the heaven and earth, and it wanted to collect the 4 killing swords below. The stars in the sky all fell down, and huge waves of hundreds of thousands of li were stirred up. This is... Everyone felt their blood run cold, and they all quickly retreated. This was the extreme Dao Emperor weapon god smelting pot, and it belonged to the light race. At this time even the great sage were trembling. The god smelting pot was reviving, and this type of pressure made everyone feel despair and terror. They couldn't resist it. Everyone was extremely unwilling. The ancient race wanted to take away the ancient celestial being's weapon and take everything here for themselves. Everyone could only watch helplessly, and they had no way to stop it. Qi. Suddenly, sword Qi pierced through the bitter sea and tore apart the cosmos. It directly hacked down many of the great stars in the sky. The 4 killing swords in the Sea of Life revived, and they slashed out sword radiance that made all living things feel fear. The endless killing intent shook the endless ages. Dang, the god. Smelting pot was hacked down, and it released a ringing sound. Its radiance immediately grew dim, and it directly flew outwards, tearing through the sky for hundreds of thousands of li. What? An ancient emperor weapon was hacked flying? Everyone was shocked. The 4 killing swords were all ancient emperor weapons? This was too shocking. There were 4 great emperor weapons here. For killing swords, could it be that the heaven-reaching sect truly exists in this world? Pangbo's hair and bones trembled as he muttered to himself. Not only was Pangbo frightened, even Yifan was startled. For immortal swords were suppressing the life spring of the ancient celestial being. This was truly strange and terrifying. Do the people from the investiture of the gods really exist in this world? Impossible. Pangbo shook his head. The 4 killing swords' auras were horrifying. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. They rushed over like ferocious beasts from the desolate wastelands. Surging sword energy shot up, splitting the heavens and earth. Many great stars in the sky were hacked down. Black waves overflowed from the sea of bitterness. The waves reached hundreds of thousands of miles, and the stars fell like flying sand and stones. The scene was boundlessly terrifying. This kind of atmosphere, this kind of tyrannical, this kind of murderous aura could really shock 10,000 regions. It was rarely seen since ancient times. At the very least, the great sage and the young supreme beings present had never seen it before. Was this the terrifying scene of a great emperor weapon truly coming back to life? It was too shocking. Even the great sage would be crushed by the sword energy like an ant if he went up. In another world, the smelting god pot was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. Azure golden splendor scattered down, making it hazy. It was originally about to completely revive, but in the end, it was sent flying, and its luster became much dimmer. In the sea, an old man appeared and chased after it. He was born with 4 faces, and at this moment, he was continuously coughing out blood. His body was originally full of light, but now, it was trembling, and the halo was receding. This was the light race's great sage Mijin. He had cultivated for 6,500 years, but now, he was in such a sorry state, almost falling into the sea. After taking out the smelting god pot, he was far enough away to avoid this disaster. If he was near the smelting god pot, he would undoubtedly die and become ashes. How could this be? Mijin's hair was disheveled and bloodstained, and his face was full of disbelief. He was the grand great sage. He took out the smelting god pot, an ancient emperor weapon that had shaken the world, but it didn't have the desired effect. He was almost shaken to death. The 4 swords were all emperor weapons with peerless power. Even now, their murderous aura made him tremble. No one used the 4 swords, so how could they be more terrifying than the great sage's immortal sacrificial pot? Mijin stood next to the golden pot and silently adjusted his breathing. Sparkling radiance flickered, and the bloody wounds on his body disappeared. His body slowly recovered. Half an hour later, Mijin returned to this sea region. Now, everyone was extremely vigilant. He had an emperor weapon on him, so they all had to be on him. The black bitter ocean gradually calmed down and no more stars fell. However, the murderous aura did not completely disappear. It was contained within the sparkling and brilliant life spring. Extreme emperors might, this was an indisputable fact. Moreover, there were 4 emperor swords, leaving everyone shocked. There was a type of passion within their hearts, as well as a deep fear. Everyone has seen it. There is a great emperor weapon in the sea. It cannot be seized by a single person. Why don't we join forces? Mijin, the great sage of the light race, spoke to everyone. Everyone was startled. Many people's eyes shone with brilliance. Cooperating with someone who possessed an imperial armament was truly too dangerous. Mijin said, "Do not doubt me. I have no evil intentions. Everyone here is a genius. How could my light race dare to offend all of you?" He wanted to work together with the great sage to activate the smelting god pot and revive the 4 swords. As for how to distribute them, that would be discussed later. Some people were tempted. No matter how powerful the light race was, they wouldn't dare to make all the other races their enemy. Since there was an emperor weapon at the center of the spring, there might be ancient scriptures, other artifacts, and immortal medicines below. Anything nourished by the ancient celestial being spring would definitely be heaven-defying. The great sage discussed. The young supreme beings hid as far away as they could. If some old man lost his mind and attacked them with an emperor weapon, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they had secret treasures. Even powerful and conceited characters like Golden Snake 4th Lang Jun, Heaven-Swallowing Beast, and Sangu kept a low profile. They stood in the distance and watched silently, waiting for the result. "Do you think Tong Tian really exists?" Pangbo asked. Investiture of the Gods was a demonic novel that couldn't be believed. There was no such person in the true Taoism and ancient China's myths. That was why Pang Bo was conflicted. No. Yi Fan shook his head and muttered, "There is." "What do you mean?" Pang Bo was astonished. "Let's see how strong those 4 swords are first," Yi Fan said. He retreated again and again with Pang Bo, Longma, and the others. They didn't want to get involved. "All right. Dao brothers, let's work together. At the very least, we can absorb a portion of the celestial liquid. If we can open this spring, the harvest will be incomparable," Mijin said. After their discussion, For Great Sage decided to work together with him. The others continued to observe and didn't want to declare their position immediately. It was because those 4 swords were too powerful. Just now, they revived on their own and sent the azure divine pot flying. This made them feel restraining fear, even a type of fear. There were a few great sage who suspected that there might be living creatures in their sea of life. They might be formidable existences that were controlled by humans. Otherwise, how could they do this? That was why they were extremely cautious. Hong, the smelting god pot revived. It was entirely azure golden color and dazzling. Streak after streak of immortal feather-like ripples appeared, releasing extreme divine might. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky were all swaying. It was forged from feather azure gold. The deities inside awakened and emperor energy swirled about. Its power shook the 9 heavens. The mouth of the pot took in and sent out radiance. Chaotic energy appeared and streaks of stellar streams flowed about. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. This was an emperor weapon that could swallow the cosmos and store stellar streams within. It could refine all things in the world. Just those fluctuations alone made the great sage want to kneel down. This time, the Light Clan's great sage Mijin didn't act arrogantly. He slowly pushed forward, allowing the smelting god pot to gradually revive to its peak and truly awaken the deities. Moreover, he didn't prepare to swallow all 4 killing swords into the pot at once. Instead, he separated them first and targeted one. However, things always exceeded one's expectations. Lightning suddenly rumbled and thunder rumbled. It was as if there were demonic gods howling. A loud honglong sounded. That sea of life was directly cut apart. The 4 immortal swords below were trembling. The murderous aura was extremely strong, shocking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The surging sword energy was like smoke signals, as well as tens of thousands of silver streams that descended. They were boundless and wreaked havoc in all directions, taking the initiative to attack the smelting god pot. Everyone's scalps went numb. How were they supposed to defend against this type of power? It really was as if an ancient great emperor had revived. It couldn't be blasphemed against. This left everyone confused. There were no creatures in that life spring's eye, so how could the 4 swords revive and attack on their own? 3 of the 4 great sage that joined in immediately fled. They didn't resist and chose to give up. Only one person and Mijin were left. They operated the divine pot, but they were also flying backwards. Hong, this time, the smelting god pot was hacked by the sword energy. Its entire body erupted with radiance, blocking most of the pressure. However, it still flew backwards. This time, Mijin wasn't that lucky. His entire body was covered in blood, flying out diagonally like a scarecrow. His primordial spirit was almost split in half, his entire body in tatters. The other great sage also coughed out blood. When he saw the situation, he didn't say a word, fleeing for his life, no longer willing to cooperate. It was a failure again. Mijin almost died. If not for his preparations being more ample this time, as well as the endless distance between them and the divine pot, controlling it from a distance, not even bone dregs would have been left. How could it be like this? Mijin said to himself. With someone controlling the smelting god pot, could it not compare to the 4 ownerless killing swords? Pooh! Suddenly, the lower half of his body exploded. Then, the upper half also broke apart inch by inch, turning into a bloody mist. This type of scene made one's blood run cold. All of the great sage were shocked. When the final light sound rang out, his frontal bone shattered, immortal foundation disintegrated, primordial spirit extinguished, destroyed under a strand of terrifying murderous sword energy, this was overflowing from the smelting god pot. Just now, when the four swords hacked over, boundless sword energy poured into the pot. At this time, Mijin approached, so a disaster naturally occurred. These four swords are too terrifying. Even the great sage was horrified. Suddenly, the smelting god pot shone, its entire body resplendent. It flew back on its own, rushing towards the sea of life. Everyone was stupefied, and then they were overjoyed. It was clear that the deity within the divine pot had awakened and was furious. It took the initiative to attack, wanting to determine who was stronger and who was weaker against the four killing swords. This place immediately exploded. What sea of suffering, what life spring! None of them could withstand this extreme divine might. Primal chaos lightning danced about, terrifying to the extreme. With a honglong sound, under this strike, the 10,000 regions of the heavens trembled. Many stars above shattered, and some fell. The sea of suffering's waves rushed into the heavens, smashing into the depths of the cosmos. Chi! A resplendent streak of green-golden light flickered, rushing out of the sea of suffering, tearing apart the void, entering the ancient star domain, disappearing into the depths of the cosmos. Everyone was shaken. No one knew what kind of great collision happened between the smelting god pot and the celestial being ancient weapon, but everyone saw it retreat in the end. The star domain collapsed. Many great stars were struck down, smashing into the Black Sea. The entire star domain was trembling. Hurry and look, there is an ancient diagram above the four killing swords. That is, a formation diagram. So it was like this, the ancient great emperor's formation diagram merged with the four killing swords, naturally becoming unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. There was actually a great emperor's formation diagram left behind in this world. It is simply heaven-defying. Could it be that it was that person? I think I might know who it was. The great sage was shaken. The young supreme beings' hearts rose and fell, all of them horrified. There is no heavenly reason, it really is, him? Pang Bo's eyes released a look of disbelief. There is no such person as heaven-reaching master, but it can also be said to be him. Yi Fan shook his head and revealed a strange expression. The original form of heaven-reaching master in the investiture of the gods was the spiritual treasure celestial being of Taoism. Everything here should be related to him. Taoism had the spiritual treasure sect, and the spiritual treasure celestial being was one of the three pure ones. He was an ancient celestial being from the mythological era. There were many legends about him in ancient China, and they were deduced by later generations and written into books. It really is heaven-reaching master. Could it be the immortal execution diagram and the four swords? Pang Bo's eyes widened. After witnessing the matchless divine might of the four swords just now, his blood began to boil. Wrong, you should call him the spiritual treasure celestial being. To be more precise, there is no such person as heaven-reaching master, said Yi Fan. In the distance, the great sage were also discussing. All of their expressions were stirred up, and they were all incomparably shaken. They didn't recognize the four swords, but according to the ancient records, they recognized the formation diagram. It's the spiritual treasure celestial being. Who would have thought that this was his sea of suffering? There is a killing diagram in his life spring. According to the ancient records, the spiritual treasure celestial being was a heaven-warping talent with matchless divine might. He had once refined a divine diagram and used it to achieve the Tao. He swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, becoming the sole ruler of the heavens and earth. It was rumored that he had also tried to refine weapons. He said that he wanted to forge a killing sword and combine it with the formation diagram. He could use this to become an immortal and fight his way into the immortal domain. During the latter half of his life, all of his energy was invested in this. Legend has it that as long as he forged an ancient celestial being weapon that was compatible with the formation diagram, he would achieve the Tao and become an immortal. Now that the 4 killing swords have appeared and are compatible with the diagram, could it be that he became an immortal? Everyone was shocked. When they thought of this result, their scalps went numb. Impossible, the spiritual treasure celestial being sea of reincarnation is here, proving that he passed away in meditation. His vast and boundless body lies in the cosmos, how could he become an immortal? That might not be the case. Perhaps this is an emperor body shed after becoming an immortal. According to the ancient records, the spiritual treasure celestial being once said that as long as the formation diagram and the celestial being ancient weapon appear together, he could become an immortal. Not a single one of the great sage could remain calm. These 4 killing swords together with the formation diagram represented a terrifying extreme power. The ancient celestial being had placed his hopes on it becoming an immortal. Yi, we have to think of a way to seize the immortal punishing formation diagram and the 4 killing swords. Pang Bo's eyes burned with passion as he rubbed his palms together. Yi Fan shook his head, don't randomly name it. There is no such person as heavenly connection. Calling it the formation diagram or the 4 murder sword is more appropriate. How about I change my name to heavenly connection? Pang Bo's eyes shone brilliantly as his blood boiled. He had a desire for the 4 swords and the divine diagram. The formation diagram and killing sword were too powerful. If he obtained them, who would he be afraid of in the future? He and Yi Fan could move unhindered through the heavens and earth. If they encountered the great sage, they could cut them down with one slash. Yi Fan was startled and said, "It is best not to speak carelessly in the ancient celestial being sea of reincarnation." Sword energy surged, rivers of stars fell, and the universe split apart. Great stars exploded and fell from time to time, smashing the black sea of bitterness into the depths of the star domain. Under this sword formation, nothing could stop it. It was as if a great hole had been torn open in hell. Murderous intent overflowed into the heavens, boundless and boundless. Primogenitor Ling Bao is too terrifying. No one can take the imperial weapon and formation map that he left behind. Bull Demon King sighed. He had lost a horn during the battle with the ancient corpse of the Shen clan, but it was not a serious injury. Everyone finally understood why the 4 swords were left here and not taken away. It was clearly too difficult, and no one could move them. The tsunami-like sword energies lost their target and finally retracted, stopping at the eye of the life spring. That formation diagram is an illusion and not the true body? Everyone was astonished. There was a great sage who saw the real scene. Yi Fan also opened his heavenly eye. Despite the damage to his eyes, bloody cracks appeared one after another. He shot out 2 brilliant beams of light that reached the center of the sea. The formation diagram was engraved with ancient and mysterious great Tao symbols. It was like the deep cosmos, but it also seemed to be formed by the great Tao itself. It contained the great killing tribulation of the world, making it seem boundlessly terrifying. At this time, the formation diagram became indistinct like an illusion. It imprinted itself in the eye of the life spring before disappearing. It's not real. Wrong, there really is a formation diagram, but it is not here. It only left behind an illusion that can display its divine might at the crucial moment and awaken the 4 swords. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, their minds became active again. Where was the array diagram? That was the most crucial point. If he obtained it, he might be able to inherit the orthodoxy of the numinous treasure celestial being. At that time, the formation diagram, the 4 kill swords, and the ancient scriptures would become the strongest divine treasures. The formation diagram is the key. Only by obtaining it can one grasp everything. I wonder where it is buried. Everyone's eyes were burning hot, and they became excited again. The array diagram disappeared, and the 4 killing swords calmed down. The sea was calm, but if one were to carefully sense or get close, they would still feel the killing intent seeping into their bones. Yi, what do you think about changing my name to Tong Tian? Pang Bo said. Yi Fan pondered and said, this isn't too good. Without this person, don't create it. Why? Pang Bo was puzzled. Yi Fan said, the ancient celestial being and the great emperor were willing to do anything in order to pursue immortality. I'm afraid that something will go wrong in the end. Pang Bo was stunned and said, you think the true body of Tong Tian will appear? I didn't say that. Yi Fan shook his head, but he always felt that this kind of thing was a taboo, and it was better to stay away from it. In the following days, everyone worked hard and thought of all kinds of methods to obtain the 4 celestial swords, but they all failed. During this period, another great sage fell. He used a trick to create an incarnation, but it still brought about a fatal disaster. It caused his true body to fall as well. This was horrifying. That kind of sword chi was comparable to the attack of an ancient great emperor. In the era without emperors, who could face it head-on? The smelting god pot was sent flying, and no one dared to approach it again. Next, the human Tao protectors, the bull demon king, the ancient evil god, and the others all searched through ancient books and divine canons. They wanted to find some clues and flaws from the historical records. However, the era of legends was too desolate. Not to mention finding a way to restrain it, even the weapons of the ancient celestial being and their names were inauspicious in the books of later generations. They couldn't be listed all of them. It was said that the group secret of the 9 secrets was created by the numinous treasure celestial being. It involved divine patterns, Tao marks, talismans, and so on. It could be said that it was the ancestor of the formation, the most powerful killing formation since ancient times. And now, the great sage searched through ancient books and confirmed this saying through all kinds of clues. This was even more of a headache. This meant that without the formation diagram, there was no solution. It was almost impossible to break this killing formation. Even if a great emperor came back to life, he would have a headache for a while. Even if there is no one controlling this killing formation, all the great sage in the universe will be killed. This was the conclusion people came to. They searched through the sea of misery and started from the other springs, but unfortunately, they couldn't find anything. There was no trace of the formation diagram, and they were close to despair. The 4 killing swords have been here for countless years, and no one has ever taken them away. There is a reason for this. People could only sigh. The heroes stayed here for half a year, but they didn't make any breakthroughs. They could only sigh and choose to leave. Many people were already on their way. For example, Sangu, the golden snake, Ditian, and the gold-eating beast. They were very decisive and knew that they couldn't do anything. They immediately killed their way into the depths of the sea of misery, wanting to be the first to reach the other shore. The result was beyond everyone's expectations, including the great sage. They set off from the springs and relied on ancient ships to cross through the void passage many times. The area they crossed was comparable to a huge star field. When they finally reached the other shore, it was a boundless starry sky. It wasn't the dwelling place of the gods at all. From start to finish, they added up to a year, but this was the result. It was hard to believe. Where was the so-called ancient land of life? Everyone was angry. Could this be a scam? Were the ancients playing tricks on the later generations? We can't use common sense to judge this. Since the Sea of Misery is a part of the ancient celestial being's body, could the dwelling place of the gods be the Sea of Misery, the Springs of Life, the Divine Bridge, and the other shore were the 4 small realms that corresponded to the secret realm of the Sea of Reincarnation? If one wanted to cross the sea, they would need to cross the Divine Bridge. It wasn't that no one thought of this. In reality, when the Springs of Life were discovered, there were already people who tried to find the Divine Bridge. Unfortunately, they all failed. In the end, they couldn't see the other shore. After crossing the Black Sea for a year in vain, they finally turned around and thought about it. The Sea of Misery is boundless, turn back to the shore. Damn you! Pangbo cursed. Everyone turned around and returned. They couldn't help but sigh. The Sea of Misery really needed to be turned back and couldn't be crossed to the end. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. Too many people died in the Black Sea. Dozens of races sent their experts in, but in the end, they only left behind blood and bones. Without an ancient ship, they couldn't stay for a long time. Regardless of whether it was the Black Sea or this void, they would both weaken one's cultivation and magical power. Only by standing on the ship could they be safe. During these 5 years, Yi Fan diligently cultivated and comprehended the Tao every day. His cultivation improved day by day. There were bloody battles before, and he was even chased by the great sage. However, he made it through those bloody battles. That damned gray flood dragon, that damned toad, and that dog, wait until I become the great sage, I'll skin you all alive. Pangbo was furious. His entire body was covered in blood. During these few years, the gray flood dragon, golden toad, heavenly dog, and the other ancient beast deities had persevered in their pursuit. They had just escaped from a disaster. During this period of time, Yi Fan and the others had clashed with many young supreme beings and hundreds of races. Many bloody battles had occurred, and they had experienced the baptism of blood. Everyone deduced the trajectory of the divine bridge, but they couldn't make it manifest. They needed the gushing of the life spring to construct it and connect it to the other shore. This was the same as the secret realm of the human body. After such a long time, how could the life spring gush out? Now, it was about to dry up. The sea of divine liquid they saw was, comparatively speaking, compared to the vast sea of bitterness, it was insignificant. I'll enter the life spring to take a look. Yi Fan frowned. In the end, he made a decision. He wanted to take the risk and enter the center of the life spring. Alright, I'll go with you. We'll first obtain the Xianxia formation diagram, then cross the divine bridge to reach the other shore, Pang Bo said. Yi Fan firmly shook his head. No, it's too risky. Even though I have the man-faced ghost lantern and know the expiate people scripture to extinguish the murderous intent of the four swords, I've only tested it from the outside. I've never truly entered, so it's full of variables. There shouldn't be a problem. Since it's Tong Tian sect leader's magical artifact and scripture, it should be able to sense the Zhuxian four swords he left behind. It won't attack us, Pang Bo said. The only thing Yi Fan could rely on was the spiritual treasure celestial being Sea of Reincarnation. He had the ancient artifact and a magical scripture, so he felt that he had a certain chance of entering. Black mist rose in spirals above the bitter sea, containing murderous intent. Only at the center, dense mist rose and multicolored light rushed towards the heavens. There was immortal energy rising, dazzling and resplendent. The life spring gurgled like an immortal spring. The sparkling and translucent liquid made people feel as though they were about to sprout wings and ascend to immortality. All the pores and bones in their bodies were moistened, their bodies became light and agile. Their spirits were full and their immortal platforms emitted Tao sounds on their own. Yi Fan chanted the expiate people scripture. A bronze lamp hovered beside him. He got close to the life spring in the center and felt as though his bones were about to collapse and his body was about to be destroyed. The human body and ghost face lamp flickered, and a withered little old man appeared in the wick of the lamp. It was very strange. He sat cross-legged and chanted the expiate people scripture. The flames of the mythological era flourished. At this moment, the murderous intent receded and the feeling of his body about to explode disappeared. Yi Fan was enveloped by the hazy flames as he got closer to the life spring. Above his head was the myriad chi cauldron and in his hand was the green copper piece. His body was draped with the immortal treasure map from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Only then did he enter the life spring accompanied by the ancient lamp. The moment he entered, his pores relaxed and divine energy surged from his body, becoming 10 times stronger. The divine liquid almost drowned out the lamp. It was as though he was about to sprout wings and ascend to immortality. In the distance, Pang Bo, Lanma and the rest had their hearts in their throats. Seeing that he entered safely and was not killed by the immortal execution four swords, they heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Fan also heaved a sigh of relief, indicating to them that there was no need to worry. This human body ghost face lamp had a heaven-defying effect. The murderous intent was still there, but it was not targeted at him. Yi Fan did not dare to drink the life spring of the ancient emperors. This was a good thing, but it might contain killing intent. The light emitted by the ghost face lamp blocked the sparkling and translucent liquid outside. The life spring was filled with dense immortal energy and the sparkling and translucent liquid emitted a sweet fragrance. Yi Fan held on to the ghost face lamp and dived down into the depths, wanting to see what was going on. He finally saw it vaguely. There were 4 dark red killing swords at the bottom. Although they were simple and unadorned, they were emitting an exceptional murderous intent. Could it be that I can really take away the 4 swords? Yi Fan's heart was beating rapidly. At this time, he was very far away. Although the murderous intent passed through the ghost light curtain and entered, it did not harm him. This gave birth to a sliver of hope in his heart. Something's not right. There's a cave under the water. Yi Fan was startled. To be more precise, there was a stone mirror that was abnormally polished. Through it, he could see a cave suspended in the center of the life spring. It should be very far from where he was. This was the effect of the formation, or else he would not have been able to see it. It's not that far from the 4 killing swords. What's the connection? Yi Fan observed carefully through the stone mirror. The cave was grand and imposing, just like the ancient watchtower of the celestial court. It was majestic and intimidating, but it was completely silent. This kind of thing appearing in the life spring of the ancient emperors was very strange. Yi Fan's heart throbbed. What kind of person was this, to actually live in this place? It's a monkey. His heart jumped. He changed his angle and saw a monkey through the stone mirror. Its entire body was covered in flickering golden fur, as if it was cast from gold. It was dazzling. Yi Fan was stunned. He almost did not dare to believe his own eyes. Wasn't that the sacred battle ape? It was too similar to the sacred prince and the victorious fighting Buddha, the only difference was that it had 6 ears. Could this be the legendary six-eared macaque? Yi Fan was shocked. It actually lived in the life spring of the ancient emperors. The divine ape's eyes were closed, and its golden fur was dazzling. It sat on a praying mat without moving an inch, as if it was made of gold. There really was a 6-eared macaque. This made Yi Fan dumbstruck. It was too similar to the sacred prince, and if it was not for the fact that he was born with 6 ears, he would have been mistaken. How? Strange. How did he get in? Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, and it was difficult for him to calm down. This was the life spring of the ancient celestial being, and yet this monkey was so heaven-defying that it could reside here. This was not something an ordinary deity could do, and it defied common sense. The formation of the spirit treasure and the 4 killing swords could not be broken. Even great emperor weapons could not break through it. Could it be that he was like me, and also obtained the ancient weapons and runes left behind by the ancient celestial being? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The stone mirror rotated, but it was not stationary. It was floating up and down in the life spring, simple and natural. It flashed past, and the figure of the monkey also disappeared. Yi Fan moved his body, but no matter how he adjusted the angle, he could not see clearly. A chaotic rune flickered, and it almost sealed the mirror. Is he alive, or has he passed away? Yi Fan could not be sure. The creature that looked like a wooden statue was like a stone statue, and it did not move at all. The distance was too far, and he could not make a judgment. The 6-eared macaque was a heaven-defying race that had disappeared for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. To be able to see one today made Yi Fan feel that it was a little unimaginable. He had a bad premonition seeing such a creature in this place. This was an extremely powerful race that could pierce through the heavens. If it was still alive, it would definitely be a great calamity if it jumped out. Yi Fan observed carefully. Although the mirror was blurry, he could still see a bit of the grand atmosphere of the cave that it had formed. There was actually a bit of an immortal's aura, and strands of immortal energy seeped out. It did not seem like a structure that originally existed in the life spring, but was moved here by someone else. Only the 4 immortal swords had the qualifications to be nurtured here. Other treasures could not enter the life spring of the ancient celestial being. Yi Fan took a closer look and indeed found something unusual. The abode of immortals seemed to have been cut off from the celestial mountain and moved here. There were cracks on it. Incredible. It looks like the 6-eared macaque really did move his cave abode here and treat this place as a treasured place for immortals to cultivate. At this moment, the primal chaos rune dimmed, and the cave abode finally became a little clearer. Yi Fan hurriedly opened his source-opening heavenly eye to take a closer look. Tao talismans, divine inscriptions, and scriptures. On the inner walls of the cave, there were some places that were densely packed with all kinds of ancient characters. They were mottled and full of the aura of time. Yi Fan's eyes froze. He saw some characters that belonged to the expiate-person scripture. It contained a strange magical power. At the same time, there were some other scriptures, but unfortunately, he could only see bits and pieces of them. This doesn't look like an outsider's residence. It looks like it belongs to the numinous treasure celestial being. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with a strange light. He pondered for a while and came to a rough conclusion. The 6-eared macaque had a great fortune and obtained a cave abode of the numinous treasure celestial being. He cut off the whole thing and moved it here. Without a doubt, this Tao field was no small matter. Otherwise, how could it peacefully submerge in the life spring of the ancient celestial being and let the 4 killing swords sense a familiar chi? It should have passed away in meditation. Yifan came to this conclusion after observing. The bitter sea had not been peaceful for the past few years, and there was no sign of the six-eared macaque. He felt that it was most likely a corpse. He approached the stone mirror to confirm the cave abode. If he could enter, there might be a great fortune. However, as soon as he got close, he heard a slight trembling sound. The chaotic runes on the stone mirror flickered mysteriously, and the cave abode became even more blurry. Moreover, the 4 ancient swords below were filled with killing intent. Although there was no sound, it was still terrifying. It was obvious that there was a killing intent rushing over. If he did not have a human body and the ghost face lamp, he would most likely be torn to pieces. The killing swords were mysterious and terrifying. They could easily cause rivers of blood and millions of corpses. Even with the numinous treasure celestial being's bronze lamp, I can't get close. It seems that the cave abode is really extraordinary. It was recognized by the 4 swords and is even better than the ancient lamp. At this time, Yifan finally saw the 4 swords clearly. On the dark red sword body was the scene of the slaying immortals. A man looked down on the world and the gods. Could this be the numinous treasure celestial being? Yifan's mind was shaken. None of the 4 swords had the same pattern. There was the scene of the slaying immortals, the scene of a sea of blood destroying the universe, and the scene of tens of thousands of corpses. A bitter aura covered the heaven and earth. Every killing sword seemed to have devoured the blood of millions and millions of creatures. They were clearly motionless and sunk there, but there was a kind of heaven collapsing and earth splitting aura being emitted. It was as if the universe was going to collapse. The 4 swords represented destruction. Moreover, Yifan realized that they were one entity. There was only one deity born in the 4 sword bodies. Strictly speaking, this was only an emperor weapon. Only when they were united could they be unrivaled under the heavens. Once they were separated, their power would most likely decrease. However, there was no one in this world that could separate them. The appearance of the formation was comparable to the revival of an ancient emperor. He was personally leading the killing swords. With the 4 swords and the formation, I might really be unrivaled under the heavens, but it will be difficult to obtain. Yifan frowned. He chanted the expiate-person scripture and held the human body devil face lamp in his hand. He sat cross-legged within the life spring and emptied his mind. He tried to communicate with the 4 killing swords and obtain their approval. However, the 4 swords were like the ocean abyss, deep and unfathomable. The bloody scene of the slaying immortals seemed to have reappeared in reality. It turned into a wave of pressure that forced Yifan to retreat. This won't do. The killing intent of these 4 immortal swords is too strong. There is no one in this world that can control them. I need the formation diagram to take them away. Yifan sighed inwardly. He didn't continue to take the risk. He avoided the 4 swords and dove downwards. At the bottom should be the ancient celestial being's life wheel. It was sparkling and shining, and its surface was covered densely with countless cracks. It couldn't be approached, and there was a great pressure coming from it. Yifan was truly shocked. Every year he lived, a crack would appear on the life wheel like the rings of a tree. After such a long period of time, why was it still shining and not collapsing? He had a horrified feeling. The numinous treasure celestial being left behind the expiate-person scripture because he foresaw something. He might be able to suppress the corpse calamity, so it was definitely an expert of this path. And now, his sea of reincarnation still hadn't completely collapsed. This made people feel that something was wrong. The greatest corpse calamity better not be him. Yifan's expression was uncertain. He flipped through the ancient texts. According to what the great sage said, once the numinous treasure celestial being forged an emperor weapon and the formation diagram harmonized, he would ascend to immortality. However, this wasn't the case. Yifan was sure that the numinous treasure celestial being definitely lived for more than one era. The traces on the wheel C far exceeded 10 to 20,000 years. It wasn't the short lifespan of the ancient celestial being. Since he couldn't get close, he could only retreat and search for the life springs, but he couldn't find anything else. The strangest thing was that the cave dwelling used to have a 6-eared macaque. Now, he couldn't enter, which made him feel helpless. Yi Fan collected a cauldron of life spring divine liquid and rushed out of the water with a splash. He looked around and saw that no one was there. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at another sea of bitterness. Where's Pang Bo? Where did Longma and the others go? Yi Fan was puzzled. They hadn't been separated for long, but the group had disappeared. There were some fluctuations left behind here. He sensed them carefully and then opened his eyes in anger. Two beams of cold light shot out and he said, "It's the golden toad, the grey flood dragon, and the heavenly hound again. They've gone too far." It had to be said that the three ancient beasts' spiritual senses were very sharp. They sensed that the group had secret treasures on them and stared at them like the golden snake forth-laying June. Especially once, when Pang Bo was researching the demon emperor ruler, they sensed a wisp of qi activity and became suspicious. Since then, they chased after them, swearing to steal the treasure. The celestial ruler was broken into 5 pieces, and the deity inside was destroyed. All that was left was instinct. Although 2 pieces belonged to Pang Bo, he couldn't use them wantonly, or else he would hurt himself and others. An hour later, Yi Fan found them. Every one of them was covered in blood. Half of Pang Bo's body was exposed, and he almost died. The 9-tailed crocodron only had 2 tails left. Its body almost exploded, and blood was dripping everywhere. Longma, the golden lion, and the others weren't much better off. They were all heavily injured. After seeing the grey flood dragon and the golden toad, we immediately crossed the void. In the end, we were ambushed by the heaven-swallowing beast, the golden eater beast, and the golden snake race, Pang Bo said. It was difficult for others to open the realm gate in the sea, but they weren't. This was because they had the Void Emperor's chessboard formation. Yi Fan studied it carefully. He had more or less comprehended it through the Black Emperor's notes and prepared many seats. Pang Bo and the others had just entered when they were sabotaged by the heaven-swallowing beast and the others. The realm gate exploded, and they were almost lost in the dark void. The ancient ship was directly shattered. Our cultivation and magic power are declining. Without the ancient ship, we can't survive in the bitter sea. Longma revealed a worried expression. Boom! A vast fluctuation came. A 3-meter-long grey flood dragon and a mountain-sized golden toad appeared first and chased after them. "Grey loach, toad, just you wait. I'll stew you sooner or later," Longma said angrily. Yi Fan and the others stepped into the realm gate and disappeared from this place. The great sage's palm force slammed down and smashed through the void. In another sea, Yi Fan took out the cauldron. It was filled with a sparkling liquid. He looked at it carefully and frowned. "Fortunately, I didn't drink it. There is killing intent inside. Fortunately, I can refine it out." Wisps of black mist floated up and let out clanging sounds. The life spring liquid was purified. Yi Fan passed it to Pang Bo, Longma, and the others. The effects were immediate. It was truly a life and death situation. They didn't even need to adjust their breathing. The life spring of the ancient celestial being directly healed their injured bodies. It really is a great medicine. Its value is immeasurable. Pang Bo and the 12 saints were all astonished. After drinking the sparkling liquid, their cultivation and magic power recovered. They were no longer suppressed by the bitter sea. Only the life spring of the ancient emperors could dissolve the evil Yin and great Tao suppression in the bitter sea. The group was naturally excited. They asked Yi Fan about the results of this trip. "What, there's a 6-eared macaque?" The black bear saint was shocked. Tens of thousands of years ago, one of his ancestors encountered a 6-eared macaque. As the great sage, he was slapped into meat paste by that monkey. Its demonic might was overflowing. As Yi Fan listened to his detailed explanation, he was shocked to discover something. That 6-eared macaque seemed to be moving. There was a small monkey on its shoulder. There was a mountain-like cave abode above its head. It was unknown where it was going. My ancestor only blocked its way in the starry sky. He was slapped into meat paste by that peerless monkey. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression and described the cave abode. The black bear saint was extremely excited. He said angrily, "It is exactly the same as the cave abode described in the ancient books of my race." Everyone was stunned. What a coincidence. That peerless six-eared macaque actually moved to this place. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Even if he was an ancient emperor, he should have died by now. All of you, come with me. We will enter the life spring together. That is a good place for cultivation, Yifan said. He had the ghost lantern and the expiation scripture, which could protect everyone as they entered together. Cultivating in the life spring of Gu Tianzuan was almost the same as cultivating in the celestial realm. It was the Taoist land that all cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. They didn't need the ancient ship. They directly entered the life spring. The surroundings were filled with sparkling liquid. Immortal mist rose and divine light shone. Occasionally, the sonorous voice of the great Tao could be heard. They couldn't drink this divine liquid directly. However, they could slowly refine it and integrate it into their bodies. This place is indeed suitable for comprehending the Tao. I just don't know how long we can stay here. Pangbo was shocked. Here, his forehead bone shone and the Azure Emperor ancient scripture circulated on its own. It was very special. The ghost lantern produced a screen of light, blocking the killing intent and protecting everyone. The expiation scripture rang out continuously. The 4 dark red killing swords below didn't move at all. What a good place. I didn't think I could actually refine divine liquid here. Longma was extremely moved. He wanted nothing more than to roar towards the heavens. Because this was the life spring liquid left behind by ancient emperors. It was sparkling and resplendent. Every drop was a precious medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones. It was unparalleled in this world. So much, it was simply unimaginable. The only troublesome thing was that the sword chi within the divine liquid was too terrifying. It needed to be refined 100 times over. Otherwise, there might be a fatal disaster. The divine bridge didn't appear, and there was no way to enter the other shore. Yifan planned to stay here for a long time. When he took out 2 items, the eyes of the 12 saints brightened. They revealed incomparably fiery gazes. These were 2 seeds. One of them was only the size of a walnut. Within the divine spring, there was a little violet qilin that was less than 2 inches long. It was vivid and lifelike and contained a powerful life force. It had life and was actually trembling. It wanted to break through the divine spring and rush out, even wanting to escape. This was naturally the seed of the qilin divine medicine. After so many years, Yifan never had the chance to plant it because the conditions were too harsh. Meanwhile, the life spring of the present ancient celestial being was simply the best soil for its growth. Yifan laid down a formation. Otherwise, he really might have been scared of it escaping. Every single stalk of immortal medicine was unique in this world. They had a spirit and could connect to the heavens. They could fly on their own. The qilin seed that had slept for countless years truly revived here. Everyone could hear the sound of the divine spring cracking and shattering. Then, endless divine multicolored light flew over. It absorbed the essence of the sparkling divine liquid on its own, cutting off the killing intent and continuing its growth. In just half a month, the qilin seed was already the size of a fist. Its roots became thicker and longer, seizing even more life spring divine liquid. Its growth was quite good. Everyone's eyes became even more fiery. Meanwhile, at this time, the other seed in Yifan's hand also underwent a transformation. Ear-splitting Buddhist chants sounded, and a great thunderclap temple appeared behind Yifan. It was grand and tall, releasing divine splendor. Om, Ma, and I, Pad, Me, Hum, the sudden Buddhist shout caused everyone's flesh and blood to tremble, their bones to ring, and their ears to ring. Their primordial spirits almost rushed out from their foreheads, and a grand Tao sound rang out from their immortal platforms. The 4 ancient words Great Thunderclap Temple were engraved on the bronze plaque, emitting a supreme divine might that couldn't be blasphemed. The bronze was mottled with rust, but it couldn't hide the aura of great changes. There was an ancient scroll that was yellowed, carrying the will of endless sorrow and desolation. This was actually the Great Thunderclap Temple. It appeared because of the seed in Yifan's hand. Although it was just an illusory image, it was as heavy as the heavens, making people feel both respect and fear. The majestic ancient building stood under the setting sun, dyed in a layer of golden radiance, appearing divine and dignified amidst the mottled vicissitudes. It could be said that they were personally here. This didn't seem like an illusory image, but rather as if they had truly arrived at Mount Meru, standing in front of the ancient temple, watching the reincarnation of all living beings, watching Buddhas undergo nirvana. The Buddhist shout only rang out 6 times before falling silent, returning to tranquility. There was only a majestic aura, making people involuntarily pay homage to the ancient temple under the golden radiance of the setting sun. Strange, where did you get this seed from? It's related to the methods of those monks. The golden lion, heavenly scorpion, and the others were all anxious. On this ancient path, Amiba's methods were still being passed down. Everyone respected them from afar, not wanting to have any karma with the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's the seed of another Buddha, Yi Fan said. This was the Bodhi seed he obtained in front of the great thunderclap temple on ancient Mars star. It had accompanied him for many years and was greatly beneficial to comprehending the Tao. Now, there was actually a phenomenon here. Shakyamuni. Golden Cicada's master? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was because they had heard of that young holy monk's name in recent years. His magical force was heaven-reaching, traversing the ancient paths of various races, suppressing the crowd. Even now, he had never tasted defeat, unmatched under the heavens. When the Black Bear Saint and the others heard the process of Yi Fan obtaining the Bodhi seed, they were all stunned. An old tree turned into ashes, only producing a single fruit. This was clearly undergoing nirvana. This is a Buddhist undying immortal medicine, previously grasped by the Amiba Buddha, previously planted on Mount Shumi, and then drifted to the other side's ancient star. One of the 12 saints said. He knew all of the undying divine medicines in this world, and with a single look at this seed, he knew that it was definitely formed from that ancient tree. There might be millions of Bodhi trees, but the true primogenitor tree, the undying immortal medicine, only existed in the Buddhist sect. Yi Fan pondered and said, there are too many strange things about it. This was the Amiba Buddha's undying immortal medicine that appeared on ancient Mars. It had previously been grasped by the Shakyamuni Buddha. In the end, the entire ancient tree underwent rebirth, and the seed was taken away by him. This is a type of undying immortal medicine. There is no reason for Shakyamuni to abandon it. Yi Fan was confused, his mind full of questions. Could it be that Shakyamuni was really the devil's shell of Amiba and was opposed to it? That was why he abandoned the ancient Bodhi tree and walked a different path from the orthodox Buddhism? Or could it be that the ancient Bodhi tree underwent rebirth, temporarily unable to be brought away, needing to be left behind an ancient Mars star? Or could it be that Shakyamuni and the Amiba Buddha Great Emperor stood against each other, allowing the entire ancient Bodhi tree to undergo rebirth, erasing all of its past to be reborn into a new immortal medicine? Yi Fan was greatly troubled. Thinking of many things. The Buddhist sect pays the most attention to karma, absolutely cannot provoke them. One of my ancestors was converted by the Buddhist sect. The Golden Lion said. There was once an old lion whose achievements were unmatched, ranked in the quasi-emperor realm. It was only because he cultivated a type of Buddhist divine ability that he mysteriously converted to this sect. That was a supreme heavenly talent from my clan, yet in the end, he still resolutely entered ancient Amiba star domain, paying his respects to the Amiba Buddha Great Emperor. The two had never met before. The Golden Lion said. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Buddhist sect's divine abilities were just too strange, even a quasi-emperor was converted, becoming a famous supreme protector. Everyone knew that it was most likely the Amiba Buddha Great Emperor's doing. Otherwise, there was no way that old Golden Lion would step into the other side, becoming respectful even though they had never met. The Buddhist sect has 9 great sect protecting magical imprints. Don't tell me that the fearless lion imprint was created by your ancestor? Pangbo asked. Precisely. The Golden Lion replied. When everyone heard this, they sucked in another breath of cold air. This really was terrifying. That old lion left behind a glorious page in the history of cultivation, yet it was actually converted. Yi Zi, this thing is a bit strange. It seems like we cannot touch it. Pangbo revealed a serious expression. The Golden Lion and Black Bear Saint both agreed. The Buddhist sect's waters were too deep, they couldn't produce karma with them. Otherwise, they would definitely fall deeply into it in the future. Yi Fan said to himself, so many years have passed. The Umaba Buddha Great Emperor has long passed away in meditation. He shouldn't be living in this world. But don't forget that there is still the Shakyamuni Buddha. He is equally unfathomable. Don't be schemed against by him. Pangbo solemnly reminded. Yifan opened his palm, and the Bodhi seed appeared in the center of his palm. Its surface was densely covered with patterns, as if it was born naturally. There was a set of patterns on it, and it was Yifan himself. Back then, it was originally a statue of the Shakyamuni Buddha. In the end, it was refined by Yifan and nurtured with great care. In the end, it became him. Now, he clearly felt that something was wrong. What had changed was only the outer shell. The Bodhi seed still contained the Buddhist truth. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a thunderous sound appearing now. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The great thunderclap temple gradually went into the distance, and a battle between divine dynasties appeared. It was like a battle between ancient deities. This is... Yifan was shocked. This was the phantom he saw when he returned to ancient Mars. Mars had a sea eye that had buried too many saints. The ancient crocodile suppressed by the Shakyamuni Buddha had wanted to go in and steal the immortal treasure. Not only did Yifan encounter the ancient crocodile there, but he also saw the sea eye that swallowed up everything in the ancient planet. That was the remains of a battle between deities, and it was suspected that ancient saint emperors had participated in it. Oh, could it be that I'm overthinking things? The reason why the ancient Bodhi tree was left there was only to suppress the burial ground of ancient Mars? Yifan muttered to himself. What Umaba Buddha? What Shakyamuni Buddha? Can they bite me? Since I've obtained this immortal medicine seed, how can I return it? I'm taking it. Longma had a ruffian appearance. How could he spit out such a good thing after obtaining it? This was the principle he had learned from the Black Emperor. Kacha. Right at this time, the Bodhi seed cracked apart, producing a tender sprout. There was a type of supreme life essence that seeped out, making everyone feel as if they were about to ascend. Their bodies shone as well. The Bodhi seed has shattered, and the seed is about to sprout. Was this the undying divine medicine? It contained an undying aura. That type of life essence was too powerful, and it could definitely recreate life. No wonder the ancient great emperors could live a second life. Only at this moment did it reach perfection, successfully undergoing rebirth. Just like the Qilin divine medicine seed, it can grow again. Everyone sighed. This was a type of undying divine medicine, and now, it had obtained new life, about to grow into a divine tree. The Qilin divine medicine and Bodhi seed both underwent rebirth because of the mother stalk's calamity. Now, they both obtained new life. These are two stalks of divine medicine. What does this mean? Longma's saliva flowed down, almost forming a small river. Within the formation, the Qilin divine medicine had already produced roots and produced a pair of leaves. Its entire body was purple, flickering with multicolored light. It was sparkling and translucent, and it was the size of a palm. The Qilin appearance was currently transforming into a root. In the future, the fruit it produced would become a Qilin shape. In addition, the brilliant purple leaves also had Qilin patterns, mysterious and unfathomable. There is a type of will contained within. Pangbo stared at the Qilin ancient medicine. What archaic divine medicine? Strictly speaking, this type of immortal medicine already existed as early as the legendary era. Anyone in this world would die, and only the undying divine medicine could exist forever. During this period of time, only they could truly live forever. Every stalk of divine medicine has its own will, or else they wouldn't be able to fly into the sky and escape into the earth, choose the soil to live in, and even more so not undergo rebirth. Yifan said. Seriously speaking, the undying divine medicine was a living piece of ancient history. Who could have lived longer than them? Moreover, because they had followed ancient great emperors, they definitely grasped heaven's shocking secrets. Everyone here was naturally moved. Since it revived and was no longer lifeless, they could now explore it. However, when Yifan's divine sense entered the Qilin divine medicine, it only trembled timidly, at a loss. It didn't have any memories of the archaic era at all. Right, it underwent rebirth, severing its connection with the past. This is its other life, so it naturally wouldn't remember the past. Yi Fan sighed softly, full of regret. Otherwise, they might be able to pry into the secrets of ancient great emperors, archaic emperors, and even the legendary era. Ancient medicines have lived since the legendary era, truly living for a long time in this world. The ancient great emperors all had a type of immortal medicine that accompanied them. Could it be that they saw the greatest opportunity to become an immortal? Since the ancient times, almost every great emperor had an undying medicine. This was enough to prove one thing, and that was that they were too important. They contained the secrets of long life. There are rumors in this world that undying medicines are related to immortals. If one can pry into them, they might be able to enter the immortal domain. The origins of the 12 saints weren't small. Their ancestors were all archaic species, so they knew many things. Something's not right. This Bodhi tree has another type of indistinct will. Yi Fan's expression changed. He finished exploring the Qilin ancient medicine, and then he went to explore the seed that had just sprouted. It was just a strand, extremely indistinct, but it couldn't be erased. It was about to become one with the Bodhi seed. Yi Fan thought to himself. No wonder the great thunderclap temple and others would appear. It was definitely this weak strand of will that was stirring up mischief. Pangbo, Longma, the Golden Lion, and the others also explored it. Their expressions all changed. Was this the Shakyamuni Buddha, or was it the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor? It made one shiver with fear. This Bodhi seed wasn't simple. It still belonged to the Buddhist sect, containing their will. This is troublesome. What do we do? Even this greedy fella, Longma, felt a headache. What else can we do? Since it's already like this, then let's completely obtain it and erase that strand of will. Yi Fan said. He sat there cross-legged and used his full strength. However, no matter how many divine abilities he used, he couldn't erase that seemingly weak and indistinct will no matter how hard he tried. This won't do, I can't erase it. I can't erase this strand of will. Pangbo's forehead was drenched in sweat. He couldn't cut it down even with the Demon Emperor's 9 slashes. As expected, we can't be tainted by the Buddhist sect's things. This might be a huge problem that will provoke great karma in the future. The Golden Lion said. He thought of his own ancestor. Regardless of whether it's the Shakyamuni Buddha or the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor, we can't let it attach itself to it. Yi Fan was also worried that there would be problems in the future. His eyes were cold as he gazed at the 4 dark red killing swords in the depths of the life spring. You are going to. The others were all astonished. Draw these 4 killing swords to erase this strand of will. Yi Fan replied. Using the immortal execution 4 swords to deal with the Buddhist Great Emperor, this is a good idea. However, don't cut us down as well. Pangbo grinned. Yi Fan resolutely replied, I want to comprehend the Tao under the Bodhi tree and create my own ancient scriptures. I don't wish for an indescribable will to appear and pay attention to everything I do. It must be erased, or else everything I did in the past will be seen through by it. It will become a great disaster sooner or later. The life spring gurgled and the liquid was sparkling and translucent. Dense mist rose and immortal clouds overflowed. This was a place connected to the Tao and could allow people to comprehend the Tao. The surface of the sea was calm and peaceful, but the undercurrent was surging below. Yi Fan was drawing on the strands of murderous intent in the life spring in an attempt to refine the Bodhi seed. The seed had already sprouted and was about an inch tall. It was bright green and fresh like the clouds, but it was overflowing with an ocean-like life essence. It was obviously only an inch tall, but it was so vast and profound that it made people gasp in admiration. The immortal medicine could not be measured with common sense. This won't do, I have to hurry. Yi Fan's expression changed. He discovered a terrifying fact. The extremely weak and indistinct will in the Bodhi seed was actually growing stronger as the seed sprouted. This was a terrifying sign. If the seed turned into a real Bodhi tree, wouldn't that mean that the will inside would truly grow stronger? It was suspected to be the will of Shakyamuni or Amitabha. If it really grew stronger, it would be a disaster for Yi Fan. This was a will of nirvana. First, Yi Fan isolated himself from the surroundings to prevent the essence from being absorbed by the seed to prevent it from quickly growing stronger. He then quickly refined the life spring, but he did not absorb the essence within. Instead, he extracted strands of black mist, which was the aura of the 4 killing swords. The black mist contained a peerless murderous intent. Even though it was only the weakest strands, it was still very terrifying. Yifan circulated the army formula and used the Bodhi seed as a piece of divine metal to forge and smelt. He used the murderous intent of the 4 swords as the fire to temper and sharpen it. This was very effective. The will inside the seed seemed to have sensed danger and immediately became more clear-headed. It actually emitted the aura of the great Tao, causing people to shiver in fear. This is too heaven-defying. Longma and the others were shocked. This will was almost indescribably weak, but it was actually able to emit such terrifying Tao marks. If the master's true body descended, who in this world could stop him? Come and help me. Yifan spoke. Without him saying anything, Pang Bo and the 12 saints had already sat down cross-legged to refine the crystal-like life spring. They extracted strands of black mist that were filled with bone-piercing killing intent. Yifan carefully guided it. Even the weakest sword chi could not be underestimated, or else it might cause a great disaster, because it was emitted by an emperor weapon. The 4 mortal vanquishing swords are too strong. The killing intent they emit is just right to obliterate this vague will of unknown origin. Pang Bo could not forget the 4 swords, but he did not dare to remove them. He had already recognized the reality. In this world, there was really no one who could shake the 4 killing swords. If he went up, he would die without a doubt. Only by obtaining the diagram could he gain the approval of the 4 swords. This continued for half a month. Although some of the vague will had been worn away, it was still there. In fact, it was even being nourished by the Bodhi and was recovering. Everyone felt as if their heads were about to explode. It was clearly extremely weak, not even as strong as an ant's willpower, yet they just couldn't get rid of it. This left everyone deeply horrified. More than once, they wondered how powerful the owner of this will would be if he appeared in person. Could he really be a great emperor? This won't do. We have to use the 4 killing swords, said Yifan. Of course, he wasn't rashly provoking the immortal swords. After all, those were terrifying killing weapons that could hack the smelting god pot into the depths of the cosmos. They could easily hack down the sun, moon, and stars. It was too dangerous. Yifan held the ghost lantern in his hand and slowly approached the killing swords. He could clearly see the scene of slaughtering immortals on the dark red swords. There was also the diagram of 10,000 corpses crouching on the back of the swords. It made people feel a chill down to their bones. The further they went, the stronger the killing intent became. The black mist they extracted gradually became stronger to obliterate the vague will. In the end, they were completely horrified because the 4 killing swords released a strand of weak sword chi that reached the Bodhi seed. There was a kind of heaven and earth collapsing, and an aura of the universe about to be destroyed rushing over. However, such a terrifying killing intent was actually absorbed by the Bodhi seed. To be more precise, it was resisted by that weak will. This didn't make sense at all. There is definitely something wrong with this seed, and it is a huge problem. Pang Bo felt a chill run down his back. The 4 swords were filled with killing intent. Although it was only a weak strand that flowed over, it didn't immediately destroy the will. This already explained the problem. This kind of will accompanied them all year round, and it was definitely a great threat. It was impossible to get rid of it with the power of a Saint King. This was even more serious than they had imagined. Again, Yifan moved forward and guided the sword chi over. The 4 dark red killing swords seemed to be coming back to life. He could hear the cries of all living beings and the howls of gods and devils. The bloody scene of slaughtering immortals seemed to have reappeared. The 4 immortal slaying swords are too terrifying. They haven't come back to life and are just sinking there, yet there is such a terrifying scene. Pang Bo sighed and wanted nothing more than to take them into his hands. Wang, a sound came from within the Bodhi seed. Then, Buddha's chants shook the air as if there was a dignified ancient Buddha chanting sutras. Boundless Tao waves spread out. It was clear that this stimulated a strand of killing intent from the 4 swords. The black sword chi that rushed over became a bit thicker, making Longma and the others tremble with fear. A single mishap and their bodies would most likely be wiped out. Yifan produced the damaged green cauldron and had everyone hide inside, including himself. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. A grand and imposing ancient building appeared. The great thunderclap temple was so real, and an ancient Shumi mountain appeared, suppressing the endless blue skies. Buddhist chants shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This is clearly the weakest strand of indistinct will. How can it be so powerful? The golden lion thought of his ancestors' past and felt uneasy. Chang, one of the killing swords, released a light cry. A strand of weak multicolored light flew out. That was an unmatched killing force that could cut down the geniuses of the past. This vibrating sound resounded through the heavens, making the great universe seem to tremble. It entered the seed and collided with that indistinct will. A light sound rang through the air. A strand of multicolored mist was destroyed, and the indistinct will vanished like smoke in thin air. It was cut down by a dark red killing sword, becoming a thing of the past. Yifan released a breath of relief. He quickly retreated with the ghost lantern in hand. This type of killing intent was too terrifying. Even though he was hiding in the green cauldron, he still felt as if his bones were splitting apart. Even his primordial spirit was about to be killed. One has to understand that the 4 killing swords weren't targeting them, but this type of aura was unbearable. Pangbo sighed and said, "The immortal execution 4 swords are most likely the most powerful killing weapons since ancient times. The bloody immortal execution diagram on the swords shouldn't be real, right?" The moment the strand of will in the Bodhi seed was erased, in a great wasteland in Amiba star domain, within an ancient temple submerged in weeds, a stone statue's forehead cracked open with a kacha sound. Meanwhile, on the stone statue's shoulder was a golden vicious bird. It suddenly opened its eyes, the golden pupils even more resplendent than lightning. It actually directly tore apart tens of thousands of li of mountains and rivers. Upon closer inspection, this was a golden-winged ancient sky pung, but it was only a foot long. It stood on the stone statue's shoulder, glistening and dazzling. It possessed a great aura that could pounce on the sun and moon. Time slipped by, and 3 years passed in a hurry. During this period of time, the Sea of Bitterness became more and more terrifying, drawing over countless experts. There were several hundred races and several tens of thousands of cultivators. Of course, this was only those who had the qualifications to enter the sea. As for the Black Shore, there were even more. Among them, there were more great sage and young supreme beings than before. This was because people from a vaster star domain had arrived to seize the ancient tree of life and seize the emperor weapon. Experts entered the ancient region of legends in batches. Bloodshed was unavoidable, and it was many times more miserable than before. Fighting over the ancient ship and plundering the secret treasures of various races happened every day. Dark and tragic things played out from time to time. During this period of time, the gray-fled dragon Great Sage, Golden Toad, Heavenly Dog, and the others all had their eyes gouged out. When they were dealing with a younger generation member, they encountered several great sages from that ancient region and were chased down viciously. They were chased down continuously for 3 years, and blood flowed along the way. During these 3 years, the ancient celestial being's life spring was extremely peaceful. Spiritual essence whirlpools continuously appeared. Those were 2 stalks of divine medicine growing. The Qilin divine medicine surged with purple energy. Its roots were powerful, stabbing into the void and absorbing the essence of the life spring. It produced 9 leaves, and every single one of them was sparkling and translucent like a purple Qilin. It grew to a foot tall in 2 years, and after that, its height never changed again. Only, the spiritual essence it possessed became more and more exuberant, as if a purple divine sea was rising and falling. For an undying medicine to mature, it needed at least several thousand years of time. After the Qilin medicine sprouted out its leaves and branches, it developed an embryonic form, no longer growing crazily. Even if this place was the life spring of the ancient celestial being, it still wouldn't do. It provided the most important growth conditions for the divine medicine, but it still couldn't mature in just a few years. Even if it could be shortened by a bit, it couldn't be too exaggerated. According to their speculations, the most conservative estimate was still several hundred years, and the premise was that these conditions didn't change. The green leaves swayed and rustled. Green light flickered, and strands of great Tao energy descended. The Bodhi tree looked like it was carved out of a piece of jade. Its entire body was green and brilliant. It was a tree that was rumored to reach into the clouds. Right now, it was only in its infancy, and its height was exactly 6 zhang. This was a subtle number. Yifan sat under the tree without moving for 3 whole years. He was comprehending the Tao and creating his own method. He wanted to walk a different path. Under the Bodhi tree, a male had his eyes closed. He was as still as a boulder, and there was a special aura around him. Strands of great Tao opportunities seeped out from his body and spread into the distance. The 12 saints were also cultivating under the Bodhi tree, but they didn't stay motionless for 3 years like him. Everyone had great gains, and this was a pure land for comprehending the Tao. Finally, Yifan moved, and the sonorous voice of the great Tao rang out from his body. The scriptures rang out on their own, ringing under the Bodhi tree. There was a kind of auspicious scene of attaining the Tao, and all kinds of Tao light danced about. Yifan's fluency was emitting immortal splendor, and it extended outwards like a great bell ringing. This was him expanding the Tao, and he was stepping on his own path. Pangbo, Longma, Scorpio, and the others were shocked. The immortal splendor rose and spread outwards, but it didn't trigger the secret realm of the Tao Palace, and instead extended towards his limbs. The moment Yifan opened his eyes, 2 golden bolts of lightning tore through the void. His secret realm of the Sea of Reincarnation turned into a Taiji immortal diagram, and it shone brilliantly like a sun. This was the beginning of all things in the human body, and now, streaks of radiance extended towards his limbs. This place was the source of divine force. Ancient characters appeared one after another on Yifan's limbs, and every single one of them seemed to have come from ancient time and space, engraving themselves on the 4 extremities of the human body. The sounds of scriptures rang out incessantly. At first, the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise appeared, corresponding to the 4 extremities of the human body. They were refined together, and there was a world-shaking destructive power that was boundlessly terrifying. All types of primal chaos lightning danced about, turning into ancient symbols and engraving themselves on his limbs. His entire being was like a demonic god, his body sparkling and shining, and his thick black hair fluttered about crazily. Then, everything became still. The wildness disappeared, and the sharp divine radiance in his eyes was restrained. Great Tao scriptures appeared, engraving themselves on the 4 extremities of his body. They were densely packed, and then they became one. There was an aura of the greatest simplicity of the great Tao pervading the air. In the next moment, another change took place. Earth, fire, wind, and water corresponded to the 4 extremities of the human body. Thunder shook the world, and endless primal chaos appeared. This place was like a primitive ancient world. Yifan's limbs shook, and wind and thunder stirred about. Scriptures rang out, and the divine sound of the great Tao rang out incessantly. His 4 limbs moved at the same time, as if he was splitting the heavens and earth apart, about to support this ancient world. Earth, fire, wind, and water swirled about, overlapping with the 4 extremities of the human body. Primal chaos mist became hazy. He supported this world, and it was as if he was opening up a new world. This is his scripture. He didn't enter the Tao Palace, but cultivated the 4 extremities first. He hasn't even reached perfection, yet he has already developed this type of profound meaning. Formidable. The 12 saints all sighed in shock. Under the Xianxia Bodhi tree, earth, fire, wind, and water swirled, merging with the 4 extremes of Yifan's body. Chaotic mist pervaded the air, splitting heaven and earth apart. He supported the ancient realm. This was a terrifying process. This type of supreme scene of the Tao made one feel reverence. One could vaguely hear the sounds of sacrifice and worship, as well as the weeping of deities. Tao ripples shook the world, surging like a vast sea, spreading in all directions. With a single glance, the 9 heavens and 10 earths appeared before one's eyes. In the heavens above and earth below, only a single person reigned supreme. Under the Xianxia Bodhi tree, a golden body took form again, releasing undying radiance. All types of irregular scenes appeared behind him, ancient scriptures chanted from within his body, supreme, sacred, and divine. Yifan was deriving his own Tao, possessing a type of majestic aura that could devour mountains and rivers, overlooking the boundless cosmos. One couldn't help but want to kowtow and kneel down. Tai Chi, Before the heaven and earth split apart, the vital energies became one, the absolute beginning, the absolute one. The scriptures were vast, like a silver waterfall from the nine heavens. Ancient characters erupted with divine radiance from within Yifan's body, engraving themselves. His sea of reincarnation scripture reached perfection, transcending. Tai Chi was the source, expanding towards the four limbs of the human body, transforming into the four extremes. As such, the Tai Chi produced yin and yang produced the four images, seizing the natural luck of the heavens. The Tao exists for eternity, endless years, the universe from the infinite to the Tai Chi, all things transforming. Yifan's precious appearance was dignified, like a god or devil standing alone, his golden body imperishable. He comprehended the Tao and method under the Xianxia Bodhi tree, his black hair thick, eyes like lightning, expanding his body's Tao. Golden symbols flickered on the surface of his body, ancient symbols pulsing one after another, appearing, expanding from the sea of reincarnation to the four extremes. This was the process of the creation of all things. The Tao of heaven and earth, using yin and yang to create all things. Before the heaven and earth split apart, the vital energies became one, the absolute beginning, a type of primal chaos state. Yifan was transforming, the imperishable golden body resplendent, golden blood energy splitting heaven and earth, the surrounding primal chaos surging. He used his arms and legs to support a world. This was in accordance with the Tao and reasoning. Golden symbols appeared one after another, engraved on the surface of his body. They shone brilliantly, releasing undying immortal radiance. It was as if a heavenly deity had descended, requiring all life to bow down in worship. During this entire process, wind and thunder raged while lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and it tore apart the sky. Every single bolt of lightning was like a silver river, and it was terrifying to the extreme. This caused the 12 saints to suck in a breath of cold air. Yifan was expounding the Tao, and this kind of scene was horrifying. It didn't seem like a saint king at all, but more like an ancient supreme being expounding the scriptures. It was because all types of scriptures appeared within his body, sounding continuously. Heaven and earth were resonating with them, trembling together. The furnace nourished the 100 scriptures, nurturing the Tao and giving birth to meaning. All types of scripture symbols rang out at the same time, tempering one's body. The scene was astonishing. Yifan directly charged at the four extremities from the sea of reincarnation. He did not walk through the Tao palaces and did not go against his own Tao. This was an extremely natural process. The ancient sages could become the great sage by focusing on one mystic realm. Their first choice of mystic realm was not necessarily the sea of reincarnation. Some people recited the Taoist palace scriptures, some sat cross-legged on the immortal platform, and some practiced asceticism, evolving the four extremities of the human body. Everyone's Tao was different, hence, their choices were different as well. Only until the later generations did the sea of reincarnation enter the Taoist palace, then the four extremities, and finally the human body great dragon, transforming into the 9 transformations of the dragon and ascending to the immortal platform. The ancient art and the present life Tao couldn't be said which was stronger or weaker. The only difference was the choice. What was stronger was one's heart and self. Yifan's entire body shone with light. Using the sea of reincarnation as the source, he transformed the four extremities of good fortune, deriving an invincible Tao. Below the Bodhi tree, 3,000 figures appeared in front of and behind Yifan. All of them were him, they were like deities from the 9 heavens, devil sovereigns from the supreme ancient immortal realms, or exiled immortals. The chanting was incomparably grand, the 3,000 figures were either sitting cross-legged or standing in the 9 heavens. All of them were chanting scriptures, resembling the rulers of heaven and earth, as well as ancient supreme beings who split the heavens and earth apart. Such a scene caused one to tremble. The 3,000 of them all had different Dharma images, their might suppressing the 9 heavens and intimidating the 10 earths. The myriad of heavens and realms all felt great fear because of them. Dang, below the 6 Zhang Bodhi tree, the 3,000 gods and devils were chanting scriptures. Their voices surpassed everything, ultimately converging into a great Tao flood that engulfed the past and present. It was an extremely rare sight. What great bell sounds, what Buddhist chanting, what ancient deities chanting, what exiled immortals praying, what living beings offering sacrifices. All of it was suppressed. The light in Yifan's eyes was deep like the abyss and the sea. the Tao exists forever, endless years have passed. The universe has gone from the limitless to the ultimate, to the transformation of all living things. The ultimate gave birth to the two poles, and the two poles gave birth to the four divisions. Yin and Yang, two energies nourished the four extremes, rotating into golden ancient symbols one after another. They were carved into Yi Fan's bones and golden flesh, mysterious and unfathomable. The four divisions grew, supporting the heavens and splitting the earth. The four extremities of the human body were like four pillars that supported the heavens, separating heaven and earth, giving birth to 10,000 spirits, creating all living things. At this moment, forget about the inside of the life spring. Even in the vast black sea of bitterness outside, many cultivators could hear the grand chanting. However, they could only hear a very mysterious Tao sound, and it was difficult to understand the meaning of the scripture. In a trance, everyone was dumbfounded. The heaven and earth seemed to be trembling in sync with the pulse of the scripture. Someone is comprehending the Tao, creating a new scripture, comparable to an ancient sage. Who is this person? No, the scripture comes from the life spring of the numinous treasure celestial being. With the four killing swords protecting it, no one can enter. Could it be that the numinous treasure celestial being is preaching the scripture and passing down the laws to the later generations? Many people were bewildered and listened attentively. Within the life spring, the four dark red killing swords were very calm. Because of the scripture, they became much calmer. The killing intent was restrained, making this place even more sacred. The so-called Yin and Yang had many ways of explaining it. The heaven and earth, the sun and moon, thunder and lightning, wind and rain, the four seasons, morning and afternoon, as well as masculinity and femininity, rigidity and gentleness, movement and restraint, everything was divided into Yin and Yang. During this process, all types of irregular scenes appeared within the sea of reincarnation. The different Yin and Yang expanded towards the four extremes, and as a result, many four symbols were created. This was a type of Tao transformation, a type of sublimation, self-refinement, and perfection. It allowed the four extremes of the human body to become the most powerful, Great Yang, Great Yin, Lesser Yin, and Lesser Yang. These four symbols rotated. Yi Fan's palms touched the blue sky, his feet stepped on the underworld earth, as if he was an ancient deity that created the heavens. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter alternated. The power of spring nourished everything silently, the power of summer blazed like flames, the power of autumn was full of killing intent, and the power of winter destroyed all things. When the azure dragon, black tortoise, white tiger, and vermilion bird, the four great immortal spirits appeared, it was another type of four symbols. Yi Fan's hands formed imprints. The dragon and tiger contended for hegemony, the black tortoise expanded the seas, and the vermilion bird crossed 3,000 worlds. This was a type of exceptional offensive power. There were even the four symbols of earth, fire, wind, and water. Those were the creation of heaven and earth. All types of terrifying scenes were difficult to describe with words. At the final moment, everything flowed through his limbs. Yi Fan's golden meridians, bones, flesh, abdomen, 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and even the 7 injuries and 8 benefits. Everything within his body was shining. The four extremes gradually formed, describing all phenomena. The great Tao rumbled. His bones, meridians, and blood transformed and sublimated. In the end, it was as if he was breaking apart. A drop of blood was a great star, a piece of bone was a stellar domain, and his meridians were stellar rivers. He used the four extremes of the human body to create heaven and earth. The outside world surged with primal chaos, while the inside of his body was like a universe. There were stars in the heavens and all things in the 10,000 worlds. The scene was world-shocking. Man and heaven and earth resonated, corresponding with the sun and moon. The information of one body was connected to heaven and earth, corresponding to all things. Yi Fan opened the four extreme secret realms, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. He opened an ancient realm, as if he was going to produce another universe that corresponded to the great heaven and earth. He was wrapped in primal chaos, his entire body shining. A cauldron floated up and down in the primal chaos, sensing his Tao. That was the energy of all things cauldron, advancing together with him, carrying out refinement and transformation. In the distance, the 12 saints were all shaken. Yi Fan's scriptures were too terrifying. This really was a tyrannical and unrivaled Tao. Was a universe evolving and being born? The four extremes supported heaven and earth, possessing the power to split open the heavens. Is this his Tao? It really is too powerful. Pangbo muttered to himself. Under the Bodhi tree, a golden body shone resplendently. Yifan was neither happy nor worried as he established his own Tao. His sparkling bones and golden flesh were evolving the stars in the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. He vaguely heard the roars of gods and demons, the worship of all life in the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, right at this moment, an astonishing change happened. Yifan suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shone brilliantly, tearing apart the universe and heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. He stretched out his 4 limbs, shattering the stars in the heavens and smashing apart great stars one after another. The 10,000 domains all collapsed, and the entire human body universe collapsed. This was a terrifying disaster, a true calamity for the human body universe. It was the end of the world. The resplendent stars exploded one after another, the brilliant silver river was annihilated, and the great universe was shattered. Meanwhile, Yifan's bones, blood, meridians, and others were all shattered. Every drop of blood penetrated the void and split apart the universe, as if the Lord of all things was walking towards self-destruction. Yizi, what are you doing? Pangbo shouted. The 12 saints broke out into a cold shiver, and their expressions all changed. They released shouts, wanting to shake Yifan's primordial spirit awake. Doing this was self-destruction, and they felt that he had gone mad. Yifan ignored them and continued to shake the 4 extremes. He was breaking apart inch by inch, which also meant that the human body universe had completely collapsed, and the 10,000 domains no longer existed. Wake up! Pangbo, Longma, and the other 12 saints shouted together, wanting to wake him up. I'm fine. Yifan only spoke these 3 words. His sparkling white bones, golden flesh, and other parts moved rhythmically, releasing rumbling sounds. He began to reform, becoming even more powerful. What is going on? They didn't understand, all of them extremely worried. There were many paths in the world, and everyone's path was different. This was Yifan's choice. The universe was always there, and he did not want to be the same. There were tens of thousands of creatures in the world, and when they reached the extreme, most of them would choose to take human form. This in itself illustrated a type of problem. This world didn't know the past, didn't know the future, who could say that it would always exist? If this world came to an end and changed to another great cosmos, would this order still be applicable? In this world, Yifan did not believe in an afterlife. He did not care about the past. He only respected himself in this life. He was invincible. That was why he did not imitate the universe. He only refined himself into one body. That was who he was. That was why he shattered the great stars, broke apart the human body universe, allowing his bones, meridians, and blood to regenerate, only forming a single self. He shed away the splendor and returned to his true self, becoming one person, one body, and that was enough. All of the star fragments, orderly immortal multicolored light, and divine chains of natural laws were all integrated into his one body. They were smelted into a furnace, turning into the most powerful of himself. This was his 4 extreme scripture. From the beginning of the 4 divisions, reincarnation to the creation of heaven and earth, and then to returning to one's true self, only forming a human body. On the Bodhi tree, tens of thousands of leaves swayed. The scriptures rang out for thousands of years, and it was unknown who they were being chanted for. The heavens became one, and 100 scriptures appeared. They sang and cried together, illuminating reincarnation. Under the Bodhi tree, there was only Yifan himself. Divine light was endless, and tens of thousands of Tao streaked across the heavens. Only his true body was left. The 6-meter Bodhi tree bore the weight of the past and present. The green leaves on the tree were sparkling and translucent. Time flowed by in an instant, as if 100 lifetimes had passed. A lifetime of cultivation, a lifetime of comprehension. In exchange for eternal invincibility, corpses littered the land. The persistence of a moth flying into the flame, the last splendor of the wind. Comprehending unparalleled techniques in the world, yet it could not compare to the passing of time. A lifetime of extreme splendor could not hide the mottled tears of the past. Looking back, the world was silent, unable to find the same age. At this moment, Yi Fan had an illusion, as if he had arrived 10,000 years in the future, standing alone at the peak. There were a few graves, the world was vast and boundless, past one's prime. Looking back, there was only a sigh in the wind. Great enemies turned to ashes, beauties piled on graves, old friends returned to the yellow earth, unable to see anyone again, old acquaintances all silent. This feeling was not good, it made his heart throb, feeling the desolation of the ages. He wanted nothing more than to roar towards the sky, shattering the turbid fog and ushering in the flourishing scenery. Was it the moon in the water, or was it standing at the peak of his Tao, gazing at the corner of the future? A mournful song messed up his heart, sad for the autumn, and in the end, there was only boundless desolation. What was going on? Under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan was startled awake. Why did he see this corner? His body was like a boulder, his heart like still water. How could he see this scene? Boom! Yi Fan's entire body shone, golden symbols engraved one after another on the surface of his body. Many great stars turned to ashes, endless stellar streams destroyed, only this true body left. It was naturally because all of the Tao fruits were refined. The golden flesh and bones moved rhythmically, like a war song, resounding. The endless meridians and acupoints all over his body released golden immortal light. It was dazzling. However, at this time, a vertical eye also split open on his forehead. He vaguely saw reincarnation. It was the scene of the past. Is this the demonic will of the external path? I have never seen it before, but today, I finally see it. Yi Fan murmured. He did not believe what he saw. He did not speak much, starting from the sea of reincarnation until he entered the four extreme secret realms. He evolved his own Tao, his own technique, his own beliefs. He was not affected by the outside world. My Tao, my techniques, I am invincible. If you don't believe in the next life, and don't care about the past, how can there be reincarnation? How can you see the miserable scene 10,000 years later? Yi Fan stretched out his four limbs, cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth. He destroyed the demonic thoughts in his heart, severed all the chaotic thoughts, and regained his clarity. This is bad. That might really be a blurry vision of the future, but Yi Fan doesn't believe it. He firmly believes that he is invincible in this life. Longma muttered. Could it be that we were also affected, and that's why we saw the demonic perception illusory scene? Only he himself realized that it was fake, and that's why he wanted to break it? Pangbo pondered, and had a bad premonition. This is too strange. We have no way to judge, and naturally, we have no way to warn him. Otherwise, we will mislead him. Now, it's us who are at a loss instead, said the Golden Lion. Everyone was horrified when they heard this. They all sat cross-legged in the void and asked their hearts for the Tao, wanting to break through the fabrications. You don't have to force it. This is my view, and I don't believe it. You all don't have to sink too deeply into it. Look at it like the snow moon, see it like the cool breeze. Yi Fan shouted. Everyone was shaken. They withdrew, standing far enough away. The life spring surged, flowing with brilliant colors. Four dark red killing swords quietly sank into the spring's eye, condensing a murderous tribulation. We don't have to look too deeply into it. That is Yi Fan's Tao and scenery. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, we will forget it after a single glance. Pangbo said softly. In the end, only the imperishable golden body remained under the Xianxia Bodhi tree. Everything disappeared. Yi Fan shattered the scenes. His mind was free of thoughts, and he was without worry. The golden multicolored light was restrained. This place became peaceful again. Yi Fan stood alone. The Bodhi tree swayed, and tens of thousands of green leaves fluttered about. It was as if a river flowed into the distance. It's done. Yes, comprehension of the Tao has reached perfection. Pangbo smiled and said. Longma, the Golden Lion, and the others also surrounded over. They saw that Yi Fan had returned to his natural state, and the blazing radiance was restrained within his body. They knew that his 3 years of comprehension had ended, and he had truly succeeded. Unexpectedly, the seemingly calm Yi Fan walked forward. As soon as he took 9 steps, he spat out a mouthful of blood. With a pu sound. The golden multicolored light was brilliant, and it was a ghastly sight. Yi Fan, what happened to you? The group of people were all shocked, and they rushed forward. A cauldron floated up and down, releasing all life source energy. There were even more spirits that appeared, protecting Yi Fan within and stabilizing his injured body. Could it be that his comprehension failed? Pangbo was shocked, feeling that things weren't looking good. The hearts of the 12 saints also sunk. For cultivators, the most terrifying injury was failing to comprehend the Tao. It would destroy one's foundation, and there was nothing more serious than this. The Tao Yi Fan displayed just now was too terrifying. It shattered the human body and tens of thousands of realms, only leaving behind a true body. It made people feel reverence. However, it was also extremely dangerous. The slightest mishap would result in the destruction of both body and soul. It can't be that he really encountered a calamity, right? Longma muttered. It's nothing serious, you guys don't have to worry. Yi Fan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was injured, and this made everyone very worried. What exactly happened? Pangbo asked. The Tao is not complete, and the four extreme scripture is still incomplete. This Tao is too tyrannical, and it has injured one's body, Yi Fan said. Everyone came to a sudden realization. What Yi Fan did just now was indeed very tyrannical. He directly destroyed the universe of the human body, and this was not something an ordinary person could do. It could be said that it was really heaven-defying. It would be strange if he came out unscathed. Moreover, he had only entered the Saint King realm for a few years, and it was impossible for him to achieve it in one go. The scripture needed to be perfected, and it would be difficult to complete it in one day. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but when they saw the remnant golden bloodstain at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth, they were still a little worried. To be able to injure him, this was definitely not a simple problem. Are you really fine? It's just a Tao injury, it's nothing, Yi Fan said. Tao injury. The Black Bear Saint, Scorpio, and the others were all horrified. This was not a good thing. Tao injuries were the most difficult to treat, and many ancient great sage passed away in meditation like this. Most of the time, it could even be said that there was no cure. Don't worry, it's just a scar, it's nothing. Back then, I was not tolerated by the great Tao, and it was much more serious than today, Yi Fan said. Beside him, there were traces of electricity faintly discernible, entering the life spring of the ancient celestial being. This was a sign that the heavenly tribulation was coming. You're going through the tribulation? Today, I comprehended the Tao, and suffered some injuries. I'm going to cleanse myself in the sea of thunder tribulation, and maybe I can mend that scar, Yi Fan said. Whether it was the golden lion, the nine-tailed crocodile, or the 12 saints, they were all a little speechless. Others were afraid of the heavenly tribulation, but he wanted to go through it to increase his cultivation level and recover his injured body. Before leaving, Yi Fan and the others carefully examined the 4 killing swords, and after confirming that they could not be taken away, they then approached the cave with the 6-eared macaque, but they also failed, and could only sigh. Everyone took out their instruments to store the life-spring divine liquid of the ancient celestial being. This was a great medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead, and it was very useful for cultivators. The group left the life spring and flew to the surface of the sea. Others needed ancient ships to sail on the sea, but now, they did not have to worry at all. Because there was a large amount of the ancient celestial being divine liquid, it just happened to be able to withstand the Black Sea of bitterness. In these 3 years, they did not come out into the world. The outside world was changing, and too many people died. Corpses could often be seen in the Black Sea of bitterness. I'm going to undergo the tribulation, you guys be careful, said Yi Fan. The 12 saints nodded and laid down the heaven-deceiving formation left behind by Great Emperor Wushi. They concealed their tracks and watched Yi Fan undergo the tribulation from the distance without worrying about being discovered. This sea region was very quiet, and normally, no one would pass by. People mainly gathered near the life springs, wanting to seize the ancient celestial being emperor weapons and secret manuals at the heart of the springs. Hong Long, Yi Fan's tribulation was just as he had imagined. It was extremely vast, and it shook all directions. It inevitably attracted the attention of the nearby heroes. Coincidentally, there was also someone undergoing the tribulation in another direction. Although they were quite far away, they could feel that the might was not weak. They could vaguely see a golden flood dragon flying across the sky. It was even thicker than a mountain ridge, and it was incomparably terrifying. Longma cursed and snuck over. He wanted to see just who was undergoing the tribulation. Since the commotion was so great, it was definitely a peak expert. A golden flood dragon with a bit of the aura of a true dragon. This is an emperor race among flood dragons. I wonder which ancient domain it came from. They didn't dare to get too close, because there were several other powerful creatures protecting the golden flood dragon race Saint King. They were paying close attention and guarding that area. Honglong, suddenly, deafening thunder sounds could be heard from another direction. The heavenly tribulation was incomparably vast. They discovered that a third party was undergoing the tribulation, and there were experts protecting them as well. Something isn't right. How could there be such a coincidence? Why are all of them facing the tribulation at the same time? Pangbo felt that it was strange. One of the 12 saints turned into lightning and flew into the distance to understand the situation. Not long after, he returned with astonishing news. It turned out that the various clans had discussed to let those who were about to break through undergo the tribulation in the Sea of Bitterness. They would break through the Black Sea and activate the ancient celestial being's life wheel, causing the life springs to erupt and gush out. Through this, they would construct a divine bridge that would lead them to the other shore. This is a bold idea, and it is a bit groundbreaking. Pangbo sighed and said. In the past half a month, more than 10 people had already undergone the tribulation. They all wanted to stir up great waves and make the life springs under the Sea of Bitterness gush out, but none of them were able to construct a divine bridge. Honglong, Yifan's heavenly tribulation was unparalleled. At his level, no one could suppress it. It was too vast, and as he proceeded, it attracted the attention of all directions. Because they were too far away, people didn't understand the situation and couldn't accurately judge the heavenly tribulation. Many people hurried over. What is he? Everyone was shocked. Some people recognized Yifan. He had disappeared for 3 years, and no one expected that he would return today. He had actually broken through and was undergoing the tribulation here. When these people rushed over, Yifan had already completed his tribulation. The myriad chi cauldron swallowed the tribulation light that filled the sky. Chaotic lightning was engraved on it, making it look simple and imposing. This wasn't the heavenly tribulation for breaking through to the greater mystery realm, so no ancient great emperors appeared. Comparatively speaking, Yifan passed through it easily. It had been more than 20 years since he reached the first level of the Saint King realm. During this time, Yifan had passed through 2 tribulations, and this was the 3rd time. He had passed through 2 levels consecutively, reaching the 5th level of the Saint King realm. When the lightning light disappeared, Yifan landed. There were traces of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. This made Pangbo, Longma, and the others' hearts sink. Yi, are you all right? Pangbo asked in shock. This is the first time you've been injured during the tribulation. No, it's the Great Dao injury. You didn't repair that crack? Longma was shocked. I'm fine. This injury can't stop me, said Yifan. He wiped the golden blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were clear, and he didn't seem dispirited at all. Is this the human race's saint physique? He was actually injured during the tribulation. Does he deserve to be called a young supreme? What a joke. Golden Snake Second Lang Jun, didn't you say that he was a strong opponent? He's only SOSO. How disappointing. In the distance, 6 figures approached quickly. They were like celestial rainbows traversing the sky, drawing out dazzling lights. They descended on the sea and stared at Yifan and the others. Golden Snake Fourth Lang Jun was in the middle. There were 2 other young cultivators that Yifan had never seen before. Clearly, they had rushed over from other ancient star regions in the past 3 years. They were all supreme cultivators of their respective regions, and they were the strongest cultivators on their respective ancient paths. One of them was a peacock, but he had turned into a human. He was very powerful, and there was a 5-colored divine light behind him that emitted terrifying fluctuations. The other person had a pagoda in his hand. His true form was a divine fox, and his eyes were cunning. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. Golden Snake Second Lang Jun, are you sure that this is the human race's saint physique that you were talking about? He's so weak that he was injured during the tribulation. Does he deserve to be our enemy? The peacock and the divine fox stood proudly in the field with disdain on their faces. They felt that they had been deceived by Second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake clan. The 4 Langjuns of the Gold clan were also suspicious. They had never heard of a young supreme cultivator being injured during the tribulation. How could such a person be a strong opponent? Could it be that they had misjudged him before? This was obviously unworthy of his name. A true supreme cultivator wouldn't be injured during the heavenly punishment of such a small realm. Could it be that they had overestimated Yi Fan in the past? Second Lang Jun's eyes turned, and golden multicolored light shot out. He didn't believe it. His physical body had suffered a bit during the battle back then, and the pain was unbearable. Second Lang Jun, I admit that I'm not as good as you, but you've gone too far with this opponent. Let me take action and kill this rare bloodline that you spoke of, said the 5-colored peacock. It was extremely conceited. Second Lang Jun didn't say anything. The 4 golden snakes were all very cold as they stared at Yi Fan, wanting to see what was going on. Chi, the peacock spread its wings, and its feathers shone brilliantly. 5-colored divine light swept out, and it was a fatal blow. It was as heavy as millions and millions of caddies, and it wanted to suppress Yi Fan right away. We are both holy kings, and you dare to fight against me on the 5th small platform? Yi Fan said coldly. With a rumble, he took a step forward. Wind and thunder raged between heaven and earth, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Even though his clothes were stained with golden blood, he was still incomparably dignified. He was like a deity. Someone who was injured even after crossing the tribulation dares to show off against me? What a joke. The 5-colored peacock sneered, and the divine light behind it flourished even more brilliantly as it hacked down. Pung, Yi Fan took action decisively and domineeringly. He stretched out his limbs, and the 4 extremities of his body shone. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed, and the sea of bitterness overflowed into the heavens. It was as if great stars were going to fall one after another. You. The 5-colored peacock's expression changed. This scene terrified him. Hong, the divine fox suddenly took action, producing an ancient pagoda that turned into 33 layers. It suppressed towards Yi Fan and saved the peacock. This was because he could see that this kind of divine might truly had a kind of unrivaled aura. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Yi Fan streaked past, and his body was like the curve of a dragon as he sliced through the 5-colored divine light. His true body closed in, and he grabbed the 5-colored peacock with his bare hands. With a pu sound, he tore it into 2 halves, and a rain of blood flew everywhere. Ah! The 5-colored peacock let out a mournful cry. What is a supreme being? There is only one in this world. Yi Fan said coldly. Then, he waved his arm, and the ancient pagoda that was suppressing him turned back. It trembled violently, and then exploded with a boom. It was no longer under the divine fox's control. You. The divine fox was overwhelmed with shock. It wasn't that the 5-colored peacock wasn't strong, but on the contrary, it rarely had an opponent in the younger generation. It dominated the foreign side, slaughtering all of its competitors on an ancient path, walking over mountains of corpses and bones. Behind it was a sea of blood. Before coming to the mythological ancient path, it was a legend of a region, known to be unrivaled in the younger generation in its star domain. Now, it was torn in half barehandedly by Yi Fan, blood dripping everywhere. It was like an illusion, making everyone feel like it wasn't real. Yi Fan's black hair was thick, scattering down his chest and back. His eyes were deep, releasing strands of cold lightning. He tossed aside the 2 halves of the corpse, standing at the center of the battlefield like a terrifying demonic god, as if he was looking down on all of the experts on the ancient path. This was a type of intimidation, greatly shaking up everyone's minds. It wasn't that the 5-colored peacock wasn't strong. If it truly fought carefully, no one could kill it in a single move. The reason why it was defeated was because it was too careless, and the second reason was that Yi Fan gathered thousands of killing moves into a single move, carrying out a decisive attack, ending the battle quickly. It was just like the old madman back then. If it was the golem Holy Spirit Ao Meng, he might have exchanged several hundred moves, but in the end, he pressed forward, blowing it up with 3 punches. Today, Yifan was like this. He had a type of mountain-devouring aura, feeling like he was the only sovereign. His entire body's golden blood surged, suppressing the clouds, the 4 seas rising and falling because of him. Great black waves reached high into the sky, about to strike down the sun, moon, and stars. He gathered his unrivaled will in that instant, displaying his most powerful attack, killing the 5-colored peacock. Comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree, Yifan self-destructed his body's cosmos, blasting apart great stars one after another, making starry rivers collapse one after another. His golden flesh and sparkling white bones recombined, only leaving behind a true body. How could he not be strong? This wasn't a simple physical attack, but rather one that required the body, scripture meanings, secret techniques, and other aspects to harmonize, improving them to the highest level before unleashing a fatal blow. Therefore, as soon as his most powerful true form appeared, his body turned into the shape of a dragon. He cut open the sky and earth and tore apart the undefeatable peacock. Blood rained down, allowing him to fulfill the supreme prestige of the human race's divine physique. This battle was only the first battle. It was the prelude to Yifan's great battle against the young paragons of the present age. He was going to establish the reputation of a paragon. There was only one person in the world who could have such a title. From this day forth, the various great ancient regions would begin to move, and the title of the most powerful would slowly change. This battle would be the fuse of a great storm in the future. The divine fox revealed a look of astonishment. The pagoda he had summoned had been blocked and shattered by Yifan's arm. Naturally, he was shocked. How powerful was Yifan's combat prowess to be able to do this so easily? This was a god fiend. The most important thing was that the 5-colored peacock, which was as powerful as the divine fox, had been killed on the spot. This made his scalp go numb. The divine fox thought back to what they had said just now. They thought that this person had been injured during the tribulation and that his reputation was undeserved. He would not be able to withstand a single blow. In the end, it was all their own fault. The divine fox's eyes were cunning. With a flash, he quickly retreated behind the golden snake 4th Lang Jun. He did not want to become the butcher knife of the 4 golden bodies and become cannon fodder. However, he had underestimated Yifan's speed and even more so, his determination to kill him. He also underestimated Yifan's invincible spirit. He charged straight at the golden snake 4th Lang Jun. You! The divine fox was shocked. Yifan had moved later, but he had arrived before him. He cut off the path ahead and blocked the way between him and the golden snake 4th Lang Jun. How much courage did he have to have dared to make such a move? He had his back to the 4 strongest Langjuns of the golden snake race and was blocking the divine fox. This was equivalent to being surrounded. Yifan walked like a dragon or a tiger. As he raised his hand, the sun and moon rotated, and many great stars twinkled. It was as if a celestial being was on a journey. He deeply shocked the divine fox. He turned around and left. Although he had 4 strong reinforcements not far away, he could not face Yifan's invincible aura. This aura made him tremble, and he lost the will to fight. This was true invincible might. It had cultivated a great momentum. Yifan had not even killed the divine fox yet, but he had already intimidated the enemy and disintegrated their faith. In a sense, this kind of momentum was even harder to cultivate than true combat power. It required a high degree of integration of essence, spirit, and spirit. It had to be raised to the peak and release the original majesty to achieve this. Yifan had a belief that he would win and an invincible will. Facing so many enemies, he charged in alone. He was fearless even when facing thousands of soldiers and horses, looking down on the heroes. It was this kind of invincible momentum that caused the divine fox to break down and flee for his life. He lost his normal heart, and this was also the reason why he was doomed to die. No matter how fast he was, could he be faster than Yifan? Leaving the golden snake 4th Lang Jun was speeding up his death. Behind him, the 4 golden snakes were furious. Yifan charged in alone. This kind of arrogant and invincible momentum did not intimidate them. Instead, it made their blood boil and their anger soar. This was a humiliation to them. He was just one person, and yet he dared to treat the four great supreme beings like this. No one in the world dared to do this. You're not the only one going through the tribulation. We also went through the tribulation half a month ago. Today, we'll take your life. The golden snake second Lang Jun was the first to give chase. He had seen through the trick. In a battle of the same level, no one in the world could kill the Peacock King in one strike. That was the embodiment of Yi Fan's strongest move. No. At this moment, the divine fox's terrified cry came from ahead. This was because Yi Fan had caught up to him and forced him into a dead end. He also came to his senses. How could he escape? The stronger the enemy was, the more he should delay him and let the golden snake fourth Lang Jun fight for his life. Otherwise, there would be no solution for him in the future. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Fan's body shone with treasured light. This time, his divine form was not as simple as the dragon-shaped curve. Instead, it turned into a golden Tai Chi celestial diagram. Moreover, the phenomenon was displayed to its fullest. It was as if 3,000 gods and demons were chanting sutras, and all of them rushed over. The divine fox paled in shock. This kind of might, this kind of combat prowess, this kind of boldness, who could resist it? It was the strongest attack again. He wanted to take his life in one move. The divine fox was naturally unwilling to give up. He didn't want to fight to the death and hoped to stall for time. The lesson from the past made him terrified. He was afraid that his blood would splatter in the void and he would die on the spot. Unfortunately, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. The Xing formula was extremely fast and stuck to his body. They were already several meters apart, but now it was as if the two of them were glued together and couldn't be separated. It wasn't that there weren't people who could fight with the human race's divine physique. For example, there were people with the tyrant ether blood in their bodies. However, there were very few of them, and the divine fox was obviously not among them. One of his arms was grabbed by Yi Fan. With a gabbing sound, scarlet blood splashed in all directions. It was torn off on the spot. The divine fox cried out loudly. His spirit was suppressed and he lost his sense of propriety. It could be said that one wrong step would lead to many mistakes. He had reached this step, and it was as if he had stepped onto the path of destruction himself. He felt fear in his heart and was intimidated by Yi Fan. He couldn't truly fight. In reality, it was rare to see someone who could become a supreme expert on an ancient path like this. Of course, this also proved how terrifying Yi Fan's unrivaled power was. It made his enemies feel fear, and even if they told others, they wouldn't necessarily believe it. Let me go, and I will definitely repay you with my life. The divine fox cried out. His eyes were filled with fear. Are you sure you can do what you say? Yi Fan released a shout, directly shaking the divine fox's primordial spirit. There was no place for him to hide his thoughts, and they were all revealed. No. The divine fox cried out in fear. He knew that he was finished. The thoughts at the bottom of his heart had been seen through. There was no way for him to live. Hiding malicious intentions, wanting to take my life in the future. Crafty and sinister. I can't let you live. Yi Fan slapped down with a flip of his hand. The divine fox's head instantly shattered, and fresh blood and pale brain matter splattered in all directions. His primordial spirit turned into ashes. In the distance, many people were stunned when they saw this scene. That was a supreme expert on an ancient path, yet in front of Yi Fan, he was like a little chick. He was directly slapped to death. Rumble, in the distance, the sounds of tribulation rang out unceasingly. There were a few others who were undergoing tribulation, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, causing the sea of bitterness to surge violently. The sound of thunder rang out unceasingly. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. All of this was extremely shocking. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Fan turned around and faced off against the Golden Snake Clan's Lang Jun. They were about to fight. Long Worm, don't try to bully the weak with numbers. Grandpa Pang is here, come and receive your death. Pangbo rushed over. His bronze-colored skin erupted with precious splendor as he blocked the Golden Snake Clan's supreme expert. With me here, I won't tolerate your impudence. Longma had a look of disdain on his face. He turned around and whistled. The 12 saints all surrounded him. Clang, not far away, the golden snake second Lang Jun spat out an immortal radiance. It was a snake sword that was nurtured from millions of corpses. It was said to be able to slay immortals and punish gods. This was a golden evil sword that was refined from the blood, bones, and soul flames of millions of creatures. It could be said that it possessed boundless evil energy. It was a sword of killing tribulation. As long as it struck the enemy, even if it was only a small cut, it would immediately turn into a pool of blood. This sword was extremely evil and evil. In order to fulfill its purpose, Golden Snake Erlang had killed all the clansmen of the ape god's bloodline on the other ancient road. He had purged them all with their blood and used them to refine the sword's blood bones and soul fire. The golden snake Langjun didn't move. Even though Yi Fan was so powerful, he didn't rush to make a move. He only coldly watched. The third Langjun was blocked by Peng Bo, while the fourth Langjun was being led by Longma to engage in a one-on-one battle. Rumble, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Ghosts cried and gods howled. The entire black ocean exploded and surged into the cosmos. Some of the great stars were directly struck down. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Many experts were submerged in the black waves. Some of them relied on secret treasures to rush out and escape death. What happened? Everyone was shocked. The waves rolled into the sky. One after another, stars fell like flying sand and stones, or exploded in the void. Under the black sea of bitterness, a terrifying divine light appeared. It rushed into the sky and turned into a divine bridge that rushed into the distance, reaching the other shore. Everyone was stupefied. The appearance of the divine bridge was something they were all hoping for, yet they had never been able to witness such a magnificent scene. The world changed drastically. The sea of bitterness was boundless, and the springs of life gushed. Not only the 9 springs, but an even larger area turned into divine liquid. They merged into one, forming a divine bridge that connected to the heavens and entered the other shore of the gods. There were people who passed the tribulations in the past few days. Even the great sage and the others bombarded the sea of bitterness. Although they were insignificant compared to the sea of bitterness, like a few mosquitoes flying around, they still woke up the giant. Cross the divine bridge and reach the other shore of the gods. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He called for Peng Bo, Longma, and the other 12 saints. They couldn't fall behind at this time. Who knew how long the divine bridge could last? Yi Fan used the army formula and brought everyone over. In addition, he used his supreme magical power to block the golden snake second Longjuan's path of return, not allowing him to leave. Rumble, waves rushed into the sky. The construction process of the divine bridge was too terrifying. It directly sent everyone flying. Everyone used all their strength to fly up and stood on the bright and boundless divine bridge. Great waves rushed into the sky. This didn't seem like crossing the bridge at all. Instead, it was like being swept by the divine waves and directly hit the other shore. This was an unknown void. Everyone stood on the bright divine bridge. They didn't need to move at all. It was as if they had turned into rainbows and directly flew into the depths of the distant sky region. In an instant, the void door opened. This was another world. It was not the ancient Bitter Sea region at all. They were close to the true shore of the gods. Some people wanted to take the life springs, but it was all for naught. At this time, the light of the life springs had transformed, and it was precisely because of this that the heavenly bridge was formed. It shattered one region and reached the other shore. It passed through the void and crossed an ancient star region. It was unknown how far away it was from the Bitter Sea, but it was not in the same region. Everyone came to a sudden realization, and then they were indescribably shaken. Crossing the Sea of Bitterness to reach the dwelling of the gods was not to cross the tangible Black Sea, but to directly reach the celestial court. On the divine bridge, the golden snake second Lang Jun was fighting fiercely with Yi Fan. He felt that something was wrong because he was separated from the other 3 supreme beings of the golden snake race. He was the only one left. The vast starry sky was pierced through by a divine bridge. It crossed 2 regions and reached the shore of the gods. This was an incredible scene. The grand divine bridge crossed over the ancient region. Great stars were like dust in front of it. It was horrifying, and anyone who saw it would be horrified and shaken. Countless cultivators strived to cross the sea of bitterness, but in the end of the sea of bitterness was not the other shore that they were searching for. They needed to leap into the sky to see another world. Yi Fan and the second Langjun of the Golden Snake exchanged blows. In a blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. He used his bare hands to fight against the evil sword of the flying serpent. It was as if iron and stone were clashing against each other, clanging sounds could be heard on the divine bridge. This sword was extremely strange. Even though golden multicolored light shone brilliantly, each time it was brandished, it would release woo-woo sounds. Behind it was a heaven-overflowing sea of blood, mountains of corpses rising and falling, the scene terrifying. Yi Fan used his bare hands to block the sword, but there were no wounds on his palms and fingers. This shocked second Langjun. His opponent's physical body was even more terrifying, and it was even stronger than the last time they fought. In the past, this flying serpent sword had killed the 6 brothers of the divine ape bloodline and absorbed several jars of the great sage's blood. It was an extremely evil weapon. But now, Yi Fan was able to fight it with his bare hands, which made second Langjun of the Golden Snake feel that it was inconceivable. This body made his hair stand on end, and he definitely could not fight it in close combat. The two of them fought on the huge divine bridge. Pang Bo, the dragon horse, and the others were not worried. They had enough confidence in Yi Fan. They believed that he had become even stronger after comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree. Rumble, the starry sky trembled. The enormous divine bridge was like a beam of light, carrying everyone as they approached an ancient land. There was unexpectedly chaotic energy surging. From the distance, there were 5 great continents that emitted hazy radiance. This was the shore of the gods. We've arrived. We've arrived at the residence of deities. Everyone cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but feel shocked. There was a continent that was incomparably hot, even more resplendent than the sun, releasing scorching radiance. The other continent was a vast ocean where humans couldn't stand. It was the endless marsh country. On the third continent, metal energy surged into the heavens, clanging and ringing. The fourth continent surged with green energy and was filled with vitality. The fifth continent was earthen yellow in color, thick and solid. This was the 5 elements continent. Everyone was horrified. After careful observation, they discovered that these continents were extremely similar to the 5 viscera of the human body, just that they were boundless and enormous. So this was the dwelling place of the gods. Many people realized something and realized that the so-called gods were the gods born from the palace of the holy Ji of celestial being. The 5 viscera of the human body must be referring to them. 5 elements energy seeped out, merging together, becoming one, turning into primal chaos. That was why there was chaotic mist swirling about, hazy and indistinct. Above the 5 continents, there is a huge planet that is brimming with life. The divine bridge approached. Everyone saw the scene here and saw the layout clearly. There was a great star suspended between the 5 elements, receiving their nourishment and full of vitality. This really was a life-ancient star, moreover incomparably large. It was likely that there were powerful creatures on it, because even from far away, everyone could sense a type of supreme great Tao. Perhaps there was a quasi-emperor, or even a great emperor. Who could say for sure? At this point, everyone began to suspect that perhaps the gods really did exist. Moreover, it was here, so everyone became excited and excited. The other shore of the gods had an ancient star at the end. How could anyone calm down? Pooh. Second Langjun coughed out a mouthful of blood. After fighting for a long time, he was struck by Yi Fan's golden millstone-like palm. It made his entire body spasm and almost break into 2 pieces. The opponent's true body was even more powerful than before. He couldn't take it anymore. Yi Fan also shivered inwardly. The golden snake race was blessed by the heavens. As the descendant of the divine beast flying snake, their reputation was indeed well-deserved. How many people in the same generation could take such a ferocious strike, regardless of whether it was in the past or now? The flying snake second Langjun was an opponent that couldn't be ignored. He was truly powerful. However, it was a pity that Yi Fan was even more terrifying. After only 100 moves, He had already gained the upper hand and was almost about to suppress his opponent. The golden snake second Longjuan's face was gloomy. He felt that this was a type of humiliation. After only 100 moves, he was already at a disadvantage. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. It had always been them who suppressed and killed their enemies. They had never been attacked by such a strong force. Now, everything was reversed, and it was difficult for him to accept. Clang, Yifan's golden palm was like a millstone that was rotating. He put his hands together and clamped the flying snake evil sword, making it wail and almost break in half. Boom, the divine bridge connected the heavens and the earth, shaking everyone down. Everyone flew in all directions and landed on this ancient star in different directions. Yifan let go, and the evil sword left his control. It had to be said that this sword was very strange and powerful. It hadn't been broken until now. One had to know that Yifan could destroy any other Saint King level instrument. This was a vast land. Fortunately, Yifan, Pangbo, Longma, and the others didn't get separated. They all fell into an ancient forest and the depths of a majestic mountain range. Long Worm, let's see where you can run to this time. Pangbo shouted. Longma and the others also surrounded him, cutting off his path to prevent him from escaping. The golden snake second Longjuan's expression was cold. He observed the surrounding terrain and looked at the group of enemies. It would be a lie to say that his heart wasn't heavy. However, he didn't despair. My golden snake clan is blessed by the heavens. I am inferior to others. Today, I will use ancient techniques and secret methods to suppress you. Although he was at a disadvantage just now, he wasn't convinced. The tail of the 3-meter-long golden snake was on the ground. Its whole body was shining with golden light, like a golden pillar planted on the ground. It was glistening and releasing a powerful aura. The flying serpent evil sword floated above his head, releasing strands of chaotic chi. Behind him was a sea of blood mist, and the corpses piled up like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. You always said that you would suppress me. Today, I will make you convinced. I will kill you here. Yifan opened his mouth, but there was golden blood at the corner of his mouth. Yi, are you okay? Pangbo was shocked. It's just a little Dao injury. It's not a problem. Yifan activated the secret character of Xia. Waves of blood mist rose, and the Dao injury was stabilized. So you have a Dao injury. The golden snake second Lang Jun finally understood why Yifan was covered in golden blood after going through the trial. Whoosh, the 3-meter-long snake turned into a golden divine spear. It was stretched straight and faster than golden lightning. It tore through the void and went straight for Yifan's forehead. He was too fast. This was the flying snake clan's natural divine technique. It could fly in the sky and escape the ground. It was the fastest in the world. Yifan's body didn't move. When the golden spear was half a foot away from his forehead, he raised his right palm and blocked it. The golden snake second Lang Jun was shocked. He retreated dozens of meters in an instant. The golden spear flew across the sky and stopped the attack. Next, he became even faster, turning into a golden streak of lightning, surrounding Yifan as he attacked, fully displaying his terrifying speed. From afar, one could see many golden shadows stabbing at Yifan. It was as if thousands of golden spears were attacking the sacred human body in the center. The mountains were rumbling, and the peaks turned into dust. It was all caused by the surging wind. In fact, neither of them had touched any mountains. Too slow. Just as the golden snake second Lang Jun was getting more and more confident, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his body. He was hit by Yifan's golden fist. Golden scales flew, and blood splashed. He was almost broken in half. You. He was shocked and moved sideways. However, a golden shadow beside him was even faster. It was as if it had been waiting in front of him. Pow, the golden millstone-like palm and fingers moved, making the bones in the golden snake second Longjuan's body crackle. He flew out again, golden blood spurting out of his mouth. It was not hard to see the strength of the flying serpent bloodline. It did not break after 2 attacks from Yifan, and it still had a strong fighting capacity. But the golden snake second Lang Jun didn't think so. Instead, he felt cold. This was his strongest speed, but it was not as fast as his opponent. If he couldn't win, he couldn't even escape. Is this your fastest speed? Yi Fan asked calmly. His feet glowed, and the divine pattern appeared. He turned into a beam of light, flashing left and right as he attacked the golden snake second Lang Jun. In this moment, the golden snake second Lang Jun was hit 9 times. His body cracked, and his joints cracked. White bones were exposed, and blood splashed. Poof, golden blood splashed. The golden snake's body was finally broken by Yi Fan. It was broken into dozens of pieces and scattered everywhere. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Be careful. The flying serpent's vitality is very strong, Pangbo warned. He was not worried, because he had absolute confidence in his opponent's fighting capacity. You have made me angry. The golden snake second Lang Jun roared. The dozens of golden pieces rushed together, and the flying serpent sword fused into his body, forming a snake body. He was furious. This was the first time in his life that his snake body had been broken. So what? Yi Fan asked calmly. Snake moves the 9 heavens, the golden snake shouted. The sky rumbled, and the 9 layers of the sky pressed down. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. This was an ancient technique. The flying serpent became a god, and it stood above the 9 heavens, suppressing everything in the mortal world. The 9 layers of heaven were under its control, and it could destroy all enemies. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Fan shouted. The mountains and rivers moved, and the sun and moon trembled. As soon as he punched out, the heavens shook. The tyrannical golden color surged up, directly crushing the 9 layers of the sky. Poof, the golden snake second Lang Jun flew out, coughing up blood. His face was full of shock and unwillingness. Flying serpent world. He roared out again. Behind him was a golden world. The ancient divine flying serpent appeared. That was a country with endless mountains and rivers. Golden divine snakes were everywhere. This was especially the case at the center. The ancient snake turned over, destroying the sun, moon, and stars. It was enormous beyond compare. That was the flying serpent ancient ancestor that became a god, Hong. Yi Fan displayed the irregular scene. The immortal king, golden sea of bitterness, primal chaos green lotus, and others connected into one. It was like a primal chaos world. Even though it was indistinct, it could still be seen. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like a human figure. All of the irregular scenes were part of a body. Yi Fan was impervious to all methods. The flying serpent world that second Lang Jun attacked was disintegrated, and then it collapsed. His irregular scenes merged into one, and the divine might was boundless. It blasted second Lang Jun into pieces, scattering him in all directions. A rain of blood scattered down. How could it be like this? Second Lang Jun said to himself after reassembling his body. He was suppressed once again, and he failed again. What other secret techniques and ancient methods do you have? If you think you can defeat me, then feel free to use them. Yi Fan retracted his irregular scenes and calmly stared at him. Second Lang Jun was in despair. Just how many people of the same level could break through those secret techniques? However, in front of the human race's divine body, they were so useless. Could it be that he could only fight a few hundred rounds against a divine body? He couldn't compete at all. Could it be that he was fated to fall on the Emperor's path and become someone else's dazzling scenery? Flying serpent soul transformation. Second Lang Jun roared. The 4 words shook the world. His entire body cracked, and it was dazzling. He was actually going to shed his snake skin and transform into an even more powerful divine body. It's useless. Yi Fan took a step forward like golden lightning. His 2 golden palms spread out and directly grabbed the snake's tail. With a forceful tug, the snake's body broke apart, and blood sprayed everywhere. Second Lang Jun was in complete despair. The other party continuously waited for him to make his moves, breaking them one by one. Moreover, they were all in the domain that he was most proficient in. There was no more cruel blow than this. When Yi Fan moved, he was like a great pung spreading its wings, soaring 90,000 li into the sky. When he was quiet, he was like an abyss, possessing a type of great power that overlooked the world. He tossed the 2 halves of the golden snake body onto the ground, not fearing that he would escape at all. He coldly looked down on his opponent. Golden Snake Second Longjuan's Zhang Long snake body was cut into 2 halves. Golden blood splashed high into the air. He was in despair. He displayed several of his most powerful ancient techniques, but they were completely defeated, unable to contend against this great enemy. I am unwilling. He wasn't willing to become a pile of bones on the Emperor's path. He had been unrivaled ever since he started cultivating, believing himself to be one of the most powerful individuals of the younger generation, yet today, he was defeated so miserably. Xiao, the 2 halves recombined, turning into a golden snake body. The golden vertebrae released chong-chong sounds. The flying serpent evil sword appeared again, shining resplendently. This sword was dyed with his life blood, its power incomparably great. He was going to carry out a final struggle. Yi Fan's divine form appeared, a dragon-shaped figure at the center. A golden sphere covered his body, and with a honglong sound, blood energy rushed into the heavens, reaching a type of most powerful state. Dang! He used his fists to shake the sword, striking it several dozen times in succession until the flying serpent evil sword trembled. After the 6 Tao reincarnation fist appeared, the golden fist struck 100 times. In the end, with a hong sound, the sword body exploded, the evil sword turning into pieces. At the same time, a sky-overflowing sea of blood and endless corpses appeared, as if they had arrived in a terrifying foreign land. It was just that abrupt, making one tremble. This was the blood and bones of the flying serpent evil sword after devouring millions of creatures, nurturing an evil embryo, becoming a supreme divine artifact. Even though it wasn't a material object, it was still vivid and lifelike. The flying serpent evil sword had devoured the blood of the great sage, and even more so, it had used the blood of millions of creatures as its foundation, the divine blood of an entire divine ape race as its spirit. Now, it was almost on the verge of becoming the great sage's artifact, yet it was still destroyed, broken under Yi Fan's fist. This strike smashed away all of Golden Snake Second Longjuan's confidence, making him feel as if he was stepping on a 10,000 Shanghai peak, falling into a dark abyss, his entire body ice cold. Yi Fan, why haven't you killed him yet to prevent any variables from appearing? You shouldn't be lenient towards your enemies. You should be decisive and severe. The Scorpio Saint said. Pangbo said, because there are still 3 snakes. Yi Fan wants to figure out the background of this race. In the future, he might even encounter the most terrifying old snake. At the last moment, Golden Snake Erlangjian's face suddenly revealed a sinister expression. He put away all of his dejection, and divine light erupted from between his brows. A corner of the formation diagram flew out, and it flowed with the aura of the great Tao. It was as if it could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and divine might surged violently. This was the flying serpent race's mysterious ancient artifact. Back then, the 4 brothers had used it to fight against the great sage, forcing the gray-fled dragon venerable beast into a dangerous situation and almost dying. Even if I can't defeat you, I can kill you. The second Langjun of the Golden Snake roared. His eyes were awe-inspiring. This peerless enemy made him feel despair. Since he couldn't fight back, then he would completely destroy him. This was his crazy desire to destroy Yi Fan in both body and soul. Although the corner of the divine diagram was sealed, it could still release a portion of its power. Strands of ripple-like light waves spread out. It was simply unstoppable. The void collapsed inch by inch. Dang, suddenly, green light flourished in front of Yi Fan. He took out the damaged green cauldron and used it to block in front of him. When the light waves spread over, they were all blocked. Longma and the others were shocked. The flying serpent race was indeed terrifying. They actually forced Yi Fan to use this great killing weapon. This was something that hadn't happened in many years. The green copper cauldron was mysterious and unfathomable. It was the only divine artifact left in the world of ancient heaven. It didn't take the initiative to attack and had always been focused on defense. What is this? Ancient heaven. The second Langjun of the Golden Snake cried out with a shocked expression. Yi Fan held the green cauldron and moved forward. The light waves couldn't get close to him, so he crashed into the second Langjun of the Golden Snake and the divine diagram. With a rumble, this corner of the ancient formation diagram was incomparably dazzling. It tore apart the void and rushed into the clouds. It actually escaped. The ancestral artifact of the flying serpent race actually flew away. The second Langjun of the golden snake turned pale with fright. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, in a vast wasteland, ancient trees towered into the sky. Apes cried and tigers roared. A corner of the formation diagram appeared above the heads of the other three Langjuns of the golden snake race. They were operating the golden snake celestial art, trying to find the second Langjun through the connection between the diagrams. Suddenly, the end of the horizon shone brightly. A dazzling divine rainbow descended from the sky. A corner of the ancient formation descended and combined with the ancestral artifacts of the three Langjuns, forming a complete ancient diagram. On it, there were all kinds of patterns, from gods to birds and beasts. In the center, there was a flying serpent that had become a god. The scene was earth-shattering because it could swallow all the stars in the sky just by opening its mouth. The second Langjun is in danger. The first Langjun of the golden snake race sighed. Two beams of bright divine light shot out from his eyes. He looked at the horizon with an incomparably awe-inspiring look. Second brother doesn't have long to live. He might not even be in this world anymore. Was it done by the sacred body of the human clan? I'm going to kill him. The third Langjun of the golden snake roared angrily. Among the four of them, he was the most hot-tempered. He would kill people at the slightest provocation. There were thousands of corpses lying on the ground. A sea of blood appeared behind him, reaching high into the sky. Sacred body of the human clan, I will torture you to death with the cruelest method. It's a pity that second brother hasn't mastered the invincible method of the flying serpent transformation. Otherwise, who could compete with me? You two have mastered the flying serpent transformation. We will try our best to get rid of the sacred body of the human clan, the first Langjun of the golden snake said. His expression became more and more gloomy. Of course we have to get rid of him. I'm going to swallow his golden flesh bit by bit. The battle had already ended. Yi Fan pointed at the forehead of the second Langjun of the golden snake. Blood splattered, and a giant snake corpse appeared on the ground. It was no longer one Zhonglong. Its true body was thousands of Zhonglong. It stretched across the mountain range. Its entire body was golden and dazzling. Its scales were 1 to 2 meters long and flickered with a metallic luster. The cold moonlight sprinkled down, and waves of flame soared in the mountains. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, the golden lion, and the others sat together. Pieces of golden and glossy dried meat hung on the bonfire. Beside the bonfire, there were jars of wine. The fragrance assailed their nostrils and drifted far into the night. They ate the meat in big mouthfuls and drank big bowls of wine. This is the first time I've eaten the flying serpent in my life. It doesn't taste good. It's hard to chew, Longma said. You shouldn't eat meat, the Scorpio Saint said. I'm not a vegetarian. I love to eat lion's head, bear's paw, dragon's liver, and phoenix's marrow. Longma gulped down a jar of wine and said casually. Suddenly, a few murderous auras rushed over. The golden lion, the black bear saint, the nine-tailed crocodragon, and the green luan all stared at it. The second Langjun of the golden snake was a proud son of heaven. But today, he was killed and roasted on a bonfire, becoming someone else's meal. No one would believe it if this was spread. The snake can't be roasted. It should be made into snake soup and stewed. Come, Yi, bring the cauldron over. Put the life-spring divine liquid of the ancient celestial being in it and cook the flying serpent, Pang Bo said. The black bear saint raised his bare paws in agreement. Good idea. It'll definitely be delicious. I'll go find some herbs and use them as seasonings. Look at the mountains and valleys here. There are ancient mountains everywhere. Maybe there are old herbs that are tens of thousands of years old. It'll be the most suitable for stewing. This could be described as extremely luxurious. Wisps of the source chi of all things hung down. The Kuan Pung, vermilion bird, and primal chaos deities were all lifelike. Wisps of primal chaos chi lingered around the mouth of the cauldron. How many divine objects like this could be found in the world? Today, it was truly a waste of its talents. It had become a vessel for a few gluttons. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others activated their divine power. Flames spat out from their palms and fingers to heat up the cauldron. Inside the cauldron, it was chaotic and hazy. The life-spring divine liquid of the ancient celestial being surged. The golden flying serpent's meat bobbed up and down. Longma, the golden lion, and the others threw in a few ancient herbs. The Scorpio saint put in a few ancient vine roots. The aroma of meat, life-spring, and herbs filled the air. This pot of meat soup was unprecedented. The rare flying serpent's meat was cooked in the life-chi cauldron and stewed with the life-spring divine liquid of the celestial being. How many times could it be seen in the mortal world? It's enough to enjoy such a meal. The nine-tailed Crocodragon sighed. This was too extravagant. He felt that eating like this might incur the wrath of the heavens. It was somewhat unreal. Everyone ate to their heart's content. In the end, they even drank it clean. After all, that was the life-spring divine liquid. Every drop could bring back flesh and bones from the dead. It made everyone's essence energy surge, and their bodies were about to explode. Although it looks like a pot of life-spring divine liquid, the ancient celestial being's body has mysteriously enlarged. If he were to return to the height of a normal person, this pot of life-spring divine liquid would not even be a drop, said Longma. This was the truth, and it was far from being a true drop of the celestial being's life-spring divine liquid. Otherwise, this would be the most heaven-defying thing in the world. Who could obtain the life-spring divine liquid of an ancient great emperor? Early in the morning, mist drifted about, bringing with it a humid aura. The morning dew flickered with 5 colors and 10 rays of light in the morning light. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others left the mountain. They walked towards the vast land and marched towards the cities with living beings. In reality, they had already seen a few strange creatures in the mountains, but most of them did not have any profound cultivation. Their understanding of the great world was limited. Rumble, rumble, suddenly, a loud sound was heard. They were startled because a huge figure gradually appeared on the horizon. It was at least 300 meters tall, like a mountain peak, majestic and mighty. This was a giant ape with a wide mouth and a body full of yellow fur that flickered with a faint golden splendor. It carried a stone staff on its shoulder, and on top of it hung a strange creature that was dozens of meters long. It was obvious that this was its prey. Aren't the creatures of this world a little too big? Oh, although they are big, their strength is not that shocking. They are only in the dragon transformation secret realm. However, this kind of giant physique is definitely not something that can be compared to. I'll go ask him about the situation of this planet. Longma leapt up and arrived in front of the giant ape. He used his divine sense to transmit his question to it. The giant ape was obviously aware of the strength of the newcomer and did not look down on him because of his small size. He answered every question and was very cooperative, which was out of everyone's expectations. This was an ancient source of life, and its name was Permetha. A group of extremely powerful creatures resided here, and the giant ape was only the lowest of them all. He used the stone staff to point into the distance, saying that there were cities and flourishing towns there. All types of races roamed about. Woo, it really is Permetha. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. According to what the giant ape said, there really were deities in this world, just that he couldn't get close to them. It was because his level wasn't high enough to worship them. This shocking news immediately moved them, feeling that there would be terrifying existences on this ancient planet. Have you heard of the ancient coffins from the legendary era? Longma continued to ask. Of course I have. A stone coffin with a total of 9 layers appeared on the Great Earth several decades ago. Everyone knows about it. The giant ape's reply left them stupefied. They originally thought that it was extremely secretive and would definitely have to go through a lot of trouble, but who would have thought that everyone here knew about it? Where is it? It is naturally in the immortal domain. The giant ape said. What? Immortal domain? There really is such a place in this world? Everyone was stupefied. Wait, speak slowly. Where is the immortal domain? What kind of place is it? Yi Fan asked seriously. The immortal domain is the dwelling place of the deities, the land of long life. It is in that direction. The giant ape pointed with the large staff again, pointing in a distant direction. Everyone was speechless. This giant ape replied again. There really wasn't the slightest bit of suspense. It knew everything. Do you know about the ancient tree of life? Longma asked. He had never seen the Ji siblings before, so he naturally wouldn't have any feelings for them. He wasn't that interested in the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era. He only wanted to know about the ancient tree of life. Of course I know. The giant ape nodded in a simple and honest manner. How do you know everything? The giant ape was very innocent. He had a sincere look on his face as he scratched his head and said, everyone in the world knows about this. What's wrong with that? This answer left everyone speechless. Could it be that the 9-layered coffin and the ancient tree of life were known to everyone during the mythological era? This caused them to be dumbfounded. Where is the ancient tree of life? Longma urged, wishing to immediately know the whereabouts of this ancient tree. There were just too many people that descended, the great sage, the various young supreme beings, which one of them was easy to deal with? It's not far from here. Go straight ahead, and you'll reach it in the backyard of the gods. The giant ape replied. The backyard of the gods? What kind of place is that? Pangbo asked seriously. It can also be considered the residence of deities, can be considered a part of a mortal domain. However, deities normally wouldn't descend, rarely going there. The giant ape pointed forward, telling everyone that they could reach that place from 10,000 li away. This distance was really nothing to the crowd. Once one's cultivation reached the Saint Realm, they would be able to turn the horizon into a short distance. With a single step, the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains would all move together. Immortal domain, the rear courtyard of deities, a place they normally didn't reside in, yet there was an ancient life tree growing there. When all of this was linked together, for outsiders, it was enough to shock them. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Before coming here, everyone thought that it would be extremely difficult, that the other side of the divine would definitely be full of danger, that they might have to fight bloody battles until corpses piled up into mountains. Who would have thought that a mere giant ape would reveal everything they wanted to know so effortlessly? Longma and the Golden Lion interrogated seriously. After understanding enough of the situation, they couldn't wait to immediately take action. They were only 10,000 li away, but they could hurry over immediately. Yifan had a strange look on his face as he opened his heaven eye and stared at the giant ape. It was indeed a creature from the dragon transformation secret realm, and not some living antique. The mountains and rivers flew in reverse, and the great rivers went far away. The group of them tore through the sky like an extremely shocking rainbow, and in a short while, they arrived 5,000 kilometers away. When they arrived here, everyone's minds trembled. This place was extremely mysterious. Chaotic mist surged, separating everything in front of them, as if it was a world of its own. It was clear that this place was extraordinary. As soon as they approached, their hearts jumped. The mountains and rivers in the mist were all engraved with great Tao symbols, making one feel reverence. That giant ape didn't lie. It's actually true. This is definitely a secret place. The 12 saints had experienced many storms and waves over the years, and could tell at a glance that this place had an extraordinary layout that was rarely seen in thousands of years. The mountain peak was like a forest of divine statues that had existed since ancient times. The mountain range was like a horned dragon, traversing from east to west. The precipice was like a golden rock spreading its wings, soaring straight up into the sea of clouds. The hills were like the black tortoise lying dormant, stable and heavy. That's right. I've seen that giant ape's consciousness before, and it didn't lie, Longma said. Even though this was a little unreasonable, it was better to be careful since they had just arrived here. Is this really the backyard of the gods, a part of the immortal realms? This is simply too unbelievable. After arriving at the other side of the gods, does that mean that one is about to become an immortal? Pangbo was filled with bewilderment. There was no doubt that there was something particular about this place. Just standing on the outside was enough to make one's mind tremble, and they wished they could go in and examine the mysteries of creation. Something's not right. Yifan said. What's wrong? Is this place dangerous? Nine-tailed Crocodorgon asked. I can't tell at the moment. Yifan shook his head. In reality, this place was very much like an immortal's cave. It was truly too extraordinary. There were saints everywhere, and it was fascinating. What's wrong? Green Luan asked. There's something wrong with that giant ape. Let's go, we'll go back and take a look. Yi Fan turned around and rushed 10,000 miles away. Everyone looked at each other and followed. However, the land was boundless, and there were towering trees and ancient forests. There was no sign of that giant ape at all. This is the footprint he left behind. It ends here, Yi Fan said. The giant ape that was 300 meters tall left huge and very deep footprints on the ground. When it reached this place, it suddenly stopped, as if it had mysteriously disappeared. I've clearly searched his sea of consciousness. How could there still be a problem? Longma was so angry that even the roots of his teeth were itching. Even my sky source I almost lost its effect. This giant ape is really something. Yi Fan's eyes shot out cold lightning as he scanned the surroundings, searching for traces. Finally, he picked up a glittering golden monkey hair from a bush in the distance. It was not very long, much shorter than the giant ape's hair from before. Moreover, it was exceedingly brilliant. A monkey hair? What's going on? Pangbo asked. Yi Fan said in a deep voice, that giant ape just now was transformed from a monkey hair. It almost fooled all of us. There was a divine ape that was proficient in the Tao of transformation. Even if it wasn't unparalleled, it wouldn't be much. Why do I feel that it's a bit familiar? Green Luan's eyes were sharp. Yes, it seems familiar. Sky Scorpio Saint nodded solemnly. It's him. Pangbo shuddered. In the depths of ancient celestial being's life spring, there was an ancient cave residence. Inside, there was a six-eared macaque that had passed away in a sitting posture. This kind of aura was similar, so it seemed to be him. It can't be. That old monkey's cultivation was great, but hundreds of thousands of years have passed. How could it have survived? The golden lion grew suspicious. I know, it's that little one. The black bear saint gritted his teeth as endless resentment grew in his heart. One of his patriarchs was a great saint, and his powers were unparalleled. He encountered a mighty six-eared macaque moving house in the starry sky. He accidentally got in the way of the divine macaque, and was slapped into a pile of mush. At that time, there was also a little monkey sitting on that peerless expert's shoulder. I think, he might have survived. The black bear saint's expression was ugly. Everyone was stunned. The six-eared macaque had built his residence in ancient celestial being's life spring. It could be said to be shocking, and there was no need to doubt his strength. With his strength, it would not be a problem for him to find the source of God and seal his descendants into this world. The ancient celestial being's sea of bitterness built a divine bridge that led to the other shore. It could be said that this place was very close. If the divine bridge appeared, he would only need to take one step to come over. Legend has it that the six-eared macaque is one of the strongest bloodlines in the universe. It can perceive and understand all things. Especially, it can listen to the sounds of the world and learn all kinds of techniques. It is unpredictable, and no one can see through its transformation. The nine-tailed crocodile dragon said solemnly. It then stopped talking and looked around as if it was afraid of being heard by the divine monkey. Everyone said that the six-eared macaque is extinct, and the world lost one of the most terrifying physiques. Who would have thought that he still has another bloodline on the other side of the gods? Everyone had a bad premonition. This monkey's abilities were heaven-defying, and if it targeted them, it would definitely be a bitter battle. Just using a strand of monkey hair to transform, it almost deceived all of them. This kind of method was not something an ordinary expert could use. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he said, no matter. If it was truly unrivaled, it would have made its move against us a long time ago. Although this was what they said, the 12 saints did not dare to let down their guard. This was because this bloodline was too powerful, and they had no choice but to be on guard. The black bear saint, in particular, had an ashen expression. This was an enemy of his race. Yi Fan and the others searched everywhere but to no avail. Since the six-eared macaque's monkey hair was in this world, then its true body might be here as well. They might be able to encounter it in the future. Damned monkey, how ruthless. It wants to lure us in and destroy our bodies and souls. Longma clenched his teeth. They found out from the mouths of other creatures that the mountains and rivers were indeed related to the ancient deities. However, it was definitely not some backyard, but a forbidden area that had existed since ancient times. The current deities might not even be able to enter, and for others, there was no way they could leave. They would undoubtedly die, because that was a killing formation laid down by the ancient emperors. It was still there even now, and it hadn't been completely destroyed. Good monkey, we'll settle this debt with you in the future. Pangbo also spoke. There was something extraordinary about the mountains. Every 10 steps, a scenery, every 5 steps, a divine talisman, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. However, the killing formation of the ancient emperors was arranged here, and even deities would die if they entered. After making a detour around this ancient land, they entered the true boundless land where heroes fought for supremacy. They saw several enormous ancient cities in succession, and every single one of them was overseen by an unrivaled expert. Long Life's hometown isn't called the immortal domain, but the divine domain. It is the dwelling place of the deities. This was the true and accurate information they obtained after arriving in this world. That giant ape's words were wrong, but it wasn't all false either. It was enough to change the immortal domain to the divine domain. One of the human race's Tao protectors died, and 2 of the other race's great sage died as well. What is going on? They obtained a shocking piece of news. On top of a grand city wall, there was a notice that had 3 bloody heads hanging on it. They were sinners who tried to blaspheme the deities, and they were being suppressed as a warning to others. It had only been a single night since they descended into this world, yet 3 great sage died. This left everyone shocked. Yi Fan and the others all shivered inwardly. This world was terrifying after all. This was the 5th enormous city they passed by. The city walls were tall and large, as if they were cast from black molten iron. Dark light shone coldly, flickering with a cold metallic luster. 3 bloody heads were placed in bamboo cages and hung on the imposing city gates. It was a ghastly sight. Yi Fan and the others entered the city and saw all kinds of races they had never heard of before. Some had bird bodies and wolf heads, some were just lumps of light without a fixed form, and some only had a large head without arms or a body. The races came in all shapes and sizes, all different from one another. There were even quite a few magical artifacts. It was as if a divine blade was walking in the city. It had a pair of legs and hands, and its body was a blade. Meanwhile, there was another ancient pagoda swaying about, flying in the city. Long Ma almost took action to loot these weapons. However, he was stopped by Yi Fan, who strictly warned him not to act recklessly. These were all the races of this world, and quite a few of them were cultivated by the different races. The holy weapons were intelligent, and they became different races. It was legal here, and they could move about freely without anyone interfering. It was rumored that quite a few of them came out from the caves of famous mountains and great rivers. So strange, just what kind of place is this? The 12 saints were bewildered. Fortunately, they also saw quite a few humanoid creatures. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others couldn't be considered different races, so they didn't attract too much attention. Some of these humanoid creatures were humans, while others were transformed from other terrifying creatures. All of them were very strong. These enormous cities have existed since ancient times, and it is said that they are all protecting the dwelling places of the gods. They investigated this information. Behind the majestic city was close to the divine domain. The human Tao protector and the 2 foreign races great sage were all killed while exploring the divine domain. That was why their heads were hung on the city walls as a warning. Great sage, he was killed just like that. Could it be a true god? These news made them feel very uneasy. Yi Fan and the others passed through the city and didn't act blindly without thinking. They asked around and found out that there were a total of 8 similar giant cities around the so-called divine domain, guarding 8 directions. They asked many creatures, but they still couldn't figure out what the so-called gods were because no one could really explain it clearly. The divine domain wasn't shaken. They took the risk to inquire about the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era, which once again proved that some of the giant ape's words were indeed known by most people. However, it wasn't in the immortal domain, but in a dangerous land. They crossed heaven and earth, and they didn't know how many millions of li they had crossed. They arrived at an ancient land that had existed since the legendary era and gazed into the depths. It's just a stone coffin, but it's actually lying in the depths of this dangerous land. Is this a great omen? Everyone stood in the sky and gazed into the distant dangerous land. Miasma pervaded the air, and the ancient forest was extremely quiet. It was deathly silent. In the midst of a huge mountain, there was an incomparably tall stone coffin. It was like a stone mountain lying across the land, emitting a simple and ancient aura. This was a coffin that descended from the outer realms. For decades, no one dared to enter because there were too many terrifying legends left behind in this dangerous land. Approaching it would mean certain death. This is really the ancient coffin of the Void Emperor, but how did it become so huge? Yi Fan was bewildered. Miasma pervaded the air, and ancient vines and giant trees covered the entire mountain region. It was a scene of desolation. However, it was extremely quiet, and not a single sound could be heard. It was incomparably desolate. A giant coffin lay in disarray, exuding an ancient aura. Its entire body was made of stone, yet there wasn't the slightest crack. It was 1,000 zhang tall, taller than many of the surrounding mountain peaks. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that it was a coffin. It was clearly a stone ridge without a single blade of grass growing on it. There was an innate aura of the great Tao that made people feel reverence. The Void Emperor who suppressed the darkness chaos and fought against the 7 great restricted regions is buried inside? Pang Bo said in a low voice. The coffin of an ancient emperor is extraordinary after all. Just standing here gives us a strange feeling. The 12 saints also sighed. There was no pressure or aura that made people tremble. That coffin was so huge, yet there were no terrifying fluctuations seeping out. There was only a type of unordinary feeling. They didn't rush in recklessly after coming here. It wasn't only because this ancient coffin was mysterious, but more importantly, this place was a danger zone. There was no way out once one entered. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others cultivated the heavenly eye. They stood in the distance and could see 1,000 li, but they still couldn't see through the things in the depths of the mist. It was as if there was a layer of muslin separating them. Even the heavenly eye that was different from the others was blocked, unable to see through it. There was an ancient killing intent unknown to others there, and they couldn't break through it even now. If the Ji siblings are really inside, then things aren't good. This place is so sinister, we can't let anything happen to them. Pang Bo said. Yi Fan said, as long as they don't leave the ancient coffin, no matter how terrifying the danger zone is, it won't be a problem. This was a fact. Even though the ancient emperors had died, they weren't people the later generations could blaspheme. The corpses they left behind possessed unfathomable power. The so-called danger zone was a place where even saints would fall if they entered. It was a burial ground that had existed since the ancient times. Even though there were ancient trees and medicine kings here, there weren't any spiritual beasts roaming about. Something isn't right. Look at the purple mist rising from this mountain peak during the day. It's clearly an auspicious sign. Why is it called a danger zone? Longma was puzzled. Let me have a look. Yi Fan told everyone to step back. His entire body flowed with treasure light as he used his Genesis technique. A large number of runes appeared under his feet as he surveyed the surrounding mountains and rivers. Eh? Something's wrong. Retreat quickly. Yi Fan was shocked. In the instant that they escaped, a mysterious power spread over. It was divine and pure, almost like the power of deities. It flowed with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. It wasn't killing intent. Instead, it was as if the immortal gate was opened wide to welcome an esteemed guest into the mountain. It was extremely strange. It's different from what the natives said. It's clearly a pure land. Why is it called a land of death? The 12 saints looked at each other. They did not sense any killing intent. Yi Fan was also frowning. He stared at the mountains and rivers again and again, still having everyone wait outside. He was the only one who walked forward alone. A quarter of an hour later, boundless power appeared again. The mountains and valleys were all resonating, releasing auspicious light. Every single mountain peak was like a supreme treasure. Rumbling sounds rang through the air, auspicious energy rushing into the heavens. Innate divine essence surged like water. All the mountains were shaking. It was incomparably divine. Multicolored light danced in the sky. It was completely different from the legends. Why is it like this? The natives are lying to us. Impossible. Could it be that everyone we meet is lying? In the outside world, Pang Bo and the 12 saints couldn't believe it. Yi Fan stopped. He was puzzled, but he became even more vigilant. He stood outside the dangerous land and transmitted his voice into the stone coffin. Brother Ziyue, Brother Haoyue, are you guys there? His voice was like heavenly thunder, causing the space around him to tremble. It traveled for thousands of kilometers, resonating with the entire mountain, and his words reverberated endlessly in the air. The auspicious light became even more brilliant. It was as if an immortal cave had opened, waiting for the fated person to enter and obtain their own fortune. Yi Fan decisively retreated. Although the auspicious light was blowing against his face, he still felt that something was wrong. It was an indescribable feeling. Kacha! All the great mountains cracked. Tens of thousands of mountains rumbled and cracked. Many cracks appeared on every mountain, and there was actually a bright red liquid inside. Blood, it's scarlet blood. Yi Fan and the others were astonished. How much blood was there in so many mountains? How were they formed? It made them suspicious. These mountains are all alive. They are all moving. The Black Bear Saint said in a low voice. These mountains moved like snakes and dragons. Even though they cracked and blood appeared, it was still like this. It made people feel extremely strange. Could these really be living creatures? Look, there are enormous white bones inside the mountains. They are like the bones of mountains, and they are stained with blood. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What was this? Why was it so special? The mountains that could climb were like dragons and snakes. The surface of their bodies was cracked, and the insides were filled with blood. There were also enormous bones that supported the mountains. Every single bone was extremely large. The largest was several hundred zhang or even over 1,000 zhang, while the smallest was not even the size of a palm. They possessed a strange luster of life. The mountains were alive. What kind of creatures were these? Could it be that the reason this place was called a dangerous place was because they devoured the creatures that entered this place? Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted over. It made one's body feel light and healthy, as if they were about to float up. A fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind possessed a special type of magical power that made one feel intoxicated. All of the mountains were trembling. Brilliant light erupted from the cracks, and drops of mysterious liquid flowed out from the blood and bones. They were sparkling and translucent. They slid down from the mountains and fell to the foot of the mountains, forming small sparkling and translucent puddles. Quite a few of them were even connected together. Needless to say, everyone knew that this was an extraordinary divine liquid. However, the process of its birth was unimaginable. It left everyone astonished and puzzled. Collect! Lama released a low roar. He activated a magical artifact and sent it into the 10,000 mountains to collect this mysterious drop of liquid. However, the magical artifact was like a clay ox entering the sea, unable to return. It directly fell onto the mountain and then disintegrated. It was devoured by the auspicious light and collected into the mountain. It's using my magical artifact as nourishment. What exactly is this thing? Could it be that there really are creatures like the earth dragon in this world? Within the mountains, all types of flowing light danced about. That sparkling and translucent liquid was extremely rare. It didn't seep into the sand or the cracks between the rocks. All of it gathered at the base of the mountain, so it was only a small puddle. As for that enormous stone coffin, it was still lying in disarray without any changes. Someone is coming. The Green Phoenix Saint said. In the distance, several dozen figures flew over. All of them had divine rings around their bodies. There were men and women among them. Some were valiant and intimidating, some were divine and auspicious, and some were as beautiful as flowers. Most of them were humanoid creatures. However, some had 3 heads and 6 arms, while others had a third eye. Every single one of them was extraordinary, making others feel restraining fear. It seems like the divine demonic liquid is about to be formed. It only surges once every 10,000 years. This is a rare opportunity, so we cannot afford to miss it. These people were all very powerful, but they didn't dare to enter the danger zone. They all quietly watched from the outside and didn't discover Yi Fan and the others who had already hidden themselves. Look, the divine demonic liquid has already begun to form. After a period of time, some of the precious liquid will precipitate. This is a very important matter, so everyone must come and patrol frequently. We cannot afford to make any mistakes, a man said in a deep voice. Yi Fan and the others nodded inwardly as they listened. This was indeed a strange place. There was actually divine demonic liquid here. It was extremely difficult for powerful people to obtain it. You and I are all following orders. If something goes wrong, none of us will be able to bear the consequences. The gods will blame us, so we must be careful. The more Pang Bo and the others listened, the more astonished they became. Some divine demonic liquid would appear every 10,000 years, and these people belonged to some great power. They were in charge of collecting the precious liquid here. Sir, why does the divine demonic liquid appear here? How exactly is it formed? Isn't this a danger zone? Can we enter? Clearly, there were new members among them who were full of curiosity about this place. They earnestly asked for guidance. This is the battlefield of deities. Their blood and bones are buried here. Now, apart from our deities, no one can enter. Their bodies and souls will be wiped out at every turn. A handsome man warned. His strength was astonishing. He was a lower-level Saint King with 3 heads and 6 arms. His black hair was thick, and he had a type of fierce aura. This was the blood and bones of deities. They were buried here, forming a life danger zone. The flesh and blood contained immortal essence, which would move the hearts of later generations. For some reason, it seemed to have turned into an immortal cellar in the end. It also seemed to have turned into a special life form. The flesh and bones of deities automatically produced divine demonic liquid, and it would surge out once every 10,000 years. These people come from the divine domain. Through their conversation, Yi Fan and the others quickly understood some of the situation. Sir, the giant coffin that fell from the sky several decades ago landed in this danger zone. Is there any explanation for this? Even now, no one knows, someone asked. Right, what exactly is going on? The ancient coffin fell from the sky. Back then, someone saw from afar that there were several creatures on the coffin. This is simply unimaginable. I wonder if they are still in this danger zone. There are some matters that involve too many things, too deep. It isn't something you can ask about. It's best if you don't do so. That great one said coldly. In the end, he still said this in a low voice, that is a 9-layered ancient coffin from the legendary era. It might be a deity's elder. That is why there is no need to discuss it. In the dark, Pang Bo and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The 9-layered coffin from the legendary era buried in the 9 heavens, the deities within. Could it be that it originated from here? Yi Fan speculated that the Void Emperor only obtained the 9-layered coffin from the cosmos. As for who the true owner was, there was no way of knowing. Now, it seemed like they were going to find the true owner. It seems like Purple Moon and Hao Yuan might still be in the depths of the danger zone, not coming out all this time. I wonder how they are after all these years. Yi Fan said to himself. Right at this time, a rumbling noise sounded from the distant sky. A bronze war chariot streaked across the heavens, crushing the heavens as it rushed here, releasing undying radiance. The divine domain's decree has arrived. The people who arrived earlier cried out in alarm. The divine decree has arrived. Recently, the deity has sensed that the creatures from beyond this region have arrived and will disturb the peace of all sides. As a result, the decree has been passed down. All clans are to kill the evil creatures from beyond this region and protect the other shore. A figure stood on top of the bronze war chariot, hazy and indistinct. He passed down the decree, having the heroes of the world fight against the demons from beyond this region and wipe out the invaders. In the dark, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Long Ma and the others were all shaken. Things are going to be troublesome. There will be a rain of blood and foul winds in this world. All of the great sage, young supreme beings and the others who descend to the other shore will be in trouble. That existence in the divine domain is going to unleash a massacre. Xianxia said in alarm. The bronze chariot rumbled and went far away. It continued to pass down the decree of the gods to the rest of the world, demanding the extermination of the foreign invaders. We're in big trouble. Someone will most likely suffer a calamity. Fortunately, we heard it here, or else we would have been caught unprepared, Pangbo said. He was afraid to go out now. There's a great fortune here. Should we take it or not? Xianxia didn't care about anything else. He stared at the sparkling puddles in this dangerous land. This was the battlefield of the gods in the past. It was born in the age of legends. Every 10,000 years, some demonic liquid would be produced. This was something that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Even the rulers of the divine realm cared about it and used it to prolong their lives. It hasn't ripened yet, but it looks like it'll be difficult to take it. There are many masters here. If we're not careful, we'll alert the divine realm. If we provoke that ruler, we'll be in big trouble, the nine-tailed crocodile said. The mountain wind blew past. The forbidden land was covered in leaves, the forest swayed, and the fissured mountain peaks slithered like snakes. Only a giant stone coffin lay there, unmoving. It was autumn on the other side. It was colder than anyone could imagine. There was a cold chill that swept through the entire land. In less than a day, the decree of the gods shook the world. The masters of all races went out to search for the demons from the outer realm. They launched a shocking massacre. In this battle, the Earth Corpse, the great demonic god, the sky-devouring beast, Sangu, the Shenlan, and the gold-devouring beast became famous. They soared across the sky like comets and rose to the other side. The three Langjuns of the golden snake race fought against the divine sons of the divine realm. They also created a storm. Blood splashed everywhere on this ancient planet. Fierce battles broke out from time to time. The natives had a special method to distinguish between the two. The people of the other side all had a special brand. This was because all races worshipped the gods and worshipped the divine realm. They would have a divine brand on their bodies. Once they used their power, they would emit a brilliant holy light. The power of faith. The ruler of the divine realm is collecting the pure power of faith. Do they really want to live forever? There were a few masters in history who did this. They were all great figures. The undying heavenly emperor and the Amitabha Buddha were both experts in this field. The former was worshipped by tens of thousands of races, while the latter established a religion with believers all over the world, providing him with a massive amount of pure psyche power. I must find out what kind of existence the god's domain's ruler is, Yifan muttered to himself. They hid outside this dangerous place, calmly watching the process of the demonic god liquid's formation. It truly was a bit outrageous. Those mountain ridges seemed to have life, crawling about like earth dragons. Today, they cracked apart, releasing the precious liquid. However, they also understood from the discussions of the people guarding outside that this was far from enough. They needed a period of precipitation before the divine demonic liquid could be considered to be truly mature. They did not know that this process could take years, or even decades. When the time came, the deity would personally come to drink, and these people were only responsible for watching over it. Yifan and the others didn't know the exact time, so they meditated outside the mountain. They sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and looked into the distance every day, but they never saw the divine demonic liquid succeed. There really were quite a few puddles of water, sparkling and translucent. Unfortunately, from those people's discussions, it was still going to continue. They most likely wouldn't be able to wait that long. The outside world was already in complete chaos. The great sage and young supreme beings that came from outer space, which one of them was easy to deal with? Even though most of them went into hiding, they would stir up a great disturbance from time to time. This was a great storm that engulfed the entire ancient star. However, something happened that made many young supreme beings shiver inwardly, making the great sage's hearts tremble. A streak of divine light flew out from the god domain, terrifying to the heavens, killing a foreign great sage, body and spirit erased. No one saw clearly what kind of weapon that was. Some said that it was the incarnation of a deity that came out to kill demons and eliminate devils, to suppress all sides, to return peace to the other shore. There were others who said that it was a quasi-emperor artifact, able to wipe out all opponents. Even if the enemy was a great sage, it still wasn't enough, only able to fall. There were even more who said that it was a true great emperor artifact. After reviving, it crossed hundreds of thousands of li, killing the foreign great sage. It was like a soaring dragon or leaping tiger, fierce and powerful. That day, the outsiders who were guarding the danger spot cried out in alarm, all of them turning pale with fright, pointing towards the forbidden region's depths, speechless. They saw that the puddles and the divine demonic liquid all flowed towards the mountain range depths. Even if it was uphill, even if there were mountain ridges in the way, it could still flow through. There are creatures in the forbidden region, using methods to attract the divine liquid. It is in the legendary era's 9-layered coffin's direction. These people cried out, but there was no way to stop it. No one dared enter. It was rumored that only deities could enter, but ever since that giant coffin descended from the heavens, the rulers of the divine domain didn't set foot here. Yi Fan and Pang Bo moved, secretly transmitting sound, turning into strand after strand of Dao ripples, blasting towards the danger spot. Unfortunately, they didn't receive a reply. The peaks rose up, on them a few symbols that could erase the power of the outside world. This really is a natural dam, intercepting and filtering everything. All those who enter will be killed without exception. Yi Fan released a long sigh. Were they the Ji family siblings? Someone was guiding the divine demonic liquid, clearly seizing food from the tiger's mouth, seizing it from the hands of a deity. There would definitely be great trouble in the future. You all, protect me. I want to see exactly what is going on. Yi Fan said. He chose a place and soared into the 9 heavens, sitting cross-legged in the void. He opened his heavenly eye, gazing towards the mountain range in the depths of the mist. Hong Long Long, the mountains and ravines all cried out. When the 2 streaks of golden light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes, they broke through the limit, entering the true forbidden region. Many mountain ranges began to shake, as if dignified divine statues were reviving one after another. Ancient symbols appeared on the mountains one after another, and then they crushed down on these 2 streaks of light. Yi Fan's eyes were in intense pain, and then he was overwhelmed with shock. These were great Dao after great Dao, simply unimaginable, all of them possessing a type of supreme dignity. The Dao of deities. He immediately understood. Every mountain peak was the burial ground of deities. The most miserable battle had taken place here during the legendary era, and it was rumored that even the ancient celestial being had participated in it. With so many divine remains piled up, just how terrifying of a reality was this? Each symbol represented a type of deity, and with so many flickering at the same time, anyone who came would have to bear a grudge. Yi Fan naturally felt the boundless pressure, one that was difficult to endure. A strand of golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto his clothes. Pang Bo, Longma, and the others were all shocked. They hurriedly stopped him, telling him not to force himself. Yi, are you all right? It wasn't the Dao of deities that injured me, but rather the great Dao injury from before. It truly is a bit troublesome, and I will always be affected a bit. Yi Fan frowned. The Dao injury within his body wasn't that serious, and it wouldn't affect his battle against others. However, it still couldn't heal, and from time to time, he would spit out a mouthful of golden blood. This type of injury wasn't too big of a problem, but it was neither good nor bad, giving others a headache. In the long run, wouldn't the human race's divine body become a sick body? Even if it didn't affect his battle prowess, coughing out golden blood from time to time would make him look sick. Rather than calling this a dangerous place, it would be better to call it a treasure trove. The peaks stand side by side, and each of them condenses an ancient symbol. That is the embodiment of their Dao. If I can comprehend all of them, it would mean that I have comprehended the gods. Yi Fan stared at the giant coffin, and then at the vast and mysterious misty area behind it. His eyes revealed a strange glint. Were the Ji siblings there? He had Pang Bo, Longma, and the others opened their unique heaven's eye. He was somewhat excited. Could it be that the siblings were really going to appear soon? The light shot out from his eyes became even more resplendent, as if 2 heavenly swords had split open the void. Gradually, he saw the scene on the other side of the stone coffin. The lake there was clear, and the mist was colorful. The fragrance of ancient medicine wafted in the air, and the clear spring gurgled. There was also an ancient cave overflowing with dense multicolored light. It was simply a Tao field for true immortals. What was missing were birds and beasts. It was too quiet, and there was no movement. It was precisely because of this that this lush and brilliant divine land seemed to lack a bit of vitality. Boom, tens of thousands of mountains swayed, and the Tao of the gods appeared once again. An ancient symbol appeared on every mountain peak, obliterating the golden light from Yifan's eyes. Moreover, a terrifying and overflowing power was reflected back, causing the Tao of the heavens to resonate. With a droning sound, Yifan's body shook violently. Drops of blood dripped from his eyes, and his eyeballs almost shattered. This kind of backlash was abnormally terrifying. However, he didn't give up. He circulated the secret character to recover his injured body, and the light in his eyes became even more vigorous. He had to find out whether the Ji siblings were there or not. If they were, then the two of them might have a great fortune. If they weren't, then they would most likely be in danger. This time, Yifan's entire body shone. Not only were his eyes terrifying, but there was even a small golden figure sitting cross-legged on his immortal platform. It was chanting sutras and gazing into the distance. Tens of thousands of mountains resonated. Symbols blocked his line of sight one after another. Even the light from his eyes made his body tremble. One could well imagine what kind of danger he would face if his true body encountered this place. It was worthy of being called an ancient restricted region. This time, he broke through the limit. His gaze penetrated even deeper, and he actually saw a creature. Its entire body seemed to be cast from gold. It was resplendent and dazzling, as if it was a golden immortal phoenix. Its speed was comparable to lightning, drawing out brilliant radiance. This was a divine bird that was too resplendent and incomparably beautiful. It truly was as if a phoenix from the immortal realm descended into this world. Its bright and beautiful plumed feathers drew out dazzling radiance. This was a figure that Yifan hurriedly captured. There was a creature in the depths of the restricted region, moreover an extremely powerful one. In that instant, his expression became stupefied. He saw another familiar figure, graceful and beautiful. She was currently running happily, and then with a schwa sound, she was full of energy. The young lady gracefully landed on the back of the golden divine bird. They soared about together, as if they were dancing fairies. Ziyu, it really seems to be him. Yifan cried out softly. It was too far away. That figure's back was facing him, fine black hair dancing about, every strand sparkling. Her entire body was shining, making her seem extremely hazy. Moreover, it was only a flash, so he couldn't be sure. The main reason was that his eyes were almost splitting apart. Golden blood flowed out drop by drop. He was injured by the symbols of deities, blocking his line of sight. Yi, don't try any more. Pangbo advised sternly, fearing that he would injure his foundation and make his Tao injuries even more serious. No harm, I'll try again. Yifan tried to open his heavenly eye again, but this time, it was already completely empty. That person and bird rushed into the depths of the restricted region. You are saying that Ziyu can come and go as she pleases in a place of danger, moreover with a golden immortal phoenix-like existence protecting her? When Pangbo heard what he saw, he was shocked. Longma, the golden lion, the black bear saint and the others were even more dumbfounded. This was the burial ground of all deities. Since ancient times, no one could survive inside, yet she could play around in there. Who are you people? A loud shout came from afar. Just now, Yifan's eyes shot out divine radiance, piercing through the void and gazing into the depths of the danger zone. The two golden beams of light alarmed the group of experts guarding this place. Pangbo, the green Luan and the black bear saint were all ready for battle. Meanwhile, Yifan was happy and fearless. Just now, he hurriedly glanced over and saw Ji Ziyue in the distance. He was completely at ease. There was nothing to worry about, and he didn't fear a battle. Who are you all, daring to intrude into the demonic god danger ground and covet the unmatched precious liquid? State your names. The one in the lead was a rather heroic-looking man with 3 heads and 6 arms. His black hair was thick and dense, giving off a powerful pressure. Figures moved about everywhere. Several dozen figures arrived in the blink of an eye, sealing off this place and blocking Yifan's group's path. Every single one of them had unkind expressions. This was a dangerous place that no one had dared approach for many years. It was a place unique to the divine realm, and there was a heaven-shocking secret, which was that it could produce demonic god liquid. After all these years, the outside world had no way of knowing about this. It had always been something exclusive to the divine realm's rulers, used to extend their lifespans. It was rumored that the natural law chains, great Tao fragments, and other things were comparable to undying medicines. This place was of utmost importance and couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness. Once it was leaked out, everyone here would die. That was why everyone was extremely nervous, fearing that something unforeseen might happen. We just happened to pass by this place. We do not wish to have any conflict with you all. Pangbo walked up and said. His figure was tall and sturdy, his height reaching a zhang. His skin was wheat-colored, and there was a type of bright luster to it. His black hair was thick, and his eyes were spirited. Just this type of majestic appearance made it so no one dared to look down on him. I clearly saw you all peeping in. 2 streaks of golden light shot into the Forbidden Land's depths. Speak, what did you all see? A woman that looked to be around 50 years of age walked out from behind the 3-headed 6-armed man. She was extremely domineering as she looked down at these people. If one said she was an old woman, her hair could still be considered jet black. If one said she was still attractive, there were clearly wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. The golden hairpin in her hair trembled, flickering with sparkling radiance. There was a type of disgust on her face. The tips of her brows jumped slightly, revealing an overbearing stance. I'm asking you something, did you not hear me? Where did this evil woman come from? I'm clearly answering you all, yet you say that we were peeping in, forcing us. What are you trying to do? Pangbo said. As soon as the words evil old woman came out, the woman's eyebrows immediately stood up and her crow's feet stretched out. Her eyes were as cold as 2 bone-paring knives. She hated it when people called her old. She shouted, regardless of anything else, take them down first. Obviously, apart from the man with 3 heads and 6 arms, she was also considered a leader among these dozens of people and had a lot of authority. As soon as she finished speaking, more than 10 people rushed forward. Longma took the lead and said with an arrogant look, someone is acting all high and mighty, shouting to kill and beat us up. When have we ever been bullied like this? Brothers, let's go together and beat up that evil woman. That woman immediately became furious. This vicious horse was mocking her like this, and she couldn't bear it any longer. She shouted, kill him. More than 10 individuals immediately took action, rushing forward. Every one of them had profound magical force, their fighting prowess unordinary, making heaven and earth collapse. But the result was shocking. The 12 saints roared and pounced forward like a flood. In the blink of an eye, the group of people were swallowed whole, leaving behind a mist of blood, and the sound of bones being chewed could be heard. Gabbing! Gabbing! The 12 saints were rather brave. They opened their ferocious mouths and swallowed the dozen people as food. It was a little bloody. Where did these evildoers come from? The remaining people were shocked and retreated one after another. There were saints among these dozen people, but only a few. No matter how powerful the divine realm was, it was impossible to mass-produce saints. This time, it was very important, so only a few dozen people were sent. Among them, there were 4 saint kings, 6 saints, and the rest were Tao severers. More than 10 people were swallowed in one gulp, including 3 saints. This kind of battle record might not be considered shocking in the divine realm, but such a bloody and clean way was still very threatening. It seems like you're here for the divine demonic elixir. If I'm not wrong, you're demons from the outer realm. An old man came forward with a gloomy face. Don't randomly put labels on people. It's not up to you to decide who is a god and who is a demon, Pangbo said. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel in the direction of the divine realm and repent to the gods. Otherwise, none of you can think of living. A young woman stepped forward. She was petite and had a delicate baby face. She looked like she was in her teens, but her chest was extremely full and had a different kind of temptation. Of course, she didn't pretend to speak to these people. Her expression was cold and had a kind of contempt. There was not a trace of charm or charm. The four leaders were a man with 3 heads and 6 arms, an old woman with wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, a gloomy old man, and a young girl with a childish face and full breasts. They were all at the Saint King realm and were very powerful. You're quite arrogant. You want us to kneel down and beg for forgiveness? You're not joking, right? You're still young and still wet behind the ears. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Pangbo raised his head and strode forward, taking the initiative to press forward. Reckless things. You think you have some ability, but in front of the divine realm, you're nothing. All of you can die, the young girl with the childish face shouted coldly. She was even colder and more domineering than the old woman with wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. She took the lead to attack. Kill. The gloomy old man also stepped forward and used the great tablet hand. His palm and fingers turned into a black stone tablet that let out a heavenly rumble as it slashed forward. The attack was fierce. This was an expert among the Saint Kings. The 4 experts moved together and pressed forward to carry out a fatal attack. Do you really think we're sick cats? I'll kill you all. Pangbo shouted. At this moment, he didn't hide anything. The fluctuations of a Saint King spread out, and he was like a bronze giant with an overwhelming demonic aura. At the same time, Longma also released the might of a Saint King. It was rare for him to fight alone, and he charged forward alone. Boom! The two collided, and this place collapsed, giving off a horrifying sound. This is troublesome. These 4 people have cultivated for a long time and are all old monsters. Their cultivation levels are higher than ours, and they're not easy to deal with, Longma shouted. Of these 4 great sage human kings, some looked relatively young, but their true age was already very frightening. Naturally, their strength was terrifying. Boom! Yifan stepped forward, his entire body shining like a wandering deity. Cold electricity shot out from his eyes, but as he stepped forward, he coughed out a mouthful of golden blood. Aside from his Dao injuries, he was also injured from forcefully prying into the forbidden land of life. There were many gods and demons buried here, and every mountain peak manifested an ancient talisman to suppress and kill all intruders. A sickly person also wants to interfere? Kneel and kowtow to the deity domain and ask for forgiveness. Otherwise, I'll destroy your body and soul, the old man shouted. The deity domain is too tyrannical and insolent. Are you really that arrogant? Let's see, Yifan sneered. Although golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, his combat prowess wasn't affected. He punched out, and the world lost color. The vast golden blood chi shattered the world. This result shocked the 4 people. They dodged and didn't clash head-on. Clearly, they were very cautious and not reckless people. Retreat! The young girl with a youthful face and a busted chest shouted. She instantly stood more than 10 kilometers away. The 4 experts stood side by side, looking coldly at Yifan and the others. Your strength has exceeded our expectations, the 3-headed, 6-armed man said coldly. Then, he patted his forehead, and a divine and resplendent beam of light rushed out from the crown of his head. You all don't know the difference between life and death, so you can't blame others. Only death can atone for your crimes against the deity domain. The young girl sneered. Her petite and exquisite body shone, and a beam of light also rushed out from the crown of her head. It was auspicious and grand, as if a deity had descended. At the same time, the wrinkled old woman and the old man were also like this. It was as if a deity had rushed out from the crown of their heads, dazzling and resplendent. What is this? Longma and the other 12 saints were puzzled. Blasphemers, die! The 4 people shouted loudly. The 4 beams of light that rushed out from the crown of their heads merged into one, unexpectedly turning into a humanoid creature. It was as if it was cast from starlight, divine and resplendent. This was a terrifying figure that emitted a powerful fluctuation. Moreover, there was an indistinct will that swept through the entire place. It released a voice that resounded between heaven and earth. Who dares offend my might? This voice was extremely vast, causing the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains to tremble. It was as if a deity had truly descended into the world. Yifan, Pangbo, and the others' expressions changed. This was a formidable existence that they couldn't face head-on. Hurry and leave. Pangbo shouted. This humanoid creature was completely formed from light. It was extremely powerful and boundlessly terrifying. Even though its will was indistinct, this body was too frightening. You still want to leave after offending a deity? All of you, kneel down and receive your death. The young girl, old woman, three-headed and six-armed man, and the old man shouted together. What is this thing? Why did it rush out from the crown of their heads? Longma and the others were puzzled, their hearts full of doubt. Could it be a ruler of the deity domain? But how did it live in their heads and permanently reside in their hearts? Pangbo was also puzzled. They didn't dare to stop for even a moment. The humanoid creature behind them was too powerful, and the fluctuations it released were suffocating. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Everywhere it passed, mountains and rivers turned to ashes, and the sun and moon dimmed. This was just like a true deity descending into the world. Hung Long, an enormous palm of light slammed down, smashing 1,000 li into a deep abyss. It was pitch black and bottomless, almost pressing the group of people down below. Hurry and leave, don't waste any more time. Use the attainment technique or open the realm gate. We can't fight against this monster. Lama shouted. They finally understood why the 4 great sage human kings were so overbearing. As expected, they had something to rely on. They truly had no fear, being able to summon this kind of humanoid monster. It was simply impossible to face it head-on. It was born in their hearts, as if it was summoned. They call it a deity. Yi Fan said to himself. He sensed an extremely familiar aura from the humanoid creature's body. He knew what it was. The power of faith. This was an undying body forged from boundless willpower. From a certain perspective, it was an extremely powerful incarnation. Perhaps it couldn't be called an incarnation and could only be called a strand. This was because the power of faith wasn't vast, and the will that entered it was also rather indistinct. This should be an indistinct incarnation bestowed upon them by the ruler of the divine realm. It had the power to fight, but it couldn't be considered flawless. It definitely couldn't be compared to the light figure that killed the great sage not long ago. If you don't hand over your head, when will you be captured? The 4 great sage coldly said from behind and chased after them. Don't worry, I'll break this incarnation of faith. Yi Fan suddenly stopped. The source energy of all things rushed out from his forehead, and strands of silk hung down. At this moment, the radiance flourished, and a vast amount of power of faith flowed out from the mouth of the cauldron. This was the power of faith obtained for him when he established the celestial court on earth. His unnamed disciple, the little Taoist master, Xianxia, carried his cauldron around the world and obtained it for him. After so many years, the power of faith in the cauldron became increasingly profound and turned into a vast ocean. It was close to connecting with the gods, and it almost turned into a cocoon and gave birth to a deity. One could imagine that on the other side of the starry sky, the great sect of the celestial court must be very prosperous. Strands of power of faith crossed space, disregarding distance, and arrived in his cauldron. Countless people were chanting the name of Celestial Emperor Yi Fan. Now, he took out the cauldron and smashed it directly at that deity. This deity only had a vague will and couldn't be considered a complete life form. He didn't think much and directly raised his fist to smash the cauldron. Obviously, this was a disaster. Different faiths gathered different powers, and they were highly toxic to each other. It was like fire and water couldn't tolerate each other. Boom! The power of faith surged out from Yi Fan's cauldron, but a lot of it evaporated in an instant. Essence energy overflowed in all directions, and there was a dense mist everywhere. There was multicolored light everywhere, and a great explosion occurred. However, the inside of the cauldron was like a vast ocean. The cauldron turned over, and the mouth of the cauldron faced downwards. It was as if hundreds of millions of resplendent galaxies were falling down, vast and boundless. Ah, this deity roared. His humanoid body became indistinct on the spot, and half of his body collapsed. There was no need to doubt his fighting strength, but he didn't have a true consciousness. It was extremely indistinct, and he was only a tool for killing. Moreover, different faiths didn't tolerate each other, so his destructive power was extremely great. It could be said that when dealing with a deity created from faith force, the most effective way was to use his Tao to resist. It was difficult to destroy him through other methods, and it would be futile even if one exhausted their essence energy and divine force. Meanwhile, spiritual faith force was like a divine sort of punishment. It was the most suitable method to kill this type of artificially created deity. Ah! This humanoid creature roared loudly, shattering the great earth. His entire body became indistinct, and then it collapsed. This left the 4 great sage human kings in the back stupefied. Their bodies went ice cold. This was something that had never happened before. Someone actually destroyed a deity's incarnation. It made them shiver inwardly. Blasphemer, I will remember you. That indistinct will roared, full of unwillingness. His body collapsed, turning into tens of thousands of specks of light that scattered in all directions. He was created by all living beings, and Yifan also used the will of all living beings to destroy him. It was equivalent to colliding with the will of all living beings, erasing him completely on the spot. You. The 4 great sage human kings' expressions changed. They turned around and left. This person was too terrifying. Not only did he blaspheme a deity, but he also killed a deity. Even though this incarnation wasn't much to a true deity, and was even relatively weak, it was still enough to shock them. Don't even think about leaving. Pang Bo was the first to rush back. Longma and the other 12 saints also began to surround and intercept them. Hung Long, Yifan flipped the myriad chi cauldron, and a vast amount of power of faith surged. It was sparkling and translucent, returning into the cauldron and surging inside. There was also a primal chaos mist pervading the mouth of the cauldron, vast and immeasurable. Pooh! The great cauldron smashed down. That elder's expression changed. He couldn't evade in time, and his bones and tendons were broken on the spot. He was struck head-on, and his body split into pieces. Flesh splattered everywhere, and a bloody mist drifted about. He was a saint king, and it was impossible for him to die from a single strike. He had all kinds of life-saving methods, so he reconstructed his body and continued to flee. Yifan arrived before him, and an intense battle unfolded. After more than 100 moves, he tore him apart. It had to be said that the elder was extremely powerful, but in the end, blood still splashed about, and he fell here. You can't do this. Blaspheming deities will be even more terrifying than death. Let me go. The child-faced young lady cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, Pang Bo remained unmoved. He ruthlessly destroyed a flower, personally cutting off her beautiful head and shattering her primordial spirit with a finger. The 3-headed, 6-armed man roared loudly. In the end, he was surrounded by Longma and a group of holy beasts. He was torn apart alive and devoured cleanly. You dare! The old woman cried out in alarm, but she still couldn't escape death. Pang Bo took action, and the demon emperor 9 slashes hacked down, hacking her into 2 halves. Blood splashed everywhere. Blasphemer, die! On this day, a vast voice transmitted from the divine realm, shaking the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. It made all living beings in the outside world tremble. Not long after, the decree of a deity flew out. More than 10 people rushed out in all directions with the decree in their hands, announcing to the world that they were going to kill a young man named Yifan together. They even carved his portrait on the notice. On this day, the whole world was shaken, and the clamor reached the heavens. The other shore was in an uproar. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? The deity was furious, actually passing down this type of decree to specifically kill a single person. The entire world was in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was the divine realm or the ancestral lands of the great races, they were all indescribably shaken. If the deity was angry, there would definitely be millions of corpses. Blood would flow like rivers, and the entire mountains and rivers would be dyed red. Just what kind of person did this man named Yifan need to provoke such a great deity's anger? It truly was horrifying and incomprehensible. It was clear that this was a blasphemer, moreover an unforgivable and lawless great demon. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to make the deity so angry. In the era of the deity's rule, he had always been peaceful and noble, the embodiment of compassion and holiness. He wasn't angry, impatient, evil, or hateful, possessing a clear and forgiving heart. Today, everyone in this world was talking about the 2 words Yifan. To be hated by the deity, it seemed like he was definitely extraordinary. Not long after, some news spread out. They said that Yi Fan was a great demon from outside this region who destroyed the Divine Realm's foundation and disrespected the ruler. He was the greatest heresy that had appeared since the deity's rule. 20 to 30 years ago, there was a believer who went mad. He broke off a branch of the ancient life branch and escaped from the other shore. Rumor has it that he was tempted by this demon. Why did I hear that it was because he destroyed an indistinct incarnation of the deity? Could it be that this wasn't the case? How holy and pure is the deity? Who could destroy his incarnation unless another deity appeared? It was clear that there were other reasons. He brazenly blasphemed the deity and committed great evil. Not even the deity could forgive him. The entire world seemed to have exploded. This man named Yi Fan became the focal point of heated discussions, drawing attention from all directions. Many people from the ancient land set out to search for him. In this world, blasphemers were rarely seen. Once they appeared, it would be difficult for them to escape death and turn into ashes. Is there really a deity in this world that commands the entire world? You actually became a wanted criminal. Lanma clicked his tongue and put on a look of schadenfreude. Yi Fan gave it a slap and pushed its huge head to the side. They had already left that dangerous place. Because of the several shouts, their voices were cut off by Wan Feng. The demonic elixir is quite considerable, comparable to the elixir of immortality. It actually flowed towards that huge stone coffin. I reckon that there will be a huge problem. I don't know what kind of trouble it will cause, said Yi Fan. Pangbo said, don't think about this for now. Now that you've become a heretic of this world, the Divine Realm has issued a decree for everyone in the world to kill you. Hurry up and think of a solution. This was a headache-inducing problem, and it was likely that it would be difficult for them to move forward in this world. No one would have thought that cutting off that faith incarnation would end up being seen through by God's main body. My Genesis technique is extraordinary. If I don't want to be exposed in this world, they can't do anything. Yi Fan wasn't worried. Pangbo shook his head and said, haven't you heard? Once a blasphemer encounters a special envoy from the god's domain, his entire body will emit demonic qi, and he will be quickly recognized. Obviously, they can sense the enemy through the power of faith, causing them to emit a phenomenon. You've killed a god before, so you'll most likely give yourself away. It's fine as long as we don't meet the god envoy, or let the god envoy die and meet the demon king, said Yi Fan. He was confident that the Xing character formula was unparalleled in the world. Yi Fan saw the back of what seemed to be Gzue from afar. He wasn't worried anymore, and felt that it was very safe there. Outsiders couldn't enter at all, and even God didn't venture too deep because of that ancient coffin. Let us thoroughly understand this world and understand the secrets of the other shore. They walked around the world and saw many local customs. Of course, they used great magic power to conceal their true appearances, and used the heaven-deceiving formation to suppress their bodies. This was to prevent different imprints from appearing due to the different power of faith. A pure-blooded descendant of the primordial demonic god appeared. His name is Sang-gu, and he fought against the experts of the god's domain. He traversed hundreds of thousands of miles and left. An ascetic cultivator called Earth Corpse appeared in the burial grounds of the other shore. He swallowed corpse energy and cultivated an indestructible demonic body. His cultivation became stronger and stronger, and he was unfathomable. A goddess called Shenlan appeared, and it caused a commotion. She is suspected to be related to the primordial deities by blood. During these 2 days, all kinds of news came. Young supreme beings revealed their outstanding talents, and they shone brilliantly in this world, shaking this world. Of course, there were also young supreme beings who died, and even the great sage died. This made everyone who came from the outer realms feel gloomy, and they felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. Some hid, and some took action. They used different methods to survive in this world, and they searched for what they needed. Yi Fan and the others understood a lot in the following half a month. Fortunately, they didn't meet anyone from the god's domain, and they were all safe. On this day, another shocking piece of news came. Golden Snake's sire wiped out the celestial wolf race, cleansing them with blood. The entire cliff was dyed red with blood, and he created a boundless killing calamity. Now, all the races were moving out, and they were chasing after him. They're crazy, actually so cruel. Aren't they afraid of the wrath of the heavens? They kill without reason, and they have no principles. Pangbo was shocked when he received this news. In less than 10 days, the three sire of the golden snake race attacked crazily again, completely wiping out the silver horn race. There were more than 100,000 people in the race, and there was no lack of Saint Kings. Not a single one escaped this bloody calamity, and they were all massacred. In that place, there were mountains of corpses and lakes of blood. Gloomy mist enshrouded the place, and the clouds were gloomy and gloomy. It was unbearable to look at. Forget about the natives, even Yi Fan, Pangbo, and the others were furious. This kind of senseless killing was truly bloody and cruel to the extreme. What exactly did these three snakes want to do? The god's domain hadn't even sent down a decree, yet the supreme experts of the various races had already taken action, chasing after them to eliminate this evil. However, the three golden snake race brothers didn't stop. Several days later, they committed the crime again, cleansing the fire leopard race in blood. Not a single one of the tens of thousands of people were able to escape. Their methods were so cruel that it made one's hair stand on end. What are they doing here? They're risking universal condemnation, and they're so vicious and evil. Could it be that they're tired of living? Do they want to bring about their own destruction, and force themselves into a hopeless situation? Pangbo was puzzled. This didn't seem like something a normal person would do. Yi Fan and the others set out, secretly watching the three sire of the golden snake race massacre the three great races. Yi Fan didn't hesitate to use the ancient observation technique of the Vedas, tracing back to the origin to investigate. He came to a conclusion that the three brothers of the golden snake race were cultivating a terrifying demonic technique, and they needed a large amount of blood from experts to break through. Flying serpent soul transformation, it must be this technique, said the blue phoenix saint. He had heard of the heaven-defying inheritance of the flying serpent race. This kind of technique required the absorption of a large amount of blood and spirit. It was equivalent to using the embryonic fruit of countless creatures to complete oneself. According to legend, the flying serpent soul transformation was a divine snake's metamorphosis, rebirth, and transformation into a serpent god. Of course, this was just an exaggeration. The true meaning was that this kind of metamorphosis would erupt in both quantity and quality at the same time. Once it was successful, it would be equivalent to being reborn. Ordinary snakes shed their skin, but the golden snake race shed their spirit power and spirit power. It could be called the transformation of the primordial spirit. It strengthened the primordial spirit, which in turn nourished the body, allowing it to advance by leaps and bounds. It had only been a month, and the three Langjuns of the golden snake race were notorious. They were second only to Yi Fan, and countless people wanted to get rid of them. Yi Fan was stunned. He had only killed a god's incarnation, but the three Langjuns of the golden snake race massacred a few races, and yet they were still ranked below him. It was incomprehensible that he was the leader of the evil. The blasphemer's sins are grave. It involves the divine realm, and even if they aren't the most evil, they have to be ranked first, Pangbo laughed. This was the information they obtained after a detailed investigation. Yi Fan's situation was even more dangerous than the Langjuns of the golden snake race. It would be fine if he was not discovered, but once he was, the whole world would kill him. They are insane. The three golden snakes massacred another race. More than 300,000 people were all killed. From the saints to the babies, they were all turned into a pool of blood. Everyone shouted. They wanted to kill the three Langjuns of the golden snake race immediately, but they had an ancestral instrument on them. The flying serpent formation could break through the heavens, and they could come and go as they pleased. Even the great sage could not trap them. On this day, the knights of the divine hall were mobilized. This was an army of gods that had disappeared for thousands of years. They specialized in killing demons and were the strongest force dispatched by the divine realm. However, when the army of gods appeared, their first target was actually Yi Fan. They wanted to get rid of the number one evil first and kill him. Pangbo was dumbfounded and said, "These three long worms killed people indiscriminately and caused endless bloodshed, but they were always ranked second. It's fine if their evil names spread far and wide, but they also elevated Yi Fan, the number one evil person, even higher. They did it on purpose." The three snakes of the golden snake race are sinister and vicious, Longma said in shock. The dragon horse exclaimed in shock, voicing its own judgment. It felt that the three golden snake brothers might have started out to cultivate demonic techniques. Later, when they saw the extraordinary ranking of the blasphemers, they purposely made a bloody move to elevate Yi Fan, this evil person, even higher. The Black Bear Saint said, "You are overthinking it. Although these three golden snakes are vicious, they would not harm others without benefiting themselves. Doing this is also very dangerous for them." Longma was a conspiracy theorist who lived up to his name. He believed that the three golden snakes were vicious and could harm others while cultivating. They were cruel, ruthless, and hateful. The wind blew, and the leaves fell. In a mountainous region, there was a kind of autumn chilliness that made people feel cold. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others were intercepted. After more than a month of peace, this was the first time they encountered an enemy. Moreover, it was not a weakling, but an extremely powerful one. There was a tall and sturdy figure on a huge boulder. His hair was grayish-brown, and he emitted a terrifying aura. He was like a great sage who could devour the mountains and rivers. He actually has such an extraordinary aura among the Saint Kings. His understanding of the Tao has surpassed his realm. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat as he revealed a solemn expression. Suddenly, this person turned around. It was a tall old man, but his body did not lack vitality. It flickered with a bronze luster, and his tendons were like dragons and snakes. His grayish-brown hair and terrifying silver pupils showed that he was very old. He was a terrifying Saint King, and he was standing on the peak of the final glory of his life. Looking at the state of his vitality, he would begin to enter his old age in a few years, and he would go downhill. Strange. Such a terrifying Saint King seems to have an extraordinary comprehension of the Tao. Why has he stopped here and has not broken through to the great sage realm? Yi Fan did not understand, because this person was just too extraordinary. This old man was the same realm as Yi Fan, also a Saint King on the fifth heaven. His aura was like the ocean, unfathomable. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he stared at Yi Fan's group. Four figures rushed over from afar. All of them had profound powers and powerful auras. Their vitality was like an ocean, extremely terrifying. These four people were all Saint Kings, and they were extremely powerful. Two of them were at the sixth heaven of Saint Kings, while the other two were at the seventh heaven of Saint Kings. Their realms were even higher than the gray-haired old man. However, they stood behind the old man with respect, taking him as their leader. They did not dare to take even half a step forward. The five experts had personally arrived. Among them, the gray-haired old man was extraordinary. He had an unfathomable aura that could suppress the world, and even those with higher realms than him felt reverence. This was the first army of the Divine Hall. Only 5 people had been dispatched, but because of this old man, they seemed to be able to wipe out all enemies. "You're the blasphemer Yi Fan?" the old man asked. "Who are you?" Yi Fan asked back. "This is a Saint King rarely seen in our god realm since ancient times. He's the second in the universe," one of the Divine Hall Knights said. He had an unconcealable respect for the old man. "What do you mean?" Longma asked. "He's invincible in the Saint King realm, and he's only been defeated once in his life. That's why he's called the second in the universe," one of them said proudly. The old man stopped him and said, "He was defeated once when he was young, and he never improved again. He's just a cripple." Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Longma were all alarmed. This was definitely a terrifying person. No matter how they looked at it, his spiritual realm seemed to be very transcendent, far surpassing the Saint Kings they'd seen before. "First demon, since you blasphemed the gods, don't blame us for being ruthless. In this battle, the weak will bleed and die with their heads cut off. The strong will sing proudly." The person who came was very straightforward. He didn't want to say anything else and was about to attack. However, Longma didn't want to do this. He said, "Have you all been brainwashed? There's no God. You've cultivated to such a level, and you still believe in such things? In your eyes, what is a true deity? Could it be that it is immortal and unbreakable, imperishable through 10,000 tribulations?" One of them shouted. "First demon, come and fight." Behind the old man, the 4 divine hall knights stepped forward and were ready to attack. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been promoted from an extraterrestrial demon to the first demon. Even if the 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race massacred a few major races, it wasn't as serious as the crime of blasphemy. The gray-brown-haired old man was a man of few words. He almost didn't speak at all. He was incomparably cold. His silver pupils flickered with cold light as he stared at Yi Fan. He was about to fight. A terrifying storm arose in the field. The old man hadn't even moved, but the space here was already distorted. Time seemed to have frozen. It was shocking. He was clearly on the 5th layer of the Saint King realm, but he had the temperament of a great sage. In the domain of enlightenment, he had reached a height that ordinary people couldn't reach. He was a peerless opponent. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. In today's world, ever since he comprehended the Tao, he was confident that he could be said to be unrivaled in the same realm. However, he didn't dare to be careless when facing this old man. This kind of aura was extremely dangerous. It was too terrifying. Boom, a great battle erupted. Yi Fan faced off against the gray magic old man. As expected, he had encountered a great enemy. This was clearly a person who was about to go into seclusion. However, at this moment, he was like a dragon or tiger leaping about, vigorous and powerful. The old man slapped out with his palm. The heavens collapsed and the earth split. The great Tao rumbled. He was exceptionally powerful. Yi Fan suspected that he had encountered an imperial prince. Otherwise, how could he be so astonishing? This was a rare opponent. Although they were at the same realm, there were times when his comprehension of the great sage's Tao was mixed in. This kind of attack made even Yi Fan's heart jump. It was too ferocious and tyrannical. Just who was this person? He was actually known as the second under the starry sky. On the other side, Pang Bo, Longma, and the other 12 saints encountered a great enemy. They were also trapped in the battlefield. Although there were 3 people on the other side, they were all Saint Kings of high realms. Their blood chi surged into the sky. Boom, it was another ordinary attack. It wasn't some rare ancient secret technique. The gray-haired old man only pushed out with his palm, but it was accompanied by the sound of the cry of heavenly Tao. It turned the rotten into the miraculous. It was shocking. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. He began to doubt his identity more and more. This kind of person was really too powerful. At this realm, he displayed a portion of the great sage's Tao fruit and profound mysteries. And this was only Yi Fan. If it was any other Saint King, they might not be able to withstand 2 or 3 moves and would immediately be smashed into meat paste. Chi. 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 Suddenly, 3 streaks of resplendent golden light appeared. 3 golden snakes that were several zhang in length flew over like 3 golden divine spears. They went straight for Yi Fan. Shameless long worms, I knew that you all were sinister and vicious. You actually appeared at this time. Harboring evil intentions and had long since planned this. Aren't you afraid that the divine realms people will eliminate you first? Longma shouted. The Zhang-Long golden snake bodies were resplendent and sharp. They were like 3 golden divine spears that tore through the air, directly aiming for Yi Fan's back. The scarlet snake tongue spat out. It could be said to be a true viper's kiss. This was a fatal attack. The 3 golden snakes arrived at the critical moment. They didn't hesitate to expose themselves before the divine realm to deal with Yi Fan. They were extremely daring. At this moment, Yi Fan was fighting an intense battle with the gray-haired elder. This was a peerless and extremely terrifying opponent. He was different from everyone he'd met before. This person's realm wasn't high, but he had the aura of the great sage. Even a simple attack contained the laws of the world. It had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Boom. Yi Fan had to deal with the 3 golden snakes while dealing with the enemy. He turned around and used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to shatter the air and block the 3 golden spears. The 3 golden snakes were extremely powerful. Their bodies were shrouded in a monstrous bloody aura. They dodged Yi Fan's punch and faced it coldly, ready to attack at any time. Pang Bo, Longma, and the others were furious. The Golden Snake tribe was cruel. They'd killed so many people recently and finally appeared in front of them again to add insult to injury. Long Worm, you're despicable and shameless. Aren't you afraid of getting burned by playing with fire? Pangbo yelled. The 3 golden snakes dared to appear before the divine realm. They were truly daring. Everything they did was to kill them. We've been waiting for this moment for a long time. We won't join the battle. We'll only help from the outside, the 3 golden Langjuns said coldly. The 3 Langjuns of the golden tribe were all cold-blooded. This was the opportunity they'd found. They didn't hesitate to expose themselves to eliminate their opponents. They were almost crazy. During this process, the masters of the divine realm were very calm and didn't say anything. They attacked even more fiercely, wanting to take them down as soon as possible. In particular, the battle between Yi Fan and the gray-haired elder was earth-shattering. Ghosts cried and gods howled. Both of them were peerless masters. It was hard to find a match on Fifth Heaven. They fought crazily. Their hair was all messed up. Images of demons and gods appeared around them. Blood rained and ghosts howled. It was as if the gates of hell had opened. The intensity and cruelty of this battle far exceeded everyone's imagination. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. He used all his techniques, but the tall and sturdy old man was like a monolith, standing tall from beginning to end, pressuring people to the point that they couldn't breathe. The title of number 2 under the starry skies wasn't an undeserved reputation, truly transcending the world, even greater than the well-known figures of young supreme beings, exceptionally powerful and terrifying. He had a terrifying breathing technique. Every time he did so, there would be a rumbling sound of thunder coming from his body. It was as if he could predict the enemy's movements. Every attack was very targeted, as if he was waving the great path in battle. This was an opponent that made people despair. He was one with the world, and he could destroy the stars and sink the moon with a single strike. This was something that was rarely seen in this era. Yi Fan was evenly matched with him. He had encountered many formidable enemies in his many years of cultivation, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange opponent. Not only did he possess a supreme offensive power that could turn something rotten into something magical, but he also possessed a powerful spiritual pressure that surpassed the suppression of his physical body and secret arts. Strands of spiritual power distorted time and space, making people feel oppressed and on the verge of splitting apart. Chi. The 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race attacked from time to time, and every attack was aimed at a vital point. Yi Fan had no choice but to defend, which naturally messed up his rhythm. Distractions were the most taboo in a battle of life and death. If an ordinary person was disturbed like this, they would be killed by the gray-haired old man, which would seriously affect the battle. The 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race were the most terrifying figures. Any one of them could stir up a reign of terror, let alone all 3 of them attacking together. Yi Fan's situation was worrying. He was fighting a life-and-death battle with a transcendent ferocious person, and the other 3 experts were eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. They could strike at any time, making it impossible for him to defend. Roar! Pangbo let out a long roar, and 5 of the 9 slashes of the demon god were swung out at once. The 2 opponents in front of him were drenched in blood, and they almost died. He rushed over and attacked the Golden Snake Saburo, wanting to save Yi Fan from his predicament. The god's domain is just SOSO. How dare you collude with the demons that you speak of and deceive the world? What kind of god are you? I think you are all mountain elves and ghosts. You are not worthy to be seen in public, Lama mocked. The 2 people who were fighting with them looked terrible. They launched their strongest attacks and glanced at the 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race from time to time. They were also the demons from the extraterrestrial realm that they wanted to kill. Calm down and kill the enemies, the gray-haired old man said calmly. There were only 4 words, and there was nothing else. The 4 experts were shocked and calmed down. This old man was too calm. Even though there was a group of people from the third party, and they were also demons from the extraterrestrial realm, he did not fight against them and wanted to kill Yi Fan. There was no need for him to change the situation, and he could just kill the enemies. Pangbo fought against the Langjuns of the Golden Snake race, but the 3 of them did not want to get too bogged down. They launched an attack with all their strength, and Pangbo spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backward and returned to the battlefield of the Knights of the Divine Hall. "You don't have to worry about me," Yi Fan shouted. His roar was so loud that it shook the sky and the earth. A gust of clear air appeared above his head. It was the ancient technique of one turning into three pure ones. After the Taoist body broke free from the body, it went straight to the three golden snakes. At this time, Yi Fan launched an indiscriminate attack. The real body and the Taoist body used the golden treasure at the same time. The two of them, one yin and one yang, were in two different directions, sandwiching the gray-haired old man and the three Langjuns of the golden snake race in the middle. Thousands of bells, towers, celestial swords, precious mirrors, and Tianluo umbrellas danced in the air. All of them seemed to be made of gold, and they attacked the four supreme venerables together. Without a doubt, this was a peerless attack. It was so sharp that it was impossible to defend against it. The golden weapons danced in the air as if they had flown from countless years ago. The gray-haired old man was shocked and said, "What is your relationship with the elder who rode the bull 2,000 years ago?" As soon as he said this, even the four experts of the Divine Hall who were fighting with Pang Bo and the others were shocked. They almost bled from Pang Bo's attacks again. In the past, too many things had happened. The elder who rode the bull entered the forbidden areas of the Nirvana realm alone. The outside world didn't know, but they knew that the elder who rode the bull 2,000 years ago was mysterious and unpredictable. He had entered the divine realm and visited their gods. The divine elders who were alive at that time were extremely afraid of him. The gray-haired old man calmed down. He was like an abyss and an ocean again, unfathomable. Light appeared under his feet, and he looked like a Buddha. He stepped on a golden lotus and instantly turned into 8 ancient gods. They were horrifying, and they pressed down on Yi Fan. Of course, there was a gap between the strength of the Dharmakaya and the real body. It was not as scary as Yi Fan's Taoist body, but it was enough to shock the world. The 4 Langjuns of the golden snake race also let out a light shout. Their foreheads shone brightly, and they used the flying serpent ancient technique of transforming into God. They wanted to forcefully increase their combat power and reach a saturation point in an instant. They wanted to kill Yi Fan with one blow. Moreover, a corner of the formation appeared on the top of their heads. They could fly out at any time, and they wanted to kill everyone at the scene at the critical moment. Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, 2 torrents of blood energy appeared. They surged over like a vast ocean and joined the battlefield. They also attacked Yi Fan. One of the ancient beasts was exceptionally terrifying. Its whole body was covered in bloody light, and it was unknown how many creatures it had devoured. Its scales were dense, and it was extremely terrifying. It was the heaven-devouring beast. He also arrived at this critical moment, and he wanted to kill Yi Fan. The heaven-devouring beast had a huge body. It was an ancient beast that had cultivated for thousands of years and could directly devour planets. For all kinds of creatures, this was a type of primordial demonic god, and it was a rare species since ancient times. Its appearance made the battle even more terrifying, and Yi Fan's situation was even more worrying. His real body and Taoist body charged left and right, and they fought a bloody battle with so many supreme experts. Boom! Pang Bo fought with everything he had. His eyes flickered, and he used the 9 slashes of the demon monarch to its limit. He cut down 2 of his opponents, and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground red. This scene shocked the others. One had to know that these were the commanders of the divine army, and they were the most terrifying group of people in the divine hall. Otherwise, how could they follow beside the gray-haired elder and become his right-hand men? They were not inferior to the young supreme experts of the outer realms. Kill! Pang Bo rushed over, bathed in blood, and joined the battle on Yi Fan's side. How hateful! Back then, I obtained the inheritance of ancestor Longma in the ancient demonic emperor tomb, and now I'm suffering from it. I can't refine that dragon blood crystal core, or else it wouldn't be like this. Longma sighed. As for the other 12 saints, they were still relatively calm. After all, they were a few small realms lower than their opponents, and it was already very powerful that they could fight until now. Not everyone was like Yi Fan, who was non-human and could continuously break through. Although the 12 saints were extraordinary, they were still within the scope of miracles that could be interpreted. They were real people with flesh and blood, and not heaven-defying immortals. This was normal for them. People like Yi Fan could be described as phenomenal and were rarely seen since ancient times. Let's go! Yi Fan shouted, and the heavens and the earth moved as he displayed his strongest battle power. The golden divine treasure, five-colored divine light, and the secret technique of magnetism were dazzling. Then, he opened up a vision, and a terrifying aura filled the sky. His true body and Tao body were synchronized, like one yin and one yang. The various ancient techniques and visions were symmetrical, forming a terrifying divine diagram here, and its power was multiplied. He tore apart the battlefield and called out to Pang Bo to charge out together. Then, he brought the 12 saints and charged into the distance. The enemies had all appeared, and they couldn't fight to the death here. Roar! Golden Snake's roar shattered the heaven and earth, and a corner of the formation diagram appeared on the top of 4th Longjuan's head. He called out to his two brothers, wanting to combine the 4 diagrams and destroy Yi Fan. Golden Snake First Langjun shook his head coldly. At this moment, all kinds of people had appeared, and he didn't want to stand out. He could chase and kill as much as he wanted, but at the crucial moment, he still had to use the formation diagram to wipe out the others. At the same time, he had some misgivings. Golden Snake Second Langjun had used a corner of the formation diagram to fight against Yi Fan, but he had died. The other party most likely had some terrifying ancestral weapon on him. Yi Fan and the others broke out of the encirclement, and several great enemies chased after them. Every one of them could make the earth tremble when they jumped out, but now, they were chasing after them at the same time. Clang! Suddenly, a metallic luster shot into the sky in front of them. Giant divine thorns shot up from the ground and pierced through the sky, almost nailing Yi Fan and Longma to the vault of heaven. A metallic beast blocked the way and coldly ascended into the sky. It was the gold-eating beast. Recently, its cultivation had improved again, and it had devoured many divine weapons and divine materials, so its battle power was even more terrifying. Yi Fan was fighting with all his might. Now, if gods blocked his way, he would kill gods. If Buddha blocked his way, he would kill Buddha. Once he was blocked, the enemies behind him would come together, and he would be in danger. Wang! Within the endless streaks of radiance, Yi Fan's palm slapped forward, striking until the gold-eating beast's arm deformed. If it was flesh, it would definitely explode, but he had a metal body. Only, the luster became a bit dimmer. However, a cut appeared on Yi Fan's right palm as well, drops of blood trickling out. This left Pang Bo and the others shocked. It could actually injure Yi Fan's body. This was something that had never happened before. Black patterned gold. Yi Fan's expression became serious. There was a black thorn between the gold-eating beast's palm and fingers, a black dragon coiled around it. It was cold and incomparably intimidating. Wait until I devour the true metal immortal material, and then I will definitely send you on your way. The gold-eating beast said coldly. Unfortunately, you will never have that chance. I will remember today. In the future, all of you will die. There is only one so-called supreme being, the rest will all turn to ashes. Yi Fan said calmly. It was clear that this was a premeditated encirclement. The golden snake, heaven-devouring beast, and gold-eating beast harbored malicious intentions, wishing to use this chance to eliminate Yi Fan. The gold-eating beast was a powerful expert that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Even its body couldn't be broken. At most, it would deform. It possessed extremely high battle prowess and rarely had a worthy opponent. Now, it was blocking Yi Fan's path, causing Pang Bo and the others to be filled with murderous intent. However, there was no time to fight. The group behind them had caught up. Once they were trapped, the consequences would be unthinkable. Let's go! Yi Fan shouted. This was a fierce battle. Although Yi Fan and the others were fleeing, they didn't panic. After several fierce confrontations, they killed a bloody path into the distance. In the end, they killed their way out of the encirclement. When this matter spread out, the effects were tremendous. Regardless of whether it was the natives or the experts from outside this region, they all deeply understood Yi Fan's bravery. Even the experts from the divine realm and many young supreme beings working together couldn't stop him. The great demon Yi Fan is truly difficult to provoke. Even the divine army was dispatched, but he still escaped. How inconceivable. Have you heard who came from the divine realm? It's the heaven-subduing Saint Monarch Xianxia, the second under the heavens. Even he couldn't stop that person. This demon from the outer realms can really be called the number one under the heavens? After this battle, Yi Fan's reputation became even more famous. Prometheus saw him as the number one demon. It was inconceivable that a blasphemer could survive until now. However, the consequences of this battle were also terrifying. Apart from the heaven-subduing Saint Monarch Xianxia, an even more terrifying character had appeared. A divine elder had walked out from the divine realm. His realm had reached the great sage realm. He wanted to personally kill the demon and the great evils like Yi Fan and Golden Snake Monarch. Moreover, the experts from the outer realms were also acting strangely. For example, the Stoneman Holy Spirit was searching for Yi Fan with the immortal Tier ruler. The ancient race's great sage was also doing the same. They wanted to eliminate him in this world. In the depths of the great wilderness, there were mountain ranges, tall cliffs, and thousands of tall precipices. The cries of apes and roars of tigers could be heard. Yi Fan and the others sensed the killing intent of this world. That was why they went into hiding, entering the depths of a mountain range, quietly cultivating Tao techniques, comprehending ancient methods, temporarily leaving the mortal world. This was a mountain valley that was exceptionally quiet. There was almost no sound. There was a cold pond in the valley. The water was clear, but when one looked down, it was pitch black, the bottom unfathomable. Longma was very annoying. He stretched out a hoof and put it down. He grimaced on the spot, as if he was being pricked by needles. He quickly withdrew his hoof, and a thick layer of ice formed on his hoof, freezing him to the bone. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been frozen and shattered. Clearly, the cold pond was not ordinary. What was strange was that there was a magma hole in the neighboring valley. It wasn't a volcano, and it was level with the ground. Scorching liquid surged from it. The golden lion had previously given it a try. That type of flame was extremely hot, almost able to burn Dao sufferers to death. It was clear that this wasn't an ordinary place. This place really isn't ordinary. Look, the mountain ridge between the two valleys, doesn't it look like a horned dragon? Pangbo pointed downwards from midair. Correct, this is a natural yin-yang diagram. If I arrange it here, the heavenly origin divine formation will be displayed to its peak, allowing us to cultivate in peace. Yi Fan said to himself. He produced a few formation cores, arranging them between the two valleys. He carefully arranged them, engraving golden formations one after another. This place became their place of residence. Then, he arranged Great Emperor Wusher's heaven-deceiving formation, completely making this place disappear from the world, returning to nothingness. You all can cultivate here in peace, endure for a period of time, and in the future, you can go to any place under the heavens. Yi Fan said. He produced a Bodhi tree, planting it in the valley. Because of the ancient celestial being's life-spring divine liquid, this type of divine tree grew vigorously. The entire tree was green, sparkling and replete with moisture. When the leaves moved, great Tao rumbling sounds would be released, as if someone was chanting sutras. Aren't you going to stay here? Where are you going? Pangbo frowned. I want to go out for a walk. I have an origin technique that can change the world, making it difficult for others to recognize me. Yi Fan said. His cultivation wasn't as simple as going into seclusion. Perfecting the scriptures needed to be done slowly, and it couldn't be done in one go. Your great Tao injury. Pangbo was worried. The Tao injury was caused by cultivating the 4 extreme secret realms. As long as my scriptures are complete and I cultivate to the peak, it won't be a problem, Yi Fan replied. Boom. On that day, the divine realm shook violently. An ancient and vast divine sense swept out, rushing to the other shore. This kind of aura was vast and majestic, like the sun and moon falling, like the stars shining brightly, illuminating the world. A holy and divine aura flowed, making everyone feel reverence. A miracle. God has appeared in the world. The supreme ruler of the divine realm descended, and all races kowtowed. There wasn't a single one who wasn't in awe, and they were all trembling with fear. This was a vast power of faith that originated from the divine realm. It resonated with the statues of the various races in the world, rumbling and sweeping through the universe, swallowing the mountains and rivers. His body split into millions, and the power of faith he obtained was broken down at this moment, rushing to all parts of the world. God had personally made a move, searching for Yi Fan to kill the demons from the outer realms. As soon as Yi Fan stepped out of the valley, he felt the flowing lights and vibrant colors between heaven and earth. He was deeply shocked. He had seen this kind of majestic power of faith at Mount Meru. He didn't expect this world to have it too. Since ancient times, the divine realm had absorbed the power of faith from all living beings year after year, accumulating an ocean-like divine power of faith. And now, the current god only used a portion of what he had, and his aura swallowed the mountains and rivers, sweeping in all directions. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Yi Fan was glad that he was well prepared. He had already carved the heaven-deceiving formation to hide his aura, so he wasn't sensed by this pure power of faith. He immediately went back the way he came, rushing into the Yinyang Valley, sealing off the passage to the outside world. What? That god has come out, and he might far surpass the great sage? Pang Bo and the others were shocked. In their opinion, the ruler of the divine realm was most likely the great sage's peak unrivaled existence, holding an emperor weapon in his hand. That was why he could command the world and kill the great sage. Now it seemed that he had surpassed this category. I don't dare say it's definitely the quasi-emperor, but it's most likely that he's already taken a step forward. He's truly peerless. Yi Fan revealed a solemn expression. In the outside world, heaven and earth were turned upside down. God walked out of the divine realm, letting the power of faith he had obtained spread throughout the world, communicating with each and every one of his people, searching for the blasphemer. Something's wrong. What does the blasphemer have on him that made even God unable to sit still in the divine realm and descend to the world? What exactly is the reason? It shouldn't be as simple as an incarnation being killed. Many old antiques in the ancestral lands of the major races were puzzled. People didn't believe that with God's supreme dignity, he would go to war for a saint king. There must be a secret that no one knew. The myriad chi cauldron. That person has the embryonic form of a supreme weapon. If it falls into the hands of God, it might become a divine weapon in the future. Not only that, but that person also knows how to collect the power of faith. He's a demonic god, and it was precisely the power of faith within the cauldron that destroyed the incarnation of God. Such a person cannot be allowed to grow. Such news spread in the divine realm, causing a huge uproar. There were even more people on the other side looking for Yi Fan, wanting to offer him as a gift to God. However, for several days, the number one demon, Yi Fan, was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had evaporated from the world. This shook the world. God walked out of the divine realm and used the power of faith, yet he couldn't find the demon in the outer realm. This didn't conform to common sense. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Divine light shone resplendently, and a bloody mist rushed into the sky from a great wasteland. The heavenly hound great sage was killed in battle, wiped out by God. He was a great sage that stood side by side with the grey flood dragon and the golden toad. There was no need to doubt his strength, but he couldn't resist God's might and was wiped out completely. This shocked the people from the outer realm. This wasn't the first time a great sage was killed. Could it be that this god could truly become unrivaled under the starry skies? For a moment, the world was silent. The heroes that descended from the outer realm kept quiet out of fear. God couldn't be defeated by force. 8 days later, a mass grave exploded. The other great sage hiding here was killed. Fresh blood dyed this place red, and he also came from the outer realm. The other side was greatly shaken, and the world was in an uproar. Everyone was indescribably shaken, and the believers of God prostrated themselves in worship. The 4 seas were shocked, and they sighed at the power of a supreme being like God. However, after half a month had passed, a fact couldn't help but cause people to think. God came out, but he still couldn't find the blasphemer. What is going on? God is omnipotent and resonates with all living things. His divine might engulfed the world, so why can't he find that blasphemer? A month passed, and Yi Fan still hadn't been found. There was no news at all, and he couldn't be discovered. This made everyone on the other side even more puzzled. What is going on? Why can't he be killed? God is supreme, and a single thought can move the world. Why can't he even find a demon from the outer realm? Everyone was full of doubt, and all types of doubts appeared in their hearts. 2 months later, the demon disappeared, and the god returned to the divine realm. A strange atmosphere appeared under the heavens. Could it be that the god has reached his old age? I've heard that once the divine senses weaken, it is the time for the old and new gods to replace each other. A rumor spread throughout the world, triggering a great shock and panic. The god was furious. He stepped out of the divine realm again and displayed his boundless divine might. He wiped out the clan that spread the rumor, making everyone tremble in fear. At the same time, he walked outside for more than 10 days in search of the blasphemer, but it was still to no avail. When the god returned to the divine realm, the rumor started again. Some people secretly said that the god was really old and might pass away in the next few years. The various clans should make plans early to pay respect to the new god. Moreover, at this time, the world's #1 demon, Yifan, appeared once again. He rampaged through the world, proving to the people that he was still alive and that the god couldn't do anything to him. The world was in an uproar. The gods heard the news and went out. The mountains and rivers in all directions trembled, but they still didn't find anything. This time, there was no need for others to spread the rumor. The various clans were already shaken, feeling that the god might not have much time left. He didn't have the divine senses of the past and didn't have long to live. A new god will be born, and the god will become a thing of the past. When this news came out, the other side of the god shook violently. The entire world was in turmoil, and the power of faith became unstable. The light that was sent to the divine realm decreased sharply, and the most direct changes happened. The god had a premonition. He walked out of the divine realm with the divine weapon in hand, suppressing the heaven and earth. He entered one clan after another, wanting to suppress the general situation and protect his own fate. However, just as the god was walking the world, the foreign demon, Yifan, appeared again. He was less than 10,000 li away from the god and disappeared in a flash. Many people saw him and the news spread throughout the world. The god can't do it. He really doesn't have long to live. There is no sense within 10,000 li. I think the true supreme god is about to be born, and we should establish him. The old god is about to die. This is a cycle of change and reincarnation. He doesn't have long to live, so we should consider establishing a new divine statue to worship. Rumors spread everywhere, shaking the world. Not to mention the outside world, even the divine realm was filled with a strange atmosphere. There were many people operating in the dark, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it made people feel suffocated. In the following 10 years, the glory of the god became more and more dim, because blasphemers would jump out from time to time. It was no longer just Yifan. Many people appeared one after another, and of course, he was still the most outstanding. He was free and unfettered outside for 10 years, but he was still living well. In reality, Yifan didn't go out to provoke them and always hid in the valley. He felt the smell of a conspiracy. Someone was targeting the god, and it was definitely a great upheaval and world-shocking terror. 10 years could change many things. Half of the people in the world thought that the god couldn't do it anymore and was about to pass away. He welcomed a terrifying old age. After 10 years, the power of faith that the god could obtain decreased to the lowest level, and it was extremely chaotic. There were many distracting thoughts, as if a dynasty was about to end and collapse. How many decades could a mortal have in their life? When they looked back, wrinkles had already crept up their faces, writing down the traces of time. Beauty turned into white hair, and youth flowed away like water. 10 years really wasn't a short period of time. It played an important role in a person's life. It could be unforgettable, glorious, or sad. The lifespan of cultivators was relatively long. 10 years might be just a snap of the fingers, and it might not cause any waves in the trajectory of life. However, the 10 years on the other side were different for the heroes. These 10 years were destined to be unforgettable for deities. He was high up above, and he was the sole ruler of the world. However, after 10 years, his situation was worrying. The entire world was discussing that his life had reached its end and that he wouldn't be able to keep it. the supreme deity would replace his position and come into being. This kind of rumor shook his foundation and position. The most direct and obvious effect was the weakening of his faith and the sharp decline of his divine power. The outside world wouldn't understand what this power of faith meant to him. Once he lost it, he might truly fall from the altar and lose his ruling position. However, even if he moved out and displayed his divine might to sweep across the other side, it wouldn't change anything. Rumors spread everywhere. The death of the divine general had already taken root in people's hearts. Many people believed that he really couldn't make it anymore and had entered his twilight years. These factors overlapped and produced terrifying results. The faith wasn't pure and vast anymore. The divine ring outside his body was no longer as resplendent and could even be described as dim. Only when he used his origin would there be light that covered the sky and earth. Now, not to mention the outside world, even some of the hall masters, divine elders, and Tao protectors in the divine realm were shaken. They believed that he might truly be entering his twilight years. My divine might is matchless, sweeping through the heavens and 10,000 regions, unmatched. Who can resist me? The deity was furious to the extreme. A single person roared from the high and remote divine altar, making the entire divine domain tremble intensely. No one responded. The vast divine realm was deathly silent. From this, it could be seen that the hearts of the people in the divine realm weren't steady. Many people were silent. They thought they saw some clues and began to seriously consider things. I stand on the altar. Who can resist me? I am the peak of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The deity shouted. He almost went crazy because he had a premonition. He stared coldly at the void high up above. The divine altar was grand and imposing, even taller than a towering mountain peak. Both him and the divine altar released an unbreakable divine light, resplendent and dazzling, overlooking everything under the sky. No one replied to him. He was the only one who looked disdainfully at the surroundings. His heroic bearing was matchless, and he emanated an aura that made even the heavens tremble. This was truly like a peerless divine lord, but now, it made people doubt his ruling position. The divine altar looked as if it was cast from divine gold. It was extremely tall and majestic, releasing endless light. The pressure it exuded was endless. There were ancient trees everywhere, and there was a winding bluestone path. One of the most loyal maids walked along the small path, trembling with fear. She knelt down and kowtowed towards the divine altar, saying, "Your Majesty, even if your divine might is matchless, you should still be careful of the heartless years. You should make plans early. Are you also suspecting that I can't make it anymore?" Deity shouted loudly. His entire body released endless radiance, the resplendent divine ring around his body rising and falling like an ocean, surging downwards. With a pu sound, that servant girl turned into a bloody mist that scattered with the wind, thus disappearing. Rumble, in the distance, enormous divine statues released rumbling sounds one after another, trembling intensely. These were left behind by past deities who passed away in meditation, as if they had sensed something. An aged voice sounded, saying, "Deity, supreme ruler, there is nothing you can't do, but in the end, you still can't stop the passage of time. Even with supreme artifacts, it is difficult to stop reincarnation." The deity's expression became even more cold. Light swirled in his eyes, shooting down from the resplendent divine altar, but he couldn't find his target. The divine realm was immediately greatly shaken, and almost everyone's expression became alarmed. Was there someone who was going to challenge the dignity of a deity? Perhaps, a new supreme deity was about to be born. The surroundings were silent, and there was no longer any sound. The entire world seemed to have lost its sound, and it was deathly silent. Jumping clowns, in my eyes, you are nothing more than chickens and dogs, unable to take a single blow. If you dare appear, then all of you will be crushed. The dignified voice of a deity rang through the divine realm, making everyone tremble. This type of boundless divine might made everyone feel his power. He was like an unapproachable monument that towered eternally above the divine altar, suppressing all directions. The divine realm entered a state of tranquility. After who knew how much time had passed, the deity's gaze shifted towards the most sacred place in the divine realm. There was an ancient mountain there that flowed with life force. No one could approach it, and upon closer inspection, it was even more majestic than the divine altar. This was the ancient life mountain, the most restricted area in the divine realm. No one could set foot here, and normally, there was a supreme artifact protecting it. Only deities could sleep there. On top of the mountain, mist swirled about. Essence energy flowed like a small river, and all types of radiance flowed down. On top of the ancient divine mountain, there was a type of ancient life tree. Its trunk was rough, and the bark was cracked like pieces of dragon scales. The branches stretched out boldly, and the leaves on the tree were emerald green and sparkling. They flickered with radiance, as if they were cast from dark green immortal gold, dazzling and dazzling. The life essence energy was thick to the point where it couldn't be dispersed, making this place incomparably divine. As soon as one approached, it was as if they were going to sprout wings and ascend. All of the pores on their bodies opened up, pouring life essence inside. I still have the ancient life tree. Who can deprive me of my time? The deity roared loudly. His ash-gray hair was disheveled, dancing crazily in the wind. His eyes became more and more intimidating. Divine light submerged him, making his true appearance impossible to see. This was the only figure that was exposed, making others understand that his age really wasn't young anymore. His Majesty has already eaten the ancient life tree's essence, living a second life. Even if he has it, it won't have any effects. In the distance, many ancient divine statues trembled again, releasing this type of voice. Everyone was horrified. There really was someone challenging a deity, entering the divine realm to talk to him. Did he have the strength to fight? Hung Long, the majestic divine altar trembled. Deities flew down and landed on top of the divine statue. Silver ripples spread out, destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. An indistinct figure was restrained, and with a pu sound, it turned into dust. From then on, the divine realm recovered its peace. Regardless, the deity has lost his absolute rule. Regardless of whether he has truly entered his later years or was schemed against, it is enough to prove that a great storm is about to descend. Our self-preservation is more important. This was what a divine elder said to his own people after leaving the divine realm. It displayed the subtlety and terror of the situation, warning and hinting to those close to him. Anyone who lived in the divine realm knew that the replacement of the old and new deities was never a smooth transition. It would be accompanied by bloody storms that were the most terrifying. History had proven more than once that bloody reincarnation had always been played out. People believed that in the following 100 years, the other shore would become a sea of blood, a hell. Everyone would be in danger. The divine realm immediately became much quieter. The various great commanders, divine armies, divine elders, and Tao protectors all kept their mouths shut, silently watching the development of the situation. The deity can't hold on any longer, and a new deity has already been born. Everyone should hurry up and worship him to avoid being punished in the future. On the other shore, rumors spread everywhere. All types of discussions were endless. Many great clans had already secretly erected a new divine statue. He was heroic and solemn, his entire body releasing precious splendor. This was a middle-aged deity that looked majestic and imposing. It was even more realistic than the blurry old deity statue, and what was being constructed was actually a true body. The supreme deity Green Feather Heaven has descended, this world shall be established. The entire world was greatly shaken. The birth of a new deity named Green Feather Heaven spread throughout the world. A few great clans that wanted to take advantage of it began to worship him in advance, shocking the world. Soon after, the news was leaked, and the divine statue was secretly spread everywhere. Almost all great clans began to secretly construct one just in case. There were even more powerful clans that began to worship him in shrines. For a deity, this was clearly a type of disastrous result. The power of faith rapidly declined, from doubt to disbelief. The world was now believing in him. His dignity was being challenged, and the divine dynasty was about to collapse. This was a type of terrifying upheaval. From that day onwards, the amount of faith he obtained was unbelievably small. His entire body no longer had divine splendor, and he could only rely on his own power to operate. Otherwise, his true body would be revealed to the world, and he would lack that kind of dignity. This was precisely the power of faith. If the people's hearts weren't steady, it might be quickly consumed and quickly decline. It wasn't all that reliable. Meanwhile, during these 10 years, the reputation of the world's #1 demon shook greatly, and the entire world knew about it. It was because he would appear several times every year, always remaining free and unfettered. He provoked the might of the deities, but the deities couldn't do anything about it. It could be said that the dignity of the deities had been offended. He was the first person to do so, and he became this world's greatest heretic. In the eyes of many, he was a stubborn individual that wanted to drag the deities down from their divine altar. He was the world's greatest demon. Even hiding in the valley to cultivate still got shot. Motherfucker, I curse the new deity who will usurp the throne to suddenly die on the day of succession. Within the Yin-Yang Valley, Longma said fiercely. Right now, the situation was already quite clear. This was an enormous conspiracy. There were people who couldn't wait to replace the old deity, because Yi Fan had never acted ostentatiously. There were people who used him to cause trouble and blaspheme the old deity. As for what realm the deities were at, this became the greatest doubt for Yi Fan and the others. They seemed to have surpassed the great sage, but there were still some doubtful points that left them puzzled. They didn't participate in the chaos, because the outside world was too dangerous. Even the powerful bull demon king and the terrifying holy spirit that grasped the immortal tear-green golden ruler were extremely well behaved. The great sage had always been in seclusion during these 10 years. The deity will die, and the supreme deity will descend to replace him. Green feather sky shall be established. Time hurriedly passed. This was the second 10 years, no one expected the new deity's attacks to be so ferocious and direct. He began to brazenly usurp the throne, announcing to the world that he was going to enter the main divine domain. The world was in chaos, and the divine domain was shaken. The great commanders, divine elders, saintesses, and palace masters were all uneasy, not knowing what to do. With the supreme being artifact in my hands, who can contend against me? The old deity shouted. However, on this day, the divine domain almost collapsed. The supreme divine artifact didn't listen to its summons, breaking through the heavens and leaving from the divine altar. The divine diagram is neutral, not helping either side. A divine elder said in shock. At the same time, many people outside the divine domain were shocked. The bull demon king, the holy spirit, the golden toad, the gray flood dragon, and the other great sage had always been paying attention. When they saw this scene, they all felt a chill run down their spine. The divine domain's supreme divine artifact was actually a formation diagram. Looking at the symbols on its surface and the endless killing intent flowing out, it was clearly of the same origin as the 4 killing swords in the ancient celestial being's life spring. It's the formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. If they had this thing in their hands, they would be able to obtain 4 killing swords in the future. When combined, they would be unrivaled under the heavens. The divine diagram covered the sky and floated above the divine domain, protecting this ancient tree of life. It slowly rotated with a majestic aura, as if it could shatter 10,000 worlds. Chaotic mists drifted about, and it was incomparably terrifying. It's the immortal execution diagram. I didn't expect it to be here. At the last crucial moment, Pang Bo, Yi Fan, and the others also arrived. They were observing in secret, wanting to see how the battle between deities would turn out. The war between deities erupted so suddenly. The divine realm was in great turmoil, and this was an unimaginable disaster. The replacement of the old and new deities had always been bloody and brutal. Unless the deity appointed a successor, the world would become an azure field, and blood would dye the earth red. The divine realm was vast, but it almost exploded. 2 waves of terrifying might erupted, and an intense confrontation unfolded. It was as if raging waves were beating against the shore, as if a vast ocean was pouring into the 9 heavens. The statue is real, it really is you. Qing Ming, the one who competed against me for the divine position back then. You still haven't died. The old deity roared. He stood on the divine altar. Even though the external power of faith was dim, his body shone from the inside out, and it was still very resplendent. You are wrong. I am not Qing Ming, that is my grandfather. He didn't have the ancient life tree, so it is impossible for him to live a second life like you. I am Qing Yutian, and I will send you off and take back everything that belongs to my clan. This was a valiant middle-aged man, and he was exactly the same as the divine statues the various clans worshipped. He was majestic and imposing, looking down on the world. His eyes were deep, and his tall body possessed a type of intimidating dignity. "A traitor usurping the throne, you must be put to death," the old deity roared, and a palm slapped forward. It covered the sky and covered the earth, leaving the great sage outside the divine realm shaken. This seemed to have taken that step, and his strength was horrifying. However, upon closer inspection, it didn't seem like it. There were still some traces that could be found, and it didn't seem like the realm of Quasi-Emperor. Honglong, Qing Yutian was happy and fearless. He rushed into the heavens and raised his hand to meet it head-on without a trace of fear. He was calm and unhurried as he shouted, "Back then, my grandfather was the divine child, but you usurped the position. You killed the old deity and chased after my clan. You are the traitor who usurped the throne. Today, I will put you to death and return to the divine realm of Bright World." Not to mention the people from outside this realm, even the divine realm was in chaos. The natives were even more shaken, and all the clans thought of an old matter. The old deity's ascension was dishonorable. He killed his predecessor, seized the divine position, and chased away the former divine child. After endless years, he was almost annihilated in the passage of time. Now, the old deity had lived 2 lives, and those of his generation had long died. He had the intention to cover up his dishonorable past, so naturally, the world wouldn't know about it. Only the elders of the major clans knew about this. The old deity shouted, "Traitor, it's useless even if you return. Your clan came from the outer realms and wanted to overthrow the divine realm in the past. You should be executed. I will set things right and leave my name in history." Everyone was confused. Who was telling the truth and who was lying? However, all of that wasn't important right now. Strength was what mattered. "Old thief, even a supreme divine artifact doesn't listen to your command. Is this still not enough to explain the problem? When I truly set things right, I'll return the divine realm to its former glory." Qinji Yushin roared. The two clashed intensely, fighting a great battle, making heaven and earth collapse. Divine domain split into pieces, on the verge of destruction. Right at this moment, a short mountain and the oldest palace on top of it released a terrifying divine power that was many times vaster than the ocean and the sea of stars. It instantly froze the divine domain and repaired the cracks. Everyone was shocked. This was the most ancient mountain in the divine realm. It could be called coexisting with the world, existing as long as this world existed. It wasn't tall, nor was it conspicuous, but no one dared blaspheme it. This was the divine realm's supreme divine mountain, even more divine than the ancient mountain where the ancient tree of life was planted. There was an ancient palace on top that was known to exist with the world, never collapsing, existing since the beginning of time. It wasn't the most majestic, but it was definitely the most mysterious, not even deities able to set foot inside under normal circumstances. This short mountain was the symbol of the divine realm, just like the Buddhist sect's Mount Meru. Meanwhile, this ancient palace's status was the same as Great Thunderclap Temple, but there were even more taboos here, not allowing people to stop. The mountain was ancient, every inch covered in cracks. However, right now, it suddenly shone, boundless and immeasurable faith power flowing out from the cracks, exceptionally majestic. This wasn't the accumulation of a single generation of deities, but rather the accumulation of deities since ancient times. As long as believers faced the divine realm, there would be faith power flying over. From a certain perspective, this mountain obtained more faith power than any other deity. Year after year, day after day, even if it was an ordinary mountain with its entire body cracked open, it would still become a land of supreme deities. As a result, divine faith power gushed out from its cracks, shaking up all sides of the divine realm. Many people couldn't help but kowtow. It was this ancient mountain that protected the divine realm, stabilizing the universe. An intense battle was taking place in the sky. The two sides clashed, causing the void to crack and extending into the cosmos. If not for the divine realm's ancient divine mountain's faith power being too boundless, continuously surging and stabilizing the earth, fire, wind, and water, the great earth below would have been completely destroyed. Extremely terrifying. One of his feet almost stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, but he still couldn't break through in the end. This was the judgment of the great sage from outside this region. They are indeed powerful, unrivaled in a region, able to sweep through the world. However, killing our great sage like that 20 years ago shouldn't be easy. They began to doubt. Perhaps it could only be explained by the deity using a supreme divine weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill a few great sage like that with his cultivation that wasn't even at the true quasi-emperor realm. Hong Long, the stars in the sky were all shattered. The two soared into the battlefield outside this region, and the battle became more and more terrifying. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked, ghosts wept and deities howled. Old thief, after so many years, you really didn't make any progress. Your cultivation will forever stop at this level. Today, I will send you on your way and end the dark rule of the divine realm. Qinji became more and more confident. With a raise of his hand, he plucked the stars and grabbed the moon. His power could shake deities, sweeping through everything before him. He forced the deity into a disadvantageous position. Traitor, do you really think I can't take you in? I endured for so many years just for you to appear. Today, I will suppress and kill you. The old deity shouted. Suddenly, the deity's voice shook the world like the ringing of a great bell. The old deity's dim power of faith suddenly flourished, and he released endless light that was incomparably divine. His ash-gray hair danced wildly, and his eyes were like two snow-white blades. Every pore was spewing out sword energy, and every strand was hundreds of miles long. It was terrifying and overflowing into the heavens. The old deity truly displayed his matchless divine might in the truest sense. He couldn't be stopped, and like a hot knife through butter, he charged forward to crush Qinji. Everyone was shocked, and the great sage from outside this region sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally understood why he could kill the great sage. With this kind of power of faith on his body, half of his body entered the quasi-emperor realm, and it was as if he had a foothold in that realm. This was the magical use of the power of faith. He forcefully pushed himself into another realm that countless great sage yearned for but couldn't reach, the quasi-emperor realm. In my eyes, the so-called conspiracy is nothing more than a joke. In front of absolute power, you all are no different from clowns that can't withstand a single blow. The old deity said in a deep voice. His entire body was submerged in endless light, and only a pair of pupils were as resplendent as golden lamps. They shot out two different beams of light, and the indistinct figure looked incomparably terrifying. The most divine and holy power of faith appeared again, covering the sky and earth as it surged over, almost turning Qinji into dust. Even if he almost became the quasi-emperor, for the great sage, it was still an insurmountable moat. It wasn't something that could be resisted by humans, and it wasn't something that could be resisted by holy power. Everyone shivered inwardly. This old deity was truly able to endure. After being doubted for so many years, he never revealed it, all for the sake of luring the snake out of its hole and killing the enemy in one fell swoop. Winglong, however, things went beyond everyone's expectations. Qinji didn't die, and his body similarly erupted with resplendent light, as well as the power of faith that overflowed into the heavens. Do you think I don't understand the power of faith? How could the power you've accumulated for so many years be used up? I just wanted to cut off your path of retreat, not allowing the power of faith to belong to you. Qinji shouted. The divine radiance on his body shone, making the entire foreign battlefield rumble. The stars and moon fell, and the sun became dim, as if it was going to destroy this heavenly domain. Your bloodline, established the inheritance of faith in the other ancient regions, ignited the divine flame, and sealed yourself as a deity? The old deity was shocked. This was the return of a true deity, and it was many times more troublesome and terrifying than he had imagined. Correct, my 3 generations worked hard to establish an even greater ancient land of faith, even more powerful than you. Qinji roared, rushing forward murderously. So that's how it is. You have a divine deity, and the supreme divine artifact withdrew out of consideration for your bloodline and your grandfather. The old deity said to himself. That's why you will definitely lose. Hand over your life. Qinji shouted. At the same time, several divine elders in the divine domain suddenly used magical force, shattering the old deity's divine position. The same thing happened in the ancestral lands of the various great clans as well. The old deity's divine statue was broken into pieces, destroyed by someone. This was to break the foundation and destroy the source of faith. You. The old deity was furious. He never thought that so many people would betray him. His subordinates stabbed him with a knife at the crucial moment. The most terrifying thing was that the divine position in the divine domain collapsed, making his mind tremble. The endless pure power of faith within his body became unstable. This battle seemed to have lost all suspense. The old deity suffered a great defeat, and almost all of the power of faith scattered. His entire body ignited, turning into a strand of flowing light before disappearing into the cosmos. Xianxia entered the main divine domain and obtained the divine position, becoming the ruler of this generation. It was clear that the old deity couldn't stir up any more trouble. His body was old and weak, and the power of faith had almost been scattered. Now, he no longer had the ability to fight for supremacy in the divine domain. The great sage from the outer realms frowned. Although the old deity had left in defeat, there was a new deity in the divine domain. This wasn't good news for them. The supreme divine artifact, the spiritual treasure celestial being's formation diagram, was like an azure sword hanging over their heads. Once discovered, they would die without a doubt. However, the changes in the situation exceeded everyone's expectations. It didn't end there. On that day, the old deity returned and entered the dangerous land that produced the divine demonic liquid. This was a terrifying place. For so many years, only deities could enter and exit. The rest couldn't. It's said that the divine domain is the land of the supreme deities, but if you aren't a deity, you won't know its origins. This is clearly a prison. This is a cursed land. Once you enter, faith will become a shackle. The bloodline of the divine domain is destined to be a prisoner forever. The old deity muttered to himself as he walked forward step by step. The ancient great emperors are existences that even the deities have no choice but to revere. Their corpses and evils can double the curse. In the past, I didn't dare to come here because I was afraid that my Tao fruit would turn into nothingness. But now, I don't care. I'm going to bury the traitor of the divine domain with me. The old deity revealed his true form. Without the protection of divine light, he was just a skinny old man. He was truly old and frail. His hair was gray and his skin was devoid of luster. His flesh and blood were shriveled. It was a far cry from his usual divine appearance. He knew how to enter and exit the dangerous land. He stepped on the correct path and went straight in. He avoided the terrifying demonic runes and approached the giant coffin. "Ah!" he roared. His whole body was in pain. The remaining power of faith was burning. That giant coffin seemed to possess some kind of magical power. It made his whole body shake violently as blazing light shot into the sky. The great emperor's ancient coffin overflowed with traces of Tao, turning the power of faith into ashes. It was like a moth in a flame, no longer existing. The old deity himself was almost destroyed. At the crucial moment, he made up his mind and threw away all the power of faith, completely losing his divine position. "All of you should be buried with me," he roared loudly. His hands moved about, and terrifying traces appeared one after another. Then, he took out a strange divine monument. It shattered heaven and earth and blasted open a large hole in the void. He tore open his chest. Blood continuously flowed out, dripping onto the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era. He was going to open the coffin. What a pity, a true ancient divine monument, he said to himself. That large hole connected to the divine domain. It was clear that he wanted to use the coffin to suppress the divine domain and destroy all the power of faith there. He wanted to erase the divine position so that there would be no deities in this world. What is he doing? Where are Ziyue and Jihaoyue? They shouldn't be appearing, right? Pangbo asked doubtfully. Yifan didn't say anything and paid close attention. They just happened to come here and wanted to see how the Ji siblings were doing. They didn't expect to see this scene. Honglong. That day, the divine domain shook greatly. A large hole appeared in the void and an ancient coffin appeared. Endless Tao patterns fell down and wiped out the endless power of faith. Ah! Everyone in the divine domain was alarmed and cried out loudly. Pooh! Xianxia, who had just ascended to the divine position, directly flew outwards. It was because his body was burning. The endless power of faith within his body turned into the most terrifying flames. The 9-layered ancient coffin from the legendary era had a great emperor buried within it. How could this type of thing appear in the divine domain? Xianxia cried out loudly. His entire body was cracking apart. The light of faith became the most terrifying purgatory flames, turning him into a great torch. No! Everyone cried out loudly. There were some who were called divine elders, as well as holy palace masters and even more so saintesses. They were also consecrated by the people of this world and had divine positions. They enjoyed the world's incense and refined the power of faith. At this moment, these people all suffered serious injuries. This was an unimaginable calamity that engulfed the entire ancient region. As the divine elder closest to the great emperor's ancient coffin turned into ashes, the others were horrified to the extreme. They all fled for their lives and quickly expelled the power of faith within their bodies. It was because this type of thing was burning. Now, this was fatal. It could even kill a deity. Everyone was shocked, including the great clans outside the divine domain. When they received the news, they all hurried over and watched all of this with stupefied expressions. Many people already knew that the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era had descended on the other shore and sunk into a dangerous place. However, no one knew that this was actually the most powerful weapon against the divine domain. The people in the divine domain suddenly understood. No wonder the old deity became more and more low profile all these years and never entered that dangerous place. He didn't even drink the demonic liquid that appeared. At this time, Xianxia, the great divine elders, saintesses, and several great palace masters all fled, doing everything they could to get rid of the power of faith. At the same time, they summoned supreme divine artifacts to use the formation diagram to resist the 9-layered coffin. Why is it like this? Why is the great emperor's coffin suppressing our divine domain? It's the old deity. He's gone mad. He actually returned and wants to take us down with him. The people of the divine domain were all terrified. They all cried out loudly. The old deity's hair was scattered about. His chest had been cut open, and what dripped out was true heart blood. A single drop was equivalent to over 100 drops of divine blood. He didn't have that many drops in his body, and now, he had used them all. The 9-layered coffin required divine blood to open. Now that several layers had been opened, it was obvious that he wanted to open them all and destroy this place. You all have to die for stealing my divine position, he laughed bitterly. Rumble, Xianxia exploded. The power of faith in his body was too vast and simply inexhaustible. It burned and exploded in front of the opened coffin. Meanwhile, the old deity was like a moth in the flames, about to turn into flying ashes. The deity is dead. From this day forth, the divine domain will have no deities. The blood in many people began to boil. The bull demon king, the sacred spirit capital, and the other great sage all appeared. All of their expressions changed. Sangu, the golden snake ruler, Tian, the great demonic god, the heaven-devouring beast, the goddess of the divine race, and the gold-eating beast also appeared. All of their expressions changed unpredictably. They knew that the absence of deities in this world meant that no one could suppress them anymore. A chaotic era had arrived. The ancient tree of life in the divine domain and the formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being would incite a storm. The deity died, and Xianxia also died. He was like a moth in a raging inferno. He tried his best to fly forward, but he could only turn into dust and scatter with the wind. The replacement of the old and new deities made the great sage outside this realm keep quiet out of fear. He was forced to lie dormant for an entire 20 years, and now, 2 supreme experts actually died at the same time. A cursed land, yet it is called the divine realm. This is a type of sorrow and misfortune. The glory in the eyes of the world, the prison of the human world, accompanied me for a lifetime and buried me for a lifetime. The old deity turned to ashes in the flames. His words were bleak, but his expression was calm as if he had seen through everything in the world. His figure became indistinct and disappeared in the flames. Xianxia was disappointed and frustrated. The moment he turned to dust, he couldn't help but roar. His figure turned to ash, and only a voice was left behind. Wasted years, aged appearance, exhausted heart and soul. How laughable, lamentable, lamentable. In the divine realm's graveyard, I listened to my own soul-suppressing song. The two supreme experts withered away without any suspense. The giant stone coffin in the sky laid in disarray, emitting strand after strand of Tao patterns. It turned into light, mist, and primal chaos, causing the bloodlines of the divine realm to fall from time to time. The world was a vast expanse. Roars and sounds of struggle could be heard everywhere. Many divine statues collapsed, and numerous figures rushed up to break free from this land of destruction. The divine elder, hall master, saintess, and the other great experts were all in despair. They did their best to cut off the power of faith within their bodies. This was their shackles, the root of their deaths. The divine realm was normally divine and auspicious. Wondrous flowers bloomed, jade grass covered the ground, spiritual birds danced, and auspicious beasts appeared. Now, it was gloomy and gloomy. Large numbers of figures rushed into the sky, their roars shaking the 9 heavens. They were all fleeing for their lives. Hung long, on an ancient divine mountain, the formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being swayed. It released an undying divine might to resist the giant stone coffin, blocking it in the void and preventing it from falling. At the same time, the most sacred ancient mountain in the divine realm was covered in cracks. Divine power seeped out like a sea. Even though it turned into flames and burned fiercely, it was still blocking the giant coffin. Everyone, move together and activate the formation diagram to block that ancient coffin back. We cannot let it fall, or else we will be in danger. A deity shouted. Everyone attacked together. The few hall masters, the divine elder, and the saintess joined forces to resist. Right now, the supreme artifact was their only hope of survival. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The ancient coffin trembled violently and fell back a certain distance into the hole in the void. The spirit treasure celestial being's ancient diagram had awakened on its own and blocked its path. The 9-layer coffin from the mythological era was watered by the heart's blood of an old deity. Now, 8 layers had been opened, and the last layer had already split open. Strands of terrifying aura flowed out. At this moment, the infinite heavens seemed to fall silent. The roars of the divine realm also vanished. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icy lake as they all fell to their knees. Rumble, at that moment, a corner of the last layer of the coffin was lifted. The Void Emperor's coffin was almost completely opened, revealing an unbearable pressure. The great ancient emperor was about to appear in the world. It was as if a divine sea was rising and falling, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Not to mention those in the divine realm, even those in the outside world were trembling. At this moment, everyone only had one action, and that was to kneel down and prostrate themselves in worship. Even the great sages from the outer regions couldn't endure it. More than half of them knelt down and kowtowed. This was a bone-deep fear that trembled from the depths of their souls. They felt reverence towards the ancient emperors. Rumble, the infinite realms shook and the divine sound of the great Tao rang out. It was like the funeral of the great ancient emperor. All living beings were sending him off, praying, crying, and grieving. The whole world was in mourning. Since ancient times, almost no one had ever seen a complete emperor's corpse. Now that it was about to appear in the world, everyone was naturally looking forward to it. At the same time, they felt an indescribable fear. The great ancient emperor had lived for too long. It was impossible for them to meet him. This might be the only time they could see him. Rumble, the formation diagram of the spiritual treasure celestial being was revived. It erased a large amount of the blood on the coffin. That was the blood from the old deity's heart. It prevented it from displaying its effects and prevented the ancient coffin from opening. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a wave of disappointment. They were about to see the great ancient emperor, yet they were stopped again. They would miss this only opportunity. Gotcha, however, the sound of the coffin moving rang out. It was as if the world was collapsing. The last layer of the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era was opened and moved unwaveringly. With a rumble, chaotic mists overflowed into the heavens. That place was mysterious and unfathomable. The ancient coffin was mostly opened, but it could no longer move. The old deity's heart blood had only seeped in a bit, but it wasn't enough to completely open it. Just a bit more. Someone sighed. Shut up. Once the coffin of the great ancient emperor is opened, no one can predict what will happen. It's best if you don't open it. The great sage from the outer realms, such as the demon bull king and the stone golem Holy Spirit, more or less knew about it. All of their expressions became serious. Many of them knelt in the void. Hong Long. Suddenly, the chaotic mists within the ancient coffin surged. In a split second, an indistinct figure appeared. It seemed as if it was sitting up, but it was also like a streak of light streaking across everyone's heart. Then, with a quang sound, the 9th layer of the coffin pressed down and completely closed, not leaving a single crack. What did I see? It seems like someone is sitting up. Is it real or fake? How can he still move? No, that's just a streak of light that disappeared in a flash. It wasn't a corpse that was moving, but it possessed a boundless and immeasurable power. Everyone was horrified. They were all scared out of their wits. The trembling of the great ancient emperor's coffin wasn't inferior to splitting the heavens and earth. Everything became hazy, and even the stars in the heavens trembled. Unfortunately, it was closed and didn't give people the chance to observe. As for what was inside, no one could say for sure whether there was a corpse or not. Did you guys see? Yi Fan felt his own voice trembling. He looked towards Pang Bo, Longma, the Golden Lion, and the others. His face was full of shock and disbelief. Everyone became suspicious. The intense trembling just now was too fast. They only saw a streak of indistinct light flash past. That shouldn't be someone sitting up. According to their speculations, there was already no one inside the coffin. The great emperor had already transformed into the Tao. However, when they saw Yi Fan's expression, they were all stunned. It was as if their eyes missed something. I saw someone. Could he be the great void emperor? He looks exactly the same as an old friend. Yi Fan said in a low voice. Who was it? Pang Bo revealed a doubtful expression. Longma moved over, nervous and full of expectation. An ordinary figure, extremely ordinary. He couldn't be said to be handsome, nor could he be said to have an imposing appearance. It was the appearance of all living things that returned to the mortal world. Yi Fan said. A figure immediately appeared in Longma's mind, but he didn't dare confirm it. He hurriedly asked, Who? GZ. Yi Fan himself didn't believe it. That person was exactly the same as GZ. The same face, the same ordinary, flashed past. Even father and son couldn't look so similar, right? This caused Yi Fan's heart to palpitate. They were too similar. Or perhaps it could be said that there was no difference. Even their temperaments were exactly the same. He had never heard GZ say that he looked the same as his father. Every time they asked about the great Void Emperor's life, GZ would silently shake his head and not say much. But just now, Yi Fan saw the indistinct figure formed by the primal chaos mist in the ancient coffin. It was no different from GZ. This made him indescribably shocked. The old god's heart's blood that had dripped onto the 9-layered coffin from the era of legends was completely exhausted. It was wiped out by the formation left behind by the spirit treasure celestial being. The ancient coffin made a clanking sound as the 9 layers of coffins closed one after another, covering up the truth. Rumble, the big hole in the void became indistinct. That ancient coffin flew into the distance and fell toward the place where the demonic god elixir was produced. It didn't descend into the divine realm. Inside the divine realm, everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone, including the most powerful divine elders and temple masters, collapsed. They were so close to death. The ancient emperor's coffin was simply the divine realm's nemesis. It could obliterate everything here. Fortunately, the supreme divine diagram revived itself and blocked this great destruction. Everyone knew that from this day on, the divine realm would no longer be the same as before. A great revolution would take place. This was the first time the power of faith had revealed such a fatal flaw. The experts of the divine realm who enjoyed worldly pleasures and had a seat in the divine realm definitely wouldn't dare to refine the power of faith into their bodies. It was at this moment that a great sage from the outer realms took action. He silently charged into the divine realm alone and only attacked when he approached the divine mountain where the ancient tree of life was planted. He stretched out a large hand, wanting to uproot the entire ancient tree. The timing couldn't be better. The old and new generations of gods had died, and the divine realm was in chaos. The divine elders and temple masters had just escaped danger, and the spirit treasure celestial beings formation was not suspended here. However, a world-shattering sound rang out. The blue dome of heaven split open as the spirit treasure celestial beings formation swept down a beam of murderous light. Its aura overflowed the heavens, and it was as if an ancient star field was being crushed. A huge energy wave spread out and turned into a calamitous light. It obliterated the large hand on the spot and turned it into a bloody mist. The great sage let out a roar. He was able to let go of what he had picked up. He turned around and left, not wanting to be entangled too much. However, he had underestimated the divine realm's deployment. Formation patterns appeared on the mountain and tens of thousands of streaks of light turned this place into a killing field. The most important thing was that the spirit treasure celestial beings formation swept down 4 terrifying beams of light. It was very similar to the 4 killing swords in the ancient celestial being's life spring, unstoppable. Was this borrowing power or summoning? It was as if the 4 killing swords had really appeared and hacked down. The great sage didn't even have time to scream. Pfft! He turned into a bloody mist. His lustrous white bones exploded and then broke apart inch by inch. His entire body and primordial spirit turned into ashes. Both his form and spirit scattered and no longer existed. Moo, the bull's roar shook the starry river. The demon bull king was both shocked and furious. That was because he had moved almost at the same time as that person. They were only half a step apart, but someone had seized the initiative and activated the extreme divine diagram. This put him in a very passive position. However, his real body didn't go over. He directly took out the shining diamond chakram and turned it into a divine ring. He wanted to trap the ancient tree of life within and restrain it in his hand. Seeing the fall of a great sage, he felt a chill from head to toe. He quickly put away the diamond chakram, but it was too late. The spirit treasure celestial being's divine diagram flashed. Another beam of light descended and struck the diamond chakram. Unfortunately, this top-grade great sage artifact exploded on the spot and turned into silver fragments. The demon bull king's heart was dripping blood. This was a supreme treasure forged from all of the top-grade divine materials in their clan's treasury. In the end, it was destroyed just like that. This was a truly terrifying deterrent. All of the great sage were terrified. Once the weapon of an ancient great emperor was revived, one attack was enough to kill them. Hong Long. In the distance, there were also young supreme beings taking action. The Golden Snake Prince was chasing after a young commander of the divine army. He wanted to capture him alive and understand the secrets of the divine realm so that he could enter and fight for the divine tomb. The descendants of the archaic gods and devils, Sangu, the Copper Ant King, the goddess of the divine race, the Earth Corpse, and the great demonic god just happened to encounter the saintess of the divine realm. They surrounded and intercepted her, wanting to control her. Kill, war cries shook the heavens. The great sage also took action in secret. He didn't attack in one go, but rather captured important figures to understand the various secrets of the divine realm through them. This was a great calamity. The great sage and young supreme beings who descended from the outer realms finally took action after lying dormant for 20 years. Woo-woo, the immortal tier ruler turned into a beam of green light and smashed dozens of divine mountains into the depths of the divine realm. It rushed straight for an ancient hall, intending to loot the grand hall. The Holy Spirit, Bull Demon King, Grey Dragon, and Golden Toad attacked the divine realm one after another, disrupting the order here. They wanted to split this place so that they could fight for the ancient tree of life. It wasn't just the great sages from the outer regions, even some of the powerful individual cultivators from the Nirvana realm and the top figures from the various clans couldn't hold back anymore. For so many years, the God realm had ruled over the Nirvana realm and was unrivaled. Now that they were finally in a desperate situation, they wanted to take advantage of the situation and snatch the scriptures and artifacts. The heavens and earth were turned upside down. Blood flowed like a river in the divine realm in an instant. Many top figures charged forward and defeated the divine army with heavy casualties. After all, they had just experienced a catastrophe. 2 gods were dead, and the replacement of the old and new gods was a tragedy. Now that the divine realm was leaderless, the people were restless and in turmoil. It was the best time to invade. The opportunity couldn't be missed. Screams rose and fell, terrifying everyone. Shouts of killing could be heard everywhere, and corpses fell from the sky. Golden Snake, the Earth Corpse, the Sky-Devouring Beast, and Sangu all revealed strange expressions. Originally, they only wanted to attack from the outside and capture some important figures to interrogate and understand the divine realm's secrets. They didn't expect things to develop to this stage. It could be said that it was a heaven-sent opportunity. The last trace of fear towards the formation left by the numinous treasure celestial being also disappeared. Because everyone could see that this divine diagram was almost uncontrollable. The old god died, and the new god perished. The others didn't have absolute control over it and could only let it revive and attack on its own. This divine diagram was terrifying, but it didn't kill everyone. It protected the ancient tree of life and didn't send down too much divine punishment. It didn't massacre these armies. Boom, for great halls in the divine realm turned to ashes. The great sage from the outer realms attacked and razed the 4 sacred mountains to the ground. All the scriptures were taken away. At this time, the saintess from the divine realm was also almost dead. She was chased by Sangu, the great demonic god, Ditian, and the celestial race's fairies. Her body was dyed red with blood as she fled in defeat. The few temple masters were fighting the bull demon king, the Holy Spirit, and the others. They were under unimaginable pressure, and this was a catastrophe for the divine realm. The divine elders were furious. One of them was so angry that his eyes were about to split apart. He opened his mouth and released a clear roar. A divine drum flew out from between his brows, and with the drumstick in his hand, he struck it with all his might. Dong, 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 the sky-shaking demonic sound rang through the air. Many people's skulls cracked open, their bodies covered in blood, immediately losing their lives. The rogue cultivators of the Nirvana realm were especially fearful of the God realm. At this time, when they saw the divine elder's power, they all retreated like the tide, not daring to attack forcefully. Hold on. My divine realm has experienced endless tribulations and encountered many great disasters, yet we have never declined. It is just a few devils from outside this region. What do they count as? A deity shouted. The other few divine elders leaped tens of thousands of meters away and arrived at the most sacred and ancient short mountain. They cut open their chests and let the blood from their hearts drip onto this mountain that looked very short, but its status was equivalent to Mount Meru of the Buddhist sect. Boom! The divine power of faith surged like a vast ocean striking the heavens, about to engulf the stars in outer space. The violent waves rushed into the cosmos, incomparably terrifying. The deities have already died, so we will act in their place. We ask the sacred mountain to bestow upon us the power of deities to protect the God realm and expel the devils. These divine elders shouted together. Their voices were ear-splitting, making the entire God realm tremble. At the same time, this short, but majestic ancient mountain's radiance flourished even more brilliantly, drowning them within. It made their bodies shine resplendently, as if several supreme deities descended into this world. The 9-layered ancient coffin from the legendary era retreated. In this place, the power of faith became an unmatched great killing weapon again. They were surrounded by divine light, possessing a type of tremendous power. Ancient divine formation, revive. The deities roared loudly. Heaven and earth trembled violently, and all directions trembled. Under the rumbling sounds, divine mountains trembled one after another. An ancient symbol appeared on every mountain peak, engraving itself into the heavens. This was the divine realm's great formation that only deities could open. At this time, the divine elders used the secret method left behind by their ancestors to act in the deity's place. They obtained the authority to revive the ancient formation. In that instant, this place immediately became different. All the heroes flew backwards, feeling a tremendous pressure. Their minds were about to explode. The golden snake race's 3 Langjuns, Sangu, the gold-eating beast, the earth corpse, and the others all had sharp spiritual senses. They all retreated immediately. As for the great sage, his eyelashes were empty. He felt the vast fluctuations, and he also retreated with furrowed brows. Supreme Divine Weapon, please suppress all enemies. The deities shouted loudly. Their bodies shone, doing everything they could to activate the formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being. This was a tremendous input of power. They acted in the deity's place to control the supreme weapon. Not good. The natives of the other shore, as well as some unruly rogue cultivators, were a step too slow. They were swept by the formation diagram's divine light and turned into ashes on the spot. Hung Long, this was a massacre. No one expected the divine elders to grasp supreme weapons so quickly. They weren't given a chance, and even the great saints from outside this region suffered a bitter end. This was because the temple masters and divine elders from the divine realm were all staring at them. These people's destructive power was great, and they were viewed as the greatest threat by the divine realm. At this time, they activated the divine diagram and chased after them. We were too complacent. Even if the deities die, there is still the killing formation diagram. It will naturally be controlled by the divine realm. Everyone was somewhat regretful. Pooh. The stone man let out a muffled groan as one of his arms exploded. Although he wasn't swept by the divine diagram, a wisp of fluctuation spread over, causing him to suffer serious injuries. Just now, he attacked fiercely with the heaven-measuring ruler and was hated by the divine realm. At this time, they naturally focused on him and locked onto him from the start, causing him to narrowly escape death. The demon bull king roared loudly. The lower half of his body broke apart inch by inch, turning into strands of bloody mist. He forcefully slapped the void and threw down another arm to die in place of him. He escaped into the unknown void passage. No one had expected the divine realm's counterattack to be so swift. Just now, they were almost on the verge of collapse. After suffering such a blow, they were almost destined to be exterminated, but in the end, they stabilized themselves. The great sage was furious. Facing the numinous treasure celestial being's formation diagram, they all retreated in defeat. That kind of murderous intent seemed to penetrate through the past, present, and future. It was simply impossible to contend against. Miserable cries rose and fell. The divine spirit and the demon bull king paid a heavy price to escape. This became the symbol of a dam bursting. People from all sides fled for their lives, utterly defeated. This made everyone speechless. The contrast was too great, and everything was reversed. The divine realm was enveloped by a great formation. Mist shone brilliantly, deities roared and demons howled. Violent winds blew, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The scene was extremely terrifying. No one could attack anymore. In reality, the divine realm attacked, activating the formation diagram and emitting boundless murderous intent. It was like a great calamity of heaven and earth. Corpses were strewn everywhere outside the divine realm, and blood flowed like a river. In the end, a great sage who rebelled among the natives was killed. A foreign tribe's great sage among the guests from the outer realm was also annihilated. This made people even more shocked and terrified. These elders and temple masters attacked mercilessly. They continuously tortured and killed, turning this place into a sharaba. Flesh and blood were muddy, and broken bones were piled up. It was extremely terrifying. The divine realm suffered a great calamity today. Both old and new gods had fallen. Even people like them were almost ignited by the power of faith and turned into dust. It could be said that after experiencing a great fall, their state of mind was bleak and terrible. Now that they had the upper hand, they naturally killed until the chilly wind howled and ghosts cried and deities mourned. This day was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Outside the divine realm, corpses piled up and blood flowed like rivers. No one knew how many people had died. Bloody mist lingered for dozens of days and couldn't disperse. Moreover, the divine realm launched a frenzied revenge. They uprooted many of the Nirvana clan that rebelled and attacked the divine realm, killing until the world was silent. Too many people died in this battle. Yi Fan sighed softly. He, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others didn't participate in the battle. They didn't attack the divine realm, but they witnessed everything with their own eyes. Outside the divine realm, there was a muddy area. It was all bloody mud. The mist was scarlet. That was blood rising and pervading this place. As for the broken mountains and the great rift valleys, there were many pieces of broken bones splashing everywhere. The scarlet spots were too horrible to look at, no one expected it to be like this. The battle between the new and old gods hadn't even been so tragic. But the invasion of the divine realm by the various heroes had caused such a catastrophe. In the following months, there were great sage knocking on the door and attacking the divine realm from time to time. Naturally, they were the Bull Demon King, the Holy Spirit, the Golden Toad, the powerhouses of the ancient tribes, the protectors of the human race, and so on. They all came from the outer realm. Of course, they didn't attack with their true bodies. They only attacked with other methods. Otherwise, no one would be able to face the killing formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being. Unfortunately, these people were all defeated. Some of their clones were killed, and the great sage formation that each of them had cast also collapsed. There was even one whose true body was killed, and he returned in great defeat. It's absolutely impossible to break through the divine realm unless you have an emperor weapon. People recognized this reality. Even if the gods were dead, this place was still exceptionally powerful. It was difficult for outsiders to break through. There were as many experts in the divine realm as there were clouds in the clouds. It was extremely terrifying. Other than that, although it couldn't compare to Mount Meru, the ancient mountain that had a similar status in the divine realm also made the great sage afraid. Too much power of faith had accumulated there. Once it surged out, it could kill gods and Buddhas in its way. The great sage thought of all ways to collect ancient books from the various tribes on the other side, looking for flaws. In the end, someone in the divine realm leaked a secret. After a few months of flipping through ancient books, the divine elder, the temple master, and the others finally understood that the divine realm was a cursed land. To be more precise, there had once been a supreme who had drawn a prison here. At this moment, he had laid down formation patterns, causing this place to become different. As long as gods absorbed the power of faith, it was equivalent to being shackled. One day, it could become a fatal flaw. The great emperor's evil corpse chi could ignite the power of faith, causing the divine realm to disintegrate and collapse instantly. Everyone in the divine realm was terrified. They finally understood why the old god hadn't dared to check after learning that the 9-layer coffin from the mythological era had fallen on the other side. They also understood why he had almost destroyed the divine realm with the help of the ancient coffin. The power of faith in our divine realm is unparalleled in the world, and it's about to develop to the extreme. Some ancient supreme were worried and drew a prison to restrict us. It wasn't a flaw in the power of faith, but the divine realm was sick. The descendants of the divine realm had this kind of curse imprinted in their bodies. Therefore, as long as they absorbed the power of faith, it was equivalent to being shackled. It was fine if they didn't encounter the emperor's corpse, but once this evil aura invaded, this place would definitely become a hell. This was the method used by the ancient supreme to restrict the divine realm. Yifan also heard the secret and came to a sudden realization. These days, he had always been thinking about why the Amitabha Buddha still needed to create a religion and collect faith since the power of faith had such a huge flaw. His orthodoxy was present in every ancient region. Endless faith crossed the void and flowed toward Mount Meru. As it turned out, the power of faith itself wasn't fatal. The main problem was that the divine realm had been cursed. The ancient supreme had marked it as a prison, causing a great disaster here. Yifan muttered to himself, I thought the power of faith in the cauldron couldn't be used. So that's how it is. However, this kind of thing is an external object in the end. It can't be relied on or refined into the body. Otherwise, why would the new and old gods die together? This power can't be relied on. The divine realm took the initiative to attack and search for demons from the outer realms. As long as they found one, they would be suppressed and killed. This caused the great sage and the young supreme to fall into a crisis. In the end, a few great sages joined hands and arrived outside the danger zone that produced the demonic god liquid. They wanted to charge in and truly bring out the Void Emperor's ancient coffin. They wanted to send it into the divine realm and destroy that place. The situation worsened and they wouldn't rest until one side was dead. The foreign great sage was forced to this step and could only take a risk. If they succeeded, the divine realm would be destroyed and the ancient tree of life would change owners. Golden Snake Prince, Sangu, Heaven-Swallowing Beast, Earth Corpse, Great Demonic God, Ditian, and the others also came to watch the great sage display his technique. The Holy Spirit's attack pierced through a mountain peak, but it didn't shatter. The mountain body only split open and a river of blood rushed out from within. It flowed endlessly and covered heaven and earth. This made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Were these all mountains of flesh? After endless years, there was actually still blood. Even though they had long heard that this was the graveyard of gods and demons, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. I refused to believe this. The Holy Spirit felt extremely sullen after arriving in this world. He was first suppressed by the old deity for 20 years, not daring to show himself. Then, when he attacked the divine realm, he was almost killed. His mood was extremely terrible. He raised his head and released a great roar. The immortal tear-green gold ruler flew out from the crown of his head and entered the demonic god mountain ridge in front of him, smashing down fiercely. Following heaven overflowing green light, that place trembled intensely. Many mountain peaks collapsed and blood splashed high into the air. It was as if he had entered a blood-colored sea. Moreover, right at this moment, over 10,000 mountain peaks swayed. Every single one of them rushed out with an ancient symbol that was like a reincarnation disc. It crushed down on the common people and suppressed towards him. Pooh! The Holy Spirit coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and flew outwards. He suffered greatly under this powerful attack. Even his immortal tear-green gold ruler was almost broken. In front of him, over 10,000 ancient symbols appeared on the 10,000 mountain peaks. Every single ancient symbol was different from the others, representing a type of supreme great Tao. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the inheritance of the primordial demonic god, the embodiment of their great Tao. Attacking this place was like going against their inheritance and profound mysteries. The goddess of the god race, Xianxia, stood in the distance. Her entire body was shining and sparkling. After witnessing this scene, she trembled and excitedly said to herself, "This is the inheritance of the deities. If my god race enters and comprehends the 10,000 ancient symbols, a supreme deity or king lord will be born. The inheritance of the primordial demonic god, this is my Tao. If I comprehend the Tao inside, there will be a day when I will be unrivaled under the heavens." The descendant of the primordial demonic god, Sangu, was also shaken. Apart from them, the earth corpse was also shaken. So many corpses had turned into mountain peaks. For him, this was the best holy land to cultivate the demonic corpse Tao. The heaven-devouring beast's eyes also shone brightly. If he could devour these primordial demonic gods' corpses, then in the future, he might really be able to devour the heavens. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Longma were also secretly watching. This was because they knew that the great sage working together was comparable to an old deity. They should be able to break open this place. Perhaps Jiziyue and Jihaoyue were about to appear. Moo, a barbaric ox wave erupted, causing the heavens to explode. The sun, moon, and stars all swayed, as if they were about to fall down. The bull demon king took action. He turned into a black barbaric ox and stood outside the danger zone. His 4 hooves were thick and solid like pillars that supported the heavens. He towered between heaven and earth, and his shoulders entered the clouds. He looked mighty and majestic. This was a horrifying scene. The black hair on this enormous ox's body hung down like a waterfall. Its enormous body was larger and more majestic than all of the mountains. The clouds were below its body, and the ox's back and head appeared above the clouds. It looked shocking and unfathomable. Black clouds surged and overflowed into the heavens. The bull demon king roared, and within the mist, a pair of terrifying eyes emitted cold and emotionless light. A pair of enormous black horns pierced through the heavens. He lowered his head, and the black horns that were as large as mountain ridges stabbed towards the graveyard of gods and demons. Tens of thousands of mountains trembled and released an ear-splitting sound. Hong Long, the bull demon king, was extremely ruthless. He unleashed a powerful attack, and he also wanted to break through this danger zone. He stood outside and used his horns to pick up a mountain peak. This was a shocking and terrifying scene. A great sage transformed into his original form. His roar shattered the heavens, and black mists overflowed into the heavens. He used his enormous horns to lift up mountain peaks one after another. The divine sound of the great Tao rumbled. Ancient symbols flickered one after another, appearing on every mountain to suppress the bull demon king. Divine power surged, and the blood within the mountains surged. It was as if they were dealing with a Holy Spirit. These mountain peaks displayed the profound mysteries of the great Tao, and symbols appeared one after another. They possessed the power to suppress 10,000 realms, making the old ox's body tremble violently. He staggered backwards, and blood continuously flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was horrified. The bull demon king didn't truly enter the danger zone, and he only attacked from the outside with his matchless divine power, yet he suffered such a backlash. If he entered the interior, his life would most likely be in danger. This was the archaic god and demon king's inheritance and profound mysteries. It couldn't be broken through. There were 2 great sages who took action, but they all returned empty-handed, and their own bodies suffered some injuries. Before was the Holy Spirit, behind was the bull demon king. They were all well-known figures among the great sage, yet they all suffered a loss, unable to break through this place, unable to enter. It was no wonder that only gods could enter for so many years. It wasn't without reason. The ancient land where primordial gods and devils were buried was full of danger. As long as those inheritances appeared, they would be able to obliterate even the great sage. Everyone, what are you all staring blankly for? Let's take action together and destroy this place. Bring out the 9-layer ancient coffin from the mythological era and suppress the divine domain. Otherwise, we will be in danger. We will definitely be killed one by one and lose our lives. The human race's Tao protector Qi Tian stepped out and shouted towards the great sage. In the distance, Yi Fan's eyes were cold. This old bastard had also come, and he had targeted him many times. It would be best if they didn't meet, or else this old bastard might try to kill him. This old thing is the worst. He is biased towards the overlord and has tried to kill us several times. We must be on guard. It's best if we can find a chance to get rid of him first. Longma said fiercely. The great sage were in an uproar, but they quickly calmed down. There was nothing to hesitate about. They came here to break through the burial ground of gods and devils, or else they wouldn't have shown themselves. Hung Long, with so many top-level figures taking action, attacking a single point, even the primordial gods and devils' inheritances were greatly shaken. The symbols at the very front became a bit dim. At the same time, blood surged out from the cracked mountain. Giant bones extended outwards, as if they were alive, slowly retreating. The mountain is moving. Could it be that the legends aren't false? There really is such a thing? It first transformed into an earth dragon, then into a heavenly dragon, and finally into an immortal spirit. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There were primordial gods and devils buried here, and when they merged together, it became a terrifying danger zone. There were over 10,000 inheritances, and each mountain produced a type of ancient symbol that represented a great Tao. They were refined together, and after endless years, they turned into an earth dragon. It wasn't impossible for them to become a new life form. A flying sword soared high into the sky. As soon as it appeared, the mountains and rivers lost color, the sun and moon losing radiance. It swung downwards, splitting apart many mountain peaks below. A great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner, rising from behind a great sage's head. Tao ripples covered the sky, smashing into the mountain ridge of gods and devils. The power was world-shaking, as if the heavens were crushing down. Purple stellar sand scattered down, covering the sky, continuously enlarging. In the end, every single one of them was like a great star, terrifying beyond compare, crushing down on the boundless great earth until it was about to be destroyed. The great sage took action together, exceptionally domineering, divine might awe-inspiring. When they attacked together, the burial ground of gods and devils was about to cave in. Many mountain peaks split apart, about to destroy this place. However, the most terrifying thing wasn't the mountain itself, but the great Tao it contained. Those ancient symbols grew dim, but after being watered by the blood within the mountain, they shone once again. The great sage resisted the Tao, wishing to instead suppress the great sage. 3,000 Tao methods, merge into one furnace, saints mix together, primal chaos strike. There was a great sage who shouted, having everyone release their foundational force, merging it together, turning it into simple and ancient primal chaos natural laws to break down this mountain. Without a doubt, when so many great sage joined hands, it was extremely terrifying. Boundless Tao laws surged, all types of divine chains of order weaved about, interweaving, forming a surging sea of primal chaos. There were symbols carved all over its surface, all of them the most terrifying Tao laws of order. Following a series of rumbling sounds, everyone's natural laws swept forward, smashing into the mountain range. Large amounts of mountains shattered, but they didn't turn into scattered ashes. These mountains seemed to have life, turning into horned dragons, moving along the sea of blood, unexpectedly opening up a path on their own. They really fought their way in. Yi Fan's eyes released cold light, paying close attention to what was ahead. When the great sage joined hands, they were comparable to deities after all, able to enter and leave this dangerous place. Even the archaic gods and devils' inheritances and profound mysteries couldn't truly stop their footsteps. This was a group of individuals with exceptional strength, experts who were at the top of the various great ancient regions. Suddenly, a great pressure came from the distance. A divine diagram appeared, carrying the divine might of heaven and earth, emitting rumbling sounds as it pressed downwards, shaking everyone's hearts. It was going to wipe out the great sage. This was the killing formation diagram left behind by the spiritual treasure celestial being. It was activated by several divine elders and brought here, its might overflowing into the heavens. They came as expected, retreat. The Bull Demon King, the Holy Spirit, the Golden Toad, Chi Tian, and the others all turned into afterimages, disappearing from their original positions. They didn't attack the dangerous place, choosing to flee through the void. At the same time, the divine realm suffered a terrifying attack. The great sage was divided into two groups, one group attacking the dangerous place, wanting to bring out the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era, while the other group stood guard outside the divine realm, fiercely attacking as soon as they discovered that the formation diagram had left. The divine realm wanted to stop the outer realm great sage's movements and eradicate them. Meanwhile, the saints were also paying attention to their movements. They divided their forces and attacked when they weren't prepared, so they couldn't deal with each other. If they wanted to sacrifice the formation diagram, then they had to be prepared for the divine realm to raid their old nest. Under the dazzling brilliance, the divine realm's great formation was destroyed, and many sacred mountains collapsed. The casualties were disastrous. The great sage charged inside, heading straight for the ancient tree of life. Blood splashed everywhere, and some peerless hall masters fell. Even though there was a terrifying formation in the divine realm, it was difficult to completely stop them. What kind of person was the great sage? When they attacked together, even the heavens would tremble. They pushed forward, continuously taking down important places. The outer realm great sage used to be a plate of loose sand, but now they were united. Apart from the killing formation diagram, no one could truly shake or kill them. Their divine bravery was unstoppable. On this day, the divine realm's losses were disastrous, and they were almost completely occupied. The divine mountain where the ancient tree of life was located was cracked, and the great sage almost killed his way here. At the last moment, a few divine elders rushed back with the formation diagram, scaring away the great sage and protecting the divine realm. The ancient tree of life and the others were unharmed. From this day forth, the divine realm couldn't be aloof anymore. There was restraining fear in their hearts. When the great sage joined hands, anyone would be terrified. If they chased after them, they would definitely be ambushed from the back. If they didn't chase after them, the great sage would definitely join hands and bring that ancient coffin over. The atmosphere on the other side was extremely tense, and it was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The situation was worsening day by day, and the divine realm might really be in great turmoil. Hong Long, the great sage, joined hands again, attacking the danger zone for the second time. Ancient symbols rushed into the sky, and everything became hazy. Many earth dragons surged, and the profound mysteries of the great Tao surged. This made everyone from the divine realm feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. It was as if they were propped up on a bonfire. They were helpless and anxious. They wanted to stop them, but they were afraid of being ambushed from the back, and they couldn't protect themselves. We don't have a choice. First, release the immortal divine mountain's faith power at all costs to protect the divine realm. Second, activate the formation diagram. We have to kill them and stop them from obtaining the ancient coffin. Otherwise, our divine realm will be in danger. The divine elders roared. Right now, they didn't have a choice. Otherwise, if they watched as the great sage brought that ancient coffin out, the divine realm would definitely be destroyed. That short mountain, which was the ancient divine mountain whose status was similar to Mount Meru, but whose strength was far inferior, began to release an undying halo. The faith power turned into an ocean, submerging the divine realm and protecting the ancient land. Then, the divine diagram flew out, sweeping through all suspicious people, stopping the great sage from attacking the danger zone. They were going to kill all of them. Both sides entered a tug of war. The great sage couldn't launch a large-scale attack and enter the danger zone, so they could only split up and approach from different directions. However, this was too dangerous. They might be discovered by the divine elders who activated the killing diagram at any time, and they might also be destroyed by the archaic demonic inheritance in the danger zone. This made the great sage feel worry. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. Meanwhile, the most terrifying thing was that the divine elders were currently approaching the ancient coffin with the formation diagram. They wanted to borrow the divine diagram to seal that enormous coffin or seize it first. Of course, this wasn't without a price. All of their faith power was erased, their accumulation of endless years turning into nothingness, their faith Tao fruits becoming empty. Otherwise, as long as they approached, they would definitely turn into ashes, difficult for them to survive. This was an extremely grim and terrifying reality. The great sage was worried, all of them frowning. If this continued, their situation would be extremely bad. They might be completely wiped out by the divine realm one after another. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that even if the divine elders controlled the divine diagram, it was still difficult for them to enter and leave the danger zone on their own. There was great danger. It was because the 10,000 peaks were trembling. The archaic demonic inheritance's ancient symbols were flickering, resisting intensely against them. Moreover, that enormous stone coffin had a great emperor buried within it. Towards other extreme Tao weapons or great emperor-level power that approached, there was a natural rejection, releasing terrifying Tao patterns. The two sides were in a deadlock. Even if the divine elders possessed the spiritual treasure celestial beings killing diagram, they still couldn't immediately approach, let alone suppress and bring away the stone coffin. The demonic liquid has appeared again. It is continuously flowing and condensing, about to precipitate into a heaven-defying divine object comparable to an immortal medicine. The elder in the divine realm cried out in alarm. He was extremely shocked. The 10,000 peaks swayed, and the mountain cracked apart. Sparkling and translucent liquid flowed down, gathering at the base of the mountain, and then flowing towards the depths of the danger zone. This is an immortal liquid that contains the great Tao fragments of archaic demonic gods, as well as the active essence of their flesh. Now, it is gathering towards the depths of the danger zone. Could it be that someone is currently refining this liquid? Those in the divine realm who understood this secret were stupefied. This had always been a great medicine exclusive to deities, appearing once every 10,000 years. Meanwhile, the old deities of this era didn't dare enter. They originally thought that no one could obtain the precious liquid, so all of it was accumulated within. Now, it seemed like this wasn't the case at all. The great sage also saw the abnormality, and all of them revealed excited expressions. The natural luck here was inferior to even the divine realm. If they could enter, just the thought alone made them tremble. The demonic god liquid was sparse and sparkling. It was like colorful dewdrops rolling down the cracked mountain, gathering together and sinking into the depths of the danger zone. The great sage desired it, the elders of the god realm were also hopeful. Everyone wanted to obtain it and used all kinds of methods to obtain it. In fact, the divine elder had a chance of obtaining it. They activated the killing array diagram together and landed on the mountain peak, allowing them to get close to the demonic god liquid. However, things weren't as simple as they imagined. The ancient coffin emitted Tao waves that deterred the divine array diagram. The emperor corpse didn't allow the extreme Tao weapons to get close to it. This was a form of self-protection. On one side was the corpse of the ancient Great Emperor, and on the other side was the ancient Great Emperor's weapon. When the two met, they naturally wouldn't give way. It was difficult for them to get close to each other. The Divine Elder was anxious. This opportunity couldn't be missed. It might only come once in a lifetime. They rushed forward with all their might, but in the end, they failed. The huge stone coffin rumbled, and the Tao waves collided with the array diagram, forcing them to retreat immediately. What a pity, what a pity. Everyone sighed. The demonic god liquid couldn't be stopped. All of it sank into the depths of the danger zone. There might be people inside. This was the guess of the sages. Light flashed in their eyes. Without a doubt, the current battlefield was in this danger zone. The experts of the God realm and the great sage from the outer realm all wanted to enter. Other than that stone coffin, the demonic god liquid had also become their target. The God realm is empty. Can we think of a way to attack? Longma said softly. After observing for many days, he had a good understanding of the danger zone and the God realm. He naturally knew that Yi Fan had a great killing weapon on him. It was also a coffin. If he used it, he might be able to break through the God realm, barge in and snatch away the ancient tree of life. That's right. Yizi has the 9-layered coffin from the mythical era. Maybe we can really succeed. Pangbo was also tempted. In the past, when they broke through the Yuhua God dynasty's territory, Yi Fan obtained a palm-sized coffin there. It was also a 9-layered coffin. It was said that there was a god buried in this coffin. This was because the sacred prince said that it had appeared in the primordial era. It almost wiped out an ancient race and was buried in the 9 heavens. Yi Fan took out the small coffin. It was simple and unadorned, and nothing could be seen from it. He rubbed it with his hand. Back then, killing Saint Chi Luo had told him to throw it away or bury it in the starry sky, but he had always kept it on him, not listening to his advice. At this moment, the golden lion, the 9-tailed crocodragon, the black bear saint, and the others were all moved. Their eyes were burning with passion. Perhaps now was the best time to charge into the divine realm. The person buried in this small coffin might not be a great emperor. It's hard to say if it can suppress a cursed god territory, Yi Fan said. Longma almost raised his 4 hooves and said, how would we know if we don't try? Let's throw caution to the wind today. We'll raid the divine realm before the great sage. Don't be anxious. Currently, the divine domain and the outer realm saints are in a stalemate. It's hard to break this balance in a short period of time. We can take action at any time. I still feel that there is great danger in this place. It is better to observe for a period of time, said Yi Fan. It was not without reason that he made this judgment. One had to know that in the ancient mythological realm, the leaves of the ancient tree of life had once fallen on an island reef to raise the ancient beasts of the star field. This kind of method was horrifying. Raising a herd of ancient beasts across a star realm always made people feel uneasy. And now, they saw the ancient tree of life taking root in the divine domain. It must have been done by someone there, but there was no information about it until now. Yi Fan felt that the divine domain might have some secret that had not been revealed until now. The others also calmed down after hearing this. They felt that there must be some secret that no one knew about. Pangbo frowned and said, perhaps the ancestors laid down a formation countless years ago. Once the ancient tree of life's leaves fall, it might be transmitted into the ancient mythological realm through that formation. I believe that the present heroes of the divine domain might not know of the arrangements made by our ancestors. This was not impossible, but to be safe, Yi Fan and the others felt that they should just observe quietly. It was not yet time to fight. Sure enough, less than half a month later, something confirmed some of their speculations. The divine domain was unfathomable. Just recently, there was a great sage who took action, carrying out a thunderous strike. He carried the legendary archaic ancestral artifact and slaughtered his way into the divine domain, almost making that place collapse and collapse. It could be said that this was a great shock. No one expected that there would be a foreign great sage who brought in such a powerful ancestral artifact. Even though the power of this type of ancient artifact was difficult to judge and definitely couldn't compare to emperor weapons, there were still some that were exceptionally terrifying. Normally speaking, this type of ancient artifact was a race's most powerful divine object. It had been passed down since ancient times and was an inextinguishable supreme treasure. This great sage was extremely patient. He had hibernated for so many years and had never taken it out. At the crucial moment, he went alone to cut off the divine domain's path of retreat. He wanted to succeed in a single battle. Unfortunately, he failed at the last moment. He shattered the divine domain's most ancient mountain. He never expected that at the final juncture, the divine domain's most ancient divine mountain would split apart. For streaks of killing sword energy radiance hacked out, shattering that ancestral artifact on the spot. This great sage also died miserably. His body and soul were both erased. When news spread out, the entire world was shaken. The divine domain had such a terrifying divine artifact, and not even they knew about it. He has crossed the line, actually wanting to destroy that mountain. You have to understand that in the eyes of the divine domain's people, that mountain's status is the same as the Buddhist Mount Meru. Quite a few people shook their heads. It was precisely this matter that rang an alarm bell for everyone. The divine domain's waters were deeper than they had imagined. It was hard to say what kind of arrangements their ancient ancestors had laid down. All of the cultivators in the divine domain were stirred up. They searched through the most ancient divine mountain, but they didn't find the most powerful killing sword. There was only a single Tao pattern that seemed to be able to be activated at the crucial moment. It connected to another region and borrowed sword might. The current divine domain was no longer an impregnable fortress. This type of news couldn't be hidden. It quickly spread to the outside world, making everyone think deeply. It's connected to the ancient celestial being's life spring. It can borrow the killing might of the four swords there. The great sage who came from the outer region made a judgment in the first moment. This was rather troublesome. If one wanted to break through the divine domain, they had to have an emperor weapon. Moreover, it had to be done when the numinous treasure celestial being's killing formation diagram left the divine domain. Otherwise, it would truly be impossible to completely suppress it. Could it be that everything was done by the numinous treasure celestial being to restrict the divine domain and at the same time allow them to protect themselves? Where did the divine domain come from? Rumor has it that during the battle of the mythological era, some remnants of gods and devils were imprisoned here. This place was cursed and became a cage. It's fine as long as it's not the true four killing swords. There should be a way to break through it. Yi Fan and the others felt apprehensive. It was indeed correct to keep calm at the crucial moment. Otherwise, if they had gone to test the waters, they might have suffered heavy casualties. With such a thing happening in the divine domain, a few divine elders drove the killing formation diagram back. They wanted to use the diagram to link with the killing swords and summon the sword's true body over. Unfortunately, they failed. Those formation patterns didn't react at all. On this day, a great change occurred in the danger zone. The great sage seized this rare opportunity and moved out in full force. They launched the most terrifying attack, breaking through the divine demon mountain range and killing their way in. This mountain peak wasn't destroyed. It was like a living earth dragon crawling in all directions, opening up many paths for them. Everyone rushed in. Holding a mountain and a mustard seed, the ancient coffin can be seen but cannot be reached. The great sage was shocked. The depths of the danger zone contained the unfathomable laws of space. The great void was condensed into one. This forbidden zone looked very strange. Once they took a step, it was as if they were in a vast continent. The people saw the stone coffin, but they couldn't get close. With every step they took, they might enter a cosmic void. This place was very strange. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He said, "This is undoubtedly the ancient coffin of the Void Emperor. This is his great Tao law that refined the cosmic void. Even a small place can be as vast as the ocean, let alone this place which is originally so vast." The divine domain's elders attacked again, but it was too late. The great sage went deep in. Their target was the ancient coffin. Moreover, they scattered and walked between the special Tao patterns of the 9-layered coffin. The divine elders couldn't activate the killing formation diagram, so they could only go deep into this vast continent. Their true bodies entered to search and kill the enemies. This is truly a good place. One day, if my divine might is unrivaled, I will definitely make this the most sacred ancestral ground of my primordial god and devil lineage. Sangu laughed and disappeared. In a flash, he entered the depths of the ancient continent. He was here for the god and devil lineage. Not long after, the earth corpse appeared in another direction. He gritted his teeth and jumped into a large crack. There was blood gushing out from there. To his corpse Tao, this was a precious cultivation ground. My Tao, my technique, if I devour everything here, I might become a true god. The heaven-swallowing beast swept its gaze around and disappeared in a flash. It entered the depths of the ancient land. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others also entered. They couldn't come in for 20 years, but today, the great sage worked together and finally blasted open the danger zone, allowing them to enter for the first time. This place was very vast, and the terrain was also very complicated. It was unfathomably deep. All of this was created by the stone coffin and the ancient talismans of the graveyard of gods and devils. After entering, they found many suspicious points. They saw traces of people living here for a long time, and they even saw a golden plume feather. It was left behind by the divine bird they saw 20 years ago. For the next 7 to 8 days, the heroes carefully explored on their own. There were no unforeseen events. The terrain here was very complicated, and no one dared to be careless. A little carelessness could cause them to lose their way. Yi Fan pondered for a long time and gradually comprehended the Tao here. It was because he had obtained the Void Emperor's chessboard transport formation. There were great mysteries hidden within the interweaving formations. Half a month later, Yi Fan could bring Pang Bo, Longma, and the others with large steps. They quickly went deeper and didn't have to worry about encountering Qi Tian, creatures, and the others. Hong Long, heaven overflowing sounds of water could be heard. After entering several hundred li, they saw a majestic silver waterfall that cascaded down from 1,000 zhong tall cliff. Mist pervaded the air below, and the sound of water rumbled like thunder. There was a figure there with his back towards them. He was currently practicing the fist technique. Every fist he released would cause the great Tao to rumble. A bright moon hung high above his head like a divine disk, dazzling and resplendent. This was a valiant man who was currently comprehending the Tao and comprehending his own technique. He had entered a state of selflessness. Brother Haoyue. Pang Bo was stunned, and then he revealed a look of ecstasy. He never thought that he would actually meet Ji Haoyue. Even though his back was facing them, he definitely wouldn't mistake him. Wait. Yi Fan pulled him back and said, Ji Haoyue should be in this forbidden region, but this isn't his true body. What are you talking about? Pang Bo was startled. Look at the deep pool where the waterfall falls. It's strange. This might be the legendary Divine Soul Pool. Yi Fan was on high alert, and his expression was incomparably grave. The spiritual pond had always been mysterious and only existed in legends. It was said that it could copy a person's soul and recreate it. Yi Fan stepped onto the starry sky ancient path. Whenever he arrived at a place, the first thing he did was to collect all types of ancient texts and understand all types of anecdotes from past to present. It was because he discovered that the secrets related to the flying immortals were only occasionally seen in the most ancient secret news. That was why he had read the description of the spiritual pond. The water in the pond was the soul liquid. It did not reflect the surroundings but only the soul. Inside the spiritual pond, the silver liquid flowed like mercury. Then it was the golden liquid, shining brightly. In the end, it was the transparent liquid. It kept changing and flowing. The golden soul, the silver soul, and the strange liquid. This is the composition of the spiritual pond. I can't be wrong, said Yi Fan. He was observing the changes in the pond. The golden liquid, the silver liquid, and the transparent liquid did not appear all the time. They would only appear after a long time. If one was not paying attention, they would be easily ignored. The pond was deep. The silver waterfall from above smashed into the pond, stirring up waves of mist that covered the entire place. Is it dangerous to Brother Haoyue? Asked Pang Bo Yi. Fan said, it's hard to say. This thing is too mysterious. I don't think anyone knows how to use it. I heard that it can recreate a person's soul and make it look real. Someone tried to create a second spiritual soul but failed. Pang Bo sent out a strand of his soul consciousness to get closer. He found that there was a strong force in the pond that was trying to pull his soul consciousness in. Don't get close. There is a saying that the spiritual pond was formed by the souls of countless ancient powerful warriors. They were smelted together and turned into liquid, reminded Yi Fan. Souls can turn into liquid? That's strange. Longma and the others were impressed. This thing could get close, but it required a physical body. Otherwise, a pure soul would be melted immediately and become part of the soul liquid. This also showed the importance of the physical body. The physical body was the shell of a god that protected the soul. Anyone who wanted to become the strongest would need a strong and immortal body. Yi Fan said, these are all left behind by the calamity of longevity. There is an ancient record that states that the soul pool was created by the experts of the mythological era to study the flying celestials and the immortal. Everyone sighed softly. The more they cultivated, the more they felt that the path ahead of them was getting narrower. In the end, the biggest problem that all the supreme geniuses faced was immortality. Almost every great emperor and celestial being had to do their best to become a celestial. This should be a maze set up by Ji Haoyue and the others to protect themselves, deceiving the enemies who entered by mistake. It seems that they sensed the chaos outside. Silence. They quickly stopped talking because someone was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Several beams of divine light pierced through the sky and attacked the figure on the spirit pond. They wanted to subdue him in one fell swoop. If Ji Haoyue was here, there would be a problem because these people were all young supreme geniuses and extremely powerful. The 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan, the gold-eating beast, and a few others had never seen them before. This was because the discovery of the Tree of Life in the mythological ancient region had shaken the galaxy even further away. In the process of searching for the Divine Bridge, more ancient star regions had joined in. It was also at that time that there were more powerful cultivators. Obviously, they wanted to capture Ji Haoyue and force him to tell them what happened in the danger zone. They believed that he might have obtained the divine demon liquid. Everyone attacked together, wanting to succeed in one strike. In the blazing light, 3 3-meter-long golden snakes passed through the body. The others did the same. They hit their target, but it was as if they had hit nothing. These despicable things are so cruel. They wanted to destroy Brother Haoyue's physical body and only left a primordial spirit, Pangbo said in a low voice. One of them cried out miserably. He extended his divine senses to scan all directions, but due to a moment of carelessness, his soul was pulled out and fell from the forehead into the divine soul pool. This was a terrifying scene. This person was a supreme being on an ancient path and was unrivaled in his generation. Yet now, he was so weak. His primordial spirit fell into the pool, turned into liquid, and was smelted within. This was like a copper furnace. Raging flames burned, turning the ice-cold metal body into liquid, destroying its original form. What is going on? The gold-eating beast and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't help but back up. One of them didn't understand what was going on. He mistakenly thought that there was a great enemy spying on them and plotting against them. He used his most powerful divine senses to search, but in the end, he similarly cried out in alarm. His primordial spirit was pulled out. In that instant, his primordial spirit was dissolved and turned into soul liquid. Just like the first person, his name was forever erased from this world. His spirit was destroyed here. Don't use your divine senses. There's something wrong with this pool. It's called the Divine Soul Pool. It was created by those who wanted to become immortals for the sake of longevity. Extraordinary power can be used against it, Golden Snake Lord Master shouted. The Golden Snake bloodline was the descendant of the Flying Serpent, so they knew a lot of stories and secrets. After observing the ancient pool, he immediately made the correct judgment. Everyone backed up, revealing a shocked expression. This Divine Soul Pool is really not bad. It's very useful. It's simply the best place to trap and kill a great enemy, Pangbo said in a low voice. Longma expressed his agreement. How long had it been? 2 of the most powerful young experts of a region had fallen just like that. Yi Fan warned, this kind of thing is difficult to take away. It's seen as an inauspicious thing. Since ancient times, those who took away the Divine Soul Pool ended up being melted inside. None of them had a good ending. The Divine Soul Pool, the Reincarnation Lake, and the Flying Immortal Waterfall were as famous as the Reincarnation Lake. It was recorded in the ancient books that these things were not to be trifled with. They were all related to longevity and were all man-made creations. Yi Fan, Crazy Ol, Li Heishui, Little Nan Nan, and the Black Emperor had seen the Reincarnation Lake when they charged into the sacred cliff. At that time everyone wanted to see it, but they were stopped by Crazy Ol. Now, he saw the Divine Soul Pool again. This made Yi Fan's heart restless. He really wanted to dispel the mystery of the Age of Legends and see what methods those great ancient people used to become immortals. Golden Snake Lordmaster sneered, "This person is very cunning. He only left a soul fluctuation here, and we lost 2 great experts. Don't let me find out. Once we find him, we will destroy his soul," the Metal Eater added. "This place is not bad. We can set it up. Perhaps we can use it to destroy the holy physique of the human race. We can even kill the Grave Flood Dragon and the Golden Toad," Golden Snake Lordmaster said gloomily. The young supreme beings were extremely powerful, but in a situation where the great sage also descended, they could only choose to avoid each other. They didn't dare walk together, or else they might be killed. This was especially true for the Golden Snake Clan's 3 Lordmasters, the Grey Flood Dragon, the Golden Toad, and the others. They were mortal enemies, so they had to be even more careful. "There is a void imprint here, left for a special person. Everyone, help me detain it," Golden Snake Lordmaster said. When these young supreme beings heard this, they all stared blankly. Then, they revealed strange expressions. They all took action, grabbing towards the void together. With a honglong sound, radiance flourished, and an imprint appeared. "Old friend of the Big Dipper, halt. Do not use your divine will." There was only a single sentence, warning them of the dangers here. Golden Snake Lordmaster sneered cruelly and said, "It's the Big Dipper again. It must be an old friend of the human race's holy physique. I will definitely kill him." He personally arranged the martial arts in front of the Divine Soul Lake, replacing Ji Haoyue's position. He left behind a lifelike figure, and then he erased those words. "Mother *Ker, if you want to kill us, then get rid of them first," Longma said fiercely. Yi Fan stopped it. These people weren't good people, and not a single one of them was easy to bully. If they fought a great battle, it would definitely be world-shaking, and it might even attract the great sage. At that time, they would definitely be in danger. In reality, they didn't even have the chance to attack. Golden Snake Lordmaster brought out the Flying Dragon formation diagram and brought everyone away. "Do we need to make some arrangements as well to get rid of bastards like Chi Tian and the Grey Flood Dragon?" the Green Luan asked. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "There's no need. Let's just let these people do what they want. All of the bad debts will be put on them." They had the heaven-deceiving formation patterns, so they could hide in the mountain ridges without worrying about exposing their auras. Even if the great sage passed by, it would be hard for them to detect him. After a short pause, they continued on their way. Hong Long, as soon as they walked out several hundred li, a loud sound rang out from behind them. The mountains collapsed and the earth split. The great sage roared, shattering rivers and mountains. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Someone had really fallen for it, and it was unexpectedly fast. They quickly returned along the path they came from and stood on a towering peak. It was actually the Grey Flood Dragon, and he almost died. His primordial spirit was pulled out. At the crucial moment, he severed himself and cut off a quarter of his primordial spirit to escape. "Flying Dragon, it's time for your bloodline to be wiped out. Don't think I don't know where your ancient star region is," the Grey Flood Dragon roared. I hope this Grey Flood Dragon will be even more powerful in the future and descend upon the Flying Dragon ancient star region," Longma said with schadenfreude. The Grey Flood Dragon remained silent for a long time. In the end, he also left behind a figure and replaced Golden Snake Lordmaster to attract attention. This has become a vicious cycle. Whoever was tricked will want to continue tricking others. "I really don't know who will die because of this," Pang Bo said. They entered deep into this ancient land and saw all kinds of void formation patterns. For others, they might get lost if they didn't have ancestral artifacts and other things. However, for Yi Fan and the others, it wasn't difficult at all. Along the way, they found many clues. They saw traces left behind by people comprehending the Tao, and they even found a few caves that had been inhabited in the past. There's the aura of demonic god elixir here. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. They made a new discovery. In front of a precipice, someone had carved out a stone basin. It was extremely large, and bathing in it was definitely not a problem. There were sparkling drops of demonic god elixir inside. Apart from this, there were also some strands of hair and cracked old skin. This discovery made them suck in a breath of cold air. Someone had shed their mortal body and exchanged their bones here, undergoing a transformation. This was definitely a heaven-defying opportunity. Legend had it that only the undying medicine had this kind of effect. It was just like what happened to Yi Fan and Pangbo back then. They picked divine medicine fruits from the ancient forbidden land and were reborn, recovering their youth. The demonic god elixir is so heaven-defying. They couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Fan activated his Genesis technique, and patterns appeared on the ground. The light flowed through the hair and old skin. He sensed a familiar aura and confirmed the person's identity. Jihaoyue, it's really him. He actually obtained such a heaven-defying opportunity to use the demonic god elixir to refine his soul bone and undergo a rebirth. Yi Fan sighed softly. Sure enough, everyone had their own opportunities. The Eastern Wasteland divine physique had chased after the Void Emperor's ancient coffin and was brought here. He had actually obtained a kind of fortune. Look, there's more here. Longma could be said to be filled with jealousy and hatred. The demonic god elixir hadn't been too far away in the past 20 years, but it just couldn't be obtained. In the end, someone in the danger zone had used it to refine his soul body. This stone basin was even larger, reaching 6 meters in length. There were a few remaining liquid drops, but most of them were golden divine feathers. They were like clusters of burning golden flames. Without a doubt, a divine bird had undergone nirvana here and evolved into an even more powerful body. It shed its former divine feathers and old skin. Not far, they should be nearby, said Pangbo. The group continued forward. Yi Fan used his Genesis technique to survey the terrain and find many valuable clues. 2 days later, Yi Fan used his Genesis technique to find a pool made of stalactite milk in the belly of a mountain. There was demonic god's elixir, as well as hair and old skin inside. Jihaoyu and the others had cultivated here. Moreover, the traces of this place were obvious. It seemed that someone had lived here a few dozen days ago and had just left. The cracked human skin on the ground was sparkling and full of a powerful aura. Arcs of lightning flickered and crackled. It was extremely mystical. This was shocking. The old skin was not crippled at all. Even after several dozen days, it was still full of vitality and divine power. This was enough to prove its owner's strength. Brother Haoyu's cultivation is very strong. He must have entered the Saint King realm long ago. He is a well-known figure here. I think his strength is enough to contend against young supreme beings. Pangbo picked up a piece of sparkling skin and said after looking at it. There is no justice in this world. The Void Emperor's coffin personally opened the way and pulled his descendants to travel through the universe's great treasures and divine lands. Longma could only feel envy and jealousy. The others were also gritting their teeth. During the mythological era, the 9-layer ancient coffin opened the way and pulled the Ji siblings to a treasure land, allowing them to obtain the demonic god's elixir and other things. It was truly shocking. The golden bird feathers were also extraordinary. They were accompanied by bursts of lightning and crackling sounds. It was as if a pile of gold was being struck by lightning. Could it really be that little guy from back then? He has actually grown to this level. It is truly astonishing. Yi Fan stared at these divine feathers and muttered to himself. The feathers shed by this golden divine bird have a strong smell of phoenix blood. The black bear saint sniffed the golden feathers on the ground and said. Rumble, the sounds of fighting came from afar. Several divine elders appeared. It was unknown who was so unlucky to be found by them. Once they encountered them, even the great sage would suffer a tragedy. That was because the spirit treasure celestial beings killing array diagram was unstoppable. If one encountered them, they could only flee as far as possible. If they were even the slightest bit slower, they would die without a doubt. There was a cloud of rubble, accompanied by a bloody light that overflowed into the heavens. It was obvious that someone had suffered a calamity. After the bloody mist dispersed, peace was gradually restored. Yi Fan said, "Most of the great sage and the divine elder are going for the stone coffins, so we won't run into them when we look for the Ji siblings." The Void Great Emperor's ancient coffin was extremely strange. There were Tao patterns all around it, and it seemed to have fused with the void universe. Unless one was a deity, it would be extremely difficult for them to truly enter. They would always get lost in the void. Yi Fan used a Genesis technique to survey the landscape and search for the aura of the fiend god liquid. He used this to track the siblings and the divine bird. More and more clues pointed to his old friend hiding in the depths of the danger zone. He seemed to be using the fiend god elixir to cultivate, and at the most crucial moment, he didn't want to be discovered. At the same time, they also discovered a serious problem. Golden Snake Prince, Gold-Eating Beast, Tian, and other young supremes were also appearing. They might encounter Jizue and the others. If it's not Sangu, then it's Shenlong leading the way. They are the descendants of the primordial fiend gods and are most sensitive to the aura here. It might be very easy for them to search for the fiend god elixir seriously. After determining this situation, Yi Fan couldn't stay calm anymore. He used the Genesis technique to the extreme, making the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains tremble. He followed the aura of the precious liquid and got closer to his old friend. 2 days later, they heard a strange sound. A mountain was shaking, and the formation patterns were spreading like ripples. It was obvious that someone was attacking the Tao Earth. The aura of the fiend god elixir. Yi Fan's expression changed. He rushed forward, his speed fast to the extreme. He crossed the towering mountains and precipitous ridges, arriving at a place where ancient trees flourished. A large black mountain towered there. Not a single blade of grass grew on the mountain. The formation patterns spread out, releasing streak after streak of brilliant multicolored light. The goddess of the god race Shenlong, the stone man Holy Spirit, the copper ant king, and a few others he didn't recognize had barged into this place. They were currently attacking this black mountain, erasing many of the Tao patterns and causing its entire body to crack. This wasn't a place where the corpses of fiend gods were buried, so there naturally weren't any primordial fiend gods' profound mysteries. However, there was a great formation carved on it that merged with the void great cosmos. This is a technique from the void imperial scripture. It is similar to the formation patterns on the chessboard. Yi Fan recognized it with a glance, discovering the profound mysteries within. Even though this great formation was complex and profound, it still couldn't withstand the attacks of many young experts. Cracks began to appear. These people were all sovereigns of their respective regions, kings on their respective ancient paths. It should be laid down by the Ji siblings. Could it be that they are inside the mountain? Rubble flew into the clouds, and smoke and dust rushed into the heavens. This mountain was struck until it split into pieces. The formation patterns were finally completely erased, and the mountain collapsed with a rumbling sound. The stone man, Shenlong, the copper ant king, and the others, which one of them was a bandit? All of them were exceptional figures of the younger generation. If they weren't holy spirits, then they were from the god race. They were supreme deities, and few could contend against them. When they joined hands, it was naturally world-shocking. Perhaps even the great sage would frown. After all, this was a group of people, and not just one or two. In the future, the world would be theirs. Rumble, the black mountain collapsed. Yi Fan felt a familiar aura. He walked out from the darkness, and his entire body emitted golden blood energy. With every movement, it was as if he was moving the sun, moon, and stars. He was like an ancient divine lord. He stopped everyone, fearing that the old friends inside the mountain would be injured. "It's you. You dare block our way." The stone man and Yi Fan had a grudge. Everyone in the younger generation knew about this. Ever since they entered the ancient legend domain, there had been more than one conflict. The main reason was naturally because Yi Fan had killed a holy spirit in the past, and his body was cursed. Even though the cursed divine ring was slowly being erased, the holy spirit race could still sense it. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He didn't reply to his words, and instead swept his gaze over everyone, looking down on the world. In this place, there were all kinds of divine and demonic essence buried underground. He could use origin techniques, and even if the experts surrounded him, he had no fear. He wasn't afraid of a group battle. Moreover, there weren't as many people as he had imagined. There were only 8 or 9 of them. If the Ji family siblings were here, along with Pang Bo, Longma, and the others, they would be able to dominate this group of enemies. Yi Fan, I've always hoped that you would join my race. Have you considered it? Why are you blocking our way now? Shenlong asked. Her body was sparkling, and she was enveloped by the divine ring. She was dazzling, and she truly resembled a goddess. There are my old friends inside the mountain, and I don't want anything to happen to them. Yi Fan calmly spoke. Hand over your life. After searching for you for 20 years, I couldn't find you. Today, I'll send you on your way. The golem was the first to rush over. This race was synonymous with being unrivaled. There were truly few who could match them within the same cultivation level. Wing Long. Yi Fan brandished his fists. His left hand was a tiger, and his right a dragon. The roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger were deafening. These were 2 immortal spirits of the 4 divine beasts, and they were transformed into his fists. The might of the dragon and tiger contending for supremacy was displayed, suppressing all 4 directions. Under the dazzling brilliance, his fist collided with the palm of the Holy Spirit. They directly collided head-on, and the shockwaves sent the young supreme experts flying. In the present age, who dared to compare the toughness of the body with the Holy Spirit? Perhaps only the human race with the Holy Spirit physique could directly clash head-on like this. The Holy Spirit was immortal, and its body was tough. It was difficult to break through, but at this time, the golem released a muffled groan. Its right fist cracked, and blood splashed everywhere. Then, with a pu sound, its entire arm exploded. This was a type of great power. It wasn't that such a powerful Holy King-level golem couldn't even block a single move from Yi Fan, but rather that both of them had used their wild power to the extreme, and victory or defeat could be decided in 3 to 5 moves. This was a collision of bodies, a confrontation of the great Tao. Life and death were decided in an instant. The others were shocked. The Holy Spirit that reigned supreme over the world with its body was actually not the enemy's Holy Spirit physique. This made them feel extremely powerless. After not seeing him for 20 years, Yi Fan's blood and chi had become even more boundless and boundless. He was simply unrivaled under the heavens. Yi Fan pressed forward, wanting to kill the Holy Spirit and take its head. However, at this time, the others also made their moves. After all, they were working together to fight against a common enemy. Hong. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He didn't exchange blows with so many people, and instead directly used his Genesis technique, shifting the mountains and rivers and making the sun and moon dim. Not good, retreat. Someone shouted loudly, seeing some clues. This place became unfathomable. All of the mountains and rivers seemed to respect Yi Fan, placing him in the most advantageous terrain. Formation patterns appeared. Pooh, in the end, there was still someone who was a step too slow. Yi Fan took action, smashing forward murderously. 3 punches were released in succession, blasting that person apart, turning him into a bloody mist. Hong. At the same time, he chased after the golem again, shattering its other arm. Holy Spirit blood scattered everywhere, creating a ghastly sight. At the crucial moment, the Copper Ant King took action, assisting him, allowing the golem to escape disaster. His face was ashen, his expression overcast to the extreme. He retreated to the back. If you want to live in the future, don't appear in front of me, and even more so don't compete with me. Yi Fan ridiculed. The golem was furious. He clenched his fists, but in the end, he endured it, not moving forward. After all these years, who could make him feel so sullen? His past opponent seemed to have left him in the dust. This made him resentful, but at the same time, he felt a sense of powerlessness. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but rather that the other party was too powerful. As a golem, he was blessed by heaven and earth, possessing all types of extraordinary methods and divine abilities. He was unmatched in a region, yet he couldn't kill the human race's holy body. Brother Yi, aren't you a bit too overbearing? The god race's holy daughter Shenlan, who had been watching coldly from the side all this time, spoke. Her face revealed an unhappy expression, preparing to take action. What I said is the truth. There really is an old friend of mine in the mountain. Yi Fan replied. Nonsense, you clearly want to seize the divine devil elixir. The others naturally didn't believe him, but they didn't cower back. They all looked at him with cold eyes. Suddenly, a heaven-overflowing fluctuation appeared, spreading out from the shattered black mountain. Many rocks and other things were blasted to pieces. A resplendent cocoon appeared, releasing precious splendor. Someone underwent rebirth, undergoing a complete transformation. Now, they emerged from isolation. In addition, in the same place, there was a chessboard transport formation. This cocoon wanted to escape, but it seemed to have sensed something. It violently trembled, rushing towards Yi Fan. This is a cocoon formed from the divine devil elixir. Someone absorbed the essence within. The archaic divine devil Great Tao's fragments have been dissolved in the precious liquid, the same as many ancient inheritances being melted into a furnace. This is a type of heaven-defying natural luck. The god race, Holy Spirit, and other powerful bloodlines were all shocked and envious. They truly wished they were trapped in the cocoon. Gotcha! Cracks appeared on the cocoon one after another. Auspicious energy surged, multicolored light thousands of streaks, and immortal energy tens of thousands of strands appeared. The one inside was about to emerge. It was clear that he recognized Yi Fan, or else he wouldn't be so at ease, breaking out from the cocoon at his side. The resplendent cocoon seemed to be carved from immortal stones of the absolute beginning. It was sparkling and translucent, immortal mist enshrouding it. It released 1,000 streaks of auspicious light and 10,000 strands of divine multicolored light. It was brilliant and dazzling, essence energy like a dragon as it rushed into the heavens. It was extremely at ease, stopping at Yi Fan's side and suspending in midair. It flowed with brilliant colors and surged with immortal energy. It was accompanied by the resonance of the great Tao, as if an immortal song was being played. Gotcha! The cocoon was densely packed with cracks. More and more cracks appeared, and finally, a piece fell off. A holy and divine aura rushed out, auspicious and dazzling. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others were all shaken. They became even more cautious, scanning their surroundings to prevent the young experts from launching a sneak attack. The transformation of the person in the cocoon had reached a critical moment and couldn't be interrupted. Pop! A light sound rang out. Another piece fell off from the cocoon. Immediately, a sweet fragrance overflowed. Auspicious colors and immortal mist filled the air, divine light covering the sun. The piece that fell off just happened to be facing the eyes of the person in the cocoon. They opened at this time, pure like crystals, sparkling and translucent, full of spiritual essence. Anyone who saw this couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Beautiful, this pair of eyes possessed a type of spirituality. The pupils were like flawless black gems, making one feel as if they were close to the Tao with a single glance. They were pure and natural, a type of beauty that couldn't be disguised. Hong Long, several people attacked, wanting to interrupt this transformation. Among them, the Copper Ant King was also closing in. His entire body was bronze in color, giving off a powerful feeling, as if he could shake down the 9 heavens. The beams of light in Yi Fan's eyes shot out like 2 sharp swords. At this time, he would definitely use his most powerful methods to suppress and kill anyone who dared to disturb him. His entire body burned with raging golden flames. Yi Fan took a step forward. The entire mountain and river trembled. Origin techniques, Battle Saint technique, Army character formula, and other techniques were activated at the same time. His fists moved, like a dragon and tiger fighting for supremacy, the world about to collapse. He turned into a specter and rushed out, fast to the extreme, making it impossible to defend against. This was the evolution of the Rho character formula. Pooh! One of them was directly blasted apart by him, turning into a bloody mist, body and soul destroyed. This was Yi Fan's most powerful attack, containing his entire body's essence energy. His avatar, true body, secret techniques, and Tao techniques were all displayed, merging into a furnace as he ferociously attacked. Puff, he rushed over, and then a second person was smashed to pieces. Bone fragments flew everywhere, blood dripping everywhere, dyeing the sky and mountain region red. This scene stunned everyone. They knew that although it was only 2 strikes, it was like a world-shaking battle. Yifan's entire body's essence blood and Yuanshan's boiling saint power. It wasn't that the 2 who died weren't strong enough. It was just that what should have been an intense battle had been compressed into a direct collision, deciding life and death in a single strike. The human race's saint physique was going all out to kill everything in his path. This made everyone fearful. These people all backed up, a few of them directly coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. This was the result of being suppressed by an unmatched great power. Before they were even struck, they were already injured. It was clear that they weren't truly fighting. After all, the battle between the Holy Spirit and Yifan was something that everyone could see. The people here only wanted to create new problems, not wishing for the one in the cocoon to smoothly transform. However, who would have thought that Yifan's reaction would be so intense, immediately fighting a life and death struggle? He didn't hesitate to exhaust his source to wipe out all enemies that dared to approach. I want to see which one of you dares to move. If anyone dares to attack now, I will wipe out their entire clan in the future. Yifan shouted. Correct. Whoever dares move, this old one will pay a visit to their ancient star domain in the future and wipe out their entire clan. Even a little mouse that doesn't open its eyes will fall to its death. Pangbo also spoke fiercely, intimidating everyone. If it really is Brother Ye's old friend, then what harm is there in waiting a bit? The god race's heavenly daughter Shenlan said. She didn't want to kill the one who obtained the divine demonic elixir, because this type of precious elixir contained great Tao fragments. It was equivalent to an archaic demonic god's inheritance. If possible, she hoped to win this person over and have him join the god race. Pop. Another piece of the cocoon fell off, revealing a sparkling and translucent mouth. Everyone's expressions became sluggish. This was especially the case for Shenlan, Stone Being, Copper Ant King, and the other young supreme beings. They were all stupefied. This was different from what they had expected. How could such beautiful eyes have this kind of mouth, Jiao? Murmurs sounded from within the cocoon. Waves of sweet fragrance wafted over, as if a child had seen its loved ones. It was full of joy as it rubbed against Yifan's body. In the end, the cocoon split into pieces, all of the fragments falling off. It was resplendent and dazzling, as if a golden immortal flame was burning, illuminating this place. This was unexpectedly a golden divine bird. Shenlan, Stone Being, and the others were all stupefied. They originally thought that an exceptional beauty was going to appear, but who would have expected it to be a bird? The difference from what they had expected was too great. It really is a bird? Longma, Black Bear Saint, and the others watched anxiously. They all thought that a woman was going to appear, never expecting it to be an extraordinary divine bird. Its entire body was brilliant, reaching a zhang in length. It was covered in golden feathers, extremely beautiful. It was like an expanse of multicolored clouds, but also like a flame, full of spiritual essence. Its shape was like a phoenix, not divided into 5 colors, but rather a single noble golden color. Its plume feathers were extremely long, similar to its body, a zhang in length, bright and resplendent. Its eyes were like black gemstones, the other parts sparkling and translucent, as if they were cast from gold. This was a lightning phoenix, a rare species since the ancient times, possibly the only one in the present world. It had the bloodline of an ancient phoenix, so there was no need to say more about this type of scene. Everyone could see that it might become close to a divine phoenix in the future. The higher the cultivation realm, the more thorough its bloodline's revival would be. I never expected you to still remember me after all these years. Yifan rubbed its head, unable to help but sigh with emotion. This is a divine bird. The divine race heavenly lady revealed a serious expression from the distance. The others were all silent. This type of bloodline was already heaven-defying to begin with, and together with the divine demonic liquid's help, it became even more extraordinary, perhaps even approaching the phoenix bloodline ancestors. So what if your bloodline is powerful? On the true battlefield, none of this counts for anything. If your strength isn't enough, you will still be suppressed and killed by others, the golem said coldly. Are you talking about yourself? If you aren't convinced, then come over. I'll continue to blast you apart with a single fist. Yi Fan ridiculed. His expression was cold, carrying a cruel killing intent. The golem wanted to say something, but he couldn't retort. The true battle accomplishments were laid out before him, so saying anything more would only bring humiliation upon himself. Jiao. The lightning phoenix muttered, using its head to rub against Yi Fan, as if it was a child that saw an adult. However, its true strength wasn't weaker than everyone here at all. It was extremely powerful, making everyone feel restraining fear. Yi Fan didn't feel any shock towards this, because he clearly understood its origins. Lightning phoenixes were hard to find since ancient times. As long as it grew up normally, it would inevitably become a demonic saint, let alone the fact that this divine bird's starting point was so high. Back then, before it was even born, it already obtained its parents' gift. The old lightning phoenix was injured and transformed into the Tao, infusing a world's Tao foundation into the golden egg, almost giving it the starting point of a Tao-severing king. Of course, this wasn't the greatest natural luck, because there was another type of opportunity that could be said to be heaven-defying. No fiend race or ancient beasts could compare to it, that was, it obtained the demonic god flower. What kind of thing was this? This was a type of heaven-defying divine root. For a young fiend race, there was nothing more precious than it. It could be used to forge an undying Tao foundation. Back then, even the Black Emperor had sighed, willing to borrow another 100,000 years from the heavens, returning to his childhood to eat this flower. One could see just how precious it was. The demonic god flower contained the world's most fundamental Tao force, possessing the most powerful spirituality. It was an unmatched divine object in the eyes of fiend race and ancient beasts, something they would go crazy over. For mature great fiends, it wasn't that useful, but its wondrous use laid in nurturing young fiend race spirits, purifying their bloodlines, spirituality, roots, and other things, changing heaven and earth. Legend had it that both Fiend Emperor Shui Wuqing and the ancient Azure Emperor had consumed the demonic god flower. It was an immortal great medicine for peerless roots to build a foundation. There were 3 kinds of flowers in the world that were the rarest: the demonic god flower, the Tao amalgamation flower, and the god flower. In the past, the divine crocodile and malicious spirit of Mars' ancient star were at the Big Dipper prominent sect, implicating Lu Yunji, Lin Jia, and the others. In order to find the truth, Yi Fan went all the way to the immortal Ascension Valley. As soon as the lightning phoenix came out of its shell, it was placed at the root of the demonic god flower by Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, and the others. It could be said that it was a great fortune that defied the heavens. This made the Black Emperor, who had lived for thousands of years, say that he was still young and wanted to experience the divine might of this flower. Back then, the lightning phoenix was still a tiny thing, only the size of a fist, covered in fur. Now, it was so beautiful, causing Yi Fan to sigh at how time flowed like water. What about Ziyue? Where is brother Haoyue? Yi Fan asked. Haoyue is in seclusion. Ziyue might be in danger. The lightning phoenix had a pure heart and a tender voice. Its black gem-like eyes blinked with anxiety. Recently, many powerful figures had entered the depths of the danger zone. Ji Ziyue and the others were in the critical period of transformation, so they could only retreat continuously. However, the people in the outside world followed them all the way in order to obtain the divine demonic elixir. Qiao, quickly find Ziyue. She came out of seclusion first. With so many enemies, she definitely won't be able to deal with them. The lightning phoenix's voice was clear and had a trace of the tender voice of a little girl. She used her beak to nibble at the corner of Yi Fan's clothes and led the way. Ji Ziyue had run out in advance before her seclusion was truly complete. She sealed her brother and the lightning phoenix in different mountains and went to attract the enemies herself. No one knew how she was doing now. Yi Fan's heart immediately sank. He followed closely behind. Pang Bo, Longma, and the others also didn't say a word and rushed forward. They knew that the situation was critical. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The stone man shouted. With a boom, he activated a formation and blocked the path ahead, preventing them from helping. Are you tired of living? Yi Fan was furious. This was the first time he was so furious. There was no time to waste. This sacred spirit actually blocked his path at this critical moment. There was no need to say more about its malicious intentions. Everyone, we have already formed enmity with him today. In the future, we will not rest until one of us is dead. What else is there to worry about? Use all your means to make him stay. The sacred spirit said coldly. It wanted to block Yifan's path and prevent him from helping, leaving him with great hatred. Some people were eager to try, while others were silent. Those who block me shall die. Yifan was furious. His Genesis technique was superb. With a flick of his hand, dozens of golden formations appeared and directly disintegrated the killing formation set up by the sacred spirit. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The sacred spirit's expression changed drastically. Without saying a word, he was the first to flee. He was the one who suggested to join forces just now, but in the end, he was the first to flee. The others cursed in their hearts. This was too much of a scum. His heart was very evil. In order to take revenge, he dragged everyone down with him, but in the end, he had no backbone at all. The sacred spirit only had one thought, and that was to not die. The current Yifan couldn't be contended against head-on and was almost invincible. The stone man knew that in a battle of the same level, he would undoubtedly die, so he fled. Boom! Yifan's true body shattered the blue dome of heaven. His palm and fingers were like a large golden millstone as they slammed out. The palm of light landed on the sacred spirit's back, and with a pu sound, the area below his chest was smashed into mush. Blood splashed everywhere. He wanted to give chase, but he was afraid that if he delayed too long, Xianxia would be in danger. He turned around and left, letting the lightning phoenix lead the way. The mountains and rivers receded as they quickly approached an ancient land. In the depths of this dangerous land, the mountains and rivers were magnificent. Many ancient lands had pleasant sceneries, and were extremely suitable for cultivation. However, no one had been able to enter in the past. This was a group of lakes. Every lake was not very large, and they were all adjacent to each other. They were like sparkling pearls that adorned the earth. On the shore, there were all kinds of fine trees and divine vines that were overflowing with color and flourishing. This was a rare land of treasures. The little guy was also the lightning phoenix. His entire body blossomed with golden multicolored light as he flew, bringing them here to search for Xianxia's whereabouts. Brother Haoyue is truly unkind. Is there an elder brother like this? Letting his younger sister take risks outside while he secluded himself in cultivation. Pangbo muttered in dissatisfaction. While Haoyue and I were in seclusion, Xiyu sealed us in different mountains. We only discovered it after we awakened from our cocoons, but it was already too late. The little guy explained. Yifan was even more worried. Although it was only for a short period of time, Xiyu might encounter great enemies. Heaven-swallowing beast, golden snake prince, Sangu. Even the gray flood dragon and Chi Tian. Each one was more terrifying than the last. The lake was tranquil, and it reflected the green mountains and clear waters. There were also all kinds of fine trees and ancient vines, making this place seem like a paradise for an immortal. The little guy had the psychic precious jade that Xianxia left behind on him, so they could sense each other. At this time, he revealed an excited expression and said, "Sister Xiyu is nearby. She shouldn't be in danger." All right. Yifan only said one word, and let him continue to sense and search. Over there, I can sense it. The little guy's golden feathers were beautiful as he streaked across the sky and flew forward, leading everyone closer to a mountain peak. Between these lakes, there would occasionally be a few towering mountain peaks that separated the lakes, making it seem even more beautiful than a fairyland. There's someone. Yifan let everyone stop. He hid among the ancient trees in front of the lakes and looked towards that mountain peak. He cultivated a Genesis technique that connected heaven and earth, so he could sense the scenery of the earth ahead of time. Not good, it's Xiyu. She's surrounded. Pangbo shouted. Although they were quite far away, they could still clearly see that a purple-clothed girl was fluttering about. She was surrounded by a group of people, but she did not seem to be panicking and was loudly saying something. Longma said carelessly, "What's there to argue with evil people? Just kill them and break out of the encirclement. This little girl is too naive." Fortunately, we came. Otherwise, she would have been eaten alive. Yifan glared at it. Longma muttered resentfully. Talking about domineering, there was nothing more to say to the enemy. Without a doubt, those were some young supreme beings, 8 or 9 of them in total. Even from far away, one could still sense how powerful they were, because when they opened their heavenly eyes, they could see that there was dragon-shaped blood energy rushing into the heavens from the crown of their heads, flourishing to the extreme. These people reigned supreme in their respective regions, rarely encountering opponents on their respective ancient paths. It's just 9 people. If not every one of them is as valiant as the tyrant king, we can finish them off in one battle. Pangbo said, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Ziyue has been surrounded. I'll sneak over first and stand by her side. Otherwise, these people might become ruthless and harm her first, said Yifan. They quickly closed in, using the heaven-deceiving formation as cover. Yifan in particular used the celestial quartz secret killing techniques. Even though these techniques were not very suitable for him and were not his Dao, he still forcefully activated them today. Something's wrong. Those people don't seem to be attacking Sister Ziyue. The little guy stopped and blinked his large black gem-like eyes, revealing a doubtful expression. Although he was simple, he was very meticulous. After noticing this abnormality, he looked towards Yifan and the others, seeking their opinion. There really is something wrong. Why do I feel like those people don't seem to be making things difficult for Ziyue? They seem more like a group. Pangbo also nodded. Yifan stared blankly. Out of concern, he was in a mess. Now that he calmed down and looked into the distance, he discovered that this was indeed a strange group. Those people seemed to be surrounding Ziyue at the center. I think it's like, that girl is their leader. Have these people eaten too much? Longma also muttered. In any case, they were relieved because Ziyue was not in any danger. Like this, they were no longer in a hurry to approach and observed from the shadows. Strange, what's going on? They carefully approached, and after carefully observing, they discovered that these people really did not pose any danger. When they were within 100 li, they could clearly see those people even without opening their heavenly eyes. They did not recognize most of them. They were all experts from the other side, and each of them had their own methods and divine abilities. None of them could be underestimated. Ziyue's purple clothes fluttered in the wind. Her black eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were full of intelligence. When the corners of her mouth curled up, she revealed her sparkling cute little canine teeth, appearing extremely lively. Her watery eyes flashed with intelligence from time to time, and there was a kind of craftiness and quick-wittedness. She smiled very brightly, and there were small dimples on her face, making her look even more mischievous and refined. Her figure was graceful and elegant, and there was a kind of extraordinary spirituality about her. She took light steps, and her beautiful hair danced in the wind. There was always a kind of confidence and smile on her white oval face, which could easily infect others. It's been so many years. I haven't seen them for about 100 years. Yifan muttered to himself, lost in thought. Pangbo nodded and said, time is like water, passing in a hurry. If we didn't step onto this path of cultivation, I'm afraid we would have long ceased to exist in this world. Less than 100 li later, they concealed themselves. Not only could they see the expressions of those young supreme beings, they could also clearly hear their words. Ziyue waved her small sparkling fist, as if to emphasize her tone, and said, advance, we will definitely obtain the divine demonic elixir. As the strongest of a region, who can stop us if we join hands? In the dark, Yifan, Pangbo, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Why did this feel so strange? Didn't she obtain the divine demonic elixir a long time ago? That's right, we crossed domains to come here, and we were all once sovereigns of a region. With so many of us joining hands, we can easily suppress a few insignificant enemies, said a young man. He was tall and majestic, and he had golden hair. He was arrogant and unruly, and his eyes were incomparably sharp. This is a powerhouse cultivated by an ancient golden pone. It will be difficult to find an opponent in the Saint King realm, said the Black Bear Saint, revealing a dignified expression. The 8 or 9 people on the other side were very unfamiliar. Every one of them was extremely powerful, and they were all rare supreme beings of different races. It's just a trifling divine body. Even if a true god race venerable king comes, he will be suppressed and killed all the same, said another white-haired powerhouse. His eyes were cold, and there was a kind of cruelty in them. He was an ancient silver wolf that cultivated into a human form. He was known to have the heavenly wolf ancient blood and was extremely powerful. Brother Heavenly Wolf, it's better to speak less subtlety. If there really is a god race here, it won't be good for us to make enemies for no reason, said another person. Could it be that I'm afraid of her? My heavenly wolf race doesn't fear any race. Only a battle will determine who is strong and who is weak, said the heavenly wolf race powerhouse coldly. Everyone, what is there to fight about? Save your energy to suppress that divine body. Obtaining the demonic god liquid is the most important thing, said Jizue. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing her snow-white canine teeth that flickered with sparkling luster. She was mischievous and had a kind of affinity. Miss Ziyue is right. Let's go suppress that divine body first. Obtaining the demonic god liquid is the most important thing. Let's put everything else aside first, the others agreed. It was very clear that Jizue had a kind of transcendent status among them. This kind of intelligent and lively girl would attract attention no matter where she went. Even the young supreme beings were no exception. Their eyes were at the top because they had reached the peak on their respective ancient paths. Now that they met Jizue, they saw that she was stronger than them and not weaker. Moreover, she was as beautiful as a fairy and as lively as a fairy. Naturally, they had a good impression of her and hoped to get close to her. What is this girl trying to do? Could it be that she really wants to suppress her brother and seize Brother Haoyue's demonic god liquid? Pangbo was dumbfounded, a little confused. Yifan also felt that it was very strange. What was Jizue doing? Why was she together with the enemy? It was impossible for her to deal with her brother. Everyone, you must be careful. This is the graveyard of gods and demons. That divine body obtained the demonic god liquid, which contains fragments of the great Tao of primordial gods and demons. It is equivalent to obtaining a supreme inheritance. The most terrifying thing is that it is compatible with his divine blood. As long as he comes out of seclusion, he will definitely be extremely terrifying. Don't be careless. A young expert was very cautious. Jizue waved her hand. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons. She giggled and said unconcernedly, "Don't worry, I will suppress him when the time comes. Back then in our Gauchan ancient star region, it's not like I haven't fought the god race before. I personally captured one and made him my coachman. It's a pity that I didn't bring him along." Jizue was bragging. This made Yifan and the others a little stunned. Then, they wanted to laugh. I know, Little Moon is tricking this group of people. A thief crying thief and mixing into this group of enemies. Pangbo came to a sudden realization. That's right. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jizue was really audacious. He didn't know what methods she used to obtain the trust of this group of people. Moreover, they were all following her lead. This girl is really bad. She really knows how to trick people. Leading a group of enemies to attack her? I think she will definitely clash with another group of people in the end. Longma muttered and cursed silently. He took back his previous comment on Jizue. There are a few groups that we need to pay attention to. Jinshi Langjun has the flying snake array diagram. It's very terrifying. The human race's sacred physique seems to be here too. It's said that he's invincible in close combat. Also, Gu Jinping introduced some of the powerful opponents he had seen and heard of on the other side. These people were all very conceited. Some listened attentively while others were naturally disdainful. They hoped to see the so-called few terrifying groups fight. Jizue ground her shiny little canine teeth and waved her little fist. She said fiercely, "The human race's sacred physique is mine. I will personally suppress him and beat him until he cries." In the distance, Yifan touched his chin and was speechless. The others all laughed. They found it very interesting to watch Jizue brag in the dark. There's no need for Miss Ziyue to do anything. I'll capture him for you. The white-haired youth from the Sky Wolf race said coldly. The others echoed and said that they wanted to suppress the human race's sacred physique. There's no need. My greatest wish is to fight with the strongest bloodlines, especially the human race's sacred physique. I plan to suppress him personally and let him take over the position of my former coachman. Jizue waved her little fist. Although she wanted to make a ferocious appearance, her big eyes and dimples appeared on her face. She didn't look ferocious at all. On the contrary, she had a different kind of beauty. She looked very cute and mischievous. This made the other young supremes feel relaxed and happy. Although they felt that she was bragging, they felt very comfortable. They felt that this little girl was different and they really wanted to be with her. Jizue was bragging. This made Jifan and Pangbo speechless. What they saw overturned their previous understanding of her. They couldn't help but want to laugh after secretly observing her. Of course, when they thought of her weird appearance in the past, they were relieved. This was nothing out of the ordinary. According to her character, it wasn't too much or strange. Mist rose from the mountain peak as if it was surrounded by celestial chi. It was reflected in the lakes. It was a pure land that made one's heart feel peaceful. Let's go find the demonic elixir and capture the divine king alive. We'll suppress the human race's divine physique and defeat them all. Jizue waved her fist as if she was boosting the morale. She led the way in high spirits. Yifan, Pangbo, Longma, and the rest looked at each other. It wasn't good for them to appear now. It was more suitable for this girl to lead the enemy into battle. Jihaoyue was in the middle of transforming and needed time. She couldn't be disturbed. Let her stall for time. We'll follow from afar and protect her. Pangbo said. Yifan nodded in agreement. The group followed behind silently. It had to be said that Jizue's team was very strong. No matter where they went, they would shock the world. These 8 or 9 people all had extremely high talents and bloodlines. There was no need to talk about the golden rock. With a spread of its wings, it could soar 90,000 miles into the sky. It was enough to split the sky and collapse the universe. It was a very strong race. The celestial wolf had endless legends. It had once produced an unparalleled expert. The celestial wolf howled at the moon, collapsing the galaxy. Once they started fighting, they would be bathed in blood and rarely had a match. The nine-eyed jade toad was a primordial variant that was rarely seen since ancient times. It was said that it was the descendant of the 3-legged golden toad and the jade qilin. It had been extinct for millions of years. Who would have thought that it would reappear in the world today? It was the strongest among this group of people. As for the others like the mountain-carrying tortoise, green-blooded people, and sky-splitting beasts, they were all equally strong. These races were famous in the universe and had the bloodline of a region's ruler. Their spiritual senses were very sharp. Even powerful people like Yifan, Pangbo, and Longma would be sensed if they were not careful. Fortunately, they had the heaven-deceiving formation. The ancient golden pung, heavenly wolf, nine-eyed blue toad, mountain-carrying tortoise, and the others all had powerful magical force, blood energy exuberant. Wherever they passed, all creatures would retreat, surging like an ocean, vast and immeasurable. I can sense the aura of the divine demonic liquid. The divine body is most likely up ahead. Jizue said solemnly with a serious expression. Her footsteps were light as she got everyone to prepare for battle. This was a valley with a spacious terrain, and there was a clear spiritual lake within it. There were verdant and luxuriant precious trees, fresh flowers, fallen petals in profusion, and flowing rays of light, causing it to seem extremely divine and auspicious. We were a step too late. His divine body has already left. There are traces left behind when he was comprehending the Tao here. The green-blooded man sighed. His skin was dark green, and his limbs were like vines. Yifan, Pangbo, and the others could see it clearly. They had also been to this place before. It was a cultivation ground that Jihaoyue had long since abandoned. But now, it could lure everyone here to waste time and make them feel like they had gained something. There was the remnant of the divine demonic liquid here. Of course, the essence energy had long been exhausted, and the fragments of the great Tao had also been extracted, so there was no value left. Miss Ziyue is indeed extraordinary. As expected of a Yuan spirit body, she is the most sensitive to the aura of the world's origin. She can even discover it from so far away. This is a good start. We will definitely be able to find the divine body and seize the precious liquid, said the sky-splitting beast. What a pity. Let's continue searching. Jiziyue waved her hand and began to lead the way again. In the dark, Lama muttered, "This girl looks harmless now. I think she will definitely lead this group of people into the fire pit in the end." I'm happy to see that. Wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble? Pangbo laughed. Suddenly, a shout came from ahead, accompanied by the roar of a beast. Jiziyue and the others encountered another group of experts, and it seemed like there was going to be a fierce battle. Everyone, we are all here for the divine demonic liquid. Why must we kill each other now? Why don't we work together and attack when we face the real enemy? Jiziyue went forward and said. There were a few humanoid figures, and all of them had extraordinary magic power. The leader was an expert with a dragon head and a human body. His entire body was glowing, and behind him were 3 experts who also had extraordinary appearances. This race? Yi Fan was shocked. This was the same bloodline as the royal family of the nest of 10,000 dragons of the Big Dipper. It was definitely a powerful race. He looked carefully and did not find the dragon lady of the nest of 10,000 dragons. His eyes flashed, and he felt that things might not be so simple. Perhaps it would be very troublesome in the future. Yi, is there anything wrong? Pangbo asked. I found someone to destroy the nest of 10,000 dragons. Their dragon lady brought her people across the star field and returned to the ancestral planet. Since they have appeared, I'm worried that the dragon lady will come with the ancient imperial weapon. Yi Fan frowned. When Pangbo heard that the old man had roasted and eaten the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons, he was stunned. This was a huge grudge, especially since Yi Fan had led the way. At the front, Jiziyue persuaded the 4 to join them. Obviously, these people were afraid. There were 8 or 9 people on the other side, and each of them was very strong. They did not want to fight to the death, so they nodded and agreed. This battle was avoided, and the group grew a bit stronger. Pangbo and the others glanced at each other, not knowing what to say. A thief crying thief. How were they going to clean up the mess after roping in such a group? Yi Fan said. Ziyue is an origin spirit body and has affinity with the law. The essence of heaven and earth is for her to use, and she can control the most original things. She can replenish the divine power of these people, so everyone is naturally willing to join her. She can imperceptibly keep everyone's strength at the peak. Whether it was her amiable and lively nature, or the role she could play, she had an important position in the group, and they all vaguely looked to her for guidance. A figure flashed, and a powerful and terrifying figure appeared. He was enveloped in a resplendent divine halo, like a celestial emperor descending to the world. There was a terrifying aura that made people feel apprehensive. Ditian appeared in the distance. Just now, he had seen Jiziyue invite the 4 foreign races to join them. He saw that they had the advantage in numbers and was a terrifying group. He wanted to borrow the strength of this group. With a brilliant smile, he said, "Everyone, I'm Ditian of the human race, and I'm also willing to join you." This person looked around and took the initiative to join us. He doesn't seem like a good person and might have evil intentions. I suggest suppressing him, Jiziyue said straightforwardly. There's only one person. So what if we kill him? We can reduce some competitors in case there isn't enough demonic elixir to go around, the silver-haired celestial wolf expert said coldly. Seconded. The others nodded. They did not want the group to grow any stronger. Kill. A large expanse of brilliance appeared like dozens of immortal phoenixes flying across the sky. Resplendent divine chains of order interweaved like phoenix feathers, tearing apart the vast sky. More than 10 people suppressed Ditian together. Ditian was astonished. He was invited to join them when they were enemies, and he appeared to be more amiable. In the end, he attracted an earth-shattering light of slaughter. It truly infuriated him. Now was not the time to argue. So many young supreme beings were attacking him. If he delayed any longer, he might be in danger of dying. He turned and left. Leave him behind. Gu Jinpeng and the others excelled in speed among the young supreme beings. They immediately chased after him, slaughtering Di Tian and blocking his path. The people behind them attacked fiercely. The pitiful Di Tian was originally a supreme expert of a generation. Ever since he made his debut, he had only suffered at the hands of Azure Emperor during Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation. However, that wasn't shameful. After all, he was an ancient great emperor. However, now, he was being chased and beaten. He was in a sorry state, fighting until his entire body was covered in blood. He fled into the distance. More than 10 people took action together. Divine force overflowed into the heavens, as if a forbidden divine sea was boiling. They swept through everything in their way. With a pu sound, Di Tian coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He had already retreated, but Gu Jinpeng kept him busy. In the end, he was held up by everyone's divine force whirlpools and almost shattered. Fury surged in Di Tian's heart. He quickly retreated. There was no way he could fight head-on. No matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could win against more than 10 young supreme beings. If he was just a step slower, he might be torn apart. It was a pity that Di Tian was being chased by others. This was something that hadn't happened in many years. He was bathed in blood and fought with his life on the line to escape into the depths of the mountain range. He was extremely indignant. Others were invited to join, yet he was given the cold shoulder when he took the initiative. If he was just a bit slower, he might have been killed here. I'm thinking that Ziyue might have learned some information about the situation on the ancient path from the people around her. It's clear that she's helping us take care of Di Tian, Peng Bo said with schadenfreude. Di Tian was definitely a dangerous character and had to be guarded against. If he also joined Ziyue's group, there might be some accidents that would happen to this group. Yi Fan also laughed. How powerful was Di Tian? Today, he was being chased by others and suffered like this. He was probably about to vomit blood from anger. Half a day later, another unlucky person was encountered by Ziyue's group. It was precisely the great demonic god. He was alone and being chased by a group of people. Naturally, he didn't have any temper. The great demonic god had a belly full of anger. His body was covered in blood and he was seriously injured. He simply couldn't bear it anymore. He had always been the one torturing and killing others. He had once destroyed a life star and walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But today, he was being chased and chased. Although his lungs were about to explode, he was still chased away by the group. This made him stifle his anger. It was truly an undeserved calamity. He was almost hunted down and slaughtered for no reason. He was very strong, but he could only suffer under the hands of so many young supreme beings. Many terrifying wounds appeared all over his body as he angrily left alone. 2 days later, Ziyue's group finally met a strong enemy. It's really a narrow road for enemies. We've encountered Golden Snake Lang Jun, the gold-eating beast, and the Holy Spirit. Lanma revealed a strange expression and found it increasingly interesting. He hoped that Ziyue would lead the enemy to fight against another group of enemies. The stoneman lost his arm and was the first to escape. He really didn't have the face to return. He met Golden Snake Lang Jun's group along the way and joined them. This group of people was very strong. There were about 10 of them. They encountered Ziyue's group outside a valley. Both sides looked at each other with hostility. The atmosphere was extremely tense. At this time, even Yi Fan's expression was solemn. He paid close attention and was ready to take action at any time. After all, these people were his mortal enemies. He had long since thought of eliminating them. How wonderful. I can't wait to exchange identities with this girl and lead these people into battle. We'll fight to the death and exhaust both sides. Lanma laughed mischievously. Ziyue looked very pure and kind, but in order to protect herself, she was a little two-faced at this moment. This was a good move. If used properly, the power structure of the mountain would change greatly. Let's get ready and wait for the opportunity to take action. We'll kill them all. Yi Fan said with a cold expression. He would appear at the crucial moment to fight. End of chapter 1441. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.